And my recording issue seems to be fixed as well. Good for you, OBS, figuring stuff out while you just on your own, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, did it update? Do we need to do a test here, or
No, I think, well, so
yeah.
the other update made it so it broke, and I got another update, and now it's, like, not broke, so I guess maybe whatever they did, they fixed. I love being, you know, just, like, I have no control over whether or not technology works. It's great. Good feeling. Maybe it's a message, you know, like, technology bad, nature good. What do you think?
Oh, that's like the
Technology
movie
bad, nature good. I like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's
That's-
there's the nature bits that try to. Well, that look. It's very complicated. All right.
It's not. Whenever nature tries to kill you, nature is right. That's the answer. All technology.
Well,
people
and
must
it
be
was nature
killed.
right whenever nature is trying to kill the Na'vi, which it does a lot of times in the movie when it's the evil animals that we don't really care about.
Yeah, but
And then it kills
they're
the
evil
animals
Na'vi.
that are there
Slop.
and then the
Sometimes
animals
they're
that are
both.
under the Na'vi's care get killed, and they don't really care because they
'cause
leave them
they're-
there and then they die.
The flying squid at the beginning, the little guy, when he was dying, I'm like, oh, the sun's gonna go save it. He's gonna cut it free, but he did it, and I'm like, oh, all right.
Well, it's
Never
just
mind.
sort of a
It's evil
recurring theme. They enslave them, and they can do it without actually having to put in the work of like getting an animal to trust them, like a human being has to. And
Just
then they
mind
lead them
control 'em,
into
yeah.
perilous situations, and then they die, and then they don't really care. They're just like, "Oh, I guess you're gone. Bye. You're not my whale. I don't care about you as much as the whale. See ya."
It's crazy that the whale is like a character.
Do we want to structure this?
Well, yeah, but don't you remember the Australian whaler on the moon? He said that they're smarter. Oh wait, he didn't say it. The New Zealand guy who's playing an American.
The nice scientist said it.
there.
He
That's
says
right.
that they
They're
are
smarter than
intelligent
people.
creatures. They're smart. They have
They're-
culture. He said this in 2 movies now, and he always says it
Yeah.
while he's busily extracting immortal whale brain goo from them. having
I
killed
can't
them.
be sure. I've
But-
seen 3 movies even. I wouldn't know how to number them. I'm unclear.
I've
funny
seen
you say
one
that, but I
long
mean,
movie, sort of.
I mean, this is 9 hours nearly, isn't it? Or is it?
I think it's more. It's like
actually total
9.5. I think.
That's unreal.
You know,
That's
you know
unbelievable.
when you're editing and you put the bars of like video together and you kind of like cross them over, they sort of like they blend in the parts that's crossed over. I feel like that's kind of what these movies really feel like, where you've taken the 3, but they're overlapping in very big sections. Particularly this one and the last one, The Way of Water and Fire and Ash, which I would have thought for starters, the names and a lot of the trailer stuff, I would have thought that this was, we're going to like a volcano realm. We're going to see a new place in Pandora. We're going to go to new exciting places. But this really did feel like Way of Water too.
We're just doing another big battle in the ocean with the
robot
fish
crabs,
creatures
yeah.
versus the submarines and the boats.
I don't know about
Which
any of you
is
guys,
part
but
of
there was
the-
some shots where I was like, wait a minute.
I've seen this.
Was that not just one for one in the other movie? Like,
Oh,
hang
there
on.
were a few.
Like when the
there were a
crabs
few, and
pound
I-
their fists and they go into the
I
water.
think
the
there was-
crab
well,
robots.
The biggest
one
one
that
for me
jumps out
was
is
when
Which one are you
when
talking
Jake was like going into war and he's on his flying thing and he yells and like there's a particular
identical.
composition. Yeah, I was like, did they
Yeah,
just
it's
reuse
identical.
that?
I think he did it on purpose because it's poetry or something.
Oh,
but it's the
okay,
same- it's the
alright.
same
I think he did it on purpose because it's cheaper. That's probably the reason.
Ah,
Dragon's
maybe.
It's poetry, it rhymes.
The crab things, that's 1 for 1. There's the boat's been loaded into the water, that's 1 for 1. The evil people approaching the islands, that's basically 1 for 1. Burning villages, that's basically 1 for 1. It's like loads of this stuff is just reused, which is sort of deliberate. Well, I say deliberate, it's deliberately accidental because the story for the creation of Avatar Fire and Ass, or whatever it is we're calling it, was originally going to be the same movie as Avatar:
Yeah.
The Way of Water. They were going to be one.
They shot them
and
at the
then
same time.
They shot them at
Or
the
at
same
least
time.
they did the acting parts.
But I think what happened is that when he decided lately to separate these things out, what he did was he took the script, combined script, and copied and pasted the entire thing into a different document. And then he did a couple of small edits to the second document. And he forgot to remove all of the Way of Water stuff that was in the Way of Water movie. And that's why you get both films in this one. If you had just got rid of Way of Water and just had this movie release, and we only had 2, it would still be really shit. But it might be less shit, and it might be less repetitive, and it
only-
would certainly be less long.
Yeah, the only thing that Way of Water really establishes plot-wise is Quaritch 2.0 and Kiri's like a spellcaster, like a wizard, an AWO wizard or whatever. So that's really. I just saw it and I can't. I just saw it and I can't remember.
Yeah, Platoon was
That-
asking me something about the second film, and I said, like, you can't be expecting me to remember shit from it. I only saw it 2 days ago, man. Like, it's
Yep.
ages at this point.
I think I saw it around the same time, and I still had to double check. And I was right. We have actually repeated an entire storyline as well. Well, more
Neat.
than one entire storyline, to be fair.
We've added useless ones, so that's like I mean, obviously we'll talk about it later, but the whole brother character whale subplot was like, oh, we're doing this is still going. Oh,
Mhm.
this is like a whole plot line. Oh.
It will be a
Oh.
big recurring theme as well as an explanation in a sense that it's like why has there never been coverage of basically at all or even discussion on Avatar throughout all of EFAP's history? And it's like today you're gonna find out, and it's gonna turn out to be a big time saver too, because we were 50-50 on whether or not we should have covered Way of Water. In retrospect, I now think it was totally chill to
we
not
made
cover
the
it.
right call.
Yeah.
Ooh, we made the right call.
Because today we would have been re-uploading an episode instead of going live. So, so we get
That would
2
have been a
episodes
good- that
instead.
that would
I
have been
think
fun
we've
if we
attempted
literally
to do
just
that.
changed the
Like,
title.
even with video release, is just re-upload my Way of Water one and color it red instead.
Put
and then
put
it's
a
just like-
fire like
That's not
PNG
even
on
being-
it.
But that's not even fair because there's like none of that. This is more watery than Way of Water.
There's
there
a
is
lot
fire.
of water in this one.
As well. So.
I thought, like I said, I thought we would be going to a fun, exciting volcano world of fire and ash. That's what I thought because the film's called that, and the trailers showed the fire lady, and instead it really was just no. We're going to be doing a lot of swimming, lot more swimming. The whales are an even bigger part of this movie. More crabs.
I wanted more ass
swimming.
myself. The poster, as I've put in the thumbnail, kind of made it seem like we'd be getting a lot of ass, but I don't know.
A lot of
see
ass
much.
in the movie.
Yeah, it was alright, I
Much
guess,
ass.
but yeah, could have been more.
James, he knows what he likes.
He sure does.
He knows what he likes.
This is going to be a long one, so we should probably get started, I suppose. Like it's,
I suppose we should.
I assume there's no
obviously
need to lay out everyone's broad things. I think we could probably just, yeah, I assume.
What's
I don't
your
know.
favorite of the 3?
Oh my god, first one.
The first one, yeah.
Probably the
Like
first
to
one.
me,
It
I
is-
think that
it is the
I
first
think
one.
that the order of quality is 1, 2, 3. I do think that the third
Yeah.
one is the worst.
I would
Um,
agree.
The big
I
thing
think
that
I would
pushes it over
agree.
the edge for me is the sort of second act to third act transition. The big action set piece on the human base. That was insane. That's like
Oh,
the
God,
most
yeah.
insane thing that they've ever done in this entire series. And they've done some pretty stupid things in this series in terms
It
of the
just
plot.
fails the most basic sanity check. Obviously, we'll get to that later. But I mean, the Avatar has never been, even in the first one, never been a well-written franchise. It's either extremely tropey, and that's usually when it works because it's just copying somebody else's homework, or it just falls apart and collapses in on itself because it's incompetent, which is like it gets more and more of that, I think, as the movies go on. The first one has like this interesting science fiction-ish idea, one interesting science fiction-ish idea. Obviously, the idea that you can move your consciousness temporarily via if you're tethered to a computer, you can move your consciousness into the body of an alien race that can survive on a planet. Which, and having the main character, Jim Sully, Jake Sully, Jack Sully, whatever his name is, having him disabled and then having him liberated, by connecting to this avatar-like body. That's kind of, you can do stuff with that.
That's a neat
That
idea.
was it was okay.
Yeah, it's a shame that Jake is intensely dull.
Yes.
He's not.
I'd
Yeah,
say
he's not
he's-
exciting
uh,
enough to even dislike. He's
Well, it's just I dislike him. I do. At this point, but
I do.
But like at the
Way of
beginning
Water
of the
reminded me.
story, he's just really dull. Every single line he says is incredibly boring and cliche and generic.
He's
I
almost
think
more
Spider
interesting in
takes the
this
cake on
one.
that, though.
Oh, he's absurd. 'Cause, like, his entire dialogue tree is basically, no, stop it. No, come on, run. No, over here. Come on, this way.
yeah, that's it. That's the character you described. The character of Spider, who's a very pivotal and important character in this movie, particularly. But that's all he says. Yes.
Sort of. Yeah. We'll get to him. But I guess the only thing we sort of is it worth just sketching out in broad strokes the story so far, and by broad strokes I mean it's going to take about 30 seconds because there isn't a story so far. But the premise of Avatar 1, humans have arrived at Pandora. There is no mention of why they've arrived except that they can exploit it for mining resources. That they have no pressing need to be here except for money.
Just
So
this
you have
tiny
the
little
usual...
area, not the whole planet.
Not
Where they
even
don't
the
have
whole
to worry
planet. No,
about
no, no.
Navi or anything. Just
The
this
problem
one
is that
specific area.
we don't have a great like the film seems to imply that getting unobtainium is like it's not actually like that important. Yeah, I know it's a funny like that it is basically just for money, but obviously the question is like right, but there must be some like actual essential
What does
need
it
for it
do?
that explains
Yeah.
why it's so expensive, right? Like what do we use it for?
It's supposed to have
Because I
some like
get-
very rare semiconductive properties. You can use it for mining lasers and shit, and that makes it valuable.
Well, I
think
get
is the reason.
the brain, the whale brain juice is like, oh, that's like an immortality serum. I get why that would be very valuable and people would. Okay.
Although I don't get it when, well, we'll get to that shortly, but when Way of Water does its twist for Earth. So yeah, you can live forever, but no, you can't though because your planet's fucked. But it's not fucked as if Avatar 1. They do just want this unobtainium. And Jake Sully goes rogue effectively. He's tasked with infiltration, falls in love with a native, ends up fighting for the natives, has to unite the clans against the evil humans, and then he does that, and the evil humans lose. That's kind of the entire story. It's a cliche to point out that it is Fern Gully but blue, or The Last Samurai with Smurfs, but that is what it is. And it got by on groundbreaking, genuinely impressive technological achievements, visual effects, and all the rest of that, which made it look, very
Yeah, it
distinctive,
still has
unlike anything else. Has pushed the art of cinematography forward with its vast innovations, etc. But not a huge amount going on for it, and it was also written obviously to be a standalone story. So the end of it is just Jake Sully is just a native. He is married to Neytiri. I'm going to get all of these wrong. I think it's Neytiri. And the villains are dead. Quaritch in particular is dead. Quaritch is the only like nice character in that movie because he's endearingly racist, and I like it.
He's not the most racist character we're going to talk about today, though.
Oh yeah,
he's
outclassed on that front.
That threw me for a loop.
I mean, the reality is, it's just like Quaritch is kind of the only one who's got layers to him compared to everybody else who are pretty much exactly as they're presented. Jake Sully is boring everyman protagonist. Meanwhile, Quaritch is like, oh, he takes care of his own and he's very invested in like his own, but massively to the exclusion of the Na'vi. And he just has all of the interesting lines in the movie, and there aren't that many. He doesn't have that many scenes, but he has all of the
less
good ones.
scenes than the fucking whale.
He does have yes. I think the whale will get more screen time in the second and the third film than Quaritch actually has in the first movie. He's probably only on screen for like 15, 20 minutes, maybe tops.
I'd say my favorite Quaritch moments as well all belong to human Quaritch, if you know what I mean.
Yes, when he comes back, he is worse, but he's still the best of the rest.
Yeah.
But they know
you
what
can see
he
it
is.
in all the memes people spread around. In the kind of like we have the joke. Well, it's not a joke. It's just reality that you're at the movies have no cultural impact whatsoever. They get completely forgotten. It's like the Horizon Zero Dawn of movies, and with this one, it really has been. Everyone's doing the whole the Quaritch and his new native girlfriend, and that's the only thing that you've seen people talk about. And I'm like, oh yeah, they were the only like somewhat interesting part of the movie, I guess. I suppose so. Yeah. The only thing people will remember.
Well, he's had to drop the racism to sort of go along with them, and then it's because human Quaritch in the first one, they know what he is. They know he is a villain, but they also know what his motives are, and they know what his attitudes are. They attempt to say, well, it's more complicated in 2 and 3, but they never really get beyond saying it's more complicated. They don't really tell you how. They don't really investigate him as a character. He doesn't really have a developed worldview when he comes back as a big blue Smurf. So like he becomes less interesting just because he's less concrete, I think, in the subsequent ones. Obviously, there's a occasional father-son dynamic that they very rarely remember, and even less than that make use of.
Much like the rest of these films, they threaten to be intermittently interesting, but they never do.
Never, ever, ever. And I suppose that takes us to Way of Water, which it never is. But Way of Water does quite a lot of damage to everything around it because lots of stuff changes in the backstory, and then the movie never really accounts for it properly. So the humans, I think, were quite kind in the first movie, in that they could absolutely have just wiped out all of the Na'vi, and by the end of the third movie, you think they really should have done that. They don't do that. They restrict their efforts to one very specific mining operation, trying to get the stuff beneath one specific tree. And the Na'vi refuse to go along, and they won't make deals. And so, we have occasionally to kill some of them because they're savages, and that's what they deserve. But the second one is a problem because the second one introduces us to a couple of different concepts and ideas. First one is Earth itself is dying. So it's no longer that we are only on Pandora out of choice because we want money. It is now that we have to be on Pandora because there are no other planets for some reason that we can colonize to save ourselves. So it is now the fate of the human race is at stake. We have to move here. If we can't move here, we will all die. Which should be morally complicating because all then of the actions that the humans carry out become not always justified, but at least justifiable. And some of the Na'vi resistance to it becomes much less justifiable because if they know the stakes and they have a reason to know the stakes, then you're kind of in a war of the species for survival at this point. But the movie never really does that. It introduces this idea and then tries its best to avoid dealing with the connotations. And 3 will kind of explode those completely by siding overtly in favor of human extinction. But
the implication of the films is Krypton had its chance, but it's Earth. That seems to be the broad implication.
I would say
Sully specifically has a line where he says, they'll do to Pandora what they did to Earth, and they'll just destroy it.
Not just Krypton had its chance, Kryptonians, they don't deserve to live because all they do is destroy everything, said by fucking one of the characters that is literally human.
Entire existence has been enabled by human technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty awkward to watch, especially as a human.
Yeah, well, and also in a sense, in a film that is only possible because of the most insane cutting edge technology ever for making movies.
Well, and
that requires a massive amount of resources. How much money? How much raw material had to be extracted from the Earth to build all of the computers that made this film?
I would love to see Avatar's carbon footprint.
To then espouse that technology broadly is bad. And that you have to go back to nature, specifically on a planet that actually has a Gaia entity that is real and exists, that provides them with access to a guaranteed immortality. You know what I mean? It's like James, what's going on?
And even the movie's frames of reference, because James Cameron is a big technophile. He loves technology, and to the extent, and this again becomes important for later in this movie, where the Na'vi have sex by connecting USB sticks together. It's technologically coded. You plug into creatures. But he sort of tries to have it both ways and saying it's vaguely technological, but because we're saying it's biological, that means it's fine. Even though you are technically raping animals into submission every day, it's still fine. This is how you commune with nature. It's about harmony.
Which is also interesting to compare with his other most iconic films being AI controlled for itself is the enemy, It's only when AI controlled by humans can defend themselves, we're the good guys sort of thing in that case. So it's tech left to its own free will is the bad guy. And then in Aliens, the natural force in that film is absolutely the fucking bad guy. Natural, quote unquote, if you know what I mean. They took guns and tech to stop them. It's just curious, James Gunn, Jesus.
Oh man,
too many failed Jameses, man. But it's just when you take a meta context, you sort of say it's just what are you trying to say, man? I did have many moments of James, what are you doing when watching this new one?
Oh yeah, this was very confusing. This one was well, I guess we'll get to each sort of little specific point. But it was definitely at the end when I left the theater. I was like, "What are you trying to tell me, man? What am I? How am I supposed to change my life or live my life as a result of this movie and its message or its theme or whatnot? What do you want me? What do you want me to be, James? What am I supposed to be?
Don't drive your car. Go and rape a sheep and ride that instead. I think is a big idea.
Whereas the criticism of Last of Us 2 will simultaneously be it can't support its own idea of a theme, but that also there's a discussion to be had about its theme. Revenge is not the answer, it's a cycle, blah, blah, blah. This film does, among all of them, seem to have the response of violence is a cycle. It's just nah, it's not. You're like, oh, okay, fine, yeah, everyone go violence, sweet, thumbs up.
Violence is good when it's the world doing it. Other big idea ish that the Avatar 2 introduces, and then doesn't do anything with. Obviously, we have the whales. They've been introduced as sentient, highly intelligent species of whale. It has language, music, culture.
They get
They
bling in
speak
this
to each
movie.
other. They do. They even wear shit in this film.
Yeah, I'm not going
Someone
to
had
think
to
about the
install that.
logistics of how that happened.
No, best
Um,
not to. Same thing with almost any logistical question in Avatar. So they become superficially extremely important to that movie. We learn that they have a particular goo inside their brains, which if you extract it, it can give humans immortality.
Yes.
And it gets thrown into the second movie as a line of dialogue to excuse why they're hunting whales. That is it in terms of its development as a concept and an idea, and it doesn't interact with the dying Earth thing at all, even though it really, really should. And it doesn't even tell you at the time, like, why? Why do we want this? How did we find it? Who was the first person to walk inside a whale and tap into its brain and realize, oh, this whale brain goo that I've just found
well,
makes me immortal?
the way that this movie portrays humans, you'd think that it was just like something we do. We just go, we see a whale, we kill it, we strangle it if we can.
We strangle
just
the
give it this.
whale.
Even
jump.
though like, even though it's just like the world that we live in, whaling has been reduced significantly compared
Well,
to what
only-
it used to be.
Which because everyone
You'd think
hates
that James
it, and
Cameron was
justifiably
thinking only
so.
Australians were doing it these days, but I'm like, that's a weird casting. But all right, I got you.
Well,
Yeah,
the
man.
Australian whaler on the moon, yeah.
Yeah,
Who
the
was-
Australian
whaler
whaler
who
was
was
like,
on
oh
the
yes,
moon.
one of the better characters in this film as well. He's just
The
so
Aus-
single-minded. He just wants to make.
he
his
wants to
money.
kill those fucking whales.
Well,
and make his
not to-
dollars.
Not to jump, but his expressions in relation to his situation as it happens, I totally agreed with him. I was like, yeah, because the film, the film has its opinions. Sorry, dude.
Conspired against you.
Yeah,
I thought he died at the end of the second one, but I guess I hallucinated that.
His
There's a
arm
lot
just
of
came
stuff
off.
that-
You see his arm come off, but which
He's got a
I
fake
think
arm
would
in
give
this
you
one.
reason to think that he would die because the
Yeah.
blood loss would be severe.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Nah, I made a
he's
tourniquet,
fine.
tied it up,
That's right.
made
he
sure the
did.
blood loss
Which
didn't kill me.
Which again, that's I mean he really it's just every single line of dialogue is like, yeah, let's make
He's-
money.
He's like Captain Ahab, where the white whale took Captain Ahab's leg, right? Where in this one he's hunting whales, and the whales took his arm or whatever. Like I said,
That's right.
I just watched these movies and I can't remember them. It's actually insane. It's like there's a leak,
well, so I was
a memory leak in my brain.
just thinking, I can't show obviously all of Fire and Ass in the background, but how much can I get away with showing, the Way of Water without anyone realizing? I just wonder, like a scene
Especially
that's
since
playing right
this-
now. This scene
Yep.
is in Fire and Water, Fire and Ass, whatever. This
That would be a
moment,
fun-
literally, even the chair slapping against the fucking thing, like this is not the same movie allegedly, but you
And yet
would.
it is. I mean, it's going to make it
Even down
really
to
easy to
the-
edit the video because I can just use footage from the non-copyright one.
But
which
you
is
don't
fine.
even
Well,
have to say
less
like, "Oh, this
copyright one.
is supposed to just evoke what's in the movie." It's like, it's just the movie. It's
It
fine.
ends with a watership confrontation with Quaritch and Sully, and I'm like, this is bizarrely. This is
They've
like,
had their
don't you
third
as a
one-on-one.
filmmaker- Well, yeah, don't you as a filmmaker just want to do something that you haven't done before with all of your limitless amounts of money and cultural influence? You think that maybe we don't have to end it with another fiery watership battle between these two characters again?
It's insane that you would want to, first of all, spend all your time on Avatar anyway. Like, as a story, even the first one, right, would be like, oh, okay, all right, James, fine. But to tell it 3 times with 2 more on the way, like, oh, jeez. Because, man, you could have been making other stuff, but okay.
He said he wants to do that now. So if
Uh-huh.
they do make the next 2,
Yeah, but
he's going to take a
unfortunately,
more hands-off approach with them.
I'm not interested in what he wants to do anymore.
Nope.
Like,
If anything, it's
sorry,
alarming
James.
because Lees have kept him from ruining many, many more franchises.
That's true.
Yeah.
Whereas-
Well,
and now
this
he's
is-
free.
he still supported
well,
Terminator's
dude.
destruction.
That's
Yes.
right. Yeah, he did.
They were going to do it. Oh, and remember with Predator Badlands, remember? He was like, oh, remember the story that Grace Randolph said? About where she called him Jimmy C?
Jimmy
And how he
C.
said, you can't make a Predator likable. But he did.
He sure did.
And so we heard the story.
It was a wonderful story that we'd only seen reported in 17 other outlets, but definitely Grace's friend told her that. So there's also Water sort of settles the approach this movie has, because I think it's aware of how basically empty it is and how few characters it really has, and its approach to trying to drum up emotions in the audience is incredibly shallow. So really what they've done twice in a row is they've invented, without thinking any mechanics through, a villain McMuffin, and what they want, it's only there to justify the humans being mean to nature. It's why it's there. The unobtainium is there, so it has to be under a tree, so we can show how mean humans are to trees. And then the whale brain goo is there because whaling, everyone hates whaling, and it's really sad to look at. And it's like the only emotional moment in the entire second movie is the whale hunt scene, because everyone fucking hates whaling except for the Japanese.
They play the
obviously.
same. They play the same music for when the tree gets blown up and when the whale gets.
They do,
killed.
although
Oh,
that's
is it
because
that
it's
sting?
James. It's James
Is it
Horner,
the
and it's the James Horner sting that is you. I mean, I understand that people really like his stuff, and I'm sure he is quite good. But his sting goes through every movie he's even like posthumously attached to. So I think it loses its effect after you've seen it in Troy, after you've seen it in Avatar 1, Avatar 2. There's about 4 other movies where the exact same musical sting is used as well. But it's there to tell you, oh, this is big, epic, and sad, and that's how they get you. And then usually the sun will have a momentary eclipse as well to tell you that this is big and sad and dangerous. That happens in 2, and it happens in 3. But all it's really doing is saying animals in pain is sad. We're not really grounding the emotional stakes of these movies very often in what the characters
Animals
are doing.
in Pain is sad. It would be nice if the Na'vi didn't so frequently like make that happen by putting them in incredibly dangerous situations because they use them as tools. Like it really
it's a
actually
wonderful
is something that bothers me about
spiritual
these movies
connection.
is that like for some reason James Cameron thinks that like their relationship is amazing rather than pretty terrible. Of just like they get enslaved and then led into dangerous situations, and when most of them die, they get like no consideration from the people who apparently care about them so much.
You're insane.
It's worse than a human and a dog.
The animals just doing whatever they want to do, and then you plug your thing into them, and then you throw them into war. That's exactly what they want. That's just what they want.
They die.
It's not even necessarily leading them. It's commanding them to go to war in your place, like at the end when the squids come back.
Well, nice certainly when Awa sends them in, it's like, how many of the pterodactyls, how many of the this, I guess not rhinos, but the ones that the one that's got like the T-shaped thing, when they stomp all of the robots, it's like, I guess none of them died for some reason. But ultimately, it's like, all of these animals just keep getting sent to their deaths, and it doesn't really. A couple of them will get a little bit of consideration, like in the first movie when Natiri's pterodactyl, like that one dies, she's sad about that. But otherwise, it's just no. I mean, they even dropped
when you say
the
in
whole,
the
like,
first
saying that...
movie, that also happens, I think, in the second movie, and it also happens in the third movie. It's that is another very exact, like, it's what they do. That you will establish kind of a not quite a named character animal, but the animal you're supposed to care about, and then invariably it will suffer, and then the audience is like, oh, it's so emotionally impactful. Like, it's such an emotionally serious movie. Look how sad the animal is again.
And then again, it's like, man, it's crazy how humans built technology so that they didn't, no longer riding horses into battle and stuff. Like, surely there's a conversation to be had there, about the fact that
it's good that they're riding whales and creatures that fly and swim against mechs. Mechs are the bad thing. Taking, rocks and turning them into big machines that attack things for you is worse. It's much better to take like a fucking...
than making the animals do it when they probably wouldn't do it of their own volition. I think
what gets me about all these movies is like the heroic music plays when all the animals attack, and then when they all inevitably get shot to pieces by bullets, the sad music plays. It's like, like what did you expect though?
But besides that, I mean,
they invented tanks to not put horses in peril. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's exactly what you said. See, you're being held to your own quotes now.
Obviously, one of the reasons that we invented, armored cars and whatnot, and tanks and planes and everything, was to replace. They replaced animals. Animals have a lot of logistic issues. The amount of horses that died in World War I was fucking nuts. How many horses were killed?
Well, this is just a reflection of the fucking conversation that comes up with the Jurassic films, where it's like, it's not just about potential abilities of a velociraptor to attack people. It's like you have to consider it's an animal. There are a lot of annoying aspects of having an animal. Unless, of course, you can
Well,
plug right
except
in and just control
exactly.
it.
In the world of Pandora, all of the things like having to build trust with an animal or train an animal, and still having to deal with the reality that an animal might just not want to do the thing that you want it to do. You don't have to deal with that on Pandora because you can just enslave them and then make them do anything that you want.
One thing this movie does actually do away with is the idea that is present in the first two movies, which is that the animals don't want to be raped. So when you first
No,
Makes it
connect
true.
that's
to
what
them,
makes it rape.
they resist, and you have to sit on them and force them into submission until they do everything you tell them to do. Happens in the first movie. You get basically but that's with the birds and Sully learning
That's
to
how you
ride them in the
prove
first movie.
yourself, is to
It's how you prove
successfully rape
yourself.
an
Yeah,
animal. It's like, wait, what?
And
this animal to
specifically the
death.
one that you want to get is the one that wants to kill you, the one who has expressed his intent to see you die. It's like, that's the one
Some
you got to
people are-
enslave.
Some people are into that, you know.
I guess so.
Well,
James
but in this
Cameron
movie,
is.
when Spider gets his thingy tail, he just does it on the first try. So
Exactly,
he didn't even have
this
to.
is
It
what
just,
I'm
boom,
saying.
it
That
just
they
works.
get rid of the idea, and I wonder whether it's because they were dimly aware that people were saying this is a bit weird, James, and so I mean, it still is a bit fucking weird, but he decided to make it less obviously assault and now more of a collaboration. But in the first movie, there's resistance. In the second movie, there's resistance because Quaritch has to go through the exact same training montage that Sully gets in the first movie. There's no new fucking ideas really in these films, and the same thing happens. You know, it resists, and he has to sit on it long enough until it relents. But this movie, yeah, Spider and anybody else can just plug in immediately, and now it's fine. It's harmonious and peaceful and lovely, and there's no negative connotations to this
And of course,
whatsoever.
a question that has to be asked is, if for this ecosystem to make sense, for this to just be sort of an evolutionary trait that like all of the living things on the planet have, do other animals do this to other animals?
The implication
they
is
use it to
no.
enslave them?
According to this movie,
Maybe
the
the
third movie,
smart
because the
animals
third
do.
movie explains that the whales, they never stop growing. They're like dragons in Game of Thrones, which entails, and obviously we know as well that the whale's philosophy, stems from Way of Water and is continued into this movie until it's inconvenient. The whale's philosophy is that you can't kill other animals ever in any circumstances. It's wrong. So at least some of the animals here never, ever, ever kill any other animals either. It's a problem for the whales because that means
What do they eat?
logically they can just they have
Krill.
no natural predators and they grow forever. So they should really be the size of a small moon at this point. And then the movie doesn't account for the fact that the problem in the real world with predators, which have no natural competition, is that the bigger, older ones eat all the food for the smaller ones and the population goes into collapse. But that's actual, real life animal stuff. And we can't be having that in a story about how harmonious nature is.
Well, yes, because this film doesn't want to deal with stuff like a trophic cascade, for instance, like in terms of the nature of how nature works. That, you know, like what happened. I feel like if it got introduced as a concept, it's like, so you say that there's like an equilibrium here, but you do realize that like even in the absence of humans, that equilibrium on Earth can change and does change.
It has
You
many
know, because
times.
of various
like,
events.
Well, like
because of it,
99% of all the animals that ever existed have gone extinct over time.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah,
putting to one
millions and
side
millions
the
of years,
the
yeah.
big events that are out of control, like what happens if you know, like what was the one before the dinosaurs because of the massive the Siberian
Pangea, that whole thing.
again, well, it's just the lava, just a volcanic eruption like forever on a massive scale for like
The ash cloud blocked out the
5
sun.
billion years. Well, the point being that there's just a whole bunch of instances where the planet will essentially because again, what is Awa? What choice does she
An
have if
asshole.
she just decides that a super volcano is just going to explode and then block out the sun, and then that kills a whole
Well,
bunch of the animals on the planet? Then what? You know
Well,
what I mean? Like, what?
Awa's desire to help the most sapient people in the event of a volcano going off is, as we discover, not that much.
Interesting, very interesting, Awa.
Ah,
Very
yes, the
interesting.
thing that gets raised that we don't really want to deal with at all, which is, oh, what happens when Awa doesn't help the people or the animals that live in a certain
We've learned
area?
Awa has opinions. Awa's got some values, you know?
Extremely
and
reluctant to
choosing.
do in any circumstance. Even when the people she doesn't help go on to attack the people that she might want to help, she still doesn't help until she.
She also has a
decides.
face now.
She does. She has a huge.
Yeah,
head.
He's got
that
a
was a
bright
bad
face.
that was a bad
That
idea.
was
Very
a
bad decision, yeah.
The fact
even
that it's
within the
Navi
context of
face
this
is-
series, which I don't really respect, I would have advised against the idea that it has a face. That's a terrible idea.
you definitely want it to be more non-human, non-person. It's almost like this
Well, almost
mysterious natural
incomprehensible.
agent. Yeah, like it's some planetary entity or something you can't quite grasp. Yeah, by giving
Well,
it
I
a
mean,
face
it's a bit
and
awkward, right?
personify it
Because
in
if
a
you give
way,
it a
it's
face that's like a human / Na'vi face, you're making a statement about. I mean, again, the fact that like this planet has a hierarchy as determined by its god, compared to on Earth where that doesn't exist. You know,
Well, it
other than the
depends on
categories
what
that
you
we create
believe.
for
well,
ourselves.
maybe there is
It's
an
very
Awa
what
of
you
Earth.
believe in,
Maybe
yeah.
there's an Earth Awa, a
Well,
Gaia
I mean, if you
that's
see
in
we
that
probably
Gaia
realm.
killed
and
it.
all that, yeah, sure, but that's Greek mythology, which is more interesting, a hell of a lot more interesting than anything that's presented in this movie. That's
Maybe
for
the
sure.
Greeks were right. Maybe they had this all figured out.
Hmm.
Mm. But yeah, that is too interesting for Avatar. The other things introduced in Avatar 2, which are probably worth keeping in mind, there's a couple. Obviously, Quaritch returns. Somehow Quaritch returns. It was one of the very, very funny things about that movie was how they basically didn't plan for him to come back. Then they decided, okay, we are doing another one. We can't come up with a new villain. Bring him back. How do we bring him back? But it turns out we now have the ability, without the constant computer tether, to just upload all human memories and consciousness into Smurf bodies.
Yep.
This is something we
And
can
we
do.
assume human bodies
And
would
we
be
assume, well,
intuitive that
it
we
would
can
be a
also do that.
logical
We would have
extension
to
of
assume
that,
that,
right? Yeah,
yeah.
if you can
If
do
you
it
could
in
do
one
it to
way,
a
you can do it the
Navi,
other.
Well,
surely you could
it's
do it to a
so
human.
crappily done too. Just the whole like, I'm recording this before I go to the third act of the first movie. And you're like,
And
wait, what?
we
I
know
don't
you
remember
didn't
this.
do that. We were there when you weren't doing it.
Yeah,
Obviously, you didn't do it.
Yeah.
And the message is like, I am not going to die, but just in case I do,
yeah.
here's what happens, my
Well,
future self.
why did he say in the battle, "You'll be seeing me again, bitch"? Like why did he say that in the first movie when he knew that that was possible?
It's weird 'cause you would
He
have
was
thought
busy.
that would have been maybe the plan, but we just it's not. It's so obviously not, and it seems to me then it's like, well, we like Quaritch too much. We're bringing him back. Fuck it.
Yeah.
He's the
And
only
then-
slightly memorable thing about this film. We can't get rid of it, or we'll be in real trouble.
So you might think from that we've already solved the problem of colonizing Pandora. That's one of the ways we've solved the problem. We can already use oxygen masks, which up until the third movie have infinite power, and then the third movie need
Yeah,
batteries.
that's funny.
We have the ability to transfer consciousness into Smurfs and into other humans. We can make all of these bodies immortal by having them drink whale goo. But there's a third way, even before you get to the third movie. There is a third way of solving the colonization problem because Kiri, that's the character's name. Sigourney Weaver, Grace in the first movie. Turns out, though the first movie never mentions it, she was pregnant all the way through the first movie. And in the second movie,
Nice.
she has sort of a daughter, kind of, maybe. We'll come on to what she really is. Because at the end of the first movie, she's dying. They lay her down by the tree roots grab her, and then magic happens. The second movie, there is another Smurf.
It
This
is
one
magic.
a
just
younger
for our
Smurf.
clear
It
everyone.
is just
magic is
actually
a thing.
magic.
It's
Yes.
magic. There is magic.
But this allows her to effectively recreate herself without meaning to, because Kiri is her Smurf version, still played by Sigourney Weaver, though de-aged and digitized in this movie. So that's another means potentially of solving the colonization problem. Just lie down in front of a tree and hope that it likes you. So what we don't really be needing to add is any more ways of easily solving the colonization problem. Of course, the fourth way, which I didn't count for, is we could literally just terraform the place. And the beginning of Way of Water shows all of the huge spaceships landing, and that's so much more effective than any weapon that they use throughout these movies.
It's so funny.
It's really
It's
funny.
unbelievable.
It's
Like,
the
all
first scene.
landing on the planet just like wipes out like for miles around it, just completely scorches it.
It's insane. The damage is absolutely catastrophic and enormous and thorough, right? It's just like, oh, why'd you show that? And it's like, well, because this is the impact humans have when they arrive. And you're like, no. This is way better than any weapon they have. Like, why would you
they
do
could
that?
Just use this to win any war. Just send a ship to land where Jake is, and then you win instantly. There's nothing that they can do to counter it.
And it is a constant problem throughout the rest of that movie whenever they're trying to trace people down or hunt them down or find out where they are or attack them when they have found out where they are. Never ever use any kind of orbital mechanics, never any spaceships. No, they don't land on them, as has been mentioned, but they very selectively even have satellite coverage. It's incredibly... Once you've introduced that as your opening visual, it introduces so many questions about how incompetent the humans are going forward that you can't really fix it unless you lean into it, and the movie does not. It just pretends it didn't do it.
Why aren't there orbital strikes? Why is that
Because
never
I haven't
used?
seen
I mean, it's a thing in a lot
because
of
that would
science
be
fiction
an
stories.
issue,
but,
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Or
'cause,
just or land a
I mean,
ship. Just land a
well,
ship in
yeah,
the general vicinity.
Again, though,
and then
like
it's
even the landing the
basically
ship
like
is
a nuclear
silly.
What's the
blast.
It's just that
what's the
orbital
gun?
blast is
It's
even
the gun and
easier.
phone. Well, yeah, it's the gun and phone problem where they haven't accounted for like
Well, yeah,
just the
this one,
obvious
you're right. This one
technology
does
that
come
they
up
would have.
all the time in sci-fi. It's like if you establish interstellar travel, then they've got amazing weapons. They just do. It's a
If
technology tree thing.
yeah, if
It's
any
like in
species that
Civilization.
can get to your planet can fuck you
Yeah,
up without having
it's
to
like,
land.
oh,
If they have the
we can travel
technology to
through the
get
galaxies,
there,
but we only have spears or something. It's like, no, that's
Well,
not
yeah,
how
but
that works.
it's kind of the problem that a lot of these movies have, which is that they want their big battle to be like a charge where you just have two forces that clash with each other, just smash into each other. You know, it's like in, you know, kind of like in Endgame and Infinity War, right? Like the Wakanda battle and then the final one. It's like, yeah, just sort of charge at them. It's like, why would you do that? Like,
Oh,
why would
wait.
you?
this is
You
dumb,
know what the
yeah.
most effective way to do a
Someone-
battle? Let's just run at each other with swords.
Someone just highlighted, and isn't this very true? Like, why didn't they just make backups of all the Avatar people for the program so that if any of them died, they could, i.e., Jake's brother?
Yeah, that's true because
Maybe
the
it's
technology,
new
because
technology.
it's separated.
How
Well,
new
it would
though?
have
What
to be
months?
because
Real
there's a
new, really
5-year
new, cutting
well,
edge.
there's a 5-year gap between because it takes like 5 or 6 years to get to Pandora from Earth. So that
But
would
the technology
be
they went
how they would
with
have
them.
to contrive it. No, I agree. Like, I would say that wouldn't be an acceptable argument. Because if the Avatar program itself exists, like it necessitates the Quaritch backup thing. You know
Actually,
what I mean?
you could
that has
argue
to be.
because Quaritch was already there, right? When
Yes.
Jake
Quaritch has
arrives.
been there for years and years and years and
Meaning,
years. Yeah, he's been there for ages.
like the technology they used for Quaritch either was there already, which is worse, or it arrived with Jake.
Well, we know it's there. Well, we know it's all there already in the sense that he has to use it before
The third act,
that
though.
movie ends, technically. So
Well, that's what I'm
So,
saying. The best
unless it
argument
was
you
an
can make is it
innovation that
came with
happened-
Jake, but then that would mean there's no need for Jake.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Which
so it can't actually exist, but it has to at the same time because they didn't think it
that's right.
through.
No,
Many such
which is
cases.
crazy. He worked on this because the first movie he worked on for ages. Like, it was 12 years between Titanic and Avatar. He didn't make anything else, so like, it's not like he didn't have time to figure this out. He has so much time. He has such an unbelievable amount of time to figure out these stories. It's
I
kind
don't-
of
I don't
insane.
get it, dude,
Even
'cause,
that,
like,
even
He has all the
because-
money, the time that money can buy, basically. Like what this movie was
Pretty much.
400 million, and
Yeah.
like the technology has it at his fingertips. It's like it is the latest cutting edge technology of cinema. Like this film looks like absurdly good.
It looks better than anything else
yeah,
in terms of visual effects. It's like
it's the one
it is
thing that I could.
incredible.
Yeah, it is the one thing of like unrequited praise. I don't know why I said unrequited as if the thing could also offer.
No,
the
but
praise
I
of the
get you.
thing.
It's
But yeah, it's like
something
limitless
that is
praise.
worth
Like
noting.
it's insane. Yeah, like I seen this in the theater. Apart from the, I'll get that in a second. But it looks insane. It looks insanely good.
Mhm.
Which is wild. But
And it's probably going to age well because Avatar 1, it's got its moments where it's not looking great, but like it generally looks pretty good. Even though it's obviously more dated than this film. You know,
Yeah,
one thing
it's
I
just
will
the one thing worth complimenting.
one thing I'll point out that that really did take me out of the film is because I saw this in theaters, as we all did, because you want to have that Avatar theater experience, right? Or else, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
So this movie swaps frame rates. It
does.
It is very distracting. I enjoyed when it was probably 48 or whatever it was when it was a higher frame rate. It looked better. It does look better. It obviously looks strange because we're not used to it. I mean, we can have this discussion with the Hobbit stuff and everything, but especially when a lot of stuff is moving and action is happening, it is easier to track what is happening. It just looks better. However, it is not always that high frame rate. It'll swap in scenes back and forth, boop, 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 between like 48 and 24, which is very jarring and very distracting.
It's funny because I'm seeing a lot of people in chat being surprised by that, but unfortunately, a lot of video games do this as well. Like Mortal Kombat will switch to 30 FPS whenever it's doing like the X-ray
yeah.
attacks or the fatalities, and it's incredibly
Cutscenes will
annoying.
be-
I totally
cutscenes
agree.
will be
Like
30 and a lot of
it
stuff.
actually like makes me a little bit mad when it happens because when you switch a frame rate partway through, goddamn, is it like distracting?
Well, and a lot of times with games, it's weird because there's a lot of mods that just say, "Oh yeah, the cutscenes are at 60 FPS now." And
It's
you're
for
like,
consoles. That's the reason why
yeah, yeah.
it's a concession for consoles because there's a push for graphics in the cutscenes, but then like Mortal Kombat is the clearest example. It's like, well, it's a fighting game. 30 FPS for a fighting game is unacceptable, and they know that, but they still want to push the graphics really hard. So we're switching to 30 FPS when we're doing like the crazy cinematic stuff because it can't run on consoles.
And I think one of the issues too with the frame rate swapping is that it seemed virtually random because there would be a lot of scenes where people are just walking around and talking and there's no action happening and it would be high frame rate. And then when the scene continues and there's just like a cut and they're just carrying on having a conversation walking around, it would be 24 frame rate right after that. And I'm like, well, what's the point? Why? Because if the whole movie was like, oh, during action sequences it's 48 and then it's 24 during the huge swaths where nothing's happening. I'm like, okay, I get it. I get that at least. I wish it was all high frame rate, but at least I get it. But it seemed almost random which scenes would and wouldn't be high frame rate.
It's tethered to one thing because James Cameron has said that he used variable frame rates to aid the 3D effects that come in. Because he
Oh.
decided that I think I'm right in saying he invested in some 3D camera making company a long time ago, which probably explains why he is the last person in the world who still thinks 3D in movies is a good idea. But he did
Yeah.
studies
They asked
into
me if I wanted to see the
neuroscience.
movie in 3D at the theater when I went.
Always say
They're like, "You
no.
want to see the?"
It's
Oh,
completely
yeah,
forbidden in the
The majority of screenings here are in 3D.
But the
I worked
reason
hard
that
to
the
find
variable
2D
frame rate
one.
comes in for that
Ugh.
is that he said that he had to go in and study the neuroscience because he didn't want people to complain that 3D gave them headaches, which was a quite common criticism of 3D. I don't think it's the main criticism I would have for 3D, but it's quite a common one. So he went and studied it and did the neuroscience work, which is all very technically interesting, you know, and it's like you do want to solve that problem if you want to use
Yeah, yeah.
3D. And it turns out it's something to do with frame rates and how we perceive the edges of frames as well, which our brains don't process properly in the usual frame rate for a movie with 3D. So you have to increase them for 3D scenes, and it eliminates the headache effect. So he studied it, he implemented it. It's an innovation of a kind. I get it. Well done, James. Congratulations. Your story is still shit, and it doesn't make a difference if it's in 3D or not. That's like, it's just. And also, there's the usual thing with 3D, which is that every time you're reminded to put on or take off glasses, you are being reminded that you're not in the movie. It's just a
Yeah.
non-diegetic, like immersion-breaking device there to make technical people get hard-ons. And I don't care. It needs to go away. And I don't care if he loses money because it goes away because it's shit. So stop it, James. But that I don't know about the rest of the movie. That's one of the reasons for the variable frame rate, anyway.
Maybe, but again, in a lot of the scenes, it was just people walking around and talking, and it would be high frame rate, and there was nothing. I guess everything, 3D has a purpose in any 3D environment, a virtual environment. So, I mean, I guess it would look different. I guess it's weird that it would just swap back and forth. It's seemingly random. Obviously, they chose them for a reason. I just don't know what it is.
Mm.
But I guess I will. I'll go to bat a little bit for James Cameron in 3D. Like, I guess it's good that he's doing the work to advance 3D as a technology because there's been times where I've watched a couple movies in 3D and I'm like, when it works and it's actually when all the stars align and it actually works and it's incorporated well into the film and the glasses are on just right and it's just the right kind of thing happening, you're like, oh, this is actually really kind of neat. I like this. So if that was a much more consistent, enjoyable experience, it would be nice to have as a more viable option. So I guess it's good that he's putting in work to help advance 3D's technology and so that one day, maybe in our lifetimes or maybe in our grandchildren's lifetimes, who knows, 3D will be actually like a really awesome, cool ass thing that you could, a way to watch movies. So at
Maybe.
least
Well,
there's
they were
some
saying this
respect.
about VR back in the late 70s or whenever it was, and that still hasn't quite caught on. But I guess
But
it's slow
people say a
adoption.
lot of good. I mean, people say a lot of really good stuff about VR.
Yeah.
It's getting there, and so that's. I mean, it's good that sometimes we give the pioneers some shit, but I mean, we do need them to,
Yeah.
soldier
His name
forward.
is James Cameron, the bravest pioneer. No budget too steep, no sea too deep. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron.
Why can't he tell stories
I
though?
mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
that's
that'd
the
be
major
nice.
criticism, which is for all this
Yeah.
technical
Actually, like,
innovation, you've attached it to an Avatar movie.
Some of his greatest stories, all of them maybe, were made on tiny budgets by comparison, as well as restricted time and abilities and resources. And it's just like, man, makes you think, doesn't it? Really makes you think.
It does. Rounding off the Way of Water section again, just to keep us caught up with where we are. Sully's story is the same as the first movie, because they have no imagination. So where the first movie, he has to go and meet a new tribe and go native and convince them to fight for him. Second movie, he arbitrarily leaves the jungle Smurfs because they're in danger to go and put some other Smurfs in danger instead. And he takes his family over to the Sea Smurfs, where he has to convince them to accept him and then work with him and then fight with him, and then he unites the clans and wins. Same story again. Thrilling stuff. Good to see. Sure, we can't be doing that a third time, but we probably can. And I think that is. Oh, and we have Spider. Spider is introduced in the second movie as well. Spider
Sure
is
is.
Quaritch's son. Somehow.
What sound is spiders don't make sounds, do they? Insects don't typically make noise. Obviously grasshoppers will like rub body parts together, but spiders are like famously quiet,
And he is not.
you know?
Hmm.
But he isn't.
Why'd they call him
I wish he
Spider? Was
was-
there a reason for that?
Mm,
Well, mostly he's
No.
called Monkey Boy.
yes.
He's
he is.
called many animal names in this movie.
Yeah, I think that calling him Monkey might have been the better approach, to be honest. But maybe they
I mean,
wanted
he is a
to-
great ape. There's a link there.
Yeah. Also, it might have. I don't know. Anyway, he exists. He's annoying. You have the big final conflagration, big fight on the big burning ship where the youngest son, Loak, I think his name is. I just called him Son Bro because they all call each other fucking bro every sentence, and it's incredibly grating. And that will date the movie, I guarantee it. But
But then the Zoomer haircuts.
and they have the
That
Zoomer
they
haircuts
have?
as well.
The weird
Yeah.
Zoomer
It's
haircuts.
The one time I was
that's
really happy with the
weird.
third movie is when one of those fuckers died. I was really happy to see that. He deserved it. But so they have this big final battle, and because Loak has disobeyed Sully's orders and got himself involved in this, by a tragic accident, his older brother, who I think is Natayam, gets killed. This is
No.
it's sort of resolved at the end of the second film because Spider, though he
No,
saves. Well, I mean, after a fashion, yes, but also no. So Spider saves Quaritch's life. He stops him from drowning, but then he gives up on his biological father, and he goes and sort of the close of that movie is found family and shared, forming bonds in shared adversity. So Spider joins the found family. He is technically Sully's family. They have a big hug. They're very sad that the older brother has died. But Spider is definitively accepted at this point in the movie as part of their family, which I mention now because it's going to be very important shortly. I think that's basically it as far as the stuff you need to know from Way of Water. I'm trying to think if they introduced any other significant concepts that I've forgotten about. I don't think they did. Have I missed anything? Anyone got anything else on Way of Water before we
Just
move on?
to really emphasize, there's that moment where Natiri is angrily killing people, and they have Spider see it, and he's like, "Oh, geez, like she looks pretty unhinged," and then she goes on to threaten to kill him in order to get what she wants. Yeah, and then the main villain says, "Please, please don't kill the child, please." And it's like,
And then that same kid
What?
decides to go back to that family where the
Well,
matriarch of that family tried to threaten to kill him.
This film, I would argue, gets even significantly worse on that whole front for lots of different reasons. I was quite surprised, actually. But the thing that hit me so hard about Way of Water, especially on a rewatch, was how much Quaritch is kind of like... He's like, "I will kill a child if you don't do as I say." And they call his bluff, and he doesn't. And then he threatens to do it again. They call his bluff, and he doesn't. The third time, he's like, "I will definitely kill this child if you don't do as I say." And then he doesn't. He can't. It's like actually
And
a
then it
consistent
turns
element
out
of his
that
character.
one of the protagonists, she will
Yeah.
actually do it.
Quaritch can't bring himself to kill a child to get what he wants, but the heroes can. It's insane to me.
Yep. It is also, if I'm just watching the footage play out on screen as well, how this could just be the third film again. If you just swap the daughter that Quaritch is threatening, it's the third movie. We're gonna see all of this again. But no,
Dude,
you make a
it's
good
so
point. It's like
funny. She's
the
got
main
like
villain is
she's got the jump on Quaritch, and she chooses to put a knife to a child instead. Like she could. It's so insane.
She's a bit of a psycho, and this movie doesn't help that much.
Well, yeah. To be clear, I think I hate Neytiri the most out of all the characters. She sucks.
I do
Yeah,
too.
that makes
Yeah,
sense. That makes sense.
I hate her the most. I really do. At least the Australian whale killer is honest about
Yeah.
like at least he's like, yeah, money. I really want to kill all these sapient whales and suck out their brain juice because I really want money. And he revels in that. He knows exactly what he wants. But Neytiri's just a terrible, horrible person.
Yeah.
So I mean, the third movie will do some work to try and drag Jake Sully down to her level in kind of a way that I was almost surprised by. That we'll get to him when he comes to it, but it's a good general point. Is the villain being the most interesting character, but also kind of the most sympathetic and the one with the most sympathy.
Possibly the most
decision.
moral. It's unclear.
Yeah. But because he survives and because the son is still alive as well, and you've got the family dynamic, so you'd be expecting this movie to be all about that, which it sometimes is, but mostly is not. That though brings us up to date, I think. I don't think there's anything else that we've missed. Obviously, there's been a couple of video games released in that time, which are supposed to be canon, but I know nothing about those, and I don't think they matter.
The Ubisoft one, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything about it either, and nobody's ever talked about it, and who cares?
Neat.
Yeah. So, off we go then for the third time. We are now entering the Avatar trilogy's version of Return of the King. Which is...
It's been so long. We've been through so much. The saga comes to a close. At least the first saga comes to a
this entire
close.
epic story with all these really lovable characters. It was on my mind the entire time watching it, thinking, Return of the King, Return of the King, Return of the King. Same point in the story, roughly the same runtime for the extended editions, and how much work one of those did versus how little work the other one did is quite shocking. But we begin because it's an Avatar movie, and as we've already discussed, these are not memorable, and they know it. So the first chunk of this movie is going to be taken up by them reminding us what happened a couple of years ago. So you get this typical glorious floating island vista, and you get the two brothers, including the dead one, the older brother. So you've got Loak and Netayam. They're both flying around, and so you're thinking, well, it's either a flashback or it's some other weird thing. They're having a great time. They're calling each other bro. They're whooping.
Oh yeah.
Whoop.
Yeah,
Woo, bro.
and at some point though, the happiness must stop, and the film has to start. So Loak says, "I've got to get back, bro." And older brother says, "Tell me one thing before I leave, bro. How did I die?"
Bro.
And bro, Loak says, "You got shot. We could have escaped, but I made us go back for Spider." Older brother is nice. He says, "Well, then we had to go back, and it's not your fault." And then younger brother says, "Tell that to Dad. We weren't even supposed to be out there. I got us caught because I disobeyed orders." And he says, "That's just you, little bro." And they hug. Now, there's already a big problem that the movie's storing up for itself here. And
if I ever say I got someone killed and they say that's just you, bro, I'd be like, don't say that, please. This doesn't help. This doesn't instill me with confidence.
the problem I'm referencing going up for this is that the movie is quite clearly setting up unresolved trauma and unresolved, maybe even vengeance, or like a refusal to forgive Loak for what he did and for the fact he got a son killed. That kind of mechanically means this has to be a dream, or it has to be something which is non-mechanical, purely psychological. Because if it were to turn out that Loak was actually really speaking to the spirit of his dead brother because he'd connected to a tree, which every single Navi can do, then it means it's harder, not impossible, but it is harder to portray his parents still holding this against him when they can connect to the tree and they can speak to the sun whenever they want to speak to the sun. Any unresolved trauma about what he feels could be solved by them asking him what happened and what he felt. That is not going to happen.
Like if you had a crime drama detective story on Pandora, the episodes would be pretty simple for these murder investigations too. Who killed you? Oh, it was
Bob.
Dunko over there. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, he did that. Yeah, he stabbed me in the face. Yeah, okay, we'll go talk to him. Yeah.
It's all very
They also
nice
do,
for them that they get to speak to their dead loved ones directly whenever they want.
I think it's a bit of a. So it kind of reminded me of this will be a very obscure reference. So in Guild Wars 2, which has a terrible, I really love the game, but the story fucking sucks balls and the characters are shit. So there's a character who kind of ends up when this character's mom dies, they don't have a good relationship, and like she doesn't really think that he's all that great, and he feels like he's let her down, and he's not living up to be the kind of person that she wants him to be, and so there's a lot of unresolved issues, and that's part of death. That's one of the things that's really terrible about death is that when someone dies, the people who are left behind, you can't talk to them anymore, you can't communicate. So the last thing that you talked about or spoke about might it might lead you to a lot of not necessarily trauma, but there's a lot of unresolved issues there. And then later on, they basically they go to the spirit world, and the mother's there, and she's like, "No, everything's okay, son." And I'm like, "You guys are fucking cowards for doing that." Instead of making him face the fact that he didn't have a good relationship with his mom and then she died, you were a bunch of fucking cowards, and you made everything a-okay because they go to the spirit world and they talk to her spirit, and like, oh, fuck you. That's a cowardly, shitty thing to do. You should have to make him deal with that. That needs to be something that these characters have to deal with, and there's a lesson there, and they have to work through that emotionally, instead of just, no, it's okay, man. Thanks, spirit of dead person. That makes me feel a lot easier. That really resolves all of these issues going forward. That things are a-okay.
What I knew as well when they'd set this up, I was just like, so that's going to be a payoff then, where the dad at some point is going to be like, son, I don't even hold it against you anymore. I actually kind of like you. We did it, everyone. Thumbs up. Because I didn't even realize this needed to be dealt with. But when he was like, isn't it like narration? He's like, I killed my brother, and I have to live with that. It's like, huh? I thought we were over. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess we're doing it again. Why not?
Yeah, the spirits live on forever, and anyone can contact them at any time. It's one thing. As Rag says, it's difficult to do that and maintain sort of the traditional human attitude to death, which has a lot of rich drama in it.
Death just means you've gone to a different place. It means you've moved. That's all.
You've
It
gone to the old
means in
folks'
this
home and you
world.
can't leave, so everyone has to come to you.
Which
everyone just
you can
comes to you and
reflect,
visit.
but you need to change the culture's attitude toward death. I mean, it's what Tolkien does in The Lord of the Rings, because the elves sort of have a similar mechanic where their physical forms can die, but their spirits go back to Valinor, and so they have a different attitude as a society and as a culture to death. They don't like it, obviously, but they don't really experience it in the way that humans do either. So if you wanted to make the Na'vi seem distinctively alien, that would be one quite important way of going about it, given the mechanics of the world that you've set up. We aren't doing any of that because the Na'vi are just a noble savage trope. No thought has gone into them beyond that trope. But they've introduced all these mechanics which beg these obvious, quite interesting questions, and that makes the movie even less interesting because of the opportunity cost of actually not doing it. And the narration point you bring up as well, that's another sort of, it's a stylistic continuity, but it's a change in this movie. The previous two movies, I think, both have Sully narrating in his flat, dull, monotone voice, which is really invigorating. This movie has
Curie's going to
narrator.
narrate the next one, I think.
Oh God, really?
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Well, she's kind of becoming like the most important character. She's going to be a god person.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The stuff that she does in this is kind of absurd. Yeah. And I will say that isn't Curie supposed to be like quite young, like relatively a teenager, essentially.
18-year-old, 12-year-old, I think. I don't know, something like that.
Okay, she's
18-year-old, 20-year-old. Sorry, it's
So the voice that comes out of Curie's
Sigourney Weaver
is Sigourney Weaver, who is not an 18 to 12-year-old.
Nope.
She's a little bit older. She's quite matronly. She's a lovely matronly
nearly
lady,
80, and you can hear it.
But it's very distracting when Curie talks.
It sounds like an 80-year-old woman trying to do a kid voice that they have then tried to maybe add some filters to, and every time she talks, I'm like, stop it. It's
very distracting. You have to let go.
Why did you make
really
that
weird
choice?
That it's just her voice.
Yeah, you could have had any voice. You didn't need her voice. But
so the spirit means, so her weird spirit connection means that she just has Sigourney Weaver's voice now?
It's
like,
not
okay,
spirit connection though, is it? It's also how she was born and what she is.
Yeah,
she has exactly the same 80-year-old woman's voice.
Yeah, she's a Skywalker.
She is. They use the Sky, but we'll come back to the Sky person term. There's some problems with that too. But the change in narration is kind of, it's a weird one because now it is the younger brother. It's Loak's narration throughout all of this movie, and so like the point of the narration in the previous two is that it is sort of Sully's story. He is the quintessential sort of gone native type ex-human who gives us the mix of the human and Navi perspective. He has a unique point of view, and that's why he's the one doing the narration. Having Loak do the narration in this one is a choice. I don't think it's a very good choice because he's also the one with probably the most tangential plot of all of them. He is
Oh
spends
God,
large
calling it
parts out of the
tangential
movie.
is it.
He was the one wherever it cut to him, I was like, oh, we're on pause for a bit. Okay, no problem.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's bathroom break time.
Yeah. Whenever it's Quaritch or Sully or whatever the fuck, it's like, okay, plot, but when it's him, it's like, whatever, this will become relevant at the end, but for now I'm kind of snoozy.
And so what he's really there just to do is remind you what the movie's theme is, kind of one of its themes, or its subordinate theme, the importance of cycles of violence, overcoming grief, and the importance of family and forgiveness and all that shit. So it's like, it is what it is. At least it isn't. What's the actor's name for Sully, who can't really emote?
Sam Worthington.
Sam Worthington. That's
yeah.
the one. At least it's not him. So that's an improvement of a kind.
Yeah.
So while all of this hippie vision stuff is going on, you've got Spider. He's floating around watching Kiri connect to the tree. Then he leaves that. He goes for a chat with her afterwards. He fondles her little rape tentacle thing. He says, I wish I could do it. She says, I wish I could do it. But if I have another stupid seizure underwater, and Spider says, yeah, you'd be me without the mask. So this is sort of, it is just telling you what happened in the previous movie. It's obviously trying to tell you what's going to be a relevant payoff for later, but interestingly, there isn't really any point in the movie at which she is in danger of drowning, as she almost did in the first movie. There's one very quick scene where she has to make a particular decision to go and do it, which is over so fast that you don't really appreciate the risk that she's supposed to be under. But otherwise, it's just here to say, hey, remember 2 years ago? This is what happened. Remember 2 years ago? This is what happened. It's a kind of, yeah, it's not. I don't remember many other great trilogies that really linger long in the culture needing to do this. Like in Empire Strikes Back, you don't have Han and Luke having long conversations saying, hey, remember the Death Star? Oh God, that was great. Remember when I went down the train? Yeah, that was really risky. Remember
Good
when I
times,
saved you
yeah.
from Darth Vader? You don't need to do this in stories with memorable stories and characters. This movie does, though.
This was a good move from them because, like I said, I couldn't remember anything from the movies and I'd literally just seen them, so excellent
It
job,
is kinda
Cameron. Know your
crazy.
audience, you know?
I don't know how he does it.
I mean, there are a couple of films, Thor: Love and Thunder. No, not Love and Thunder. Fucking Thor 2. That pulls it off. There's this mystical quality. A few directors have managed to harness it, but there is a way you can make a film where no one can remember it. It's amazing. What you need to do is obviously crack the part where you make all the money as well.
That does definitely help. It makes me incredibly irritated because I don't think movies like this deserve to make this much money. And it's a bad reflection on the audience that they do. And yet here we are with a third one, probably a fourth one.
Well, read certain people's perspectives. They're like, this is the only thing that's good enough to see in the cinema. And it's just like, I mean, from like a technical standpoint, I guess. But okay.
That's not the reason why people went to the cinemas for like most of the time that people watch movies in cinemas was for technical achievements.
By the way, just so that whether or not I'm crazy, Rags Platoon, was he really loud for a second there for you guys?
He was very loud.
Yes.
Yeah, he was quite loud. Yeah.
Summing up with his microphone. Every time he doesn't talk for X amount of time, it comes back and goes, blarg!
That's making up for...
It's
making up for his absence.
I don't like that.
I don't know why it's doing it to you. Some kind of harsh
It's
bigotry.
fine now, isn't it?
It mostly
Not a bit
settles
loud.
eventually.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
well, next up, we have Zoe Saldana's Smurf, Naitiri. She's singing, she's sad, because we're going to learn that they're still in a period of mourning for dead Natayam. Younger son Loak continues to narrate. He says, the fire of hate leaves only the ash of grief. My mother mourned in the ancient way, seeing her son's life during the daily eclipse. Because the light always returns. There's the Navi way, then there's my dad's way. Say nothing, keep busy. And
thanks for expositing that. Appreciate it.
So
thanks for just explaining what's going on with the characters. You know,
the fire of hate
letting
leaves the ash of grief. Is that supposed to be? Was the idea they're supposed to be like we shouldn't hate because it only leaves pain and therefore, reflection on whether or not they should even fight? Or because when I heard it, I was like, isn't that kind of backwards in two ways? Actually, flip not only the ash and the fire notions, but you also flip the hate and the grief. Wouldn't it be like the ash would be the hate and the fire is the grief, as in you are harmed, you are wronged, and then you get mad, and then you get hateful.
Well, maybe the grief is like the leftover of a thing. It
Well, I'm saying
creates the leftover that coats things, like ash is left behind.
Someone does a thing to you and aggrieves you, right? So that's happened, and then you become hateful, and then you do the thing, you aggrieve them. And so, do you understand what I'm saying? It's a bit of a chicken and an egg, but at the same time, I think the grief comes first. Because there's got
to be a reason to grieve, right? And the hate causes the reason to grieve.
No, the first thing that happened in this wasn't from hate; it was humans' greed. I guess is the best thing you could argue.
So greed becomes hate.
Grief.
Hate becomes grief. Grief becomes suffering.
Grief leads to anger. Anger leads to greed. Leads to suffering. Well,
greed leads to grief.
I'm saying in the case of the Avatar people, grief is first every time. They are always the aggrieved, right? And they respond. And the movie seems to have an opinion of like you shouldn't allow the hate to arise from the grief, as opposed to just, I don't know, balancing the scales. But eventually, you could argue humans become hateful toward the Na'vi or something. But we were here first just to grab unobtainium, right? That's not like a hate thing, as opposed to just a.
We found them mildly irritating because they kept stopping us, but it wasn't.
Well, again, though, that's already down the line of the processes. We go in, we get rock, we piss them off, and then they respond and attack, and now we get pissed off and we respond and attack.
It's a cycle of violence.
Well, my point is just it seems backwards that grief comes first, then hate comes second.
Yeah, well, if hate is the thing that causes action, which leads to grief, which leads to hate, but then...
By the way, this conversation was had about Yoda saying that in the prequels. Everyone was trying to figure out what should come first.
I think it's circumstantial, but
It all has to
lead to suffering, though.
The Na'vi have an interesting response to this, though, because, like you say, on the one hand, are we supposed to take it from this that they shouldn't respond when people kill their children? But then quite quickly we learn that lots of them just don't respond when people kill their children, because we are still with the reef people. The way that Loak manages his grief is sort of swimming around having fun with whales and friends until he remembers he's supposed to be sad. That was already slightly interesting to me because they know where the reef people are. They know that the humans know where they are. Sully left the jungle people in the second movie because he knew that they were coming after him.
Yeah, right at
he left to protect them, by implication putting other people in danger. But now he must surely know he's putting the reef people in danger, which is the same thing. But this time he isn't leaving. This time he's going to stay and he's going to fight. So he's having his son and himself swim down into the wreckage of the boats that they sank in the previous movie, collecting human weapons, because they need to stock up on weapons that can actually take out the humans, unlike the Na'vi weapons they've used until this point, which are very, very good at taking out the humans. But they're need
absurdly
explosives.
Effective. They're nonsensically effective.
Like, it's so weird that they haven't made it so that the glass can't be penetrated, even though we see that in the first movie, you know, in the Quaritch ship.
Yeah, it's very.
The plot
very
was on their
weird.
side at that point, though, so that's it's okay.
Yep, that's how fights are won. It's plot armor and incompetence. That's the only reason that the humans don't instantly eradicate the Na'vi without a problem whatsoever, is because they're just like cartoonishly stupid and cartoonishly evil in equal measure. And when it's time for the Na'vi to lose for sad plot reasons, then they just will. But then the animals will come and kill all the humans.
Every fight follows the same structure, and to be fair, a lot of the best fights in cinema do this as well. But stage one is the bad guys arrive, and it's like, uh-oh, what we're gonna do? Stage two is we launch the semi-trap, semi-counter-offensive, and it's somewhat successful, if not really successful. Stage three, oh god, the humans have reinforcements. Actually, we're losing. Oh dear. Then stage 4, through the luck of XYZ, we've actually got the saving grace. I'm pretty sure Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith, Pelennor Fields, like both match that process. The second act low point as well of like any given fight is always a good move. Just making our heroes look like they're going to lose, and then they pull through. But the Avatar films are so fucking lame because every time it's just Awa when she decides, like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll get off my ass.
Form in the beginning and save a lot of bloodshed.
Yeah, she should be. I don't know why she's not always doing stuff. It's only when they yell at her for ages that she's like, okay, God.
Fine, it'll get you. It'll get you kids to be the fucking quiet. I'll save you, I guess.
Very begrudging God.
As long as there's one of you who can like magically connect to me in a way that the others can't, then I guess I'll save you.
Yeah. So we also find that Loak has found Neytiri's bow. Remember her bow? It's an
Her
incredible
iconic bow.
Iconic bow, but they've decided it also has a
Iconic bow
story
for an
attached to it
iconic
now.
Character.
It's broken, and Sally tells him not to let Neytiri see it because it will make her very sad, and she's already very sad.
Don't let her see her broken bow.
She's such an asshole.
make you
Everyone
worse.
knows in universe not to do anything to piss her off because she'll just want to kill you.
You know, she's just really emotional, and
The number of children she threatens to kill in this film is very
you know
funny.
Neytiri, the child killer. Everyone knows. You just stay away from it.
I need to. What does Jake see in her?
I don't know.
What does she see in him as well? I mean, that'll come up later.
Well, he's very handsome, right? He's a handsome, heroic, if not boring character.
I guess.
So that's like
All right.
okay, but
then it turns out she also
she's just
hates
like-
everything he is.
yeah, it's the film's not great. All right, the characters are not its strong point.
It's so funny to me. You can't even like propagandize it. Like, oh, there goes child killer Neytiri. It's just like, is that something she does? Like, yeah, it's like you don't even need to like say it like that. She's just awful.
Neytiri is it's the
You
word for killer of children.
Yeah, when they grab those guns, by the way, isn't there a line about killing sky people with them? They're like, oh, this will be great for killing sky people. Fuck the sky
Yes.
people. And it's interesting to me that the commentary on the meta of this film is very set on how racist the humans are. No one ever talks about how racist the fucking Na'vi are. Like, they're exceptionally racist, and they have
Or even the
really
God.
good reason not
But
to
they
be.
have. Yeah, there's
Because you can be like, well, they're attacked by
Na'vi would be
humans,
really-
and it's just like, yeah, of course, but they're also intelligent, and they also know that there's plenty of good sky people. Plenty.
Yeah, they
Well, I
were
mean, they
helped
live
out
with
by
some of
them.
them. Some
They
of
live with some of
yeah,
them.
I mean,
They're helped by them all the way through the second movie. They send them shit. They will even use them as allies in this movie as well. So it's not all. It's hashtag not all sky people is what it is.
Well,
And
it's
yet-
especially weird that they have to remind everyone, including the audience in this film, is like, by the way, Jake's like a sky people. Just so you know.
yeah,
Well, it's
he's
weird
not
because
from this planet.
James Cameron's view on people is that basically 99% of humans are actual shitty, horrific, greedy, murderer racists. But there's a couple good ones, and they intermittently might pop up to do some good things. But the vast majority of humans are just terrible and they're evil, and it's
Couple
okay to kill
of-
them in horrible.
Couple of good
ways.
apples in a bad tree.
Yeah, there are some defective humans.
Yeah.
yes.
They broke the mold.
So there is a minor complication, however, because their plan is to gather human weapons to use against the humans because they're really effective. However, the Sea Smurfs are a huge fucking cliche. And so they hate all things to do with humans, and that includes their weapons, even though I'm quite sure their weapons were useful against them in the previous movie and everyone agreed to fight them using whatever weapons they could get a hold of. Not
Well, if we're
anymore.
gonna use-
They
we're
take
gonna
them
use
back
historical
and
examples. I
Mhm.
mean, when when the American Indians, when they got access to firearms and horses and stuff like that, you bet your ass they used them. These are powerful weapons. We're gonna use these to to fight our enemies and each other.
And
'Cause,
some of
yeah.
them do that in this movie, but the Sea People don't because the it's Kate Winslet's character, Ronal, I think her name is Ronal. She says she gets her
Ronald?
children.
Ronald.
That's better. We'll use that. Ronald. Like she hides her children from the stuff. She says it's demonic. These are demon weapons. Spider is the one showing how everyone how guns work, and the movie's trying to show you how like the younger generation doesn't have the same hang-ups as the older generation does. They're kind of interested and they're more keen to fight and they don't mind using human weapons. But the rest of the Sea People are very much against this. Even though Sully's telling them like that we can just clean them up, they'll be good as new, and this is how we fight and this is how we win. The
With
king
small arms against
small
the
arms,
human race.
and yeah, we can sellotape some grenades to some arrows. Look, this is super
we,
effective against armored helicopters.
I do want it mentioned. I need chat to understand. There needs to be a list now. This is yet another instance. I know it's kind of a repeat instance, but I still think it counts of a pregnant lady going to war.
Yep, she's still
Yeah,
pregnant.
this is
Another
well,
one.
Let's see.
So weird.
Wolfenstein, the new Colossus. That was weird.
Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse.
Spider-Man, Across the
No,
Spider-Verse.
Beyond the
Yeah,
Spider.
one
Well,
that
whichever one it was.
No, Across the Spider-Verse.
Across.
There's the next one.
And then this one,
Well, and Way
Ronald
of
in
Water
2
did
was
it.
pregnant, yeah. And she's
Last of Us
pregnant.
2?
In this one, she will go to
Last of
war
Us
while
2.
having contractions.
Yeah.
Really fucking weird trope of this era that I hope we can eventually look back on and say, what the fuck? And it's like, yep, that was a thing.
If you want to avoid your pregnant women going into combat situations.
Well, this film tells you why.
They have to do that.
But it seems to think it was still a good idea.
Most civilizations figured out that you want
Yeah.
to protect women because you have to. There has to be like more of you in the future, and women are somewhat important to that.
I mean, some films are under the impression, I think, that it acts as a shield, like it's extra flesh and it makes you more strong or something. I don't think that's how it works,
it's
though.
padding of a kind, but
Padding
I
of a
don't know if
kind.
that's. I mean, yeah, it's but we don't send fat people into battle because they're more bullet resistant. So I don't
And
know.
yet
if the
you say
logic
that,
of
and yet
that can't work.
any fat boss in any film has a double health bar. We all know
Remember,
that.
like in,
That is
in
true.
John Wick 2, when he fights the big fat guy, that guy's
He
like,
takes more than a
several
shot to the
bullets.
head, right?
He does. He gets shot in the head once, and that doesn't kill him.
Yeah, because there's like a
Ooh,
critical
yeah.
strike and it knocks off health bar 1, or like his shield, and then it takes
Yeah,
more.
and
It's
then
just
he's trying to
insane.
get back
Fight.
up, and it's like, nah, you gotta get the second one. There you go. Now you got him.
Yes, so the King Smurf, he's presented with these weapons, and he says, "No, this is not the Navi way, Jake Sully." And he says that weapons they're metal, and therefore they're forbidden because if you touch them, they poison the heart. Even though, well, obviously, we've
Metal
already seen
poisons
that.
the heart, yeah. But the
apparently
sharp
does.
ass bones we use, those
Well, I
are,
mean,
those are
it is
great.
kind of
Those are
funny.
fine.
It'd be like, what material specifically now? Because metal like comes from rocks ultimately in a broad sense. So what are we allowed to use this? Like, how
I
do
just
we?
assumed we were using them on the tips of their arrows and on their spears as well. I didn't realize that. And
I guess
they use
no
knives and
metal.
shit.
Yeah.
But I guess
But those
they
are
were all
like,
wood.
but the knives are like sharpened stone, like obsidian and stuff.
That's okay.
Like Neytiri's, her iconic green knife is like a stone that's been chipped.
All right, fine. Let's make a gun
like
out of
flint.
obsidian. There we
That
go.
would be. Listen, that is going against the spirit of the rule.
I see.
okay?
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough. All right.
yeah, it's against the spirit of it.
So she also Ronald also tells Sully to stop doing all of this because it's still the mourning period and his woman needs him. And Neytiri sort of gives him this dark, brooding look. She actually doesn't like him at the moment, and this will become more and more apparent later on. Sully just tried to make the argument. He says, "This is my home now, and I promise to stay and fight, but I can't fight gunships with spears," he says, having forgotten the last 2 movies when he
Last couple
did.
movies
Yeah.
where they're
Well,
super effective.
Don't they refer to it as like, yeah, well, we were lucky? And it's just like, yeah, you don't fucking say that at the time. At the time, you're like, oh, yeah, we're fucking winning because we're just so fucking awesome. And then in retrospect, it's like, man, that was insane. It's like, yeah, it was.
That was. And we have to rely on the humans not developing any kind of armor or tactics to directly counter the things that we're
the
doing.
humans never learn.
Which is definitely not how warfare works at all. You definitely don't directly counter the things that your enemies do.
Ooh.
But they both have things over which they are reluctant. So you have the sea people, they are reluctant to use guns, and they say instead of using the guns, Jake Sully, you should go and ride the orange big bird that you rode in the last 2 movies. Because that will turn you into
cool.
a kind of god of war kind of creature. And
Taruk Makto or whatever.
yeah, I can't remember. I tried to write it down and I couldn't spell it, so it's not going to stick in my mind. So they tell him to do that, and then he doesn't want to do that because he says ominously with his gravelly voice, he says, "When you ride the beast, you become the beast."
Ah.
Ooh,
Someone
what a line.
actually has messaged me and said, listening to the stream, you mentioned the bone weapons, but remember, calcium is actually a metal.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, fuck you, Navi. What's A1 gonna do now? You gonna unmetal our bones? Don't do that.
So it's
We need our bones.
already, I would say, a little bit of a problem to make the big thing that the main character has to overcome in this film be a thing that he's already done and overcome in 2 previous movies at this point, because it seems quite irritating to have to go through this again. He's already ridden the Big Bird, and he's already won with the Big Bird, and he was happy fighting and winning with Big Bird. He's done it twice. Now here we are, and he's saying, "No, I can't do that because I'm not ready. I don't want to become the beast." And again, though, I don't need to see this character arc again. We have
can't
to
fight. I
rewind
can't
before
fight.
we move
Time
forward.
to fight.
Gosh darn, can I do it? And it's like, yes, you can. It's like, yes, I can.
I can't.
All right,
will.
then.
Then we hop over to the humans, and the humans, they are diving through wrecks themselves, looking for bodies, specifically Navi bodies, but they only find human bodies. And this I think again is the wreckage from the previous battle in the previous movie, which means they're quite close. And I'm not entirely convinced that the sea people should even still be here because they know what is happening and what's coming for them, and everybody knows where everybody is.
It's weird. They treat it like,
Let's
well,
just-
we won. Like, it's all good. We won.
Yep,
It's like,
they
well,
won't come back.
so even putting to one side the fact that you have precedent for they do come back, like in your own story, you should just assume that's going to happen. You think they're just like, ah, damn, we got beat. Oh, well, never mind.
Yep, fair is fair. I guess we lose, so we're gonna go do other stuff now.
But the search it turns up no Navi bodies at all, and so this proves to Quaritch that Sully must still be alive and he must still be out there somewhere. So, and we're now already
Why?
repeating, well, because he's
Because the
not
Navi
dead.
would, but the Navi would that would make sense that they'd go out after a battle and collect their dead and bury them.
You
and
would think
stuff.
that.
Yeah, or alternatively, could have been just eaten by like fish. You know, that's
Yeah, that's
possible.
probably what
Right?
happened. Especially on Pandora, there's probably some monster fish that'll just gulp them right up.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
They were hungry.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, that's right.
Ewa desire flesh, flesh of children.
Feed me spirits.
This is all done so we can just replay the second movie once again. So obviously in the second movie, Quaritch is very, very keen. He wants to go after Sully, and the military is like, nah. So he has to argue with them and get rebuffed, and he has to go out on his own to do it. So here we are in the third movie. He asks the military lady for a ship because he wants to go to the villages so he can root out Sully, much as was the thing in the previous one. She says, no, you can't have a ship because you sank the last one I gave you. Which is, okay, annoying because we've done this already. I don't need to see it again. But it's going to be slightly massively contradicted by events later in the film. She is only really in this movie to say no to people. That's all she does.
Yep.
She did it through the second movie too. If it were to turn out, for example, that actually everyone knows about Sully and capturing him is the most like public satisfying thing you could ever do, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense for her to be as reluctant to do this again, especially not since he is the leader of the resistance she's trying to put down, and he's the only person who successfully fought back against them, making him a grave threat to the military. But she's on stuck, she's on repeat for the
He's
second film.
been
She's there to say no.
an enormous thorn in their side because he's basically like the skeleton key to giving the Na'vi any chance of fighting the humans because he knows everything about them. He's like major traitor shit. You know, getting rid of him would be a very good move. He also rallies them all the time, which has always been funny because
Yeah,
some of the shit that he does, you'd think some others in the culture would have done before him because he's just. I guess you know what? It just goes to show how good the human spirit is, huh?
Yeah,
They
it gets
managed to-
transposed into separate cultures, even on foreign planets.
Many
That's
such
how-
cases
Well,
where
that's
a human
becomes
makes
the
for
leader.
a human makes for the best Na'vi. How about that?
Interesting. I
Quaritch
wonder
then
what James
delivers.
Cameron meant by this.
Nothing is usually the answer to that question. But Quaritch then gives us a line which I just don't think makes sense. He tells military woman, "You brought me out here tens of thousands of miles on this trip for a single mission to kill one guy." Quaritch was already here. He was here before Sully went rogue. And he
Yeah.
wasn't sent tens of thousands of miles to come back to just kill Sully because he was already here getting reanimated in a Smurf. So I don't really understand what he's saying, and I don't think the movie
I thought it
does.
was really bad exposition that they were like, by the way, this is Quaritch. He's here to kill Jake Sully. It's as simple as that. Shut up. There you go. All good. Just in case you're watching this and you didn't see the others. Or rather, just in case you're watching this and you have seen the others because you've forgotten them. That's what Quaritch has been flanderized into. He just hates Jake and wants to kill him.
Because he killed him.
That's his like whole thing. Even he was like in charge, man. Like, he had
Yeah, he
a,
was.
you know what I mean? Oh well. I mean, I still enjoy him, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
We then hop back to the younger Smurfs again. Loak tells his girlfriend, I'm not even going to look up what her name is, she's not relevant, but he tells her that the spirit of his ancestors is in that broken bow, Neytiri's broken bow. Girlfriend says, I can help you fix it. He says, no, it's ruined. And then as we see footage of Neytiri moping around while Sully carries on making his evil human devil weapons, Loak narrates that everything he touches is ruined. His family doesn't mention it, but it's there in the room. None of them, I guess, yeah, we've established have bothered speaking to their dead son. And I thought the whole found family thing at the end with Spider was to show you that actually great gains can come from great sacrifices. That has sort of been reset now. Now there's just this huge unresolved trauma. And Loak blames himself, and his family blames him too. Sully says that he knows that Neytiri would never ever give up her bow, so he suggests she uses other bows, and he gives her like an explosive arrow that he's made, but she just kind of throws it across the room as you do with explosives.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, careful,
like,
careful.
no, not the tip, not the tip.
She tosses. There's gonna be an edit for that. Tosses it, explodes. The whole fucking thing is on fire. You're like, ah.
Sully asks her if she agrees with Ronald, the human weapons are evil, and she sort of not even grudgingly, she kind of sinisterly says, I would never speak against my husband in front of a woman, which means she does disagree, but she just didn't say so. He asks again, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I only have spears and arrows and stuff. They're useless. Will God provide? Where was God when our son died?
Oh my
That's what he says to
god!
Yes, yes.
And again,
He's
they can kind of
becoming a
just
skeptic.
interact with him or whatever they want in a way. You do sort of. It's like there's just this house where this person who could do anything just exists. You're like, hey, how come you didn't help with this thing? They're like, sometimes I just
mysterious.
I don't know, man. I don't want to micromanage. Like, you guys, you do your thing.
Yeah, you have to find victory on your own. You gotta grow on yourselves. Yeah.
I'll help when I don't know when I'm well rested. That's when I will. I got my own stuff.
Yeah. And this upsets Neytiri, obviously, because she complains. She says, I have nothing here. No forest, no people, not even my father's bow. All I have is my faith, and that this is all God's plan. And Sully says, well, hold on, wait up. You do have a family here, remember?
Yeah.
You married me, you have kids.
Well, and for me, because obviously this takes place how soon after Way of Water?
It's not actually said explicitly, but it's kind of imminent. So
it's pretty close, right?
Months have
Gotta be
passed.
soon if they're fishing out guns and they're just finding
Spider at one point says, like, careful with my stitches from the wound he got from Neytiri, right?
I think he does, yeah.
Right, yeah.
So that means, like, that hasn't even healed yet. So it's like, oh shit. So this is, like, not that long at all.
It's got to be.
Most.
It's like Rag said. If Jake is still recovering weapons from the ship, it's like, well, it must be recent, like really recent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It feels like sometimes movies forget this. It's kind of like how The Last Jedi doesn't realize it takes place a couple of hours after
that was
The Force
crazy.
Awakens, in a sense.
That
Like,
was
it doesn't
wild.
feel
Yeah.
like that, even though it literally does take place. Like, it's as if the movie didn't even end,
Yeah.
like in actuality, when you think about the timeline.
So the reason I bring this up, of course, is just I would have expected it would be like, so now's the time, right? And it's like, for what? It's like to say, like, you put a knife to our kid.
That was kind of weird, by the way.
That was
I didn't
really
mention
weird.
it to anyone else, but I haven't told anyone.
That's
alright?
that's a certified smiling friends moment where Charlie would be like, you put a knife to a child?
God, that's such a good template for me.
What? and just be like, well, yeah, they were threatening my family. It's like, that is okay. Well, that what? Even if
no one threatens my family but me.
Yeah, it's one of those sorts of things. So I was kind of waiting for that moment, and you can tell Jake is just kind of afraid to address this with her. He's kind of like, look, child killing is a part of your thing. I get that. I don't want to interrupt that. It's clearly something you have a lot of passion
Not
for.
our children, at
Yeah,
least.
preferably.
Let's outsource the child killing to someone else's kids.
But don't worry, because he might just come around on the whole child killing thing.
Oh, what a scene.
Nothing would make Jake Sully our hero.
Kill a child? Okay, yeah, fair.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, so that's we're now going and doing more screensaver shit. There's a lot of screensaver shit in this movie. You know, it's a screensaver when you're underwater.
Jeez.
Basically, that's the rule. It's just, oh, isn't it
Yeah,
pretty?
pretty
We're
much.
swimming with whales. Great, great, great. There's not a huge amount to say about it. The only thing is that in this movie, almost uniquely, it kind of undercuts what they're trying to do with Loak, because he's supposed to be really, really sad to the point almost of suicide later in the film. And yet every time there's a screensaver shot, he's really happy. He's swimming around with his friends. He's having a great time.
He's with his new brother.
He's with his outcast whale. He's with Whale Bro. Yeah.
By the way, the whale dialogue is horrific throughout the whole film.
It's
It
just
is.
like
There is no
Spider,
doubt.
but a whale.
You need to, if you're going to make the animals talk, you need as few words as possible. You need them kind of like borderline mystical. Making it actual, just pragmatically like retard caveman dialogue is painful to see from a whale. They're supposed to be like majestic creatures, and they're just like, I am hurt, sad face. Like they may as well have emojis.
So they finish up. Spider says, "That's insane, cuz," and Loak says, "I know, bro." And then we find out, yeah, we're with the outcast whale, and we all remember the outcast whale because his story was kind of the story of the previous movie. He was cast out of
Just to
his
be clear,
tribe.
we don't.
Well, we know that he was cast out for self-defense, and this is illegal. That's what we know. And
Yeah.
now none of the other whales like him.
Oh, he's from Europe. Okay.
Which, by the way, another element. There's countless, but another element of like, wait a minute. I thought, did we not deal with this? And it's like, no, we're doing it again. We're not done yet.
Because you might expect, having seen the previous movie, when he comes to their aid, he fights in self-defense, and they all together succeed in destroying the humans, and in so doing, save the whales that the humans were coming to kill. You might expect that would have had some lasting impact, perhaps, on whale culture. Nope. So
Yeah,
this
they were
dialogue is just to establish. One of them literally says, "Oh, it's such a shame that he's still outcast." I say, really?
Okay. Yeah, I was a little confused at the scene of just announcing his outcastiness. I was like, what the fuck? We were past this, guys. The No Homers Club continued to treat it as a No Homers Club despite Homer saving them all. It's insane. Here we are.
And it gets worse because it turns out his outcastery has become even more pronounced because Girlfriend says that he has been blamed. He bears the sins of all those who died in the battle. So, in fighting to save everyone, and saving the whales, and saving the Na'vi, he is now more fucked because of what he did, because the highly intelligent whales do not understand what has happened.
It's just like a court case where they just keep dumping everything on him, and he's just sitting there with his lawyer like, is this, how is this fair?
Is this legal?
Like,
Is this allowed?
It doesn't seem fair at all.
Well,
It's like,
the Great
yeah,
Whale
man.
Convention of 236. You know.
Listen,
You're fucked, my
I don't
dude,
make the
legally
law, I just
speaking.
enforce it, alright?
And it is annoying because like, the movies want you to sympathize with the whales so much. They are supposed to be they are kind of the avatar for Pandora, to borrow a phrase, that they are the character or the creation on Pandora, which is it's got the most personhood, and therefore that they are the stand-ins for the beauties of everything that's right with this planet. And yet every time I hear anything about them, they are evil idiot shits, and I hate
But they're
them.
supposed to be admirable. Isn't it admirable to be peaceful? Isn't it
don't you-
admirable to not be violent?
Don't you wish you were there sometimes to be like, hey Jake, humans are way worse, aren't they? In every way. Yep, 100%. Our systems for law are very much worse. This makes sense. This is really good, right? Because there's a whole meme about how Jake disagrees, but he can't say anything because he's a fucking coward. He's like, I don't want to upset anything. I don't want to change anything here. It's like, oh, I love this. Na'vi are great. Love it.
At night, we find Spider's mask has decided, belatedly, that it now requires power. And though this is portrayed as something that has always been the case, we know it wasn't always the case because it wasn't the case in previous movies. And he also doesn't seem to have cottoned on to the fact that it's definitely the case.
Yeah, there's
because
like
you would
no
think,
good system in place to account for that. Like, would they not have a definitive timer to know exactly when it's gonna run out, or at least come close? Like this
there is
guy,
a bit on the inside of his mask which shows you the percentage of remaining oxygen, and
Yeah,
it triggers an alarm when it drops below 10%.
he nearly dies.
Absolutely, there'd be a valve.
Yes.
Yeah, there'd absolutely be a valve. There'd absolutely be some sort of a display. Like, obviously there would. It's a gas mask.
What happens in this scene is that they are sleeping, and then he sort of goes into spasms, and
Yeah.
then they wake up and they're like, "Oh shit, where's the spare mask?" Because he doesn't just keep that on his belt, and this is very important for what's about to happen. He doesn't wear
I
the
would be
spare mask on his
paranoid
belt.
about keeping that with me all the time. This thing is always on me when I
Well-
Well,
sleep,
it's something
when I
that
wake, and
they
it's
in the first
always on
movie
me.
they hammered it in. You know, you got to have that mask with you wherever you go.
I have heard
That's like the first thing
mention
they get told when they get to Pandora.
of you guys seem very anti, at the very least, Spider's dialogue. I don't know if this is going to be a hot take, but I would say this, among many things, are evidence of I don't like him as a character. Like, he doesn't entertain me. However, he's got like a better heart than basically most of the Na'vi, Mr. Spider. The fact that he's willing to desperately spend time with his family, specifically at the cost of being able to breathe consistently, I would say, you know, should give him a bit of credit. I would say for you know, this
Well,
is
I mean,
just I would develop a list of things that they should be giving him credit for, but absolutely do not throughout all of these films. Well, two because
well,
he's
I
not in the
mean,
first one.
you know, you mentioned the breathing, but there is the fact that like he keeps up with them despite the fact that he is very disadvantaged in
Yeah.
terms of, you know, like they're all like 9 feet tall. And they have like carbon fiber reinforced bones and everything, and he's just like a person. He keeps
Well-
up and he doesn't complain. And he showed mercy on Quaritch, went out of his way to save his life.
There's the bigger
There's,
one that he forgives both of his adoptive parents for threatening to kill him.
Well, I
Yeah.
didn't want to mention that one yet, but I was going to bring up up to this
That's
point.
just a cuck move right there.
The conclusion of the trilogy, right? A storyline that's in the second and third films is the story of Spider trying to do his best to overcome the Navi's like intense racism. That's like his job. He's trying his best to. Like, humans might have something redeemable about them. They're like, no, absolutely not. And he's like, okay. And he has to keep. You know, like there's that part on the
It's like the black guy who went to the KKK
the
to convince them to not be racist.
if it's like Act 1 or 2 at this point, but when they do like the big battle in the with the blimps, whatever it is, he like
Yeah, Act 1.
he's integral to saving family members, as he is often, but he never gets appreciated for it. Like, no one cares. It's despite the fact that he has like a one-on-one with a Na'vi and wins.
Yeah,
Which is like crazy that he can do that.
I was just like,
remarkable.
holy shit, and he defended like 2 girls in his family from it. And I don't think anyone mentions it or finds out that happened, and no one gives him credit for that. It's just like,
don't
cool.
worry, Spider. We saw.
Well, yeah, of course, we saw, but then don't worry, later you'll get a scene where, yes, Jake will be considering executing him no less fucking brutally than Natiri did. Because that's his life, that's Spider's life, you know?
And he just forgives them and goes back to loving
Hell
them
yeah.
unconditionally. They've inadvertently created a really, really lovely kid, and yet they haven't quite acknowledged it because they never do character work deliberately in this movie.
Well, yeah, they're
It's
horrible
just happened.
parents. We have to assume it's
Yeah, they
it's
are.
Quaritch's spirit and bloodline that's given him these good qualities, as Quaritch assumes as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, you know, Quaritch when I mean, he often yelled masks on, like whenever.
Yep.
Dude, that moment in the first movie is so cool when he just grabs the gun,
Mask
yells mask on, doesn't put his mask on to try and stop the traitors, and then and then one of his men comes out and gives him a mask.
If we're
But it's
doing
just
that, we
like,
gotta
It is
also
kind of funny because
just a quick one, you know, just shoot them off. The Quaritch desperately trying to fucking shoot Jake off his ship before he destroys it, and then he gets his arms
Yep.
set on fire, and he sorts himself out into his mech before putting the fire out. It's so fucking awesome. And then the image of him wounded but holding the combat knife in his mech and being like, "Come on!" It's just like Quaritch is the human spirit in full force right there.
That's why everyone
much.
that's why everyone does the memes of him, and they say the lines that he says. They even invent lines for him because they like the character and the idea of the character. When obviously he's supposed to be the villain in the story,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to be like, yeah, the
meanwhile,
Na'vi are the good ones and everything, but no one gives a shit
something
about
that-
the Na'vi.
Jake consistently does is subvert these cultures and leverage them for war. This is
Yep.
something that he consistently does. He does it with the forest people, and then he does it with the sea people, and then he does it when he recruits the other tribes that seemingly don't have like any interact. And he does it with the wind people as well. This is something that he reliably does: is he will subvert them and then essentially get them killed. Like
everyone will die
over
for
and
Jake.
over and over again.
And Jake's preferences, like, you know, it doesn't
Yeah.
ultimately matter to him that much. Meanwhile, he's contrasted directly with Quaritch, who accepts
Who
that people will
actually cares
die in
about
his
his
war,
men.
but does not want that to happen, like, whatsoever.
Really cares about his the people that are, you know, his subordinates, basically. Like, he shows a lot of consideration for them. It's just really weird. And then of course, again, it's like, well, what about your other protagonist? Like, oh yeah, the one who defeats the villain by threatening to kill his son.
There's just nothing. I
James.
can't deal with that. And we'll get more references after this film of more that makes it confusing as hell. Like, a major sequence of Jake considering the execution of a child. Meanwhile, Quaritch will nearly give up his own life to save a child. It's like, why are you doing this, James?
Over again. Even when that kid shuns him, he will continue to try and save him over and over and over again.
I mean, as we'll get to at the end when he goes and grabs Spider, like instinctively, and what he says, like, "Oh, son, I'll save you." That's like, oh, that's like a character thing. That's like, I like him. I like him. He does things like this, and
like you said,
he's just like this little bright spot in this dark movie.
To instinctually want to save a younger life versus our heroes who instinctually believe they should kill a child to make their lives easier.
The reason why they want to do that is to doom humanity to extinction, to make it impossible for humans to come to Pandora and live on it. That's why they're doing it. So, pretty insane.
Yeah, and you could argue that Quaritch
Meanwhile, Jake gets to live on Pandora. He gets to live on Pandora forever, but none of the other people do. Fuck him.
Meanwhile, Quaritch is only, detrimented by putting his fucking life on the line all the time to save this child, but he does it anyway.
He's the anti-Neytiri, you're right. Yeah.
He's the anti-Neytiri.
I will save the child. And she's like, no, the child must die.
Well, just also would say, if villain, why hero-shaped?
That's a good point.
So the next morning, after this near death on Spider's part, everyone's really excited because the Wind Traders are coming. I did look back to see if any mention of Wind Traders was made in previous movies. I couldn't find one. And it's kind of interesting because the Sea Smurf tribe in the previous movie is portrayed as like this hyper-isolationist thing. They see all difference as a sign of demons. It's quite like when Sully and his family first arrive, Ronald is extremely antagonistic toward them because she thinks they're demons, and all the kids think their tails are weird, and the fact they don't have webbed hands is weird. It's like, if you frequently trade with other Navi types and species, you probably shouldn't have that kind of immediate aversion response to subtle differences. But now the movie's decided that they do because the Wind Traders are coming, and this presents a family drama moment because Sully gets the kids together with Neytiri and he says, "We've made a decision. We're going to send Spider away. Spider's going to be sent back to live with the friendly humans that we abandoned in the previous movie. He can't live his whole life in a mask, even though he has for the last 18 years. We've decided he can't do that anymore. It's too dangerous." And it's kind of a shit dickhead move, and all the kids think it's a shit dickhead move. And it's quite clearly said to you that, like, Neytiri really wants this to happen because she fucking hates Spider.
Yeah.
And Sully's kind of reluctantly going along with it, but he's accepted the new power mechanics make his existence impossible.
So I got a really strong impression with this stuff, and then just obviously watching the whole thing, that Jake is like a particularly shit patriarch. Like, he's very bad at organizing his family and laying down the law, so to speak, right? Like, his wife is insane, talking about killing kids all the time and obviously doing it. She's helped raise and be a part of this family, this boy. And of course, right, the argument I would make for why she should feel differently about Spider, the film is going to say, yeah, well, she hates humans that much. And I'm like, okay, but you're going to flip her by the time this movie ends with information that she's already got about that boy. So I don't really agree. I think that she shouldn't have these perspectives on him, but she does, right? And he's just like, Jake is just like kind of cucky about it. He's like, oh, she'll be like, he's not a part of this family, and he'll be like, oh, jeez, oh, okay, I guess we can send him away.
Very hard for Spider.
You should just be like, woman, you're insane. And if you don't, like, I'm not allowing you to say this shit anymore. Like, he's a part of the family. He's protected our children, our, like, blood children. He is our kid. Shut the fuck up. Stop, like, whining. Stop being insane. Enough. And, like, the whole killing him thing, we're not done with that. Like, there's gonna be something about that. We're gonna talk about that. But no, instead he's like, oh, I think we sent Spider away. Oh, jeez.
It's also like none of the kids obviously don't want this to happen. And Neytiri justifies it because she's a massive racist. But there's the other question here, which is that the reason the mask failed is because batteries, they ran out of battery, and that's bad. I don't necessarily think they understand that trade works in two directions, because they could just get batteries from the wind traders. They're sending him away to live with the humans. The wind traders have just come from the humans and are going back to the humans. So Spider could easily stay if they just got shipments of batteries along with the stuff that they're already getting shipped over. But nobody really seems to think this is an option.
Yeah,
So
it
Well,
was
so
just,
that's the
or it needs
thing.
to be suggested so that they can say, like, why do you think the humans would, give us batteries? Or shouldn't every human soldier that dies in combat have a battery or 2 or 3 on them?
The problem here for me is that the way I read the scene was that was just the excuse, and that it's just Natiri is extremely racist to humans, but also to children specifically. So, like, we got to get rid of him for that reason. But we'll say it's the mask, which is why I hate her, obviously.
Well, she's evil, but they also make Sully an idiot for just going along with this or not concocting a better explanation. But she just says, no, he belongs with his own kind.
Which
the kids are always...
What about Jake, man? What the fuck?
Well, that's the thing. She married and
a human
and had kids with a human. And she's got Kiri as well, who is we'll find out later,
her
a
children are
clone of a
mutants.
human. Yeah. And she doesn't mind them. Kind of. Well, she does briefly mind them. We'll come on
she's
to that.
such an annoying character. I guess this is where my brain is hitting it. It's like she shouldn't feel these things. It doesn't make sense with her experience. And of course, like the film will correct this by the end. By the end of the third one, she'll have the right perspectives. Don't you worry. It's like what? But
she'll have her arc.
Okay.
To not hate her children. The arc that mothers need to go through to not hate their children and when. Oh.
There's also there's other considerations as well, which is that they know that he is Quaritch's son, and they have reason to at least suspect, if Spider hasn't already told them, that Quaritch is still alive. And they know that the humans are going to be coming back from them. And they also know from the previous movie that having his son as effectively a hostage is very effective. So why Sully is voluntarily giving up a huge tactical advantage as well as his own family member in this situation. Yeah. But and the son sort of narrates, he brings out the old Sully family motto, which everybody remembers, is Sullys stick together. Which no, they don't.
Sullys kill each other.
Yeah, but then Sully sees how upset all the kids are, and he comes up with what the movie considers to be this really clever, ingenious compromise, which actually makes no difference whatsoever. He says, well, why don't we all just go and drop Spider off together? As though that changes the kids' objections to sacrificing their family member.
I didn't get that at all.
Get to see your grandma. No, I know why they did it now, but I don't understand why in universe it was accepted.
Yeah. We're going to abandon him, but we'll do it together. Like, oh, okay, that's chill. And
so they also say yes. All the kids are like, oh, fine, we'll go and see grandma, whoever she is. The chief wind trader guy, he's not all that happy about it for a couple of reasons. First of all, the deal was just to take one human. Now he's being told he has to take a whole bunch of Navi as well. But more than that, he says that the traders, they cannot take sides in the war. It's very important because they're traders. And it might be seen as taking sides in the war if they were to travel with essentially like Osama bin Smurf on their ship.
Yeah.
If that were ever discovered, bad things would come for the wind traders. And then Sully says, well, you could just not tell him.
Yeah, there you go.
He's like, well, maybe. And then he says, okay, if you're really that worried, how about I get my soldiers to fly escort for you? Which fucking defeats the whole object of not telling anyone you're there, but they don't seem to realize that, and the trader says, okay. So we're all off. We're off on a big family adventure to sacrifice a child to some humans. Which will be kind of entirely fucking redundant quite quickly, but we need to do this because something very important mechanically needs to happen to Spider, and we can't come up with a better way of doing that. So the airships, they all fly off, and the Sullys say goodbye to the people that 5 minutes ago Sully said he was going to stay and protect. And it looks pretty enough, right? The airships, it's visually striking. It looks lovely. Yeah, it's great. You do have to wonder, though, how the humans haven't just tracked these giant fucking airships to this place. Because they can track things selectively. They can track whales underwater. They can track flights sometimes in the previous movie. you would think they would keep an eye on the traders because they'd lead them to all the Navi settlements.
I just
But
don't
no,
like. They should be able to just see everything from above anyway.
from space, that would be an idea.
Oh well.
Oh, you
So
think a lot of things.
we see a bunch of flying around on the birds, and the birds flying around escorting the airships, and the sun picks up the narration again. While people are dancing on the deck of the ship, he says, everyone mourns in their own way. For me, it's being up here alone. We've just seen him flying, notably not alone, all around the ship, but never mind. And he says, I feel him with me. And then he had a little flashback to his brother, who says, bro, check it out. As I hear his voice in the wind. And then the next day, he lands, and Sully gives him a gun. And he suggests to Sully, I'm older now, I'm mature, I'm responsible. I could fly with you, and I can help you. Which I thought he was just doing, but apparently he wasn't doing that. And Sully he's a bit of a shit dad. He says no. Basically, he calls him an idiot. He says, you're not even wearing your communications necklace thing that I told you that you had to wear all the time. You can't even do that. Effectively, you don't follow orders, and you not following orders gets people killed. So he's putting his son down, which I'm pretty sure we had in the previous movie too, but we are still doing it. So this is clearly telling you what part of the character drama is going to be in the movie. Again, we're doing the whole poor little teenage boy coming of age story, trying to prove himself to his father who isn't listening to him. And no lessons have been learned over the last 6 hours, but they might be learned in this movie. So that's something to look forward to.
I like there's a small detail I like here, because that's really the only thing you like about this is the occasional very small detail. When Sully hands the rifle to his kid has good trigger discipline. He keeps his finger off the trigger. And I'm like, oh yeah, because that's what Sully would have taught his kid, how to safely handle a weapon typically. He's like, oh, it's like that's a thing. Yeah, I like that. Then the movie keeps going. So
it
gets
does.
drowned out and everything else. But I was like, yeah, it's
Does that small
There's
detail make
probably-
the remaining 3.5 hours feel more tolerable?
I think one of the issues though is that there's probably going to be a lot of unsafe muzzle direction when we come to how people just sweep these rifles around, pointed at people, and don't care. It's fine, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Who needs gun safety? They're not dangerous.
No. So the next day, it turns out the humans, well, they weren't tracking the airships, but they did spot them. And it was a routine flyby. Just by luck, there happened to be a routine flyby. They spotted the ships, they zoomed in on the ships, and they saw the people on the deck. Oh dear. Fortuitously, this means that the humans now know that Sully is on the airships, and now that means Quaritch is onto them. He could take a huge, battalion, a whole division of heavily armed helicopters, but he would rather rape a bird, so he does that instead, and he goes alone. The air traders also spotted.
I think there's an explanation for that doesn't make any sense. I think it's you remember how like in the second movie they had to go on their own with their pterodactyls because if they went into the mountains, they'd get attacked by all of the pterodactyls. They're like, oh yeah, that'll just be a problem for them moving anywhere at all times. It's like, well, no, that's not no. Or like it just doesn't make any. There's not like a real explanation, but it's almost like James think, I've already accounted for that. You see, it's like no, not really. This is a different situation.
I mean, the whole military should be after them at this point, but nah, he's going off alone. Well, he's not going off alone. He's going on with one Smurf Marine who doesn't have a name as far as I'm
the only
concerned.
surviving Smurf Marine. That's the last one because the rest of them got taken out.
That's sad.
And I guess you can't just put them in new bodies. One time only.
I figured they would come back. They would just say, it's like, yeah, they'll just keep respawning them, like in what's that Schwarzenegger movie? What was it called?
Sixth Day.
Yeah, where they kept respawning the bad guys.
Yeah, but then they do kind of like kind of funny, like they're aware of how silly it is ultimately in that movie, so they make some jokes out of it.
Well, even if your body gets like super fucked up, they can just transfer your consciousness into a new body. So.
Well, it seems like it has to be. It's kind of like cloning. So, but it seems like they don't really care. Like, I mean, obviously, they're not really fussed.
Well, they don't
about
grapple
it,
with any of the.
Yeah, no, they don't deal with that, so it doesn't even really matter. I mean, just keep doing it forever.
He crushed his human skull, and they didn't deal with it.
Ah.
So yeah, so now they've spotted the Wind Traders. The Wind Traders, the movie also shows us, have spotted the humans, which you would think would fill them with dread and terror, and they might change direction and go somewhere else. They don't do that though, because that would be reactive, and then we can't be doing that. So they just carry on. Spider's mask then starts flashing its low battery sign again, which he thinks is fine, because it is. We need to have him constantly at risk of imminent death. That's how we drum up tension. But then they get ambushed. They get ambushed by an entirely new genus of Smurf. They get ambushed by raiders, the Ash people, the Fire
No.
Smurfs. And
Can we call them?
Oh
Ash
yeah, and those people are just something to bear in mind. The film's opinion on them is they're just evil and fuck them, pretty much.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, they're totally. Yeah. It's just Varang and Mooks.
Could
is
you
all it
argue as
is.
well,
They're
like,
all just nameless.
in universe, they are to be considered like worthless. Like Awa is like they're bad.
Because Awa, yeah, because you find out the story that they basically got abandoned. They didn't get help. They didn't get a whole bunch of birds come in and save them when they had a horrible situation before them. And from this point onward, it is kind of just like, yeah, they're kind of worthless. They deserve like zero moral consideration.
I guess I think it's worth mentioning now, like, because that history gets done pretty fast. It's just that they lived in a place, volcano erupts, and Awa does not save them. Loads of them die. That's like an event that happens, right? Now the problem there is Awa is basically in charge of all things nature, so it's like, oh, so you kind of like killed them. Like, in one sense that the volcano went off and you didn't really do anything to stop it, but secondly, you didn't do anything to account for that. You could have sent in anything to get them out, but you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you wanted them dead, question mark? And then, of course, it's like, they hate Awa now, and it's like, oh yeah, well, Awa will fuck you over in a fight. And it's like, yeah, but you started this. You killed them. Like, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how people who love these movies reconcile this. It's like, the humans deserve to die because they made the first strikes. Like, so Awa deserves to die for making the first strike on the fire people then, right?
Yeah. Once you say in your world's theology that the god is actually real, provably real, an agent who can do things and manifest magical powers through people, you're gonna have to account for that.
And,
well, it's just that you can't treat it like an omniscient, perfect god. This is more like, well, it's more like the Greek gods, right? Where it's like, well, no, you're allowed to have opinions about them. Like, you're allowed to dislike them essentially and recognize that. And in this case, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, what do we have to work with? It's Awa could have helped and chose not to. That is,
and
they
don't give you
choice that was made there that you can judge.
On one hand, they don't give you like they were horrible Na'vi. They sacrificed babies or they did horrible things or whatever. They don't give you that. But even if they did, it would be like, yeah, but Awa is like,
why didn't Awa intervene to stop
like
that from happening?
She could just not make the stop. Yeah, so I don't. What are we doing? Like, what is this? Because there's the suggestion. It's like you can't necessarily trust her perspective. It's like, well, you could trust that she hates Awa. I don't see why she would, other than what history she's given. Why would you hate nature unless something like that happened? Especially when it's not like Awa has an office that she operates out of, presumably, where she's making decisions every day.
And of course, it tethers to the idea like the use of fire is bad. Because she likes fire and she wants to spread fire, and that's bad. It's like, dude, people created fire like a long time ago and used it a lot. Like it's
like a lot of things argue the technology tree all draws back to fire, right?
To fire, yeah. Well, it's just humans have been using fire for like tens of thousands of years before we got to the point that we had society where we were using fire, as a tool. So like, but if the idea is like, well, fire's not a thing, because I mean, fire's got to happen on Pandora, right? just like bushfires, actual
or a volcano
fires
going off, for example.
yeah, that's right. So surely it's something that has to be considered. Like the destruction of things, if you want to have the idea that nature is like a perfect equilibrium and that's like something that's worth holding up on a pedestal, then you have to accept that like destruction of things is part of that equilibrium. And I don't know, like, that can't be the point, right? Well, they were wrong for being mad at Awa for destroying things, but they are wrong if they choose to destroy things themselves, with fire. It's like, well, come on, James. Like, this is pretty feeble, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Awa is unimpeachable. Anything that Eowyn does is automatically correct. So it just gets confusing when it's like, so what was that about? And the film's like, yeah, well maybe we'll find out in the fourth one. You're like, oh, okay.
It's also worth saying that they are cut off from Ewa, but they have their own basically alternative magic system, which is never explained by the movie, except it is incredibly useful to the movie. So they attack this air caravan. Well, no, because the drugs have an actual effect. The obvious instance is materially explicable. It's like obviously they can see they have these pouches with them that just summon fire, which they can do. So they have infinite fire arrows. They can set themselves on fire and kamikaze shit when they want
That was
to. Only happens
weird.
once.
That was
was funny.
insane. Suicide bombers. That was crazy.
That was a bit
Yep.
silly.
But the magic thing I'm getting toward, the one that I don't think is explicable, at least I didn't pick up on how this works, is that their queen, the Fire Queen Smurf, she has this just ability to basically locate shit around the planet for some reason, which makes her an incredible threat because like when she allies with Quaritch later in the movie, it's her ability to find and locate stuff that makes her arguably the biggest threat. Without her, they could hide. With her in the game, they can't hide anywhere. She has like magical drug shit as well, but she seems to have this almost AWA-like or alternative AWA magic system without being connected to the god. And it's never really made clear whether this is just an aspect of nature which the god allows to happen, has no view on, or whether this is an alternative form of system which exists independently, or whether it is just a contrivance to allow certain stakes to be ramped up. But they don't make a huge amount of sense on a mechanical level, never mind like a philosophical, theological, world-building kind of level either. But they do attack. That's what they're mainly there for. They don't seem either to attack for resources even. They seem to just want to go killing people.
Yeah, you'd think that raiders would be like they're there to raid and take your stuff. They're there to steal that's why you would attack a trader, especially after it's done part of its trading. There's a lot of, well, I guess they don't have money. They just trade stuff. They barter and things. So there'd be a lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool knickknacks and doodads, thingamabobs that they'd take. But they just want to burn it and destroy the whole thing. It's like if that thing crashes, everything on board will get smashed to bits and scattered throughout the ground. Like there's no real looting here. They just love killing.
They sure do.
There is even the bit later on where the big airship will crash and it will strew wreckage and loot all over the place. And instead of picking anything up, they just go and cut the tentacles off of the air traders, which is nice of them.
Which appears to kill them. Which again, man, that's some bad. The idea that you've got like a little tail thing that if you cut that kills you instantly. You know, doesn't that seem like really stupid? Like from an evolutionary standpoint.
It is the equivalent of cutting your dick off, and while that is painful and might lead to actually bleeding out, it doesn't insta kill you. It just kind of debilitates you severely.
I mean, what a weak spot that is. It's just
well,
like
what's the point in living without your dick, Platoon? That's James's opinion, obviously.
Yeah, might as well die. If I
Before we get to that bit,
though, what's the point of it all?
They do not share any of the other Smurfs' aversion to metal human weapons. They don't consider these demonic. So the Fire Queen one, she's flying around, she sees Sully flying around and shooting a gun, and she looks at the gun and she's like, "Ooh, I want me some of that." So they really, really, really want now to get their hands on guns, which again sort of just poses questions about their involvement in the world generally, because they aren't discriminatory when it comes to attacking people. You'd think they'd have had some engagement with humans until now, given humans are a big presence on Pandora, that they might have raided them sometimes. Maybe that's where the fascination with guns comes from. But it's kind of not. She just sees it as if for the first time and thinks, "Oh, that's cool, I want it." And the humans are kind of entirely unaware of them up until Quaritch meets her later. So they've been introduced and they've been around for a little while, at least one lifespan, because that's when the volcano went off. And yet no one in the world has ever mentioned them before, and seemingly never really interacted with them before either. It's just made up because we need it for this film, but we're not going to try and bed them in any way. But then so Loak, he thinks, right, time to prove myself, need to go and fight. He forgets his communications necklace again, and then when he tries to pick it up, it catches fire, so he can't.
I just always have it on. I mean,
might as well.
Especially if you wanted to really, really impress your dad, you'd think that you'd want to have that on constantly.
No, he's just such a fuck up. He can't even do that right.
Dang.
You
And
cannot.
it's what a shame that I got burnt. I got burnt up in the fire. Got roasted.
And he almost gets burned up in the fire himself because one of the raiders manages to shoot the bird that he fucks, and he nearly falls off, but he manages to grab some ropes on the airship, so he's
You know,
fine.
There's a notable amount of steed loss in this movie without any recognition. Like,
Yep.
This
like,
is the worst one.
this
in
animal that I'm
front.
fully connected to and does my will and helps me commit to every action I need is dead.
me
Oh well, new
fly.
one.
Yeah, like I feel like the average person would be a lot more sad if their like guinea pig died. You know.
Yep.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
they'd be a lot sadder.
So cat or dog dies. And the dog doesn't let me fly through the air, like a bird.
Well,
That's
and also
insane.
you're not like psychically connected to, like there's still an amount of distance that necessarily exists when you don't have a psychic connection to other living things. And they just someone pointed out, Ant-Man cares more about his ants. He does. When Anthony dies, he lets out, he's like, Anthony. Whereas here it's just like, yep, see you, buddy. You served your purpose. now you're gone. Bye-bye.
You are expendable and replaceable. And you don't have a choice.
And they are replaceable. They will just be replaced. They do it with whatever, I don't know what you would describe it as being analogous to as a real animal, but they just sort of, those die pretty frequently, and it's just like, yeah, whatever, who cares?
But it could have been an interesting mechanic if you'd had it that they share the pain of their steed, and so like it might not kill them, but at least it's if their mount gets wounded, they feel.
Well, I think they do that in the first movie.
Yeah,
when Nateri gets when her bird gets shot, but again, that's like the most that they've ever done of. Yeah, they've completely dropped the whole thing of doing a prayer for animals that they kill as well. Like that was an element of the first one whenever they did hunting, but that's been dropped too. They don't care. They don't do it for the fish because I guess fish don't deserve as much moral consideration. It's like, well, you can do that, James, if you want. But you can't, not in this world. In this world, everything is meant to be like sacred and valuable.
It only needs redrafting.
In the real world, where you can do whatever you want. If you want to say like, well, I care more about mammals and birds and stuff than I care about like insects.
Giving a name to all their it's not too much effort to just refer to them that way in the middle of fight scenes, and then when they die, the character is just a bit sadder.
Yeah, like in
going
Last
forward.
of Us 2. In The Last of Us 2, just have them yell, just have them yell it out. Oh no, Jason, because that's the name of the bird.
Yeah, but like on a character level, you'd have to make them a bit sadder then going forward, which shouldn't be too difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So the raid continues, and some of the raiders, they manage to land on the ship. This is the bit we were talking about earlier, where Spider proves himself to actually be quite a good kid, because he protects his two kind of adoptive sisters, cousin sisters, whatever they are. He picks up a Navi bow, which I think the movie does show that he can't properly use this, because obviously he couldn't, because the draw weight would be way too big. But like he manages to shoot it a little bit. It's just not immediately lethal strength. But he puts himself on the line, fights off this raider, saves people. He does basically take it out as well. I mean, he gets a bit of an assist from an air trader behind him, but he does most of the work himself.
Yeah, the fact is, it would have been pretty terrifying, and he pulls through. It's like, man, good job. And this is still before the scene where they consider killing him.
It is. Then more raiders land on the balloon of the ship. They start puncturing it, so gas starts coming out, which I think you could do by shooting it from a distance, but they didn't. But the Sully lands on it as well. He stands in the middle and he last man down shoots them all. And this is the thing that gets noticed by the Fire Queen woman. Then she sets one of her fellow flyers on fire so he can kamikaze the airship. And I don't know why they really did this, because the airship's already leaking gas. They can already throw fire.
Yeah, why didn't they just throw it?
Yeah. No, it's more dramatic, though, if you have someone kamikaze it, I guess.
All right, fair.
And this is the part as well where I thought, well, I assumed up until this point their goal was to capture ships because they wanted resources, but then when they start doing this shit, it's like, oh, okay, we're not going to get that. They probably are just here for the violence, which makes me much less interested in the scenes they're a part of, because they are just generically evil.
They're just mooks to be cannon fodder. Basically, all of them, they die over and over and over. We have a fight scene. It's fine to kill them. They're evil. They're the bad Navi. We don't have to worry about them. They don't like Awa or whatever.
And you also don't have to worry about the wind people as well, because they just don't really get much consideration after this whole sequence for the fact that they've sustained a lot of casualties.
Yeah.
Like, well.
Isn't it, was I hearing David Thewlis's voice as well in the leader of the Wind People
He
guys?
is the leader of the Wind Tribe, yeah.
And he doesn't pop up
Okay.
again.
Yeah,
That's
it's like,
Ares,
oh,
guys, from Wonder Woman.
I
Oh,
will
no.
trade with you.
Lies.
Classic.
The other thing that I think makes this fighting quite annoying is that this entire sequence has a number of kind of, oh my goodness, is the main character going to die? Oh no, of course they're not.
No.
So Spider kind of gets one of those. Sully gets one of those because he slips off the balloon after the kamikaze thing, and he only narrowly gets his gun snagged in a rope, so he survives. Loax had one already where he almost falls to his death, but he manages to grab a rope. Neytiri gets one as well because she gets shot through the shoulder by the Fire Queen, but she survives long enough to have a little fight, but then she crashes. Like, oh, is she going to die? No, she's not going to die either. No one's going to die. The movie does this a lot because it has a very large cast, and it wants us to be invested and understand what it's going for here. That they might genuinely be in danger. But the more times you do this within the space of 5 minutes, the less convincing it is. And you already know as well when you get so many implausible survivals after near-death experiences that the odds of the movie killing anybody significant diminish basically for each one of them, because it tells you how confident the movie is in its own audience, basically, to accept this sort of thing. So I don't think anybody really serious, except for the older brother who isn't that serious, dies all the way through the second movie. There will be, I think, one semi-notable death in this film. Well, two maybe, but we don't see one of them die. It's just... I tune out with this stuff as well. Generically evil people are going to try and kill people that we know you're not going to let them kill. So now it's just about looking at how glorious the visuals are.
I did enjoy
how amazing the birds.
seeing Neytiri get shot though. Like, yay.
Yes, that was nice. I like that. Particularly
More of
like the
that,
way she then
please.
she crashes, briefly loses consciousness, wakes up, and then immediately abandons her family. That's nice.
Well, it's classic Neytiri, right?
Yeah. But the end result of all of this is the airship is going down in flames. The real sad thing is you see that the poor little flying fish monster thing that tows it, it's sad because it has to get dragged down into the flames, like the whale hunt in the previous movie. It's like
I thought they'd try and free him, but no, they just sort of leave him there to die. Like, I thought they might do that, try and free him, but nah, fuck him. He just goes down.
And I felt more sad about that than any of the characters, as usual.
Yeah. This enslaved critter that has just been abandoned.
But then also they crash in different places, basically. So you've got Neytiri, she crashes in one place unconscious, having been shot through the shoulder. That's one. Sully crashes in a different place because he narrowly escapes the falling ship. And his kids, the entire Sully fam, basically, they all land in a third place. And they wake up and they're like, oh my goodness, what's going on? What do we do? They hear some screaming. The kids hear screaming from across, just through the woods a little way. And it's like, oh no, that's bad. We should go away from that. Except that it's coming from the ship. And then Spider's battery, which he forgot to fucking change for the second time. It starts blinking and the only spare is on the ship, so they're gonna have to go back to the ship.
I don't carry it with me religiously because it's literally the difference between life and death. I left it back on the ship.
Just wear it on your belt, you fucking moron.
No, I don't wear pants. I can't wear pants with pockets. I just can't possibly carry one. It's like I can't stress how much I would always have a battery on me.
If you were there, you start to ask,
die.
Spider, do you want to live? Like, what's going on, buddy?
Is the thrill of danger, like, is that like a thing you're into, or what's going on?
So this means they have to go back to the ship. And they do. They sort of sneak to the woods and they see that the fire smurfs, they have landed and they are brutally murdering all of the surviving air traders by cutting off their dicks. This is bad. So we can't actually go all the way there. We need to get this battery, but we can't get to the battery. Oh no. And then they get spotted. And this is the first of, I did lose count after a time, I think the first of 8 chase sequences in the movie. There's lots of chases through woods with fire smurfs basically going after kids. This is the first one. So the kids are all running away, and the fire smurfs are chasing them. Loak has a gun. He manages to shoot a couple of them. And they carry on running, they carry on running, they carry on running. Eventually, they manage to jump into a stream and float away. While all this has happened, Quaritch has very conveniently arrived in the correct, with all the fucking planet to choose from. He's arrived here, he's seen what's gone down, he's in the right place, he's seen what happened. So now they're on the scene too. And they sort of land, and they're going to get involved in this shortly after the chase sequence has ended. Into the stream, the kids jump. And they tell each other, Sullies, they stick together. Sullies never quit. And indeed they don't. They stick together all the way through. They float away.
Yeah.
They escape the Smurfs, the Fire Smurfs, temporarily.
It's weird that they were able to
Sully-
get away, because you'd think that you could just run and walk way faster than the stream was carrying them. But
Do you know
You would?
it works, so that's good.
Quaritch just appearing and finding Jake immediately, by the way, reminds me of Emperor Zurg in like, we meet again for the last time. You're like, yeah, buddy. Oh boy, you know. But I'm always more entertained when Quaritch is on screen, so whatever.
Yeah, it's a nice part of the movie. So that is what happens. So the kids run off. All the Fire Smurfs run off after them. This leaves the wreck empty. Sully walks into the wreck where no one has been left behind. He doesn't check on any of the dying air traders because he doesn't have time to do that, because 5 seconds after he arrives, yes, Quaritch arrives on the scene as well, and he shoots to make him, like, warning shots, make him put his hands up, and now Sully has been captured. And it's all so exciting. The kids are still running away, while it's a hectic. There's a lot of hecticness that goes on with the editing in this movie. Like you're with them for basically 10 seconds, then it's the next one for 10 seconds, next one for 5 seconds, next one for 10 seconds. So you get Sully gets captured, kids run away. Cut to Neytiri, she flies away, she ignores her kids and just leaves. Then the kids are running away again. The battery gets even worse.
Oh no.
He says, we have to circle around. We need to circle around to get back to the ship. It was our last known location, and it's the only place the battery is. So we're going to run around the people who are chasing us, and we are going to go back to the ship. And then at some point after another cut, the sun's just gone, so it's dark now. So you know they've been going for some time. And whenever the sun is down in an Avatar movie, you know bad shit's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
So
Of course, yeah.
this is Sully getting captured and stuff, and then they sort of hang around for a bit. Sully explains to Quaritch that because he finds a mask on a dead, well, he finds the mask from the ship. He finds Spider's spare mask, which is very lucky, but you know,
Yeah.
he notes that it's fully charged, and that means that yes, Spider was dumb and forgot to change it, and that means he's going to die soon. And obviously, this appeal is going to work to Quaritch because they all know that Quaritch is Spider's dad. So
I thought you
now
were
they
going to say
have to
because
work together.
Quaritch values the life of a child.
Or just that generally, he's just a decent human being,
monster.
unlike everybody else.
Why? So when they say, like, when he says, "Can you track him?" in, you know, relation to Spider, and that other dude is like, "That is not the mission." I was just sitting there being like, "Welcome back, most interesting character." Like, we have the conflict, we have
Yeah.
something here. Okay.
And Sully says that he can track them. He can track the kids. So for a brief moment, we have kids running away from Fire Smurfs, running away from the people who are following them, all to get back to the same location, which tells it's kind of symptomatic of the general writing style in Avatar, really. There's a lot of stuff happening to end up back where you started. Spider's mask is very low on charge at this point, though. It's down to 3%, and that means it's basically stopping working. He's losing air. And there is a beat in 2 where Kiri is sort of taught how to breathe to overcome her panic attacky epileptic shock things. And I thought they were kind of referencing back to that because she stops Spider and she sits him down and she tells him to breathe and teaches him how to breathe. And I thought, okay, we're kind of doing a bit of a character thing here. One established trait is being imparted to character who needs it. I actually am not convinced that was deliberate. I think she's just generically telling him to breathe, though, because it doesn't really become more of a point.
You'll
than
die
that.
if you don't breathe. You have to
Yes.
breathe.
Well, yeah, because I had the same thought as you of like, yeah, I mean, I assume this must be a callback, but maybe it's not. maybe it just isn't.
I just don't think it is because the resolution is okay. We need to get up and walk off again. Then you get a brief cutaway to Neytiri. She's flying around, and this is the part where I was starting to wonder what happened to her communications necklace. Did I miss this? Does she still wear it? Has she tried speaking to anyone with it yet? I may have missed the scene.
Must
but
have
I don't
set on
think I
fire.
did. Maybe that burned too. That's true.
Mhm.
Yeah. Spider's mask then hits 0, and this is bad.
no.
He's
This
going
is
to
bad.
die. Very, very,
Ugh.
extremely bad because he can't breathe the Pandoran air yet. So if he can't breathe, he will die. And they're too far away
Dying
from the
is
ship. It looks like they're not going to make it. And Kiri she has a bit of a fit. She collapses to the ground. She starts frantically praying. And Loak correctly says, we don't really have time for this. But
enough of your religious
do.
shit. We got to get him to actual air.
Because she has this idea that I think at one point she is specifically asked, "What are you doing?" And she says, "I don't know. It just feels right." So
Yeah.
she uncovers some roots, and then she demands that Loak drop Spider on the roots, and then she fucks the tree. Then she grabs a passing jellyfish, the jellyfish from the previous movie, which I thought lived underwater, but I guess they don't. They live above it as well. And then she grabs a bit of the jellyfish and tears it off, and then she shoves it in Spider's mouth.
Yep.
This is when she says, "I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but why not?"
It feels. She's like. I think she literally just says, "I don't know what this is, but it feels right."
Yep.
Well, what I enjoyed about that scene was she says something like, you know, save him, save this person, great mother, or something like that. And I just imagined Awa was like, no, like, I'm not interested in saving that guy. He's not even a Navi. Fuck that. And then she just does it herself, and I was like, okay. I don't really know how you did that, but all right, fuck you, I guess. You just sort that out
I guess
at some
I could
point.
stop it if I didn't like it, but I guess I'm going
Yeah,
along
you
with
know,
it.
weird.
I could just not let the magic root spell happen, but
that
it's
Awa,
gonna.
a weird lady.
She gets Kiri gets weirder because so all the tree roots, they start glowing green, and that means that hippie shit is about to happen. And they grow up and into Spider. They go in through his mouth, they go in through his nose, and Kiri's having this weird sort of orgasmic fit while all of this is happening. And then she just decides to take
is
the
there a
mask
cut
off.
between these? Because I have this memory of them coming back, and like the brother is sort of awkwardly sitting there waiting for something to happen, while you've got 80-year-old Sigourney Weaver going,
She's doing this weird trance thing. Like, are you okay down there? Are you all right? Are you having a moment? Should we be watching this?
Well, bear in mind that what this would have looked like in real life was her in like a mocap suit, just there flooping around.
Yep.
Would have been so awkward.
And then it almost looks like it isn't going to work because they take Spider's mask off, but then the orgasm goes a bit bad, and so Loak just disconnects her from the tree, and the green glow just stops, and then she starts crying because oh no, it failed. All the roots that grew into Spider, they seem to be dead, so maybe he's dead too. It's bad. It looks like her grand plan has failed, and then his hand starts twitching and he starts coughing and he gets up and it turns out that because he roots grew into him, now he can breathe in the Pandoran air, which is going to have really major implications for later. But I was sort of watching this saying like the Navi, I don't know how long they've been around on this planet, but assuming a good few 100,000 years, and they're portrayed as being like uniquely in touch with everything that happens. How do they just not know anything about how their own planet works when it doesn't suit them?
Well,
how do they not know that this is what happens with trees and mushrooms and tentacles?
The 80-year-old, 13-year-old seems to be breaking all the rules and doing new stuff, but without knowing how it works. So it's, you know what? It all just makes sense if you both don't think about it and don't know about it and don't remember it, which will happen. Don't worry. A week from now, you'll be clean.
They'll give Spider to humans, and within 30 seconds, the humans will study him. They'll learn about it. They'll learn what happened, and they learned how it happened and what makes it work. And so I think maybe the humans might just make a bit better use of the planet than the Navi do, maybe. Obviously, we can't say that because humans are evil, but I just think we'd have done way more with Pandora than they have.
I just, when they reveal they have like that scan of Spider's body, I was just waiting for them to be like, yes, you can breathe on Pandora, but you have stage 4 polycythemia vera, so I'm sorry, man. He's like, no, I hate being alive.
I hate breathing. I hate being alive.
I can't even
I'm in
breathe.
tremendous pain. Yeah. Help me, help me, help me.
So yeah, the breathing thing has obviously massive implications because what is the one thing humans really ideally need to be able to do if they've forgotten that they can put themselves in Navi bodies whenever they want? Well, it's breathe on Pandora. So they've now proven that there's a way to make this happen. And this is going to make Spider very, very important, but not quite yet. We have a little way to go before we get to that bit. So we have a brief chat where they're like, "Oh, lovely, you survived, isn't it great?" And everyone's happy and great. And then because we've had the hug moment, then the Spire Smurfs find them and attack again.
If we could just say, by the way, There is already a way for them to do that. It's a process that we know humans are capable of before you get to the point of being able to interstellarly travel. Their technology is immense. They absolutely can terraform Pandora, or at least portions of it. But they just haven't.
Yeah.
So,
pretty
you
much.
know.
I mean, Pandora just it's kind of like an entirely CO2 based atmosphere or something, isn't it? That's why it's so green. But to drop photosynthesizing
Well, this is
plants on
what the
Pandora, and
Jurassic
Pandora is
Park
fucked.
AI.
Yeah.
Like,
This is what I mean. Is
the
like we
Jurassic
can
Park
we
thing
have the
died
technology. We could
without
definitely do this. So the idea that it's like, oh, this is going to change everything is like, well, I mean, yes, but also no. If you know what I mean, it's like you guys could have been okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
So the Fire Smurfs, they capture the kids, they surround them, and the Fire Smurf queen, she's sort of she notes Spider doesn't have a mask on, and she finds this kind of interesting. But she doesn't find it that interesting because she also sees the gun, and she's way more interested in the gun. So she'll come back to Spider later. So she instead wants to learn how the gun works. And while she's interrogating them, you get Sully and Quaritch and the random Smurf Marine. They arrive, they sneak their way to the perimeter of this clearing, and that they try and make a plan to rescue the kids. They overhear the Fire Smurf Queen. She asks why Spider is still alive, and they overhear that Kiri says it's the will of God. This is when we discover that the Fire Smurfs are atheists and therefore evil. She says, "Will God stop me from cutting his throat?" And I'm sitting there thinking, well, you could just test that because you have no real reason to keep them alive. Why don't you try? Find out.
See what happens.
But we already know they're not going to kill them. So that isn't going to happen. Then yes, there's some slightly horrible lines all the way through the sequence, I think. And that's one of them, like the "will he stop me" being incredibly edgy. Then so she doesn't kill Spider. She demands that Loveck show her how the rifle works, and he says that he can't because the clip's empty. He cannot make thunder. So then she threatens to kill the youngest Smurf, whose name I genuinely don't know. It's the small child one.
Right.
We also know that isn't going to happen, which is really fascinating. And we keep doing it, so it makes it even more fascinating. But then while this has happened, Sully has convinced Quaritch to free him because he says he has a plan. Even though they've got like the stealth position, they have guns, they could quite easily snipe them from a distance. His plan is to be freed, which Quaritch goes along with, to sneak around, take out one guard, still being stealthy at this point. Then he decides, fuck it, no, I'm just going to run into the middle of them and punch them.
Yep.
So that's the grand stealth plan. Which almost works, right? You know, he takes out a few of them.
It's so frustrating. This happens throughout the whole movie where it's like, yeah, I guess the winner here is obviously going to be the guys with the superior firepower who have the ambush advantage and they have stealth, essentially. So, yeah, and then the film is like, yeah, and they win. You're like, okay, cool. And then they lose. You're like, I'm sorry, what? Why? What? And then it's like, and then they win. And you're like, no, wait, what? And then they run away. And you're like, what? God, none of it is dependent on any particular power levels or resources. It's just whatever the writer wants at the time. It's like, this is happening now, this is happening now, this is happening now. And he's like, yeah, okay, fine. Felt that way about all the final battles as well for all the films.
Mm-hmm. So in this case, Sully distracts them by running into the middle and punching them, and then while they are distracted, Quaritch walks in and he grabs the Fire Queen and he shoots into the air to shut everybody up, and the Fire Smurfs immediately surrender. But it isn't quite over yet because there is an evil trick that Quaritch has not accounted for, which is that the Na'vi have prehensile penises. So the Fire Queen rapes him, and this is how she wins. She forces him to she just attaches her tentacle to his tentacle, and she forces him to drop his rifle, and then Sully gets knocked out. And then she forces Quaritch to his knees, and then his partner person is just ambushed. He runs away. He will be back later. I don't know how. He just turns up again. But the main important beats in this are just random sudden rape adventure.
It is unclear first if he's particularly unhappy with what happened, Quaritch, but it is also unclear if he's actually pretty happy with it, in fact. His expressions are curious throughout that whole sequence. You do wonder. He's all the memes, they have reason, all right, guys? They're not just based on screenshots, okay? It's also story. Quaritch is he's having some fun in this movie. Even
then, the first movie, I think, explains explicitly that what happens when they do this is he basically form of sex, and they share the deepest psychological bond they can possibly share. I guess weird that they should also use this for animals, but they made that choice.
Yep.
But it means that is what's happening to Quaritch here, and it basically establishes a partnership going forward. He kind of likes this experience, and she kind of likes this experience, and so they're friends. They're going to be friends anyway. She's impressed because Quaritch, like, he's strong enough to resist the raping after a bit of time, so he disconnects their tentacles. And she praises him for his strength, and she strokes his face because she's really, really into it, and she really likes the massive gun that he has. And she says, "Show me how it works." So he just does. He even loads the gun for her. He teaches her how to aim the gun.
There's some funky editing. It's like this dramatic sort of, oh no, the tables have turned. So anyway, how does a gun work? It's like, yeah, okay, so you got the the sights there. That's how you reload. These need to go here. And it's just like, what? What's happening? Okay, I guess we're doing that. And then when it's done, it's like, right, anyway, so we kill you now. Okay, it's as though James was like, oh, we got to get her trained on the gun in order for her to use the gun. It's like, yeah, you can't just drop that right in the middle randomly, super fast. Just, what the fuck?
There's also an interesting thing coming in here as well, because so like they sort of flirt while doing this. He shows her how to use it. He says, feels good, doesn't it? She says, yeah. Then she says, I do not need you now, Skyman. Now, as far as I understand, Skyman is the Na'vi term for human. They don't know that he's a human.
That's
So
fair.
I guess they could. Can they tell by the?
Can you tell by his hair? Because he's got the crossbreeds have like the slightly different hair, right? Because I think even Sigourney Weaver's supposed to be, and maybe the fingers. Yeah, does that give it away?
Well, it's because of the 4 fingers, right?
Yeah.
There's physiological differences between jungle Smurfs and sea Smurfs, and between sea Smurfs and air trader Smurfs. There are already those there. The Fire Smurfs have seemingly never interacted with the humans before. They don't know, as far as I'm aware, how can they even know that it's possible for humans to become avatars unless they have previously interacted with each other? So, like, she says this as though it is common knowledge.
Or is it like, does she extract that information when she...
Oh, she did, plug into him.
I mean, she does plug into him. That's a possibility, I suppose. Or
gives
they
him
just
the old
forgot.
bump and dump with the tentacles. Why not?
Yeah, I think there might be another instance where this happens though without the tentacle. I could be wrong. It will come up later if it does. It just seemed strange anyway that she should automatically know that that's what happened, and not be shocked by it, even if if this is the moment she learns it. She just accepts that this is the thing that can happen. He is just a human.
Well, yeah, you figure that changes her world if we are to conclude that this is the first. It's like, oh, there's like aliens, like people from other worlds. You know, but she accepts it pretty quickly.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be bothered by it.
Ultimately, what you should be concluding from this conversation, guys, is like these are opportunities to like make your story more robust, and like a lot of the time they seem to go completely unrecognized. Like James doesn't realize, oh shit, like I can do something here. Instead, it's like, oh, all right, yeah, okay, on we go.
Mm-hmm.
So, we then get a very quick cutaway. So we see Neytiri. She flies back. She's abandoned her family, not tried to communicate, not tried to find them. She flies to where the air traders were heading. She goes back to the friendly camp of the friendly Smurfs and the friendly human scientists.
Yeah, good thing the humans can save her life.
Yes.
It's a very good part. And she ran to them for help because, of course, humans are reliable. They're supportive. Good thing. As you mentioned, she chose to do that instead of checking on the safety of her family because Neytiri is extremely selfish, ultimately.
She is just an evil
to the
bitch.
point where her principal racism is actually irrelevant if she's hurt. She's like, guys, take care of me. Anyway, I hate you.
It's also, I just find it bizarre that this team of human scientists has been allowed to keep operating in known collaboration with the enemies of the military that used to employ them, or maybe even still does supply them, because they must get their supplies from somewhere. But they are just allowed to keep going, and this has been the case for 3 movies at this point. But that's where she goes anyway, and then we're just back with the fast moves. There's a thing with this movie where, because the movie thinks, well, we need to show you what these other characters are doing. Even if nothing else is happening in the scene, we just need to show that this thing is happening. So we'll just cut away for 10 seconds to show you this is happening. I don't really think we need to cut away and then cut back after 10 seconds. I think you could just combine these scenes or do more with each scene we get for a character. It's going to become more of a problem later, but it's just like it makes it really kind of sucks momentum out of any individual plot line when every 15 seconds you cut away for 5 seconds, back for another 15 seconds, and you got somewhere else for 10. But we are going to keep doing that. So now we come back to the Fire Smurfs. It's nighttime. They're dancing around their fire. They love their fire. They are. It is great. It's warm. You can do shit. You can kill people with it.
There's some neat shots in this part that I was like, ooh, I like the silhouettes on the fire. That was where I was at with this movie. I was like, ooh, shapes, colors.
Art. Yeah, art's pretty.
Look at that. Yeah. This is what cinema was for. Just some shots that look okay.
Don't say that 400 million was wasted, because boy, it wasn't.
I will say, it is starting to annoy me how much that's taken root, the idea that, like, the point of cinema is to have, like, massive blockbusters, when blockbuster as a term is relatively new in the scope of, film, right? I mean, it's kind of like the 70s when that emerged. And even beyond that point, a huge amount of movies are just people talking to each other in, like, contemporary settings. No action scenes, no explosions, just, like, character drama, but with higher production values than you would see on television. That's what most movies were for most of the time. And now for some reason, it's like, the cinema is for watching, like, tech demos. That's kind of like what cinema is for. I don't get it. Why are we all
defensive
that?
Like shit modern movies as well? Like you hear it in the case of like Godzilla X Kong and all that kind of crap. It's like, why are you expecting it to be good? It's just a blockbuster. Jaws, the first blockbuster was Jaws. Jaws was the first summer blockbuster. That was a really, really, really great movie, and you don't see the shark until like 50 minutes in. It's just character drama.
Like, I find it strange that people have accepted, like romantic comedies, comedy movies in general, these sorts of things. We don't really care if that's like on Netflix. What we really need is shit like Superman in theaters. That's like what the theater experience is for. This is just not true. Or at least it wasn't until maybe 15 years ago that this has become the argument in favor of cinemas. Is, you gotta watch Avatar on the big screen. People used to watch, like, they watch Silence of the Lambs on the big screen, Like, what do we... Yeah, like, it just drives me crazy. They watch Love Actually on the big screen. This is what people watched in cinemas for most of the time.
These movies don't notably diminish that much in quality when you move them to a small screen. So it's almost like they're quite good anyway, and they will be good no matter what size screen you watch it on. There will be differences, obviously, and like it's not going to be as engrossing perhaps on a phone as it is on a big screen, but the difference between TV screens and cinema screens becomes smaller over time, and ultimately what makes the movie good is not what technology is used to portray it or project it. It is it constructed well? Is it well written? Are the characters great? You can't Avatar, if Avatar is only good or can only really be appreciated on the cinema screen, I just don't think it's a very good movie. And
also, are we saying that like Silence of the Lambs wouldn't have benefited from a big like mech battle at the end or something?
No, that's true. That's what he should have. We should have seen Hannibal Lecter in the giant mech at the end of Aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Buffalo Bill can have a mech made of skin because that's his thing. So he can,
They have a big battle at the end. They're fighting each other. It's I don't know. And, I've seen a few people point out, it's like, well, yeah, TVs used to be, they weren't even, like, approaching what you could watch in the cinema. It's like, yeah, but surely that is the argument. Like, if TVs are getting so good that the difference between the big screen and the small screen is getting less important, surely that would be an argument against the idea that movies going to the cinema is for the spectacle. You can get the spectacle at home on an 85-inch TV with, like, a surround sound system, Like, I don't imagine that if you were watching Avatar on that you would be feeling like, damn, I'm really missing out compared to watching it in the cinema. Like, the whole point I'm making is people went to the cinema to watch stories that they enjoyed. The idea that they went specifically to get, like, a big spectacle doesn't reflect the vast majority of films that have been released throughout all of history.
I mean, there are some
it's just a silly argument.
Bonus factors that are probably informing that. Like, why would I go to see a non-big action epic thing when I can comfortably watch it in my home now? So that, in a sense, it's like the reverse argument for ending up, I only go to the cinema for blockbusters, because why else would I want to go to a theater that annoys me, like, with other factors?
That speaks to a different problem then, because it's obviously been the argument in relation to Netflix. And it's like, you know, the Netflix CEO trying to argue that Netflix is more pro-consumer, which you can have conversations about whether or not that's true, obviously with certain things to be considered. But like the idea that, well, paying like $20 a month to get access to a bunch of movies that, to be fair, you do not own. And if that is creating an ecosystem where you can't own movies, that speaks to a problem. But that is like obviously more anti-consumer than you have to pay about that much money to watch a movie one time in a theater with people that might be eating food or on their phones, and you also
my
don't
ticket
own
was like
it.
$16,
Like,
you know? It
it's
ain't
not
cheap.
you know, it costs
And if
about
you
as
want
much
a
to watch
snack,
one movie in the
double
cinema as
it.
it
Well, like I
costs
said,
to pay for a streaming service for a month. You know?
a good example is, I guess, would be The Long Walk is not necessarily a spectacle in any way to go and see in the cinema, but I did, and it was borderline ruined by a motherfucker next to me. So it's like,
there was
in retrospect, it would have been nicer to just watch it in my home.
There was somebody who kept clapping. They just kept doing that like every like 5 minutes. It wasn't for any particular reason. He just kept clapping, and it was yeah, it was pretty annoying, especially when it's over the course of like 3 hours.
But like,
That's
that's kind of what
man.
I'm saying. It's like the other way you can arrive at the same symptom. Whereas some people would say like, there should be more. Everything should be a blockbuster because that's why we go to cinema. It's like stupid. But then another person might end up in the same place, but for the reason of I'm only going to go to the cinema for a spectacle because I can at least benefit like visually and orally from the whole screen and everything, and maybe even with an audience to go woo at the right times. Versus, if I'm watching Silence of the Lambs 3 or whatever the fuck they produce these days, I'll watch it at my home. I'm not going to watch it in the fucking theater. Well, that's the thing, right? If they said a re-release of Silence of the Lambs in theaters, I'd be like, I might watch it at home. I don't think I need to go to the cinema for that. I don't want to risk some fucker ruining it.
But in January, you bet I'm going to go to those theaters and see.
Well, again,
the
that's
Lord
the
of the
thing.
Rings movies, 100%.
Especially if you haven't seen Lord of the Rings in the theater, it's like a bucket list thing.
I'm trying to bring a couple people with me, like my mom, and, an aunt of mine, and that kind of thing, to be like, listen, I need you to understand when I talk about these movies. This is what I'm talking about, especially because this will be the ideal way that you could like ever possibly watch them, and you might not get this chance again. So, yeah.
I mean, the whole point here being that, like, if your argument for watching movies in the cinema is specifically a spectacle, I think you're kind of missing the point. Like, it should be good. that feels like the better metric that you should be arguing for. Watching films in cinemas because they're really good.
Well, when people tell you
a spectacle, that should exclude it being good anyway.
They'll say it's a visual medium, as though it just needs to be high fidelity or have explosives or whatever, as opposed to like visual storytelling, visual medium. That's
yeah.
Where's the storytelling part?
That's the part that is kind of the essential element, really. I mean, case in point, right? With these movies, I mean, yeah, the visuals are really impressive a lot of the time. It's very impressive, but man, like that can only get you so far, and apparently so far is like $2 billion. So. Maybe I'm totally wrong,
I think it's totally right, but people just don't value it. It's one of the, I described it as the feelies when I reviewed number 2, and that impression hasn't changed. It is not a movie people go to engage with. It is a movie they go to so they can sort of basically become vegetative and sort of slouch in their seats and with their eyes not blinking. And their brains get vaguely stimulated by colorful lights and pretty looking animals and sexy Smurf creatures. And that's all they really need. It's just this low-level stimulus, which is constant. And they leave feeling warm with no recollection of anything in particular that got their attention.
I do get confused if someone says, like, I really like the second one, but not the third one. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, why? What did the second one not have that the third one has, or vice versa? What was the difference?
Well, back to the third one. So the kids and Sully and everyone, they've been captured. They've been tied up while the fire smurfs dance around the fire taking drugs. It turns out that being captured is not much of a problem because Kiri, she fucks another tree. She connects to it and she controls its big spiky flowers and turns them against the guards, and they collapse when they get shot with the big old spikes.
Is Awa okay with this?
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
I
that,
guess.
Someone's hacking into her
So-
security system and using her plans to kill the Navi. It's just, you know what I mean? I was like, is this a problem?
is this
or...
ethical? Are we allowed to do this?
Okay,
Is
it's all
is
good.
this
Don't
a
worry
thing? It was to fight the bad people, and it's okay to kill them
Yes.
using the conspicuously dart gun shaped plants that happen to be right there that you can control. And it's like a video game when you hack into like a turret or something, but this is the
Yeah.
biological version of that. You just hack into the forest and use the flower turret.
Well, the fire people are atheist infidels, so it's good to kill them. So
Are they
Eowyn
atheists?
doesn't
I thought
mind.
they hated Awa rather than didn't believe
I
in
think
her.
they recognize that
So they're
Eowyn
anti-
Yeah,
exists,
so
or
they
yeah.
it's like in God's Not Dead. You know, how could you say God doesn't exist but you hate him, and then all of the people stand
You
up
go,
and say, "Oh, Captain, my captain."
and clap.
They all stand up and say God's not. And then isn't the story that he gets hit by a car or something, and then it's
Yeah.
like before you die,
repent.
you gotta, and then he does. It's like it's okay. He's in heaven now.
And then, like, before he dies, he's like, okay, it's true. I believe in Zeus. And the guy's like, no, wrong one. No.
No. And then he dies.
Yeah.
No.
He goes to Mount Olympus.
Is that where you go when you
No.
believe in Zeus?
You
go-
totally do. You
Where-
know,
No.
where-
Why not?
Where do you,
Sure, why not?
Because you know
You
you're
go
not
to
Hades.
Tartarus,
But where
right?
do people go? Like if they praise Athena or like Poseidon? Because that was like the nature of it, right? Was like people would kind of pick their guy that they would be backing. What did they get in exchange for that?
There's some kind of underworld.
There's
where you go
Hades.
with
Well, there's
that.
Hades,
It's
but, like,
not where the
that's-
general souls go.
Yeah.
I can't remember now whether they did sort of the whole life after death for everyone thing. I get the sense they mean
Or
not.
does everybody go to Hades? A few people are saying everybody goes to Hades. Okay.
Hades nuts.
some Elysium answers as well.
Oh. Right.
But- I just like to believe all the afterlives, they're all real and they're all next door to each other, so you can visit.
Yeah.
Well, that's the Marvel thing, right? In Marvel, like all of them are equally like real and they all exist, and people have praised that when it's like
That's
well, surely
insane.
this-
Absolutely
Surely this
insane.
presents problems, you know?
But
Like,
basically, that just
isn't
turns them
there-
into theme parks.
Well,
and so, like,
fucking-
Zeus is really jealous that fucking God gets all of the visitors, and he's got none of the last few years. He's probably really happy when a pagan dies.
No, Jane, what's her name? Female Thor ends up in
goes
Valhalla.
to Valhalla, which
It's like,
yeah.
is that right? Is that how that should
'Cause
work?
she wasn't Lady Thor for the vast majority of her
Yeah,
life.
but yeah,
Does that overwrite her previous?
Well, yeah. How does it pick and choose which one? If she like, I don't know if she was a Christian. Like,
Like,
does
why does
heaven? Does the Christian heaven exist in the Marvel universe?
No, we don't do that. No, we do all the other fucking ones that are weird and mythological that are from history. But we're not going to do the Christian one.
What
No,
happens if
no.
what happens in the Avatar world, like when the sun, you know, for Pandora, like inevitably goes out and the planet dies? Does that just mean like everybody on all the Na'vi? Like it can't be eternal. Planets don't last forever.
I don't know. James, tell
No.
us.
I'm not
like,
sure.
Presumably, if the sun dies out, that's it. Or what happens if like a big solar, you know, like there's like a gamma ray burst or something, and it gets directed at Pandora and it cooks the planet?
Their
Does
sun is
that just, like,
perfect.
wipe out.
It never does that for them. It's
Awa is the
okay.
sun too.
yeah.
Hmm.
So
He's
having
my hammer.
Because Sigourney Weaver, she's in Pandora heaven.
Yeah,
she was
she
able to
is,
get
but-
there.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
yeah, we get to
And so
visit
is
that
Spider.
later.
Spider can visit, but that's
That's
because
right.
he underwent a. But it seems like in both of the cases with Spider and Sigourney, you know, we'll talk about it later. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Forget I said anything.
So yeah, having taken out the guards using the plants, the family gets to escape. They all go running off. We get another chase sequence, and it's getting really, really tiresome. But here we go. And the fire smurfs, they try to follow them, but they don't notice until it's too late. So they're like, oh shit, I guess we're gonna have to search by air, which is a really novel concept that the humans should try more often, but they don't. So they take to their birds. They go and fuck a bunch of birds, and off they fly. And they're going to go hunt and see if they can find the farm. But then we go back to Neytiri. She wakes up in the evil human hospital, which has just saved her life. She
She's like,
finally
"Eh,
remembers that
gross."
she has a family. She wakes up and the first thing she says is, my children, my children. It's like, well, you didn't fucking think about that 10 minutes ago, did you, bitch? But then one of the fellow sort of friendly Smurfs there, they ask where the children are, and she can't know this because she didn't check. But I'm sure she will be able to remember because it's Avatar.
Mhm.
So the others, like a bunch of the scientists, they get themselves into their Smurf sonars, and Nightiri goes and leads them back. She insists on leading them back to her children, even though she's mortally wounded and she can't fight because her shoulder's injured. She's gonna go and lead them back to the rescue.
It would be funny if she's
Just
like, I
another
demand
Stark.
we must go now. Unless, do I need to stay longer, like medication-wise, or do I need... Cause I mean, if I have to stay, you know.
Yeah, does this look infected to you? Because I mean,
You know, I'll stay if I have. You know how it is.
Yeah. And this scene obviously couldn't have been rolled into the previous Nightiri scene because too many important things happened in both of those. So now we're done with that. So we're back to the kids again. They all climb out of the lake. They have a nice little lie down. And notably, they lie down kind of in the open. And I was thinking when I was watching them, that no, because you know that the enemies fly, you really should be hiding under tree cover at this point. But they don't. They just relax on the lakeside, and no one's really yet noticed, except the kids, that Spider can breathe the air. It hasn't come up in conversation. And it's not really going to come up in conversation here either, because it's not time for that. So Quaritch suggests that everybody takes a rest while he takes watch, and obviously Sadi says no, because fuck no. They have they sit down while all the kids get a rest. He and Sully and Quaritch, they have a bit of a chat, and Quaritch compliments Sully on how he's raised Spider. And he says, you've done a really good job with him. He's great. He says he's still going to have to bring Sully in at the end of the day, but, well done for raising the kid.
What he should be saying is, it's amazing how, despite your horrible parenting, he's come up as such a great dude. I don't know how that's possible, but hey, it's what happens.
Yeah. I think my first conversation would have been, how the fuck is he still alive? But that comes later. Then we get more of a theme conversation, and theme in this is sort of, it operates on, it's kind of like the median principle. The theme is just whichever line of dialogue recurs most often. It doesn't really lead anywhere. But Sully tells Chip, he says, this world is much deeper than you imagine. You witnessed it tonight with Kiri, with Spider. I don't really know why this conversation's happening, but never mind. We're 7 hours in, and it's time for Chip Hazard, sorry. It's time for Quaritch to reflect on the state of the world.
He is very Chip Hazard, actually. I can see that.
He is, because I'm struggling, because I had names for all of these all the way through the Avatar 2 video, and now I'm trying to remember their real names, and it's impossible. So he was Chip Hazard all the way through, but it's fucking Quaritch. It will stick in the mind eventually. It's time for him to sort of, be introduced to the prospect that Pandora is a bigger, wider world than he's previously given it credit for, even though he's been existing in and around it. He's fucked his fair share of animals. He's flown around. He's seen loads of it. Apparently, he's still immune to it, though. He's deaf and blind to it. And Sully is here trying to wake him up to how wonderful the world is so he can, make an appeal to him later to abandon his course of evil.
Yeah. We've exploited things you could only begin to imagine.
So, Quaritch then responds, because Quaritch, unlike Nightiri, is not a racist. He says, it doesn't matter what color I am, I still remember what team I'm playing for. Which is good.
Yes, but at the same time, it's like, just to be clear, because like the teams, so his core motivation, I would assume, is he's not invested in humans because he's human, as much as he's invested in humans because humans are worthwhile saving, and he cares about them, and that's what he's going to fight for in this nightmare universe.
Yeah, it's not arbitrary,
Yeah.
And he also ties it to the Marine Corps as well, because he throws Sully's betrayal at him several times. So he has a code of honor, and he has a code of
says,
we saw it in the first film. Like he said, you help me, I'll get your legs. And then later in the film, he's like, I got your legs. It's done. And the something to be drawn from that. It probably wasn't easy. It wasn't like effortless. He would have gone out of his way to do that. And Jake just kind of doesn't give a shit. And that's like at the first point where Quaritch is like, I'm a bit sus about you.
Jake's got the same problem that Captain Marvel has, where for some reason he never has a second thought about the fact that any other day, at any other time, in any other way, he could have been any of these soldiers that he kills rampantly. That's him.
And
just
screams and says, "Yeah!"
It's weird. It's like, they haven't gone on your fucking profound experience, and they think they're fighting for their families to save humanity, and you just don't seem to care.
Your profound experience is enabled by human technology. Human technology is why you can walk. Like, that's the reason why you're even in a position to have this life. It was human technology that
Oh
got
yeah,
you there. It
Finn.
was human
Finn does this
technology that
too.
turned you into... Yeah, exactly. Where it's just like, you
Yep.
just kill them and you don't really
And
care, even
again,
though they were you.
I don't. It's not even like you can be brought to a point where you have to kill them. I just wish it was represented in the character as like a bit of a tragedy instead of a fucking fun experience.
Well,
where
yeah,
the
but a
humans
lot
can
of
be slaughtered in
movies have
mass,
this
and it's just
problem.
okay.
A lot of movies have, and you know, what's kind of interesting is like Captain America deals with this, like in terms of that he doesn't want to kill people, but you know, if it needs to happen in order to stop horrible things from happening, that's something that he will do. But you don't see Steve Rogers like going, "Yeah, woohoo!" You know, as he's fighting people.
I just love killing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's not Crumbopulous Michael. He's doing it because he sees that there's like no other way, right? It's necessary, as opposed to Jake, who appears to be having a lot of fun with it. He's really into it, which is just very strange.
It is. And he Sully then responds to him. He says, "You've got new eyes, Colonel. All you've got to do is open them." And not asking the question of, you know, who gave him the eyes, where the eyes came from, as has been mentioned. The technology is reliant on what humans have done for them. And they're also not new because he's had them for like 5 hours of movie at this point. This sort of strikes me as a second movie exchange because they had opportunities to talk in that film, but here we are in the third movie. We're finally starting to get to grips with the nature of existence as a Smurf. The Fire Smurfs, they're still scouring the skies looking for them. We cut forward in time, and then they all wake up, or something, wake up by the lake. They have been sleeping in the open this entire time, which is incredibly dangerous because they know the enemy can fly. But and they do indeed see some strange like flying things coming towards them, and they think temporarily, "Oh shit, this might be the Fire Smurfs. It's better run away." But then they quickly realize, because they have very good eyesight, that actually this is the nice Smurfs. This is Nightiri and the scientists. They have come to the rescue. Hooray! Isn't that great? But then when they turn
That is
around
great.
during this little distraction, Quaritch has run away. He has disappeared into the woods. Evidently, the conversation left no mark on him whatsoever. So he's gone to rejoin his own team.
We'll be back to find him. I do enjoy that, him just scampering off into the forest
Yeah.
while nobody was looking.
Yeah. If the camera was wider, we would have seen him. He just kind of
There's a big reuniting, and Nigeri and the fam, they all hug. Everyone's really relieved because she's temporarily convinced herself that she loves her children, which is obviously not true. The science Smurfs that have come with them, though, they spot Spider and they are obviously overawed by his ability to breathe. This is a huge, huge deal, which he is fully aware of. So he says, "Oh yeah, I'm good on the whole air thing." Yeah.
what a great line. Another classic Spider line. No, I'm good on the
Thanks,
whole air
James.
thing.
The single. Thanks a lot, James. Really,
Like, don't
he
you-
was the
don't
only
you think-
screenwriter on this, wasn't he?
I think so. I'd have to check.
Yeah, good job, man.
That's
I don't-
wild. You'd think that if you were Spider, you'd have a lot of things to think about and be like, yeah, so like the god of this world, through a spell that Kiri cast, like it sort of changed my biology in such a way that I can now breathe the air and I'm like different and everything, and I could do something
Oh,
no
no,
human's ever done before. And like this has had a profound effect on me in the way that I view the planet and my place in it and my family is like, no, I'm fine on the air thing. Like, thanks,
No,
Spider.
that line was a product of 3 writers, actually. James Cameron was not the sole writer. There are 2 other screenwriters, and there are 2 additional story credits as well. So there's 5 people working together to deliver that banger line.
Only 5 people working together could create a line like that.
Yeah.
So then they all return to base, and Quaritch, he's reunited with his fellow Smurf Marine off-screen. They found themselves 2 birds from somewhere. They fuck those birds. They fly back to base. He radios in. He lets the base know he's inbound. And it's one of those things. I don't know why he didn't radio them when he first found them, because you would think,
Yeah.
okay, that is the opportunity. You found them, and you can just send him back up. But never mind. We get to meet an iconic Avatar character. He occurs in this
Yes.
scene. Recurring character, finally back after too many hours away. It is corporate douchebag from the first movie.
Giovanni
Everyone
Ribisi.
remembers him.
Yes. Everyone knows him from
Yep.
Saving Private Ryan, okay?
and from Ted
and
the sequel
Ted.
Ted 2, where he plays the crazy guy.
Doesn't he dance while drinking from
And then
a thing or something?
and then in the second movie, he dances while dressed up as one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's how Ted gets him.
He was also
It's
in
kind of
Basic.
funny.
I don't know if anyone in chat has seen Basic. Samuel Jackson and John Travolta. It's a movie. He's in it too. You know, he's in movies. So nice to see him back, finally.
Yeah, he gets so much to do in this film. Somehow, I don't really know why he's still in position after the monumental failure of his last Pandoran exposition, but he is still here. He has, like everybody else, he's completely gotten over unobtainium as a thing. That never comes up again.
No.
He's just there, and he's moved on now. He's more interested in whale brain juice because it's more valuable. But now he's learned about Spider, and that is even more important because, of course, what is the one thing humans need to survive on Pandora? Except for all the other ways they can do it, it's air, and now it's proven that somehow a human is able to breathe the air.
Yeah, I just don't understand why we wouldn't like mass produce masks and live in domes. You know, like everything in sci-fi that is addressed by sci-fi, like, oh, we're living on the moon, we're living on Mars, we're living on these planets, we have space stations. This is a basic sci-fi.
Well, you know, the whole like drop-in plans. I saw some people in chat talking about it. It's like we probably could have done more damage to Pandora by dropping in just a handful of invasive flora and fauna and just left it.
Like cats. If we just dropped cats onto Pandora,
pretty much, cats
like,
are
half of the life would just be extinguished.
That is crazy. Like, little cats, they are like one of the most successful animals in the history of this planet, pretty much.
Well, given the nature
what would Awa do?
Probably...
Like, would Awa be like, gross alien human animals? Or would it be like, oh no, cute animals, I'm pro animals.
Go, Squid Army! Defeat the furry sky creatures.
We hate cats here.
Or yeah, just rabbits. That's right. Just drop some rabbits.
Yeah, rabbits. just pick like 10 areas of the planet, drop a seriously huge amount of rabbits, cats, wolves, all the different like just stuff, and then plant a huge thing of. Isn't grass like particularly effective at spreading at least our Earth grass versus? Could it overthrow?
Well, yeah, because we often don't think about
everywhere.
plants. There are, plants can be invasive.
Oh yeah,
species,
kudzu and all kinds of stuff are
What's the isn't there a Japanese knotweed or something? Is like one of the most
that you can't get rid of it.
We should just drop a fucking knotweed. Just goes throughout. A was like, what is this? It's the knotweed god, and it counteracts her influence on the planet.
Even need that. Just grow crap.
The ecosystem is like, well, they're clearly genetic engineering is something that humans have figured out in this world. They
we
create
can make
like
Navi bodies. We can
they can modify plants to live on Pandora and just wreck everything.
Oh, of course. And what would be funny too is if it's a catastrophe, the cat population is out of control, that he was like, oh, that's awful. We can help. We're just gonna need some cooperation.
But we need some unobtainium and some whale juice, okay?
And we'll sort
I feel
out
like
those
they would
cats.
just be able to make lungs that can breathe the air, and then you can just get a transplant. Like that would be probably that's something you could do. You just make lungs.
The reality is
that
the Avatar program is more advanced than these things because you're literally transferring consciousness in real time to a different body. That has to be more advanced than just creating the parts and putting them in people,
Yeah, because obviously if you can create the bodies to do the transference, then you've solved that. You can make Navi bodies. That just kind of gets stated by the first movie. Like, this is like a thing we could do, and that's sort of the big give that you have to give the movie is the premise of the technology. This is like just a thing that we could do to make the movie happen. Like, okay, but this has effects and things. Like, I'll buy your little, I'll do your thing, and I'll go along with it. But you have to respect the consequences that this creates in terms of technology.
I want to be clear as well, because someone just mentioned, like, so I guess Spider's now a human-Navi hybrid, and it's like, correct, but completely dissimilar from the human-Navi hybrid that is Jake, which is, again, correct, but completely dissimilar from the human-Navi hybrid that are his children with Neytiri, which are also completely different from the sort of human-Navi hybrid that is Sigourney Weaver in the child body. Like these are like 4 different examples that are complete. Yeah, you're right, the Quaritch is also a different version. It's just like... How much fucking shit have we managed to, like, Platoon went over it, but it's insane. It's absolutely
insane. The
insane.
Environmental stuff and the peace and happiness stuff kind of gets completely overshadowed by these sorts of things in terms of the, in terms of like the technology and what it should create. We should be having like Soma discussions in Avatar, not like, oh, are the squids okay or things like that.
The Na'vi
We just don't want to have
survive
those conversations.
the plague of cats and wolves and all these plants, and even the knotweed, and then we present to them as like, if you really want to push us, we will release the mosquitoes. And they're like, what's that? And we're
no.
like, you don't want to know, but we will do it.
The Na'vi should be lucky we haven't like introduced a terrible genetic plague upon them.
Yeah,
Just by being
you would
around
think
them.
Agent Orange.
that absolutely would have happened.
Well, I mean, just like
we have their full
smallpox,
genome
malaria.
cracked. We would be able to do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
We've got it so cracked, by the way, that we can trick them into thinking we're one of them. We could just send in an infectious, like, single species that does whatever and just fucks everyone up, sneezes on them all. It's all over.
It is quite funny to look at like, the number of people who say, oh, you don't go for the story, but Pandora itself, it's such a wonderfully realized world, and here we are just having way more fun finding ways to destroy it, because fuck this place.
Sir.
It would be. I mean, like buried deep down, there's an interesting there is a series of interesting conversations that could be had. But all three of these movies, they almost sometimes they get close to skirting the line on what could be an interesting conversation, but it never happens.
When the mosquito offensive fails, they send in one Na'vi with COVID, and it's all over.
Oh no! Now everyone has to wear masks on Pandora.
It's like the post-credits scene. The Na'vi think they've won, and the guy is sitting with their camp, and he just goes, and then the credits hit. It's like, it's over, bro.
Oh god, it's like the end of, well,
Contagion?
No, the what was it? It comes at night.
Alien? Predator.
Predator?
Only comes... No, it's Aliens, is they only come at night, sorry.
Oh.
Aliens?
Were you in
Is
quotes
they
or
all come at
titles?
night?
I'm confused.
I don't know what the title is, so I went for the quote.
The title is It Comes at Night.
Oh.
I see. Anyway, that's how
Never seen it.
Contagion sort of starts, right? There's a bat that eats a monkey or something, and then something coughs.
Yeah, at the very end, it shows you the chain of how it happened. Yeah, I like Contagion. It's a neat movie.
Anyway,
Speaking of non-interesting conversations, the military woman continues to not react to events happening around her at all. So even though everyone has just learned that a human has learned how to breathe on Proxima, and this is the most important thing ever, she says, I don't care about that. My priority is just getting this city built and sending back whale brain goo to pay for it. So, few questions world-building wise. If the Earth is dying, and this is the last best hope of humanity, why exactly are you having to pay for it using whale brain goo, as opposed to just... Like, the company invested huge amounts of money to make this. One company on Earth did all of the stuff in the first movie, and I think it's one company doing all the stuff in the second movie. So, how are you struggling to pay for it? Surely, it's the best hope of humanity. I would have thought there were other ways of funding this adventure than sending brain goo.
I also wonder, is there viability in the fact that they can perfectly reproduce the body of a Na'vi? Can they do that with select body parts, and can they do that with a whale, i.e. whale brain juice?
Yes, or could they capture baby
just, like,
whales and
infinitely make it.
harvest them as well? You could farm them rather than hunt them.
These are just this is what the problem is. It's just like the technology tree thing. It's like you can't tell me you can do these things, and then you'd be like, nah, we can't do those things. That's ridiculous. That would be insane. It's like, but it's not though. You guys you have a controlled environment. You get to you have all the variables under your and like they burn money constantly in these movies with the amount of technology that gets fucking destroyed. I don't know. Seems silly to me.
It is quite silly. Corporate Douche recognizes how silly it is as well, but he says, fuck the whale brain goo, basically. He calls himself a big picture guy. Let me give you a big picture. We can't colonize this world unless we can breathe the air, and now we can. So he's very keen that everybody bend all of their efforts now to finding Spider.
This man made aliens. They terraform
Yep.
the shake and bake colonies in that. How do you not remember this? Like, you're like, oh, this was the only way we could possibly breathe the air. It's like, or just the regular way they do it in every sci-fi ever. But okay, sure, this is our one chance.
And it's also slightly clunky, and it extends the movie far longer than it needs to. The fact that Quaritch's response to this is, well, if we need to find Spider, we're going to need to find Sully. The guy he just left.
Yeah.
for no particular reason about a few minutes ago. You had them both. You could have called help in.
By the way,
You could have tricked them into getting captured. You could have done anything rather than come here and say, "Oh shit, the guy I just had, I lost him again. Let's go find him." Like we were doing in the previous movie again.
something that bothers me is they never try anything like tricking Spider. Say, for example, when they're doing all the tests on Spider in the second movie, they didn't inject a tracker in any way, shape, or form. Some way that while he was unconscious, he couldn't have known about, or something really small, or even attach it to clothing, anything, just in case he was to escape. Would have been real fucking useful, because the amount of times they have to find someone, capture them, have them, lose them, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, the writers don't want them to have trackers on any of these people, because it would get in the way. I'm just saying that it's gotta be the simplest fucking technology compared to everything else they have.
Well, I mean, they have IFF transponders later in this movie, which are just little dog tags they attach to people, so that they have the tech, they just don't use it appropriately.
I just mean
Um,
like something, because I think someone could argue, like, well, if they inject him, then he'll feel where the site was and they might be able to dig it out or something. It's like, okay, it's just literally like an injection that fucking puts it in his lung and there's no way he can get it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is
They must
nanomachines.
have the
They must have
technology.
those. They do. The nice team of scientists, though, over with the nice Smurfs, they also have technology. They are studying Spider. They scan him, and based on their scans, they deduce that when the tree entered his orifices, it expanded inside him like a kind of fungus, and this was nice for it because it's kind of
Yeah.
colonizing his own bloodstream.
Again, very like, if you told me this, it's like, I can breathe on the planet, but am I dying? And they're just like, yes. This is going to kill you. And it's going to give the fucking planet god complete control over you. Say goodbye to your autonomy.
It's a funny line as well at the end of the movie where they tell him that he's alive for the first time because he
my
got raped by a
God.
tree.
Yeah.
Just fucking stop it. Anyway, Sully's first response, though, to being told that his son has been saved by a miracle is, "Can you get it out?" Which is like, but he'll die. So why do you want? Why is this your first response? Obviously, he has a reason for this,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
we'll come on to in a moment. The scientists tell him no because it's altered his blood chemistry. It's in his lungs. It's in his everything. They are keeping each other alive. It's like a benevolent parasite, basically. But then Sully says, "Good thing. What if the labs could reverse engineer this? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask?"
Well, Jake, that might
Well,
be good, you fucker.
You've saved your own race from extinction, Sully. Like, yeah.
There's multiple
What's-
layers to this. As you just brought up, right? The way the scene plays out is it implies that Jake is worried about Spider's health, but that's not true. He doesn't care at all about his health. He's just worried about someone cracking a technology that could then help his species. It's basically double layer of selfish. Jake is like, I enjoy the benefits of Pandora, and I enjoy manipulating these tribes to do everything I want in my funny LARPing scenario. I don't want any other human getting here. Fuck them. I hate them all.
Yeah, kind of unbelievable. And this is
He's a
like a
piece of
big
shit.
plot point for the rest of the film. It's like, man, we really got to prevent humans from becoming extinct by any means
Yeah.
necessary.
I mean, the language has been pretty clear, pretty much in all three movies. Like, Jake does kind of hate humans, and it's very cringe because he, is one.
Yeah, it is, because his entire life is the product of all of the innovations of the humans that he hates.
The ability though to save Spider and make him breathe is not the only thing that the tree did, because the scientists say, "Hey, there's something else," and then they walk over and they pull Spider's dreadlocks apart, and he has a Navi USB Type D is now growing out of the back of his neck.
Yeah,
So he has a Navi tentacle now.
great.
Oh boy,
That'll be
this
useful
is
for later.
interesting. He's turning into
just-
a hybrid. Wow.
The planet's a soft magic system. It's just anything that the narrative requires can be done by any tree that you happen to connect with if it feels like it at the time. It's hard to really invest in much of this given that it's so arbitrary, but fuck it, he's got one now, so that's good for him. Speaking of getting people's dicks, you got Kiri. She goes to try and dick Mel with another tree, and she's trying to communicate with God. She's trying to communicate with Awa through all of this. She's sort of like, she goes into weird hippie space when she does it. It goes all trippy, and then she's in like a forest, and there's a weird force field pushing against her. And she says, "I prayed to you in the forest to save my friend. I prayed so hard, but you didn't come."
And it was
You
like,
fucking
yeah, I'm
did.
not
He's
your
alive.
fucking, I'm not
I'm not your
doormat.
mother.
Yeah, I got my own shit to do, okay? There's a whole planet
Yeah.
here. You guys have no idea. There's this war between the Grumbos and the Schlumbos on the other side. You guys think everything is about you. It's kind
There's a
of, you know?
Smiling Friends episode
Yeah.
happening on the other side of.
But it's like really
Dora.
intellectual and political, the issues they have and the land they have to share or resources
Like
or
an
whatever.
actual story.
Yeah, meanwhile this
with
is like, it
actual
was like, you
characters
guys are
and
just
factions.
cringy and embarrassing and stupid. I'll solve it eventually, but I'll let a few of you die to see if you learn a lesson first.
And that is the general approach. But in this situation, the god did help because Spider was saved.
Yeah. Well, wait,
So-
I thought that the idea
Saving
was that
Spider
Awa
was-
didn't do that. It was Sigourney Weaver that did that.
Oh, she's like, she has to
Um,
channel the magic. So
Well, yeah, because
But she knows that everything is connected to the god.
No, that's what I was saying earlier. That how did Awa feel about basically someone hacking into her systems and using them for her own benefit? Like, it seems the idea
But-
was that Awa didn't answer, and so Sigourney Weaver had to do it herself.
but surely Awa would know about Sigourney Weaver getting connected
Yeah,
to. So it would. She's giving.
yeah,
them-
like she
the
could
power,
stop her if she
right?
wanted to. I think the implication is that Awa was neutral on this issue, as in didn't do anything, and then was like, "Oh, you're doing it? Okay, whatever."
I think that's like the least plausible of the explanations available to her. She says, "I prayed for you to help my friend, and you didn't. Why not?" Basically.
Yeah,
But from her perspective, she has just she connected to a tree, which is connected to the god. And she was then given powers that she couldn't even describe. She didn't know how they worked. She didn't know how she was doing it. She just said it felt right. Two explanations. Either God said no or just didn't answer, and she, by pure happenstance, managed to save Spider's life by means unknown. Or God was empowering her through the tree that's connected to the god to give her powers to save his life. That
Surely
to
the
me,
God
and
aspect
especially given
has to
how
come into
hard
play
she
to connect.
believes in this god and how much she knows about how it functions, the way more plausible explanation from her POV is I was empowered to do this because God stepped in. I know the movie wants to give her a crisis of faith, but it feels like pretty forced that that's the conclusion she
But they don't
draws
need-
based on the available evidence.
But Awa isn't part of the equation when they hack into the animals and ride them, right? That's purely biological, isn't it?
I believe so. Unless you consider
So-
Awa the ultimate network that allows all of it to happen or whatever, like passively.
And that's kind of implied by the first movie, and also trees specifically are the means of communing with Awa specifically. It's like the giant spirit
Yeah.
tree is the main conduit that they have. So trees uniquely are connected to the god in a way that the animals might not be.
Rags, I don't know.
It just felt weird.
I don't know
I
how
don't
any of
think
this
James
works.
Cameron knows. If you were to ask him and you'd be like, "Can you explain how this works?" He'd probably use a lot of flowery language and allegories and floaty, ephemeral ways of describing spiritual mumbo jumbo.
Or he'll
Hell yeah.
shrug and say, "Well, I made $2 billion. Where's your $2 billion? Maybe when you make a $2 billion movie, you
Yeah, I
can
prayed to
criticize
Awa and
me."
she made me $2 billion. What did
Mm.
Awa do for you, bitch?
Yeah, so Kiri continues, like she says, "Yeah, you didn't answer. I had to do it myself. I don't know how. I asked the roots to help me." I was like, "Fucking who controls the roots?" For
I
fuck's
was like,
sake.
yeah, if anything, she should just be like, wow, Awa listened to me ultimately, you know?
Yeah. She keeps trying to move further into this place, into the light towards Awa, but is resisted. She asks why she's like this. She asks how she's doing these things. She asks why she's being pushed away. And then she does her usual stock dialogue, which is just saying, "No, no, no, stop pushing me away. No, 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 no." And it's Sigourney Weaver doing it, so obviously it sounds a bit weird as well,
Mhm.
because it's obviously
Very
not
weird
a
coming out
child.
of that face, yeah.
So Awa pushes her out of a tree, and she has an epileptic fit. Awa's a bitch. She knows this happens, but she doesn't mind. But she gets rescued because she has a chat. The fam and the scientists and everyone, the nice people, come to her aid again, and they have a little chat. And she explains she doesn't know how she does any of her magic. And Nightiri says, "Well, you're touched by the mother's hand. We've known this since the day you were born." But Kiri accuses them of lying and hiding something. She says she's known it her whole life, that she's different. Tell me the truth.
Oh my.
There's a big twist coming, big revelation,
Oh boy,
massively
there's a big
impactful.
twist
and
about
yep,
Kiri's whatever. Something's happening.
the
with
kind
these
of thing that
characters.
makes all of the many hours of Avatar worth it is twists like this.
It's all coming
the-
together.
The attendant priest basically says to the fam, "Yeah, it's time. You need to tell her the truth." And the explanation is that in the first movie, Grace was pregnant, And even though this wasn't the case in the first movie, this movie's decided that it was. They ran tests on her in the first movie, which they didn't do. They discovered that it was a parthenogenic birth. This means that essentially she's Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah,
She is a virgin
A
from the
virgin,
Force.
you say?
Virgins, you see.
By some mystical magic, when they connected dying Grace's dying Smurf body to the tree, the pregnant child that she also had in her real body was then born from her, and she had no father. And she's her
Wait,
response to this is, "Wait, I'm a clone."
How did Grace not have? Wait, how did Grace not have a father?
No, Kiri didn't have a father. So Grace is pregnant with the thing that becomes Kiri.
When you say Grace is pregnant,
So
you
that's
don't mean
Kiri's-
human Grace. You mean Avatar Grace, right?
Yeah.
I don't even. I think. Well, so the real Grace. So human Grace was not pregnant, but Avatar Grace was.
Thanks to a virgins in the Force.
Thanks to. So when did she become pregnant through the Force? That was when she got magic treed.
No, she had to be. She was.
I'm just trying to establish the timeline because I don't know how it works, and I suspect neither James doesn't either. Because we have to settle up the bodies and we have to settle up the spirits. All right. So human Grace, she fucking dies, right?
Yeah.
There's Na'vi Grace. Which one of those two was pregnant?
I would have assumed it was Na'vi
technically-
Grace, and she
'cause it
got
could be both.
impregnated by Awa
When did this happen?
after human Grace died.
So,
That's the end
but
of the
what was
movie,
the
right?
point? So when she got connected
we
to the
learned
magic
this
tree,
pregnancy happened between 1 and 2, right?
so
as
it
in,
was
like, 2
in
says
an
it happened.
off-screen. So,
Well, so if you remember,
between
there's
the
a meme
movies and
about
the
this.
cutscene-
In the second movie, they joke that someone must have fucked the Avatar body to make it pregnant. They never really truly erase that possibility. By the way,
that would be. I mean, Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Would, that
no,
would
no,
kinda be like,
Rags,
well, yeah,
no.
someone
Occam's razor says that it would just happen from nothing. It's like, oh, okay.
parthenogenesis would occur
Yes.
spontaneously. It wouldn't be that someone would tell a fib. All right, it would be that actual parthenogenesis has occurred and magic has
Yeah.
happened, because she would have to be pregnant with a baby, an avatar or a Na'vi baby inside of her, so that when she got connected with the magic to Kiri or whatever, or the spirit or something. Now remind me where Kiri came from. The body.
So Kiri was born out of Grace's Avatar body.
Okay, so that means
Yes.
now, and that means so Grace's.
Basically,
guess
the
the-
logic
I guess
the film presents is that when they both got connected, Grace and the Avatar, to Awa, even though Grace died and she got uploaded into like Awa, somehow the Avatar was made pregnant by that.
Which is really fucking weird.
But that
and
would-
Yeah,
you
it
know.
is.
So that wouldn't. So that means that the spirit that would have been inside Kiri was basically, you don't get to exist because Grace is going in there.
Well, no, well, it's a clone. That's what it seems like that's the idea. She's basically a clone.
Yeah.
Okay, so she was pregnant with
a clone of
Kiri's
She was
body
made pregnant.
at the time.
A clone of
like, during
Avatar
that
Grace?
weird tree
Pregnant.
connection. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So Avatar Grace was pregnant with Avatar Grace.
Seemingly. I'm pretty sure this
She was
is
pregnant with a
the
clone of
logic that the
herself.
film presents, yeah.
Well,
She was made-
Why would
I'm willing
Awa-
to believe it. I just want to be clear because it's insane
Yeah.
in terms of just a
Yeah, why-
choice.
But why would Awa make instead of creating a new soul? I mean, it is new. A clone is a new person. But why would you want to clone the spirit instead of making it its own? Like,
I
it's,
have no
Yeah,
idea.
like why make
Nope.
something pregnant with itself?
and how do you
I don't know.
and because spirits exist in this world, is there a meaningful? I mean, because if that truly is like actually a clone of a spirit, not a clone of a person, but of but of like the soul, so to speak. then it really would be like Sigourney Weaver is in a little avatar person's body.
Yeah, because
So the memories didn't transfer, and the experiences didn't transfer from Sigourney Weaver to
But almost like
Curie.
the core template
yeah,
was
which is really
Yeah, it's like
strange.
you're the same. Yeah, you pick the same class and loadout, but you're on a different level.
It's quite confusing. Not convinced it makes any sense at all.
All of this in order to have Sigourney Weaver in more of the film, Mr. Cameron. Very well, if that's what you want.
Yeah, I don't know what is he trying to say. What does this mean? You know, is this gonna have some sort of like what's the theme behind this happening?
Well,
What's the
I assume by
Well,
Avatar
that
4 and
human-
5 that she's going to become like the most important and powerful person in the whole
Oh, yeah.
universe,
Well,
right?
I'm
You
sure
did
she's
say
gonna
that
be
James
she's a
Cameron
chosen
said-
one.
like if Avatar 4 is happening, and it probably will, that she's going to be the narrator in that one.
Oh,
So-
swing and a
Yeah,
miss,
she's
I
gonna
get
be
that
Fringy.
the plan, and we
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet, even though we've had like 6 hours of story.
Rags already
additional
said
story
that,
on top of-
so
yeah.
you got to Biden
That
on
was a long
your.
time ago.
It still counts,
No, it's
Rags.
fine.
Still
It was-
counts. Still counts.
Well, it's okay to restate.
Take the win,
things.
Rags. Finally.
Listen, I don't have to grow by diminishing. It was a long time ago. That's
Hmm.
fine, and it was a relevant thing to bring up as well. I think this.
Yeah,
works
but
out.
it was said as though you hadn't said it. That's the thing. If you contextualize it like as
Oh,
Rags said,
I guess in that
yeah.
sense, if it was
Yeah,
said in
yeah.
that sort of way.
Well, that's
maybe,
what
yeah.
that's what a Biden moment is, Rags. That's like the whole idea.
Rags, you've
Well, I
forgotten
didn't
what
know
a
if it
Biden
would
moment
count.
is. You're
We've gone
Oh
full
Bidening.
my
circle.
god! Everybody laugh at him now. It's not-
I've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
So I found the only line in the movie where this mechanic is explained.
Okay.
The line is when the priest woman explains this. When the Dreamwalker's body lay here, a seed was planted.
Ugh.
And then Kiri says, "That really sucks. That makes me even more of a freak."
I like
Yeah,
how she
well-
says that really sucks. She says the phrase "that really sucks."
Can I just be clear? The planet raped a corpse.
Yes.
You can't rape a corpse, Mahler.
I think you can spiritually.
I don't. Okay, in spirit you can, but you can't actually rape a corpse.
But you can on Pandora because their spirits are still
Yeah,
alive.
it's different rules there,
Well,
buddy.
their spirits. Well, hold on. If a spirit dies, does it still have ownership of its body back in the real world?
What happens to their bodies? The tree eats them, doesn't it? How do they?
They're
I
like
assume
put
they
it
just-
in the ground, and then the tree. We see it in the first movie. They just sort of put him in a hole.
Also,
and
to be
then the
clear,
tree's like, yeah, now you're
we're-
part of me.
we're working with ambiguity, right? So we would automatically be like, there's definite enough ambiguity that you wouldn't do it, aside from the necrophilia aspect, but also the
Well, yeah. There's obviously some.
the
cleanliness
planet
issues,
itself.
yeah.
Awa doesn't give a fuck. Awa be doing this
You're all
all day,
fertilizer
every
to
day.
her.
Yeah,
You're
it's-
all fertilizer to Awa. She doesn't give a fuck about you. Okay.
I'm not a fan of this Awa creature. I think that's my position now. Yep.
Awa's
no,
like
mind.
an actual, like an evil. Because you would think if I was in Awa's position, I'd want to save everyone.
I've seen the theory
know?
that the close of this franchise, the end of the story, will be that they somehow get an equivalent of Awa to Earth and it saves it, if you know what I mean. Which I would fucking hate as like an ending to
Oh,
the
they could
story.
clone Awa.
Some shit
send
where
the
they can
clone back.
transfer it or copy it, or the Awa just fucking infects Earth and quote unquote saves it, you know? You'd be like, ugh.
And then all the
Colonizing is
humans, when they
bad.
die, are all together, but they're not going to be in harmony, which is another bullshit thing they do at the end. Like, oh, all the dead Na'vi are they just get along. Like, well, no, they might be dead
Oh,
because
if
of
that's
each
the
other.
case, then they're not themselves. If the whole idea is
Yeah.
that they're made to be like, this is something that's not addressed. What if like Awa is malevolent, but your soul belongs to her forever, and she can do whatever she wants to you?
Yeah, you can't escape the spirit realm.
What if she
but
decides to
can-
just put these people in like hell, like a hell? She creates a hell for them,
Yeah,
and that's where
Avatar
they
4.
live forever, and they can't escape. You know.
It
Why?
only
Hang on. Why
works
didn't
if you
Awa
don't-
just? What's the point in making a body pregnant with another younger body to put the spirit in the younger one instead of just put the spirit in the adult one?
Adult one was dead. Maybe
Well,
it can't,
whatever,
It
it's
can
an
clone, it can't
avatar.
revive. Maybe I don't know.
But it was like a vessel, right? An active,
Why
workable
human?
vessel. So Well, like the vessel's functional enough to create a life, but it can't be a life.
Yeah, it was a vessel. It was
Like it's brain
a
dead when you're
vessel
not
made
hooked
by
up to it.
humans, so a human consciousness could be tethered to it, and then the vessel that the humans made with a human consciousness tethered to it lost its connection to the human thing, but then it was dying, but then it was placed under a tree, which turned the human vessel for human consciousness into a vessel for a clone of the human from which the body was made and in which its consciousness was supposed to be, but it got rid of the consciousness because it was dead and it went to the spirit world, but then it put the clone Kiri in it.
Yeah, like
It's fucked.
because Ripley is still
So does
clearly
this-
alive and well in the spiritual sense in the afterlife. So just why can't you just put that into the body? Come on, Awa. What are you, useless?
Yeah, if you can make clones out of people, you could do that. You could bring them back because a soul. Once you establish that souls are things that could be moved around, then well, uh-oh. And it also
This-
establishes that human beings can create essentially a quote unquote synthetic. I assume that's how they do it. They don't say the process, but you can create a synthetic Navi body that Awa recognizes as Navi enough to interface like souls into the afterlife.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you could get because Jake's body and everything, the synthetic ones they make, they have the tails that they can interface with Awa. So humans can literally create the conduit to speak to Awa whenever they want.
This is what I mean. This
Well-
disrespect toward Sky people when you got, Sigourney Weaver was human. She's in the fucking Navi afterlife Awa shit now. You know, how awkward is that? They're all blue people walking around this afterlife shit, and she's like the one human, like, hey. Just
Well,
like,
how come she's not young Sigourney Weaver? How come she's old Sigourney Weaver?
I guess,
It's old Sigourney Weaver's voice and young Sigourney Weaver's blue body.
well,
Look,
that's the
all
other
I'm
one.
saying is that if you're Awa and you get your spirit doesn't have a physical, it has a presence physically, I assume, because it can be transferred and whatnot. But if you're going to be in the afterlife, surely you'd want to be in your young hot body that's healthy and good looking. Instead of
imagine-
your,
If you had a choice.
no offense to Sigourney Weaver, the matronly Sigourney Weaver now, but you are 80.
Imagine she
so-
was the blue avatar person as like seen in the afterlife, and she's like, "Oh no, I want to be my human person," and they was like, "No,
No, that's not allowed.
just the Alan.
No, you're one of us now. You made your choice.
No.
You're like, come on, Awa. It's like, I let you
No,
in
he
here,
was
okay?
always like this.
When you said Alan, I thought you meant from fucking Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park 3, yeah.
When the
Not at all.
Velociraptor says
Alan.
Alan.
Alan
That's
from
what I was
Smiling
thinking, and I was like,
Friends.
why would he?
One of the best
say
moments of the
that?
franchise, that moment.
Yeah, it's a certified Jurassic Park moment.
It is. So Kiri, she's not very happy with this explanation, and we aren't either. She says, "Why, if she is so special, does Awa fold her ears to me?" And the scientists decide to try and explain this because science and religion, fuck it. They say, "Look, we don't know why, but you're locked out from her. It's some kind of firewall. Yeah, it's like an encryption. The harder you try and break in, the harder it fights back."
Like I told
That's
you,
a good
she's
way to
hacking into the
explain it,
system.
too.
And Awa's probably like, fuck you, get out of my system, hacker, weirdo, even though you
And then
made
they're
her.
like, no, we know the password, bitch.
But it turns out later the password is just get some other Smurfs to connect with you and force your way in.
The password is
That's-
fucking ripping
that's
off
how
the
we
ending of
break
Guardians of the
encryption.
Galaxy 1, is what it is.
Also, this sort of implies that all of the scientist Smurfs, they are recognizing, yeah, Awa is actually real. It's not just some story or a
Mhm.
religious thing. Awa is an actual presence, and there's an explanation that can be made scientifically ish about how you can interact with this agent, this being. So they recognize that Awa exists, which you would assume means that all humans, essentially all Pandoran humans, know that Awa actually is real, because this would be one of the most important things that they would discuss when they're talking about Pandora stuff is, oh yeah, this sentient, magical, center of the planet that that our enemies can connect with and speak with. Surely this must be accounted for in our strategies and whatnot.
You'd think.
And God knows what this does to human religion and stuff, but
It's starting to make me wonder
That's
if
it.
there's
I think it
an
ended.
ego equivalent brain like Guardians 2 in the center of the planet for Awa. Like it's a tentacle monster creature at the center with its tendrils just throughout the entire planet. It's not like, ethereal or anything. It's an actual like species.
Flesh and blood.
Yeah, but like
That would be
horrifying.
interesting. Yeah, that would be a cool twist. That
And that
will
they
never happen.
realize like. Oh, that would be such a cool like movie. It's like the afterlife. Everyone's so wonderful and special and stuff, and there's no conflict. Nobody fights, and it's just like, isn't that kind of weird? Well, why? There's like no arguments, and then it's like, also, how come there's like 1,000 people as opposed to infinite people that have died over? And you start to realize like because Awa eats most of the spirits, and they suffer eternally or something, and you know, like something horrifying, kind of like a Love, Death, and Robots episode or something, or Black Mirror. And they all realize, man, Earth is so much better. And then Jake is like, yeah, true. We should go kill all the human. Dude, imagine that's the fifth Avatar. They create an interstellar whale like in Ahsoka.
Dune 2, they create a massive army and
they go to Earth and they kill all the humans, the disgusting sky people, and then they take the planets. They're like, we'll take better care of it than humans will. And then James Cameron
bows.
The
humans into avatars or a Navi.
It would be so awesome if they kill every human and they say it's better this way, and the credits roll.
They fucking do at the end of this movie. Comes down
Look,
close.
James strikes me as a somewhat misanthropic gentleman.
In the test screening, all the fucking shareholders are like, listen, we appreciate the money, James, but what are you trying to say? Like, what's the angle here? Just wondering. He's like, oh, don't worry about it.
Do you think we should be killed by aliens, James?
He's like,
It is
no,
funny because I've had so
no.
many people say in defense of Avatar 1 and 2, it's like, it's the usual excuse for shit movies. Say, well, at least the movie doesn't hate me. Like, the movie hates you a lot more than any movie you think hates you.
You say this, but so many people, even like, you know, people who I'd say are pretty reliable on takes with movies and stuff will say like, well, I really like the movie because it's very pro-family. It's like, what's pro-family with if it's anti-humanity?
And where the only human kid is the one who gets threatened with death multiple times by his own parents.
That's insane.
It's not fucking pro-family. Just because it doesn't fucking outright tell you, oh, in so many words, I hate you and your politics. It's like, no, it just hates humanity. It hates all humans.
Yeah.
It's an incredibly misanthropic movie. Maybe it'll be realized for this one because the sheen is washed off. Who knows?
Burnt off, more like.
Burnt off, yeah.
Well, it's been enough time, and there's such a chasm in terms of like the space between the movies where nothing like stays in terms of people remembering who characters are, their names, or the events. So it is almost like a fresh start. Like the sheen doesn't wear off because it's it's like a new experience every time, like a goldfish going around the bowl. I hope that isn't the case, but I worry that it is.
Hopefully it won't
It's
be
so
because it's only been
unmemorable,
2
it
years since the
refreshes.
last one, which makes people more like less forgiving of how repetitive and horrible it is. But I don't know. I doubt it. It's still going to do stupidly well at the box office. And yeah, I mean, yeah. So you know, Kiri insists that she needs to find out what is going on, what God's plan is, and Neytiri says, just trust that God has a plan for you. You don't need to know it. She says, no, I'm going to find out. And then the scientists say, you can't. You have to stop asking. If you try to connect again, you could die. If you do it underwater, you will die. I wonder if she's going to do it underwater at the end of the movie. And I know the vague idea in the writer's room is like she's basically Jesus. We've established that this would like amount to self-sacrifice for the person who was the product of virgin birth. So at the end of the movie, she goes and does the self-sacrifice, and that is the thing that gets God on her side and comes back to redeem all humanity. That's the vague idea they've gone with. It just makes no fucking sense.
Whose sin's she dying for?
James's
Cameron's
sins against art.
Humanity's, but this time humanity dies as opposed.
Well, yeah, I was
to
gonna say she dies for humanity's sins and then asks Ewa to kill them. Doesn't she? At one point in this film, she's like, "Kill the sky people."
Yeah,
She says
my
the-
kill
God.
them
So
all.
the God thing that communed through a squid and says, "Shall I go kill the sky people?" Her exact line is, "Yes, kill them all." That is the exact translation.
That is one of those
So-
moments where the god is like, "You have one wish," and immediately she's like, "Kill the sky people." And the god's like, "Oh, okay."
It's that
like,
meme with the two people. Look at the other weird.
Yeah, you could choose literally anything. Actually, just kill them all. You're like, I could neutralize it, kill them all. Okay,
What if we scare them off so they don't come back? No, death.
kill them, make them suffer, drown them. Like, yeah, sure, I'll get on it. All right.
So at this point, probably worth reminding everyone, the reason we are here is that they decided Spider couldn't stay with them in SeaWorld because he needs batteries for his thing, and it was unsafe to let him stay with them there. So they tried to send him away to this place. They all went with him. They arrived at this place. They've gone through all of this, and Sully's conclusion from all of this is Spider can't stay here because if the military gets him, then they can't ever be stopped. So they've come all the way here because he couldn't be there, and they found themselves here, and now he can't be here, so they're going to take him all the way back there, which is just wonderful writing. The only thing that's changed is completely by accident, essentially. He managed to get fucked by a tree, and now he can breathe the air. So we're going to have to go back. Except that, well, we have a little bit of time for Neytiri to have some dialogue, because she hasn't had some of that for a little while. I wonder what wonderfully beautiful and uplifting things she will say. Well, she says, if Spider is so dangerous, we should just kill him.
I was finding this part funny. This was very funny to me. I was like, oh, wow, they're committed to that. Okay. Child killer Neytiri is back, bro. She's on the table, 100%.
Insane,
yeah. It's very, to me, it was comedically delivered. Like, you know, how do we solve this problem? Our kid has got this mycelium or whatever system. They could crack it. They could then breathe, which could allow more humans to arrive here. And as much as they may colonize and settle in a more peaceful way at first, that will eventually result in them destroying this planet potentially. So there's a lot of problems here. How do we do it? Kill him. It's very like, well, we could entertain some other idea. Kill him now. We have to kill him. We should kill him. Like, Neytiri, were you just waiting to say that no matter what I said? Like, no matter what the situation is, you just want to kill him all the time?
Yes, because she's a massive racist.
Really
That's her entire character. Because she's married to a guy who proves one way that humans can colonize the planet. Her kids are another way that humans can colonize the planet. Fucking Kiri's a third way that humans can colonize the planet. Spider's just the fourth way that humans can colonize the planet. She's not arguing to kill everybody else.
Is that is the Xandahol rap you replaced Cherry with with Spider?
Spider,
we have to kill you.
I need a gun.
The thing is, like, we need to kill him so that they can't learn how to get oxygen or whatever. And then she's like, huh? No, just kill him. I just need him dead, okay? It'll make my life better. I will be harmless, Spider. I will be harmless.
Sully says, yeah, no. Because that's mad. We can take Spider back to Waterworld with us. We could protect him at Waterworld. Because, you know, we were there. He couldn't be there. Now he can be there. We can go back. Even though there they don't let you use human weapons. And here you are at a place where you can use human weapons. And all the jungle Smurfs use human weapons. And they won in the first movie. And you have scientists. And you have medical... You should fucking stay here is what I'm getting at. But they don't. And so we have to go back. And Neytiri's like, oh... fine, I guess.
It is very funny.
She's really unhappy.
He's like, we will not destroy the child. And then she's like, fine, I guess you're the boss. Like, I'll have to get my child blood somewhere else.
It is decided. You have spoken. I'll just go along with it. So then we jump back to the humans, and the humans, they are planning their next big whale hunt over at SeaWorld. Basically the same as the previous movie. Again, you have the evil Australian boat captain, who is evil and he wants money. You have the nice science man, who he loves the whales, and he really hates that they kill them, even though he's the one who personally extracts the goo from them. No, he hates it when he has to do this, and that's why he stays employed doing it. He does it again, basically. This time, though, there's a little baby whale as well, so it makes this extra sad. We get another extended whale hunt sequence where there's the animal.
Make sure he jumps into the water to try and just strangle it. You got a baby in there? I see you.
You know, is there I don't remember when this happens exactly. I know it's around here. The two, isn't it Neytiri and someone else having a fight? It's two women, and they like growl at each other over something.
Oh no! So that's so there's a bit. I think it is coming up, but it's where they go back to the Sea Smurf place, and she chats to to Ronald, who's pregnant, and Neytiri says something like, "If you say that again, I'll forget that you're with child." Basically, I will murder a pregnant woman. because you offended
Listen,
me. She's
I only
so
like to
evil.
kill living, breathing, functioning children, but I will kill a fetus. Like I'm moving toward it. I'm developing it. I'm interested. But when they do the and like do the fucking yell, like going animalistic on each other, I absolutely have this fucking POV whenever I see
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
it's just a
she
bit-
does.
I look like
It's just a
this
bit
whenever,
cringe.
whenever it happens.
It is a
Well,
bit
there's
cringe.
so many layers to this. Of like, first of all, just like, good God, you're so like immature and uncivilized and annoying and stupid. And whenever you have a trouble, like a slightly difficult thing to solve, you start going. And just, remember, Jake does this to Quaritch in the first movie, and I'm 1000% with Quaritch of like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
Yeah. Dude.
It's like you're making the weird noises.
And that's his
you know?
response to the question of how does it feel to betray your own race?
Yeah.
And his response is to hiss. It's like, dude,
what the?
what are you doing?
It's like, okay, yeah.
And then, unfortunately, Quaritch smashes through the wrong the wrong machine.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if the movie ended with him going to the right window and just smashing it, and then all this
And that was
blood
it?
squirts out of the machine?
Well, and then
Jake just
he would have been
drops.
easily able to defeat Natiri as well, and then
He'd be
probably would have gotten
alive.
out of there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh well.
he would have made it, and then he probably would have personally gone to the tree and just shot at it.
Just stab it with the combat knife just over and over again.
Yeah.
Like fucking Roberto. Just. Ha And he would have done a great job
That's
of
what
it.
it sounds like. Yeah.
So whale hunted, go extracted. We are back with the Sea Smurfs in Waterworld. I think there's a reused visual here as well when the Sully fam just lands on the beach and the Met. That is basically exactly the same as happens in the second movie. King Sea Smurf, he says, a new demon ship has arrived. It is bigger and it's worse. And to make things even worse than that, the outcast whale, he's stirring up the young whales because he has this novel idea that maybe they should fight back, and this is wrong. So they've called a council to decide what to do with him.
Yeah.
And you might think, well, there's not much you can do with him because he's already an outcast. But I guess we can always outcast him more, and that's what they're going to decide to do. He's already outcast, but we can tell him to fuck off again. And this
Doing the
time he
whale
will.
trial, which I was very much like, you could just cut this, James. we don't even need this. Honestly.
A lot.
But, we need another beat where Sully convinces another strange group of aliens to fight with him. That's an Avatar movie. We can't have an Avatar movie without that beat. We've done all the Navi, so it's the whale's turn this time. So, yeah, that council is now impending. This is the, I think, yeah, this is the scene where the Water Queen is healing Neytiri, and she pisses her off because Neytiri says, your herbs are shit. And she says, it's not that my herbs are shit, it's that you keep trying to use your bow, and you shouldn't do that, you need to heal. And then she says, yeah, careful, or I might forget you're with child. And so having threatened to kill 2 children within the last 10 minutes, we're going to move on quickly to trying to kill another one shortly. But
Why?
so they all gather, there's a big whale moot, that's the
Very
next bit.
hasty.
It's just the ends. The whale matriarch is there, and she says, the law is the law. The law says no killing. We outcast the outcast whale for killing, and now he's killed again because he saved all your lives in the previous movie by stopping the demon ship. And this actually is responsible for the deaths that the demon ship caused. It's not the ship, it's the whale that stopped him. It's responsible for fucking Sully's son dying, according to the whale. So since Outcast Whale continues to disrupt, that she says, spreading bad ideas among our young, he's off. He's got to go.
Also, yeah, just because people are asking, so the whales talk, yes, in subtitles, and it's awful. The dialogue for them is really just shit.
It's in like Papyrus too.
Yeah, he loves Papyrus.
Did
Did you see the-
It's like
He sent out like a thing about how they should present the film in theaters, and it was written in Papyrus, and loads of people were making fun of him for it. He just loves that font.
It's Papyrus, Comic Sans, and Wingdings are the
Yes,
unholy
sir.
trinity of fonts.
Yep. The teenagers, because this is going to be an emerging theme here, is that the adults are all overcautious and they don't want to do shit. The teenagers are young and naive, and they actually and quaintly believe that maybe killing people in self-defense is justified. So they say this is all bullshit, and obviously it is. But no, it doesn't change the mind. The matriarch whale says Outcast has to be sent very far away from these waters to somewhere where his song can no longer be heard. He will be exiled for life. This is exactly what happened in the previous movie.
Yep.
And I don't want to have to do it again, and we somehow are. And he's like, okay, the Outcast whale is just like, I guess you'll never hear my song again. Goodbye. And
Okay, bye.
And this,
All right.
yeah, this upsets Loak because again he thinks this is bullshit, and he points out that the Outcast fought for them and saved them. He even saved the Queen's daughter, and the daughter agrees. He says that the Outcast fought for us more than you, pointing to various people in the crowd, and more than any of you did. And this causes Jake to tell him off because he thinks he's being a shit. He tells him, we're at war. If you disobey orders, people get killed. With Spider here, we're trying to keep a low profile, but with Outcast Whale out there stirring up the others, he would bring whatever more violence down on us. He's a loose cannon just like you.
Oh my god. I thought this was really funny because you can tell the goal what James was like, right, so I need to write him getting real mad and saying something that leads to him implying about the brother. Like, how do I get there? It's like, well, you know, everything's really complicated. We're going to worry about Spider. It's all tense. And, you know, you got to listen to orders, right? In war. And, you know, things can go bad. And, like, things have gone bad. And if you know, if you don't disobey orders, then your brother would still be, oh. It's just like, oh, very good. You got that in there. Excellent. He's like, oh, oops, I didn't mean to. He's like, it's not my fault. Just like, all right, yeah, we're doing that. Don't worry, just wait till the third act where they both go, you know what? It wasn't your fault. You're pretty cool. Yeah, I am pretty cool. Thanks, Dad.
It is, and it just doesn't.
Someone just said, you're a loose cannon whale. Hand in your badge and your gun. It's like,
and then your krill and your, well, I don't know what other possession you might have to give me.
how fucking dumb, man. Just like you're outcast for being a hero. You're like, okay, whatever.
Try to find him later and ask for his help. He's like, no, I don't do that shit no more.
Well, yeah, I was about to say he'd be like, okay, I'm outcast, but do you want to like have my number in case a war happens? Because I was pretty good, and I'm assuming you want me to turn up when that happens, but I'm not allowed to hang out in the, you know, the festivals, the parties, or chill out. I'm not allowed there, but I'm cool when there's a war. I'm assuming. Yeah, okay, cool.
Like, I was trying to track the justifications as well, because so like, at the beginning of the movie, Jake says, I'm staying here and I need to use human weapons to protect you because war will inevitably return. And now it's, no, we have to get rid of Outcast Whale because we're keeping a low profile here and he will bring war back, even though it was inevitably coming back at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you have to obey orders. But at the beginning of the movie, he was collecting evil weapons that he wasn't allowed to collect, which is breaking orders. And now he's hiding with those illegal weapons in the hopes he won't use them.
It's starting to feel like,
so what?
If there was a you know, the whole second and third movie, the same movie. If there was one huge movie, it's like for every 5 minutes they chopped out the second 5 minutes and put it aside, and then the next 5 minutes, yeah, cool, and then the 5 minutes after that chopped it out and put it aside, and that's how we created the two. Because it's like, we've done all of this. How are you guys acting as though the second movie didn't even happen? And it's like, well, because technically, like, that's kind of how these films were built. It was split into two. And it's like, okay, but a lot of films can be split into two and not be shit. It's possible, you know? It's happened. I mean, technically, it wasn't Lord of the Rings was going to be 2 at one point, and then it was 3.
I think so. Yeah,
So-
they're going to cram.
Yeah.
The Hobbit was that
2000.
way, I think. It was going to be 2 movies, and then it became 3.
Well,
That's
that
not a good
one,
example of it
yeah,
being-
some
of it
people would
being
say that
better.
was the actual mistake. Lord of the Rings, on the other hand, was like, no, that's fine. That's good.
That was good. That was good. That one was good. That was a good call. The same person who made both of those, well, I guess technically I don't think it was Peter Jackson specifically who made the choice for the Hobbit thing, but
Well, he
how
wasn't
they
going
went
to do it,
about
was he? And then
not
Del Toro
good.
dropped out, so he
Lots
had to come in
of-
at the last minute.
Production hell shit for The Hobbit, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Not for this one, it's just hell. So we have no other source for character drama in this. So the reason that we've pretended like the Outcast Well didn't save everyone in the last movie is so we can recreate the tension between father and son. Because Jake says to Loak, he says, if you hadn't gone to him, the whale, in the first place, if you hadn't disobeyed orders, then your brother would still be... And he trails off. But obviously he was going to blame him for getting his brother killed.
Ah, jeez.
This is still really, it's a real sore point, even though he could talk to a tree at any point and chat to his dead son, but no.
Well, and like,
Um,
so remind me, the whole breaking order, going against orders thing, it was done for altruistic reasons, no? In the second movie?
yes,
Yeah, like,
he went to try and save a friend.
so like, it's just weird to me that the Jake wouldn't because like the implication here is that Jake's holding on to this like resentment, and it came out in a rush of saying things. It's like, but wouldn't you instinctually have contextualized it as like your son did a good thing and it had a bad result, which is unfortunate, but that's how things can go.
There's another thing as well. Jake, of all people, what did he do in the first movie?
He did lots of things, dude.
Well, the overall point being, he massively disobeyed orders, betrayed his entire people, his entire race, to go and do what he thought was right, which has had negative consequences, but basically the same thing on a much bigger scale than Loak has ever done. And yet here, Jake is the one saying, no, you always follow orders. But he doesn't. He never has done that. It's sort of just contrived into being because he's decided he's still a Marine or something. It doesn't fit his character uniquely.
Like I said, he's very, throughout this film more so than even the other two, but I still think there's probably evidence in the other two. Feels very very soyish, very like, you know, I don't know, I don't want to upset the apple cart, you know, I don't want to say anything that could be to the point of like, you know, ignoring principles that he probably should stand for, or sticking up for, you know, his family to an extent in certain sequences. He's very much cucks out here and there, you know, until the plot allows him to not. But I guess that's him, you know, to an extent, I guess.
Yes, it is. So now he's pissed off Loak, and Loak bursts into tears and he runs off. And then Jake and Neytiri go to hang out, and Neytiri says that he's in danger of losing another son if he keeps acting. I don't know why she's the one making this point. She wants to kill everyone, but she says if you're not careful, you're going to lose another son. And Jake says, I have nothing to say to him. And Neytiri says, don't blame Loak. So he's the one kid she doesn't want to kill, I guess. She says to Jake, you said you could protect this family, that's the thing you could do. But our son is dead, Jake. And he says, I was wrong. What do you want me to say? That every decision I've made for this family is wrong? That I killed our son?
Oh my god.
Tension, drama.
Ooh, we might have a conversation or something. We might have to resolve our deep-seated issues.
I just like the only context they could see a mistake having been made is any damage that comes to their family, not all of the innocent people that have died along the way as a result of Jake's decisions. It's like, nah, that's fine. It's when it affects one of us, that's when it matters.
And even then, it's not all of one of us, because then she says, and still we're here in this place, hiding this pink skin, this alien.
This pink skin.
So the racism comes out again.
God.
In Pinko. She
Again,
doesn't
it's
like
just...
him.
You know, like I said, it's two things. One, I don't believe that's how she would be speaking about him at this point with everything that's happened and everything we know. But the other thing is just, wow,
amazing.
You are like profoundly racist against this kid. He's like a really, from your POV, he's just a really good person. So weird.
I have no idea why she would think that. Yeah.
She tops it off as well. She says, if I had to choose between my family and a pink skin, I would kill him right now. I want to go through and just like note how many lines of dialogue she has and how many of them are threatening infanticide. Because there's fucking loads of them.
Just want to be clear, Quaritch is shat on by everybody who loves these movies as the villainous racist. She's way more racist than he is. Way more. Not even close. He doesn't even call them like blueies or something. he's just like, well, yeah, I fight for humanity, basically.
Yeah.
He's fucking pink skin, get him out of here.
Unacknowledged hero. And like, she has a chance. She had a chance to kill Spider in the previous movie, and she didn't. So this has just come about lately.
She's become more and more racist as time has gone on. He's kind of become less and less racist. He actually really overcomes his racism in this one, I would say. He's kind of chilling out. Having some fun, like I said.
Jake says, "No, you can't. Like, you're not doing this. We're not killing another child."
Can we get the doll? Can we just get the plushie? You can stab the child plushie to sort of allow yourself to feel that, but not actually do it. Gotta get a VR game that she can play where it's just killing children to sate her bloodlust.
He says that you already chose between your family and the pink skin once. Remember? It's like, but that's not quite. I mean, Spider became part of their family. The whole point of that was that it was not a zero-sum choice between them. But I guess we've both forgotten that. He then tells her like she can't live like this in hate. And then she says, "I hate them. I hate the insanity in their minds."
She has an Anakin moment.
Fucking mad.
He does. Yes, I hate them.
I hate them.
I want to slaughter them like animals
because they are animals. They're pigskin animals.
She's gonna be like, "I'm big freedom and security to my new empire."
Your new empire.
Oh
man. And we already know she's very pro killing children, so that line would be appropriate as well.
Would? Well, she changed it. Like, I killed them. I didn't kill the men or the women, but the children, I did.
I'm iffy on killing men and women, but children, yes, obviously.
So Jake reminds her belatedly that he's a human inside, and he asks if she hates him, and he says he'll always be an alien to her. Does she hate her children with their alien hands? Is she ashamed of them every time they make a mistake because that's their humanness? Because it's the human inside them? And she says yes.
So again, this felt to me more like, as they were writing this, they realized, they're like, oh yeah, she's like super racist against humans, but does that make any sense? And they're like, well, I guess that could be like a conflict, right? It's like, no, it doesn't really work. It's like, we would see this reflect. She doesn't have this attitude toward Jake or her kids, ever. There's no like, oh, I don't know about you because you've got human stuff in you. Ugh, I don't like that. Or brushing past them or treating them a bit worse than whatever. It's like, no, never really. It's never come up. And then having to be like, yes, actually, that is true. It's like, no, it's not. So...
I was like, James, you wrote these, like, you shot this all together. Why did you not put this in the other movie?
She was chosen as like the humans racist, but you had to choose someone else. It wasn't going to work with Neytiri. It just doesn't. Arguably, she's one of the least racist Na'vi. She fucking married and had kids with a human. It doesn't work.
The least and most at the same time.
That's what I mean, though. It's like James should have chosen whatever. What's your name? The Kate Winslet's one.
Well, like I said, Kate Winslet's.
Yeah.
By the way, I vaguely recall like interviews and stuff for when the second one came out that her role is smaller in the second one. She'll get a lot more in the third one. That was a lie.
Wait, Kate Winslet
Why
said
is it
that?
Kate Winslet? No. I just recalled that was something that was said, was that her character would get more to do in the third movie.
She gets about the same thing to do. She just also gets to die.
That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't get it. She like broke a world record to play this role. Isn't that crazy?
Without realizing it, right? She didn't even know.
Yeah. To play this character.
Good for you. 8. Also a fun reunion since Titanic, I suppose, with Mr. Cameron.
Then Neytiri runs off and she cries, and then Jake follows her and apologizes to her for how massively racist she is.
Again, shit patriarch.
Stand strong.
Jake sucks.
He's naff. He's absolute crap. He's just freaking useless character. As evidence of this fact, while he's trying to apologize to his wife for how racist she is, the son that he told off for no particular reason is now trying to kill himself. So that's great, because he's walked off to the beach with a rifle. He's just grabbed it. I guess they just don't keep an eye on these things. He has a little narration here that basically says when people say that when you touch hatred, essentially the poison seeps into your heart. And he puts the barrel under his chin.
And he's not hateful.
I thought this was pretty funny when I saw him doing that. I think it reminded me of, I don't know if you guys know the image of Filthy Frank with a shotgun.
No?
I'll find it while you continue to say the scene, don't worry.
Okay. Well, he puts the barrel under his chin and he puts his finger on the trigger even. And he really considers going through it. And then he just angrily throws the rifle away. And fortuitously at this point, Kiri and his girlfriend run up to the beach and they say, no, you need to stay in this life. We need you. We love you. You have greatness in you. And then they dig up that broken bow from earlier that everyone's forgotten about. And girlfriend tells him the strength of the ancestors is in here. And she puts a palm on his chest. A bow can be fixed. Which sounds to me like juxtaposition. Because it's like, yeah, we can fix the bow. We can't fix you.
Yeah, we can't just create new bodies and put new conscious... Well, listen, that's different, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, don't
Very
kill
different.
yourself because your dad's really disappointed in you and your mom hates you, sort of.
And it's like
I
it's
mean,
so
okay,
undercooked as well because he's been like every other time we've seen him, except there's a couple of scenes which are obviously earmarked for him to be miserable. But they're like every other scene he's in, he's running around
he's
with his friends,
fine.
he's
Yeah,
swimming, he's chilling with his
he's got
whale
a
bro.
family. He's got his siblings that like him. He probably has friends. He seems likable enough. I mean, he does some, I mean, decently heroic things at the beginning, sort of. So
Hmm.
This is it's a bit
yeah, I
deep
don't know.
fried, but this is what I was referencing.
Why does my mother hate me?
Just no, my whale friend. He doesn't get to be in the team. It's just hard for me to take seriously. I was just like, okay, very sad.
Then we get a bunch of bundled together scenes. So you get Neytiri trying to use a shitty replacement bow, which is hurting her. You get the kids mending her father's bow, the ancestor's bow, and you've got Kiri trying to teach Spider how to rape animals.
Yay!
So he plugs himself into a fish, and it's really great. It used to be difficult, as we've said. It's not a difficult process anymore now. They're all into it. She says, "You feel him?" And he says, "Oh yeah," which that you do.
Yeah.
And that gives us another sort of like obligatory screensaver sequence. He goes for a ride under the water. Also, in the second movie, I'm sure there's a whole beat like they have to learn how to breathe underwater because they're not naturally sea smurfs, so they can't hold their breath. And I'm sure Loak in particular has to go through an entire long training montage of doing this. Spider can just do it.
You have to understand
Everyone
that
in this movie
mycelium
can do
allows
it.
him to breathe underwater now perfectly as well.
Also, it just allows him to. He doesn't even need air anyway. It's just.
Well,
He can breathe in
fungus
space.
Yeah, fungi can breathe underwater.
Oh, I'm making that up. That could be true though. I don't know if that's
Might be.
the logic in the film.
No, they
I'm not
never
sure. I mean-
mentioned it. If so.
He has to wear his whatever.
No, this is after that, Rags. He's got his grumbo in his lungs now.
Well, he does get a mask later on, though, doesn't he? I think for some
Yeah,
reason.
to go underwater. To go underwater, he gets.
I thought he just had goggles underwater.
He
There's
gets
a bit
them.
where he-
That's for a different thing. He gets goggles to go underwater, but he doesn't breathe underwater. But when he has to go and save Kiri from the Awa jellyfish,
Oh no, yeah, I
and
remember.
make sure
Yeah, you're
she's
right.
okay,
You're right.
He has to put on the mask because he needs to breathe the
Even
Pandora
though-
air.
When he went down with
Oh,
the
wait, that'd be
goggles, he was
both
going
air,
down for a
isn't it?
decent amount of time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
But maybe
Whatever.
But the Navi could probably stay down there for quite a while because at the
Well,
beginning,
yeah, but
when
he's
they're getting the
human.
guns and everything. Well, yeah, but he's sort of human. He's like a hybrid mix. So you can probably hold his
Well, I
breath
assume that was
longer. We
less to
can
do
just-
with their preference for whatever the they breathe on this planet, and more so to do with their lung capacity or whatever, or how they
yeah,
process.
that's what I'm saying. But with the goggles, he didn't need them for that moment, or he didn't have access to a mask. Because remember, he pulls the mask off a dead human, and then he uses it because one became available to him, and then he got it.
No, yeah, I got that. I'm saying that he was down there for a while when you did the goggles thing. Didn't seem to be
Yeah, yeah.
desperate for air or anything, but I don't know how he works.
Maybe it was just long enough.
Hmm. Anyway, now we're going to see more enjoyable things happening because just like the last movie, when they need to find out where Sully is, they go around burning Smurf villages, and now they're doing it again. Yay! But this time they're hunting for Spider, and that makes it different. So the Smurfs though that like the last movie, they're not really they're not divulging information. They're very reluctant, even though their homes are being destroyed. So Quaritch says we've got one player left, but it's drastic. And then we cut to a big, evil, erupting volcano.
He describes it as radical, and I was just like, radical, man. Yeah, go be radical. It's just I can't help but think of the '90s when someone says radical in a good way.
It's a very
it's
90s
you
coded
think
word.
of tubular
Yeah,
or cowabunga.
pretty
So,
rad.
at some point, he has learned where the Fire Smurfs come from. I assume maybe he got all of this information when he was raped by their queen. I don't know.
Could be.
But so now he knows so he knows where the volcano is. He goes all the way there. Don't know how he got here. Don't know how long it takes. Don't know how long. We don't ever know how much time passes in this movie. But he's there anyway, so it's fine. He's walking up to the volcano. He's taken prisoner by the Fire Smurfs, and he says, "Take me to your leader." She lives in a tent surrounded by skulls because fucking cliches. Why not?
Evil.
Hell
I assume they're
yeah.
the skulls of all the people that died when Ewa let them die. I don't
they're
know.
a reminder of how cruel God is.
Because that's where they seem to live, right? There's another reason why I'm assuming a story is true. They seem to live in a place that's ravaged by a fucking volcano or something. It's
Yes.
all ashy and
They
shit.
live on the slopes of it, basically. Like, they're very close to it.
Very not a great place to settle, but I guess they're doing it in spite. They're like, "Fuck you, Ewa. We're gonna stay here anyway." And then Ewa's like, "Okay." I don't
I don't
really
know what they eat or how they grow shit, but maybe they just don't need to.
Maybe they eat the ash, you know.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah.
like dragons from Rain of Fire.
Ah.
So Quaritch has brought them a huge bag of guns, which he's just been given. Because this is the trope, right? We're doing the old sort of Last Samurai / Ferngully / Pocahontas / whatever. Like, there's always got to be like a tribe which is swayed by evil colonizers and their evil weapons. So that's what we're doing now. He's bought them guns because he knows they like guns. And yeah. So she asks what his name is, and he says, "My name is Colonel Miles Quaritch." She tries to rape him again,
As
and he
you
says,
do.
"No, because I will kill you if you try." She tries anyway, but he has his backup, his Smurf Marine backup, who he snipes one of her guards. She looks directly at the sniper, so she knows where he is, and she could have sent all of her people to kill him, but she doesn't because she likes Quaritch. She thinks he's hot. So instead of doing that, she's like, "Oh, I like you," and she invites him inside her tent for a chat.
This was a moment of like, kind of. I mean, I thought it was almost cool that he could like point to someone and they would die as a shock to them, not understanding exactly what kind of technology is happening. Even though he kind of explained guns to her earlier, but whatever. But then being like, "All right, I respect your threat. I respect your power. Now come into a place where your being that's helping you can't help you." And he goes, okay. I was very much like, well, why would you do that?
Like, what the fuck are you doing? Yes.
Maybe it's like a character thing where he wants to be able. I don't know.
I will say, though, Una Chaplin plays Evil Lady, and you may remember her chat from season 2 and 3 of Game of Thrones. She's Robb Stark's person of interest, waifu. I think she does a pretty good job in this, performance-wise. She seems to be going for it. It was slightly interesting to me in terms of just like, I think that it was always going to be that the villainous characters are just going to be more interesting because the heroes are all extremely boring and thin. This was the concern some people had on Twitter before the movie came out, and it's just like, yeah, but it's been that way the whole time. The only uninteresting villains are kind of like Ribisi's character, right? Just like, I am corporate man. I want rocks. You're like, okay.
He might as well not be in this film even. Like, he has so little to do. But she's new at least, so she's not been tainted by the past boringness, as you say. She leans into it. She's a bit clowny, but
and being like half foil, half supportive to Quaritch automatically gets you a bit of points as well. Because I'd say the most interesting Sully ever is on scenes with Quaritch, because he's forced to actually like answer some questions or have some conflict that's more interesting than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I slightly like her, I guess. I also just like the fact that there's a group of Na'vi that are like, yeah, A was kind of a cock.
Like, oh yeah, like you get it. Like I get it.
Yeah.
Ewa fucked you over.
So they go into this tent, and there's some dialogue here that I can't make sense. Again, this might be that I missed something. I don't think I did. So he tells her, almost as like opening gambit, he says, "The thing is, you've been lying to me." I don't know what he means. Then he says, "They say you can make stone speak the truth." And I don't know who they is. And I don't know how he knows this. I don't know what either of these lines mean. What's he talking about? But I guess it's something to say. So
sure is.
She replies, "You seek a man, the other sky man like you." So she does know that. She knows that fucking Sully is a human now too. I guess that news spreads fast. But Quaritch says, "No, not like me. He's a traitor." And she says, "Then he must die. I can help you find this man and the other you seek, this air breather. But first I must see your soul." And then, in something that sort of reminded me in a bad but funny way of the Book of Boba Fett,
Yep.
she has him snort, not a lizard, he doesn't have a nose lizard, but she has him snort powder up her pipe.
He
which
takes
is quite funny.
Some hallucinogens, which is the best pronunciation of that word ever from Christopher Walken in Seven Psychopaths. Yeah, another moment of just like, Quaritch, what are you doing? Like, shit. I guess he's just really like, ah, fuck it, whatever happens, happens. You know, let's just hope this works.
He's a gambler, is Quaritch. He never
Yes.
ever does like sensible, calculated things. He just he goes with the high stakes. This
roll with it.
unfortunately, she says she needs to see his soul to do this. Really, though, what this scene is an excuse for her to exposit her basic backstory and exposition and what her motives are. And like this is kind of the point where, ideally, this makes her more interesting, and I would say it makes her less, but at least it gives us the story for them.
Yeah, it
She
gives
tells
us,
us,
yeah, it gives us something, I suppose. Because before this, it's just, oh, she's a freaky evil lady.
and now we learn that she's a freaky evil lady because, yeah, she says this is the only pure thing in the world. She says holding
Yeah,
up
because
fire.
God abandoned us.
Fire came from the mountain, burned our forest, took everything. People starved. They cried for help. God did not come, so I went to the fire and I learned its way. I am the fire. By my hand, my people grew strong. We do not lie down and die just because God turns her back on us. We turn our back on God, a weak mother for weak children. We do not suck on the breast of weakness, which is a line.
True. Don't be sucking on that weak breast.
I'm sort of, because I think it's just because it's relative, right? Like, to me, I'm just like, all right, that's more interesting. Yeah, sure, okay. Like, my God fucked me up. I kind of
man, I
hate her.
get it.
You're like, all right.
100%, yeah.
At no point did God help, at no point did other Navi help, at no point did they ask for help, because Navi clans famously, they just don't interact or intersect with each other, because half of them are only invented in the next film. So they got no help, they just carried on living here under the fucking tyranny of this Ash witch. Then she picks up a knife, and she says, now only true words will come from your tongue. You have a strong heart, no fear. And she cuts him across the chest, and he says, ow, that wasn't cool.
Yeah, that was. There's a couple of those lines in this movie where it's like, oh.
He is very high right now. Does that give any sort of?
Well,
room?
it's actually not even. I'm not even talking about whether or not he can say the line. It's just the writer's choice. You could have any line you want, and it's that. And it's like, can we do something else, something better?
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Someone, okay, so someone in chat
very
just
interesting.
said, "Oh, that's like a that just happened" sort of line. Oh boy!
Yeah.
Whoa! Did you?
Oh
you just
boy!
that?
Oh boy! We won't spoil anything. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Whoa!
Then she asks him, well, she says, I will
Right.
eat your heart, Quaritch, but first you will answer me, why are you here? I thought she knew that because she said she will help him find Sully and Spider, and that he told her that she can help him find. Fuck it, doesn't matter. He says, I'm here for you. She says, you wish to serve me? He says, I don't serve anybody. I need you. She says, but I do not need you. I might keep you as a slave to pleasure me.
Nice.
He's
He
like
says
smiling throughout all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, that sounds fun, but not really. It's not really what you want. She says, what do I want? And he says, what you've never had an equal. You want to spread your fire across the world. I'll give you guns. I'll give you comms, RPGs, command from a distance, strike light lightning. The clans, as far as you can fly, they will bow down before you. You want to take on Awa, you need me. I see you. Damn right you do. So that's how they formed their alliance.
What we're discovering is she's like, look at me with my freaky, all kinds of magical, fiery, hallucinogenic stuff, and ooh, what a, I bet you're scared now, and I've got you under my control. What are you gonna do? And meanwhile, Quaritch is like, I'm more of a freak than you are. And she's like, what? He's like, yeah. So
Yes.
anyway, we good?
Freak each other.
Yeah, that's all we learned from the scene, which is fine with me. Again, I found that more interesting. I was kind of like, what, you know, how is this going to turn out, and what does it mean for Quaritch? Because he's someone that I want to see what happens next, I guess, compared to other things. And then it cuts back to the water shit with the whales or whatever, and I was just like, ugh, fuck, never mind.
It's because this is the only bit that's kind of like a new movie, and everything else in the water place is the last movie again.
Yeah, this
Almost
felt
in-
like something that's sort of newish, and I was on board. I was watching this, and I'm like, okay, like things might be happening. This is something's going on here.
I almost wonder if the exception of the spider learning to breathe thing, which you could work in a different and better way, whether the movie actually should have started in its second hour. It should have started with Quaritch approaching the fire people and forming this alliance. And then only after that do we cut back to pick up with the water people. Because the first hour of this movie is such a repetitive, well, it's a replay. So much of it is a replay. Whereas the new stuff gets parceled off to almost exclusively Quaritch, and only starts happening in the second act. So you could have cut it down. It could have been a 2.5-hour movie rather than a 3.5-hour movie, but I guess we can't be doing that. So,
which is still borderline just rude fundamentally, right? To be like, my movie's 3.5 hours. Like, you better make it worth it, dude. Like,
yeah.
I could be doing a lot of stuff in 3.5 hours. All right.
But no. You know how long Emperor's New Groove is, Rags?
I'm gonna guess it's, by the way, 25th anniversary of that movie also next year. So, let's see. If I was gonna guess, I would guess that movie is 108 minutes.
108 minutes. 118, so close. But
Oh, okay. All
obviously,
right.
point being, we usually say like hour and a half, nice and short. It's like there are movies that are shorter even than that and are way more full of meaning. But what are you gonna
100%,
do?
yeah. God, I love Emperor's New Groove.
I was actually I was talking to Fring the other day about someone shared the scene in Simpsons basically where Marge is worried that Bart has basically become a shoplifter like through and through, and that she's extremely disappointed. She's fucked up as a parent to some extent and all this sort of stuff. And he comes home at one point and she thinks he's stolen more stuff, but she finds he actually paid to get a photo of himself to give to her to put onto the family photo that he missed because he was taken away by a security guard. And the scene is like 1 minute, and I was just watching it over again. And I was like, man, you don't even need the rest of the episode for this to hit like really strong as like a parent and child sort of thing, because it's all in there, like the context. It's also pretty funny as well, but it's also like tear jerking somewhat. And then I was just thinking about like, man, I felt more just getting reminded of what that was supposed to be versus all 3 Avatar movies, everything in them. It's just this, I don't feel when watching these movies. The best is I start to think about what it could be, I'm like, oh yeah, that could work if it was this, or why did they do this? Or anyway, I fall asleep.
They do, and we're about to do that because we are heading back to the water people. We get a little montage of the Fire Smurfs sort of being given rifles and shown how to use them, and they shoot them, and then the Fire Queen gets a flamethrower, and then she's really happy, and then she and Quaritch go back into the tent so they can fuck. Then we're back with the peaceful water Smurfs, which is really
They're
thrilling.
the good guys.
They're
very
good.
exciting.
They're even
like
more
them.
good coded in this one because now we get to directly juxtapose water, which is good, and fire, which is evil, which is visual storytelling, rich stuff. When Kiri is hanging out with Spider, and she says, like, when she can connect again one day, like she can guide him into the spirit world, and he asks her why he can't just go now, and she says, well, he can't go without me because a sky person can't just show up; it would freak out the ancestors. It's a conversation. She's now quite happy again, even though like she's supposed to be going through this crisis of faith, but I guess it doesn't matter. Then some whales turn up, and she
Yes.
tells us it's time for the calf communion. It's where they bring calves and reef babies together for their first bond with Awa, which is
What's a reef
fine.
baby?
It's pretty, and we saw it all in the last film.
Yeah.
I think a reef baby is like I don't know actually. I can't remember what they are. Older versions of calves, maybe teenage whales.
Oh, you'd think that a reef baby would be
Something else.
That's
Yeah.
not. If I was a teenager, I'd be like, don't call it reef.
Maybe
Just
they find it
don't-
incredibly embarrassing and cringe, and that's why they all want to go to war while the adults don't.
Just don't tell Natiri about him. Just get them all.
She's
A reef
sharpening her knives
baby.
as we speak.
So that's where they hide from me, in the reefs.
Yeah, we get to replay all of that shit from the second movie again. So Natiri's practicing with her bow. Loak and his girlfriend, they have a chat. She invites him to this festival. He doesn't want to go to it, so she says she'll stay with him. And then she tells him, because the plot needs this to happen, her friends say they've heard Outcast Bro. They heard his song traveling very far through the water. And Loak asks where it is, and she says, I don't really want to tell you. And I'm sure, I think all of this is the second movie too. It's the same thing again. But obviously she's telling him because he needs to go off on his own, breaking orders to meet up with the Outcast Whale so they can come back together and save the day just like they did last time. So he then teleports over to Natiri. He gives her the mended ancestral bow. She gives him a hug. He is the only child she likes. He says goodbye. And she asks where he's going, and he says, "Oh, just out. There's something I have to do." And I don't know if she ever buys this or if she just accepts that it's time for him to go and maybe get himself killed, but she doesn't think this is odd or act on it as though it is odd. So she lets him go, even though he's obviously going off to do evil shit or illegal, unhealthy shit for him. So fucking Jake has a chat with the king and the queen. And it turns out that they've got, like, their kids have gone. They learn that Loak and the teenagers and the girlfriend, and I think there's another whale involved as well, they've all run off the next day. They've disappeared. And it's really dangerous and terrible. And Jake's like, we need to go and find them. But the king and the queen, they say, no, we need to keep all of our warriors here to protect the whales in case the demon ships show up. So now we've got to the point where the whales are so important that we are willing to let all of our children die just to protect the whales, because the whales have kids too, and they are vulnerable. So it's not like uniquely Nightiri who's in favor of killing kids.
It's a cultural thing. Cool. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thumbs up.
They made their choice. They went out there with their whale subplot that will surely not take up a big chunk of time, or at least feel like it takes up a huge chunk of time that could have been given to, well, I guess anything else. I'm sure they'll be back in no time.
Yeah. I want to mention as well, someone said, I'm kind of mixed on how to take this review of people who absolutely despise the franchise. The panel can't help but throw insults and jabs left, right, and center. Yeah, but, like, I am against this movie and all three movies because I've seen them. I wasn't against them before I saw them.
I think these are really bad movies. I think they have weird, bizarre messages. Some of them are just flat out bad. I think the character work is at best pretty shallow and very bad in a lot of the ways. I think the only thing impressive about it are the technical aspects, because, I mean, what else do you have? I mean, these movies are bad. The plot and the characters, it just kind of sucks.
Well, I don't like his themes at all. I think they're gross and mishandled, and James Cameron has no idea what kind of shit he's actually saying in a lot of these, and it's very borderline like hippy dippy in terms of just, oh man, isn't it so nice, like how peaceful, wonderful, and naturally inclined and connected they are, and how humans ruin everything to do with that. It's like, okay, a very interesting view. Yeah, and then the big problem of, like, all the stuff I'm poised to be against, according to this film, is the stuff I find either most interesting or most endearing. It's all backward and fucked up. So yeah, I would just, what I guess I'm saying is, like, we are taking jabs and shitting on the movie, but it's because of the movie.
Because they're extremely bad. Like, it's not that we go in deciding that we don't like something and then we watch it. It's that we watch it and it wastes so many hours of our lives being empty and soulless, and it's incredibly irritating. Also, it's my job. So that also answers the inevitable, why do you watch it if you don't like it, follow-up.
Which, by the way, we didn't, like we said, we didn't do Way of Water, because, we don't do everything, but this one, we can kind of do the three of them at once. Like I said, it's kind of efficient, but simultaneously, yeah. If we're being extremely inaccurate representing the film, let us know.
Yeah, I'd be very curious if any of our points are wrong and you have an answer to it, because obviously we're not perfect, but I think we're pretty good. So if there's something that we're missing, I'd love to know. Maybe this film is actually way better than we give it credit for.
It is possible. It's just extremely unlikely.
Also, some people think we did cover Way of Water. It was Mel's Forge. I made a cameo on there, but, like, I was, we haven't done an EFAP episode on either the first or second Avatar.
Which, and these are the biggest movies of every year they release as well. For all their seeming lack of cultural footprint after their release, it would be a bit weird not to cover probably the single biggest, most successful Western media franchise that currently exists in cinema.
Arguably set to be most influential story of the 21st century, I guess, in some ways, potentially. Who knows? It would be nice to break it down. But also, this is the end of the saga, the first Avatar saga.
For now, anyway. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, this is
this saga. True.
We got the beginning of the next saga next time, so maybe we'll cover the fifth film, once that's done. We get the next saga then. But yeah, this 1, 2, 3 is a whole big story. This is similar. You guys have seen us cover Lord of the Rings, complimenting it and praising it, which obviously was a big issue because we clearly loved it so much. I'm trying to reflect that nobody brings up it being a problem when you like it. It's only a problem when you dislike it. Interesting how that happens. But to be clear, 3 Avatar movies, you'd think they would be able to achieve quite a bit.
Yeah. And they
But, you know.
have. They've made billions of dollars.
Whilst giving us such memorable characters as Jake Sully and all the ones whose names nobody remembers. Speaking of, where are we? Yeah, so the teenagers have run off. We're not going to go after them. We've been told they run off, but because we couldn't necessarily have picked that up just from the dialogue, we then get about a 5-second scene where we see that Loak is indeed running off on a fish through the night, through a storm. It's only there
Going
for
up
that.
and down the
really.
waves, yeah. What is
It
he gonna
looks-
eat
I don't know. I guess he just doesn't think that far ahead.
or drink? I mean, yeah, fuck food. Like water. What are you gonna drink, man? Did you plan? Did you pack supplies? Do you have a
It's one of
secret
those,
source of whale juice or whatever that you can squeeze out from somewhere? Like, did we plan? This is why your father
Nah.
doesn't respect you.
You go out and die of starvation. It's your own fucking fault. So then we go back to another burning village. This one has been attacked this time by the fire smurfs and their new weapons. The fire chief queen, she rapes one of them because why not? She asks where Sully is, and because she's connected to their minds, she has no choice but to tell them. Then about 10 seconds, that's a 10-second scene. Then we go back and we're with Sully, and we see that some young kids are playing games, and he's just sitting there silently holding a rifle. That was great. Then we move away. Now we're back to Spider and Kiri. She tells him he's perfect just the way he is, and they're sort of flirting, and she kisses him. And it's like a
Yeah.
quick kiss, but then it becomes a slightly longer kiss. Which I guess that means that, like, in real life, like, the
Yes.
Spider actor is like 16 is making out with a 70-year-old fucking, what's her name?
Closer to
Sigourney
80. But
Hey,
Closer to
look,
80.
all right. It's Hollywood, all right.
it's so weird. What were we
It's
supposed to
for
take from
art.
that moment, by the way? Like,
That she likes him. And
Well, I
then
thought they
she
were meant to be
wants
siblings, though.
yeah,
Oh, they're gonna
Well,
be. They're.
But they're not blood related.
Not-
Yeah,
yeah,
which
but-
means it's
No,
okay.
but like, what is this is profoundly strange.
It is a weird dynamic. It is especially when you factor in the meta, but in the story, it is a very strange dynamic they got going on here with their kinship, so to speak, and the smooch. And I don't know, is he just going to be a straight up full Navi in the next one, and they're just going to be a thing?
don't know. Nice and weird. Completely unnecessary. Whatever you want, Mr. Cameron.
Because it doesn't have to have the romantic element. It could be a sister who's basically telling your brother, no, it's okay that you're human. You know, it's what's inside that counts, and I like you the way that you are. Then you bring stuff that other people don't do. You're not like your loser brother who got our other brother killed. He's anything like that. She could all that sort of stuff that doesn't have to have any sort of romantic component whatsoever. But I guess Cameron really felt that was you know, maybe the actor won a bet where he's like, I get to kiss Sigourney Weaver, and this was how they did it. I don't know.
I really like Aliens. Good movie.
Yeah, I just
Mhm.
like I told you, man, this is a sexual thing for James Cameron, which is fine, man. Just you know, you do your thing, you got the money, go for it. Let's just be honest, all right?
And it's weird because like, every other interaction they have, it is sort of affectionate in a familial kind of sense. Even like after this, because they don't go the full thing and jam the tentacles together, which is a relief. But then when they do break apart, she says, "Come on, my little boy." It's like,
It's a
Yeah.
little that's a little it's a little weird, all right? Maybe there's some weird Navi culture thing that we're not privy to, but we are not privy to it. So it just comes across as really, really weird. It's a little weird.
gets weirder in a moment as well, but we'll come to the later bit when we get there. So they walk off, and he says, "The next thing I want to learn is how to fuck a bird and ride it." And she says, sort of dismissively, jokingly, but not like cruelly, but just like humorously, "So you can become a mighty warrior to protect us all." And he says, "It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog." He's never seen a fucking dog. He's grown up on Pandora. There are no dogs on Pandora. What's he talking about?
Could they? Well, they could have. Well, first off, I hate the delivery of his line. Kind of like all his lines, really, where he just says it so flatly, and it's you had to have been there. But as far as the dog thing goes, couldn't the humans? Couldn't we take a dog's mind and
Oh
put it
no.
into put it into a Navi body or really any other body we make. We could do it.
The horrifying
with
experiments
people.
that could take place.
We like imagine a Navi running around, but it's like actually a dog. And like it's just a dog.
Well,
in
to be
a
clear,
Navi's
you know for a fucking
body. He's
fact,
just like,
there's been a Soma incident back on Earth with all this technology at some point.
Of course.
It's-
100%.
And it's been horrifying, and they've had to control for it. But you know, this film's not interested. It's like, no, it's clean, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
We're talking about how humans are evil and the environment is wonderful.
So next up, given that it's been about 20 minutes since the last one, we have another chase sequence. Yay!
Yes.
We never have enough of those. Because they're walking through the forest together, and then they spot some fire smurfs. They're coming at them. Oh dear. Now it's another
they
chase.
caught us. They found us.
Somehow they found us. We're quite close to
I
the
guess
main
they-
village, and no one spotted them coming, I guess.
I
But,
guess
you
they're
know.
all the way in the woods or something, or they wandered far off, or I don't know. I just feel like we'd be a bit more careful in these.
They do this
trying
all the
times.
time. When they're just like, fuck it. That person bumps into that person
They
or
get
finds that
captured.
person, they're done. And you're like, okay.
Earlier they took the trouble to tell us, no, we've kept all the warriors back here to keep a lookout for the humans because they're coming to kill the whales. But apparently they don't set watch, so they didn't spot these guys flying over and landing in the forest behind their village. It's just, why either do this but don't have that line, or have that line and don't do this. You need a better thing to do, but yeah, that require imagination. So we go running through the woods again, and Spider, he tells Kiri to split up. He'll lead them away because Spider's actually a good kid. He again saves other
Yep.
people's lives. So and obviously he's the most valuable asset. There's a slightly strange setup here as well, in that the humans are trusting the Fire Smurfs, who have no stake in this, to rescue the most valuable asset to humanity, which is the boy who can breathe the air. It seems like more things could go wrong by doing this than if they'd done it themselves, but they didn't think about that. So good job that nobody accidentally set off a fucking grenade or something and killed him. They split up, and then Spider runs around a corner, and he's running through the woods, but he just happens to have run down the one path in the woods where Porridge is waiting for him, and so he
Yep.
gets captured. And if you thought that the kissing thing was weird earlier, it gets even weirder now, because Quaritch, who is his father, then restrains Spider, so Quaritch's new girlfriend can rape his son, basically. It's just, I know the movie didn't intend for this to come across this way, but you can't really establish the tentacles as being the sexual organs of the Navi,
Yep.
and also the mind control thing, and then have this scene.
Yep.
It's just extremely bizarre.
Yep.
She jabs the tentacle into him. So great. It's just kind of surprised that, like, the curse of the unintended narrative, it strikes again. So that's happened, and then she uses the mind control to knock him out, and now he has been kidnapped, and so they can take him away. It's terrible stuff is occurring. And then it turns out that none of this was happening very far away either, because like within about 2 minutes, Kiri runs back to the village, lets them know what's happened, just as the alarms are going off, because they've seen some approaching humans on some approaching human ships as well. And so now all things are going very, very badly wrong for the Sea Smurfs and the Solly family. So they've got the evil fire people behind them, they've got the humans coming at them from in front, and they land. So then you get the Fire Queen and Quaritch. They land on the beach in front of the village, and they come backed up by all their fire smurfs. And there's a big old standoff between the group of sea smurfs and the group of fire smurfs. And Quaritch demands that Sully comes out to meet him, which is quite similar to what happened in the last movie again, right? I think is the
Yeah, and it's real. And something that's really strange is that the way that the sequence plays, you wouldn't know that Jake isn't actually in charge of the sea people. He isn't. They have their own chief, but he's like not a very prominent part of this this interaction. Him or Kate Winslet.
that they just do exactly what he tells them to do. So
Pretty much. Which is like, oh, maybe we're gonna fight. Maybe we're not gonna fight. Oh, maybe we're gonna fight. And it's like, fucking hell, James. Like, why? This film did not need to be 3.5 hours long. We could have sped this up.
there is a really good example of that in this very scene. So like Jake tells Natiri to stay behind with the kids, and she says no. So they go out into the crowd, and he has his face off his meeting with with Quaritch, and he tells his people to put the weapons down, so they do. They have a chat. He tells his people to pick the weapons up because the chat isn't going the right way, so they do. They have a chat. Then he tells the people to put the weapons down because the chat is going the right way after all, so they do. And then he basically agrees that he will go with Quaritch on condition that Quaritch agrees not to kill everyone behind him as he leaves. And so he does. So he and Spider have now been captured, and the humans fly off. Now, at this point, what exactly is Quaritch's motive for not just burning down the
I don't
village?
know.
Because-
I would have thought, it would, especially because this is obviously they're going to cause way more issues going forward. So you may as well. But I guess we really are going to work with, like, he gave them his word. It's like, wow, all right, fair enough. I just Quaritch showing his quality, if you will.
Again, the villain is more moral than many of the heroes.
Absolutely.
So they go off. They go off in the big old helicopter. And corporate douche guy from earlier, he's back again. He's very happy when he learns that they've captured Spider. Then we also learn that at some point in the intervening time between these two movies, the city that they've been building has not only grown significantly, basically to the like Blade Runner in Los Angeles kind of size, but it's also now fully stocked with masses and masses of human civilians who have been imported at some point. I don't know when this happened or why it would have happened so early,
because
given we haven't
not that
colonized
much
it.
time has passed since. It feels like the only thing you have for this is that line in the last movie of, oh, you know, these robots that build stuff. In 1 year we've done more than we could do in 30. It's like, oh, all right, but people have got to get there, and that takes a while. That takes 6 years.
So they must have been. I mean, there is time between Avatar 1 and 2, I guess, for this to become the plan. But it means they must have all set off and had many trips going to get this number of people.
Yeah. So I wonder how many ships landed and destroyed everything as part of that process.
Maybe the fire didn't come from the mountain, like Varang said. Maybe it was like, oh, a human ship landed in the general vicinity and Awa did not save us.
I mean, interesting, but oh well.
Yeah, it would have been more interesting if the humans had accidentally set off the volcano by landing near it. That could have been interesting. Yeah, but no. Yeah,
or if Old Man Waldreg with his sword showed up. And
Man, I miss Waldreg.
Oh, he's so good. He sets off the volcano and then he goes to the fire smurfs and says, "Welcome to Mordor."
Welcome to Mordor.
What a guy. At some point, so when all the fire smurfs, they all fly on their birds into the city, and this actually surprises the military. Apparently, they don't know any of this has happened. Even though they sent their vehicles, they backed Quaritch up, they gave him guns, they presumably okayed
them like
it.
1,000 tags.
Yeah,
so that
they get all the weapons
have the tag and get in.
And they're surprised when they come back. It's like, hostiles are coming. Oh no, we can't shoot them because they've got IFF transponders that block our weapons for the purposes of this scene, and never again. It's just lucky that it turns out that this is people at Quaritch. But how did they not know this was their plan? But they are only as involved as any given scene requires of them. Otherwise,
He's
they
a
just
loose cannon,
are not.
like Quaritch, doing his crazy plans.
But military boss lady, she's unhappy at Quaritch. She comes out, she meets him in her exoskeleton for reasons. And Chip.
I mean, I'd be using that thing all the time. They're pretty. I like them.
Yeah,
I think
cool.
They're cool. I will say that I guess legitimately a compliment of the film is I really love the design of a lot of the human stuff. Even like the crab robots and the little torpedo tubes they ride in. I like the big exoskeletons that make the humans big. I like the robots and the mechs and the ships. I think that the aesthetics of the human stuff is really cool. I like a lot of the sci-fi look that they have, and I like a lot of the little things that they've got on. Like that part is really neat. I mean, using the thing all the time, walking around on my little stilt exoskeleton. Just that'd be fun. It's probably really great.
So just to clear, because a super chat came in saying Quaritch takes his loincloth off when he hooks up with Fire Lady, so the hair is not the genitals. First of all, the direct comparison in Avatar 1 when Tony Weaver says, "Don't play with that, you'll go blind," which is the meme for humans, is that's with your genitals. But secondly, when they connect those things in the first one, she does say to Jake, "We're mated for life." So,
I guess everything between the legs is just bonus.
well, this is why I feel a little bad for Avatar fans. Obviously, this sucks. Like, because it fucks with your ability to enjoy the film. I get that. After Platoon had said what he'd said in Summarization, like, I get it. I do. But it's really bad. And James Cameron made some huge mistakes with how this is all contextualized. Should probably not have had her doing, the Fire Lady doing what she's doing in this movie. But it's not like that's where the problems began. There's a lot of different things that are consequential of this weird hair system. We obviously went over all the animal stuff is fucking strange, but it's all in aid of a particular point and connection with nature. It's all supposed to be very wholesome and nice, but there's a whole sex element that is absolutely included, and so you can try and like ignore it to assist your enjoyment of the story and everything. It's just, unfortunately, it's there. So,
It's the thing. I know. Again, it's unusual for Avatar fans to have people sitting here reviewing a movie who actually have tried to remember what happened in the last two. But it is kind of entailed by continuing stories. Is that stuff you set up and have mechanically set up in one of those is set up and mechanically and it exists in every subsequent movie. If you begin by establishing that the hair has a substantial erotic component and is an integral part of how the Na'vi make love, you can't then say when the next movie comes out, well, I forgot it, and that makes this scene not what you say it is. We're just going by what the movie tells us, the previous movie told us it is. I think it is, but these stories kind of do work better if you can forget everything that happened before, and they kind of bake into the fact that most of the audience does, but we don't because we have standards. And I suggest Avatar fans get some. But on that note, so yes, Marine Lady, she's not happy with good old Quaritch for bringing in so many hostiles and who she calls savages into their base. She does nothing to get rid of them, but she's not happy that they're there. And he introduces her to the Fire Queen. She's not happy at being called a savage, but Quaritch is mending race relations here. He's a really good old guy. This massively racist character.
Quaritch builds bridges.
If I may, let's get a little,
absolutely may.
Let's get a little desperate. Mated means connected, not sex. Mated means
it depends on the context. Like it could be bonded in the sense of like we are now like husbands and wife, maybe.
Oh, is that even appropriate though for a woman to be doing it to a child?
When you describe two animals having sex, you can say that they are mating. It's like it's way more often used as an alternative, as a synonym for sex than it is a synonym. You don't go and mate with your friends when you play video games.
Yeah, like
well, look, you do what you do. But you have like mated pairs, and they're supposed to be like they're. Well, I guess they have sex, but
mated
they do
is in the past tense. Yeah. So what they mated?
Well, we are mated means that like we are a I guess that would be their more. It's a more animalistic, I guess, way to say that we're essentially pair bonded or married or we're a union now.
Yep, none of this helps.
They still have to have you still have to have the things going on to. No, it's definitely a very. I don't disagree with you that it's like it's the based off the biology and what the little head thingy does. That it's like a very it's they got wacky stuff going on culturally, but again it's actually kind of shocking how little we get of Na'vi culture now that you kind of think about it.
Yeah,
with all the time we've spent of them.
Well, we said it seems like they don't even understand
traditions and
a lot of
phrases.
how it works. They seem to sort of play it to just off the cuff in terms of how certain interactions happen.
Well, the fact that they describe the language as Na'vi, it's like that's human language. There's like thousands of human languages. The same would be the case there.
Obviously,
they speak Na'vi. It's like,
this is this tribe
sci-fi there sort of problem of like, oh well, they just all speak the same language and it's named after them. It's like, okay, yeah, all right.
I am definitely. And look, I don't think all that highly of Dune 2, but I will say I learned a lot about the Fremen based off of the time we did spend with them, and I think the Fremen were definitely a too large of a part of that movie. They're not nearly as interesting as I think their time slot would probably would say, but But you learn a lot about the way that they view water and death and cultural aspects and stuff of that nature. But I feel like after 3 Avatar movies, we know so little about the Na'vi and the things that matter. You know, things like how they eat together, or how they live, or how the politics work, or just little customs like how they walk and talk, and phrases and idioms and things of that nature, and how they view certain aspects of their biology.
It's
And
why this is it's not the hill for its defenders to die on, because one
No.
of the few things we do know about them is that they connect the little USB sticks to fuck. It's like it's one of the memes about them because it is so well established and nothing else is. And like anyone who's still saying no, that's not what mated me, it's like you can choose to die on this hill if you want to, fine. But try, just as an experiment, holding more than one thought in your head at a time. Okay, let's accept for the sake of argument that mating can mean non-sexual bonding. Just for the sake of argument, I'm willing to accept it. But then, as Morna points out, it is used as a euphemism for sex in the first movie in dialogue. It is quite clearly portrayed in this way. It's not one instance which we are choosing to read too much into. It's a preponderance of references that the movie gives you. So
I
you
have
can't really get around with it. The movie cocked up by doing that, but that's not our fault.
Well, and I was there,
What is it called, their
Gandalf,
little
when
head?
they released the
call it?
first movie, and everyone was discussing the ethics of what they do with animals. I was there 3,000 years ago, where this was always a problem. This was always a big discussion, and I don't think they've done anything to clarify it on an ethical sense.
Nope.
It looks like, according to the, believe it or not, codex entries on the Pandorapedia from the PS3 Avatar game,
Oh no.
that look, the people want to know. They are monogamous creatures who mate for life. The mechanics of reproduction are similar to humans and other Earth mammals, but their unique physiology, the Q, provides the Na'vi with a level of intimacy unknown to Terrans. When an appropriate mate has been selected, which can take many years, well, not in the first film, xenoanthropologists believe that the male and female Na'vi will connect Qs to create an emotional bond that lasts a lifetime. It is believed that their intertwining of Qs is both highly erotic and profoundly
Oh
spiritual,
no.
but does not in
Mm,
itself lead to reproduction.
there you go.
Well, yeah, we know that. Like that's always because obviously they don't reproduce every time they connect with an animal, but they're still
Yeah, and obviously
connecting
there's gotta
their
be
their
yeah.
thing with the thing. You know, it's to yeah.
So there you go.
Unfortunate. It's again, it's all, as far as I'm concerned, symptoms of trying to make the Na'vi much more connected with nature than humans could ever dream of. Right? Those sky
But they're
people
getting
don't
the
understand.
biologic USB
But you've
slot, which
encountered
is just
some landmines by combining and moving things around so much.
yeah, or you show a lot of, I don't know, a lot of hesitance for Navi to connect themselves in that way, or
Well,
there's
as
a
we
lot of
remember, we
reverence
went over,
towards it, or
the
maybe
animal you need to do it to is the one that tries to kill you. Is very like, what do we? What is it? What? All right, yeah, you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. And that's what I would recommend. Anyone who enjoys these films, probably not think about it, I guess, if you want to continue enjoying them.
I don't think there's
So-
any danger of that.
yeah. These films don't get better the more you think of them. I will say that. They actually become worse the more you think about them. And then you start to ask a lot of questions, and then you get to, I guess, be sad that a man who has these many hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars and has, a lot of good movies to his name in the past has created this. The movie that could have been, the stuff that, characters that could have existed, the plots that could have happened.
Well, back to fuckery of a different nature, I suppose. So we get Sully is also dragged in this moment, and this is portrayed as a massive victory. The Marine general woman turns to the crowd, says, "We got him, people," and everybody cheers because it turns
As
out
they
that
would.
as they would, the story of his betrayal is actually a really, really common story amongst humanity. They've all learned about it. They all hate him. They believe he's a race traitor.
Which is another thing that the film does not get into, the idea of what does it mean to be loyal to a race, if you can change races, what does it mean to be loyal to a culture? What happens when, like, oh, the humans are like in this, I think it's one of the issues is that in Avatar they're portrayed as cartoonishly evil and incompetent. Which just isn't fair. It isn't fair to humans, I think. So it really makes it a lot easier for the film to try and say like, oh, look, see, Jake Sully's totally justified because humans are,
Yeah.
again, cartoonish Saturday morning villains in terms of just how evil they are, and how destructive they are.
Well, see, and to
But
me,
it-
half of that is intentionally making them that way, and then the other half is just incompetent writing in general.
Oh yeah. The competent writing seeps into everything.
Yeah.
It creates that murky sort of water like we've seen a lot of times where you wonder, is this what the film's trying to tell me? Or is this just bad writing? If you had the humans portrayed like I believe they really would be, then like this idea that there would be like this wholesale mass slaughter by I guess we have the Western-ish culture of these humans that come to Pandora is like I just don't believe it. There's just no way. I mean, I don't believe that that's just how humans would behave. It's like it's just not fair that the movie wants to portray all of humanity's most negative aspects with basically none of the positives. And the people who are, who do exhibit those, positive traits, they're just not. They're laughed at. They're in the teeny tiny little minority of humans to the point where they're. I mean, they might as well not exist if you sum everything up.
I'm not even like convinced all humans on this planet would universally hate Sully. Like, I think it's just like if you're living in this sort of squalid, really cramped city and you have to breathe through a mask every day because you can't breathe, and you learn that someone was able to become a Navi who have been explicitly designed to be pleasing on the eye, I'm sure you'd get at least a small minority of people who really want this treatment for themselves and who
That's
look
the
at this
real
experiment
life.
and say, well,
That's
yeah.
the real world. Yeah. We got a lot of people who'd be like, yeah, I'd love to be a Navi on Pandora.
But wasn't there a
and have
phenomenon in
son.
real life of people like killing themselves because they couldn't live in Pandora or something?
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
what
that
I've heard when
Apparently.
the first one came out, yeah.
People were
Oh.
depressed.
Yeah. Which that's
Imagine
why there's like
having
a
nothing
suicide
going on in your life that
hotline
you find this really
message in the credits for this movie.
Is
You know
there
that?
really?
Really,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, which, as far as I'm
You're
aware,
joking.
that's in there because they don't want people getting so obsessed with Pandora that they do something bad. Like,
I just don't
so they're like,
get it.
please, seek help. And it's just like, are you okay? This is what I mean about like, it kind of sucks to be a fan of these films like so intently because they're so fucking substanceless. But they are
It's
very
just so
pretty.
weird. They are very
They're
pretty. Yeah.
gorgeous, yeah, gorgeous movies.
Love the way those islands inexplicably float all over the place. It's great. Makes for
And
some...
maybe that's Awa. She's doing it. Keeping
she's
those
just-
rocks up. I can't
she's lifting.
save you after the fire mountain because I'm trying to keep these rocks in the air. Don't break my concentration. It takes a lot of effort. All right?
So, Spider, he gets hauled into a lab. He gets drugged. He gets a pipe shoved down his throat. He's made to run on a treadmill. It's the beginning of a kind of an extended Spider in the lab sequence, which is very familiar to people who remember
Yep.
the second film because it's exactly what happened there as well.
It's like poetry.
But it's like poetry in that it's exactly the same. As the
A
famous
word does
saying
rhyme
goes.
with itself, I guess.
Yeah, it's normally considered cheating in poetry, but
It
yeah,
is
fucking James
cheating
Cameron
in
is not.
poetry. And if it doesn't rhyme at all, it ain't a poem. Fuck off.
By the way, sorry, because it is just something that's funny, and I want to, because that was another instance where they captured Spider thing. That I think like the scene begins, you have Quaritch being like Jake Sully, and it's just again like, oh man, like we're here again, and it's not
Yep.
going to be the last time. It's probably not going to be the last time
Yeah.
in this movie, if you know what I mean. It's like because they're just going to bring Quaritch back again. How could they not?
Yeah,
He'll be
the
back.
final
There's
fight
no
scene is
way.
the same, just with slightly different environmental settings, but everything
Yeah.
else is staging and everything else is the same. Before we get more of the same from Spider, though, we go back, we rejoin Loak. He's still out looking for his outcast bro. The other teenagers with another whale, they're looking for him. They find him. He does a bit of narration again. He says, "The people say the sea washes you clean. They also say if you see the deep ones, the fucking eel things, squid things even, they are spirits sent to judge you." And that is our cue to meet the squid things, which, as happens in the
Right.
second movie, when he gets attacked underwater by the shark thing and has to take cover in like a coral reef, in this one, they get attacked underwater by some squid things and he has to take cover
Squids?
underwater in a coral reef. And like in the second one, when he does this until they get safe, but then he runs out of air and he has to be rescued by the teenagers. In this movie, he does it until it's safe, but he runs out of air and he has to be rescued by the teenagers. It's basically the
Yes.
same again.
I would say the
Brilliant stuff.
squids are terrifying. If you think about like how they would kill you with the tentacles dragging you in, and they have those pincers that would just like stab into you from the sides. It's like, what a terrible, that's awful.
Well, and that's the fate that befalls his noble steed, who he just abandons and doesn't really give a shit about.
It's rough.
He
It's a
gets
terrible way to
killed
die,
because
the
he
s- the
brought
way
him
that-
out there,
yeah.
and we don't care, but it's okay. But when it's his whale, that's cool. The whale's fine, but the one that got you there, fuck him, who cares? Whatever. Like, I'm sorry, man, they don't treat their animals very nicely, the Na'vi. What can I say?
Well, at least they're not as
It'd be
bad as
really good
humans.
in the world
Jeez.
building. Ugh.
Humans are awful. They destroyed their
Yeah,
own
but who would like
planet,
one
don't
of
you
them?
know?
Having saved Loak, they are told they came after him. He says, "Oh, I can't believe you came after me." And then one of the ones, the fucking Gen Z ones, he's not a character.
They have
He just
they have
has
the
the hair.
Zoomer hair, and they
Zoomer
say
hair.
bro.
Yeah.
What was
And
James Cameron thinking?
It's gonna date the movie. That will date the movie. People, I hope at least people are not going to still be saying "bro" in every sentence in 2100,
True.
because like every sentence, including it, is just retarded all the time. So anyway, that's great to hear. Anyway, the fucking Zoomer one, he says, "My friend's path is my path." That is the reason that they came after him. He also confirms with their friendly whale that Outcast whale, he is nearby. And that's it. We're back with Spider again. Spider is still being experimented on. Again.
That was just like a side, like this side mission to find the whale. That whole thing that we just went over was just like that. Literally didn't need to exist as a
Nope.
part of the story.
And
You could have just
what
had
they're
all of
gonna
them
do-
go. They could just all have them go together. I think the only point of it was to be like, see, bros have each other's back, you know. And
Hmm.
I get that. You could have had them all leave together though, and you could have shown that he was gonna leave, and then the other ones were like, "We're coming with you," and he's like, "No," and they're like, "Yeah, we are," because bros stick together, in a way that Sullies intermittently do, and then they get on their water horses or whatever their squid-esque things, and they go off together. Like, boom, that would have taken a minute, and we could have established that, and we didn't have to have this long squid sequence.
Yeah,
But then we could-
when they arrived and it was like it's what did you say, like the spirit judging you or something, or the nature judging you, something judging you or whatever. I was like, is this gonna be Awa's like
Oh yeah,
you
the
know-
squids are like judgment. Yeah, like they kind of give judgment.
Well, 'cause-
but it seems like they just kill everything.
obviously as with every movie there's Awa saves the day in the third act, and I was just like, I wonder what animals it'll be this time. And when they did that sequence, I was like, oh, is it gonna be them? Is that gonna be it? And then I was like, yeah, looking likely.
Oh, it's the squids. Because this is just Way of Water 2.
It is just cut up and interspersed in very short intervals that distract you from the A plot for no gain whatsoever. But it was so good the first time we did it, so we got to do it again. So back with Spider, yes, being experimented on again, great.
Love it.
And it just sort of carries on. One of the scientists says he's got basically like a mycelial network growing inside him. That's the reason. That's why he can breathe.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
been colonized by mushrooms. Then, just like the last movie, Quaritch goes into his holding pen to have a chat with him. Yay.
Yeah, Quaritch scene. Something
But
might be interesting.
If I may, right? You know
You absolutely may.
you saved my life. And he's like, I wish I hadn't, which I'm fine with. You know, it's like, sure, he's probably saying that, but he probably still doesn't regret it that much. And then Quaritch says, maybe that's true, but I owe you, and I'm proud of you. You're an amazing kid. You got guts, you got smarts, you got the heart of a lion. I see myself in you. I see your mother in you. You know, you're ferocious, tough to live with, but you know, your mother died a hero, and you've got that in you as well. I just want you to know I'm here for you. I was just watching it like, wow, what a great dad. Compared
Yeah,
to
like
his
this
other
guy really
dad.
is. Quaritch really is like the only thing of any kind of value sort of here. And he's not even that good. It's because but that's
Yeah.
because it's in a James Cameron Avatar film, but sometimes the incompetence misses a spot.
I
And
just-
there's these
'cause-
little moments where I'm like, oh, I'm actually kind of invested. I want Quaritch and Spider to be like together, you know? I want them to be cool with one another. I'm invested in Quaritch and in the relationship. Not so much as Spider as a character because he's
Yeah.
balls boring, but the investment that Quaritch has in his son or his other version's son that he sees as his own.
Well, it's like, we hate Quaritch, but okay, yeah, I guess what he said there was kind of nice. It's like, back over to his actual parents. One of them, please kill him. We need to kill him. He needs to die. He must die homeless. And then you're like, okay, what about the dad? It's like, well, we're only a couple of scenes away, and he might
that
just,
sounds a little extreme there, Nightberry.
I don't know if we should be doing that, I'll tell you, right? But then he's gonna fucking line up with it 100% soon enough. And I just can't. It's unbelievable to me. Quaritch is
sacrifice that child
against all of his, like, so to speak, values related to this overall war stuff. He's just being honest. It's like, yeah, I think you got hot, kid, and I'm proud. That's what it's just like. Oh my god, James, what are you doing? You're fucking up, man.
Someone in the chat just said with a super chat, they said Quaritch is John Walker.
Oh yeah, there is a connection there, and
there is
again,
a connection.
It's this happens a lot. I was saying this happened in kind of in Stranger Things for me with Steve. Is when when a character has to defeat the writers and they're kind of successful, I get a big boost of enjoying them.
And they beat them mainly through like the charisma of the actor, like sort of coupled with the writer not realizing that they've actually given this character like several positive traits that go unrecognized. Meanwhile, there usually is another character that the story really likes who sucks. So the equivalent in Stranger Things is they think Nancy is awesome, and Steve, oh man, Steve has to constantly sort of repent for nothing at all, really. Like he never really did anything wrong. Meanwhile, it's like, Nancy's so great when like her entire storyline is constantly like manipulating people to essentially serve her interests.
And the minute they pose any kind of like obstacle to her, she's like, well, maybe we're not so close together anymore. I dump you. And then she's back with him within like a few episodes' time. She's horrible. I really don't like Nancy. But then there's a lot of that.
She's my least favorite character in Stranger Things.
I'd say, she's also the most like she's sort of like what am I looking for? Like the imbalance between the celebration of her character, between the reality of her character in Stranger Things. Like, people online love Nancy, and I'm just like, you haven't been paid attention, man. Nancy sucks.
Nope.
Why?
Meanwhile, Steve, the Chad, constantly coming through, constantly putting his life on the line to save other people, allows them to talk shit about him and never really puts up a fight because he's got enough self-assurance.
Did you see
he doesn't have to.
There was a post from the Netflix account saying like celebrating the best mothers, and it had the woman with the Demogorgon, of course, and some other stuff, but it also had Steve with a chainsaw. And I was just like, yeah, because he takes care of the kids all the time. And some fucking tweet on there was like, this is kind of offensive. He's a man. This is about motherhood. Can you stop that? I was like, fucking hell. Like, they got like a significant amount of likes.
Steve can't have anything.
Well, and some people point out, it's like, it's a joke, it's a meme, it's about how he's kind of their mom, because just calm down, please. Like, no one's taking anything away from you. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
But also, like, it's kind of unfortunate with Stranger Things. If you didn't have him in the best mothers in Stranger Things, there's only one candidate, and that's Joyce, and she hasn't had anything to do since season 2. So Karen Wheeler gets celebrated for one time doing something that Steve has done in every single season multiple times. And he does it for everyone's kids, not just her own. So Steve, by that logic, is better.
No context either. Like, the first time that he encountered the Demogorgon, he didn't know fucking anything about what was going on, and he jumped in.
He's such a legend in that show, and the writers sometimes just are like, well, he did okay. It's like, no, he did way, never
Nancy,
mind.
Though. Man,
Nancy, though.
She's so cool. Look at her go. I kind of don't like Stranger Things.
Well, like, hey, overall. You know what? Instead, I continue with that. Stranger Things EFAP coming soon to an EFAP near you. Eventually, yeah. Right. Can't lock in a date just yet, but it'll happen probably.
Back to Avatar, though. So yes, you've gone over the conversation with Quaritch is once again a really good guy. He gives Spider a burger as well, which is good because he's probably a vegetarian because the Navi are hippies and he's underfed. He also gives him some meat? Well, they eat fish, but I don't think they think fish counts.
Fish.
No, fish don't deserve any consideration at all. No.
It's
Yeah.
that's a very.
Well, and they
Here's
do
the thing:
hunt.
the
We do
distinction
see
is
them
a very.
hunting in the first movie.
Well, and
They hunt like
But
big
that's different
sort of
Navi,
land
though, isn't it?
animals.
That's the jungle
Tree
Navi.
Navi.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
I
the
don't know.
distinction I think is very very specifically human when like like fish aren't animals in the same way that like they're their own almost subcategory. Like obviously they're
Even though
animals, but the meat of them is not considered the same meat. Like especially the religious context of that, where it's okay to eat like fish on Fridays and
But
like
again,
stuff.
remember,
But
like
the Navi wouldn't care
he
about
grew up
that.
in the forest with the forest people for most of his life, and they definitely hunt land animals.
What if he ate that burger and it like completely opened his eyes to everything, and he
You
just like
telling me that I can
completely
get this
flipped?
like at any time on Earth, whenever I want? Yeah, and you can watch movies. You heard of movies? Like that's pretty cool.
That would be
Video
wild. Well,
games.
think of all the scenes we could have had of them like bonding, where he's showing him some cool Earth shit, and then maybe Spider takes him out in the forest and is like, "Here's some cool plants and stuff." I don't know. Can we go watch Lord of the Rings again? And then they like actually kind of like bond, and there's like I don't know. It's like that movie you kind of want to happen, the scenes you want to have happen, but they
Dude,
never happen
I just
because James
realized
Cameron wants to tell his shitty whale story.
because of his like change in sensibilities, he could totally have had Quaritch show Spider aliens and be like, "Isn't this fucking awesome?" And then Spider could be like, "I don't know. Seems to celebrate violence and weapons, doesn't it? Seems to glorify the military. I'm not sure about
Why are
that."
they trying to stop the Xenomorph getting back to Earth? Surely that's the best thing to happen.
Well, they'd be able to do a Sigourney Weaver meta joke, and that would be that'd be fun.
I
Wonder
believe
if we'll get one
Quaritch
of
would love
those.
Aliens. He would fucking think
He
it's one of the best
would.
movies ever.
Yeah, he'd like Alien, but he'd really like Aliens.
Yes.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Tell those aliens. Yeah, we're gonna fuck those aliens.
He'd be
good
like,
up.
"What happened to Apone was a fucking travesty, but my god, did he lead those men when he could?" And then you'd be like, "What do you think of Alien 3?" And he'd be like, "I don't know what that is."
They stopped at 2.
They didn't make any more. Tragic.
You could just lie to Spider, and that would be like, that was the only ones they made.
So someone in the room is like, "But sir," then he pulls out a pistol. He's like, "If you continue to speak, I will relieve you of your life."
he just touches his little communication device and points and says, "Drop him." He just gets sniped. And then he turns to the other one. "How many Star Wars movies are there?" "6, sir. Only 6." Like, that's right.
How many Indiana Jones? 4? 3. 3. 3? 3.
There are only 3.
So, he also gives Spider some dog tags, his dog tags, and they sort of share a little moment, which is gonna. Well, the dog tags are kind of there for some stupid mechanical reason later. The movie will go on to sort of try and introduce this weird, like half-hearted Ship of Theseus thing with Quaritch, because in the background, it vaguely wants him to learn, or at least other people want him to learn, that he is not the Quaritch who died. He is an entirely new being with Quaritch's memories. That's different, and that liberates him from all of his old attachments and all of his old ideals and all of his old duties, and so he can, if he chooses to, open his eyes to the beauty of the world. Spider sort of introduces that because he says that he's just got dead man's memories, but then he sort of comes around. I mean, obviously, Avatar is not intellectually capable of dealing with this problem.
No, it
but-
barely wants to acknowledge it.
And yet it introduces it for, like, it just
Well,
calls
but that's
attention
what a
to
lot
how
of
much it
things
can't
do.
deal with it.
They think introducing the idea of the thing is addressing the thing.
They do, and then it sort of ends hysterically with someone just jumping into a fire vortex, but we'll get there.
Because he basically just says when he's told, that's not you. He says, "Well, it feels like me," and that's just like good enough for him, and that's all that he considers it. Like he doesn't even either he's pushing it down because he doesn't want to think about it, or he really is like totally at peace with being like, "No, it's me. That's who I am," and that's just how he wants to see himself and everything. But I don't know. That's the thing. You have to guess because this huge fundamental existential question that this Quaritch character should have isn't addressed in any meaningful way.
Nope, too much other stuff to do, like jumping back to Loak, who's found his outcast whale. He
Oh
says that
no.
something's wrong. It's very bad.
This was the big one for me of just like, you need to stop allowing the whales to speak, James. Wasn't this the one where he's like, it's like, look what they did to me! Exclamation point. It's very like,
Look what they did to me.
I am blinded. The sky people did this to me. It's it just doesn't. It's not suitable. The Eddie air of, you know, connective natural mysticism with the way, it's more like, no, he's like a guy. He's just like, ouchie, they attacked those dinguses. You're like, oh well. I picture way less words and way more interpretable, but simultaneously gets the point across, you know.
Yeah,
I think
or
if
they
you
need
just-
to be like super.
Well, remember we came across this with Kang when he got first introduced. The way that he talked, we were like, God, this is a being that's, you know, the existence this being has had, and this is how it talks. It just doesn't feel right at all. But okay, if that's how you want to do it. We'll miss you, Kang. They didn't even recast; they just got rid of the character entirely.
No, just abandoned it completely. That was kind of stupid. It really was that. Just
Well,
recast.
now they can be like, no, he was the villain of Phase 4 and 5. You're like, right?
Oh, sure he was. Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, they could have just had him, the whale, not speak, because the fact that he's been wounded and blinded is quite obvious, because he shows them. That he does indeed say yes. Now, this bit I did have to go back and check, because like most of us probably only rewatched Way of Water a couple of days at most ago, and it doesn't really stick into the memory. I had this dim recollection that Outcast Whale's backstory in that was that his family, his birth pod, had been attacked, and he'd fought back, and they'd killed his family, and he was the only survivor. And the reason he was outcast was that he had killed in self-defense. This movie comes along, and they ask him, did you find your birth pod? And he says, yes, but they killed everyone, and I'm the only survivor. And I was like,
So he found their bodies.
surely, wait, but no, because he's been attacked since, because he's now got more wounds, and he's blinded, newly blinded. He's got harpoons sticking out of him that he didn't have before. So, I mean, I did double check this before the stream as well. I think I am right. Like we did this. All of this was done. Everyone knows it. It's his backstory in Way of Water. His family's already dead. So it's possible that I've missed something. But I think the movie may have genuinely have forgotten how much of his story it told us, and subsequently retconned it. So now we get to see it all over again. And of course, it's leading to the same basic beat as well, which is he has to go back and answer to the whales about the crime of self-defense, which he sort of had to do in the last movie, and then has to convince them that it's okay for him to fight for the fucking sea people.
Repeat
Again,
offender.
all of this is the same. It is the same. So that's great, and we keep cutting away from what's supposed to be the A plot to reestablish all of this stuff as well. But the stakes are increasing because it is the same movie as the last one, but it is a little bit bigger each time because the Australian boat captain chap, he is showing whale migration patterns to the evil corporate doucheman. He explains that they are all congregating, and that this congregation doesn't peak until the eclipse, and the eclipse is happening the day after tomorrow, and if they hit them then, all of them will be together and there's loads of them and we can get loads of brain goo. I think that also slightly contradicts, because I'm pretty sure Pandora has like an eclipse a day or something in previous movies, or at least more than one every couple of days, because they keep fucking happening. We already had one. I think they just change it as they make their minds up as they go along, really. But this plan to sort of mass kill the poor whales, the nice science man is there, and he says no, that's bad. Now, I mean, I know we've done it before, but this time it's really wrong.
You killed many whales.
Countless even.
He says it's total slaughter, hundreds of pods wiped out in a single day, and as we pointed out, the boat captain is quite kind and well, I say not kind, but he's nice because he's very admirably to the point. He just says, "Yeah, that's loads of money really quickly, and it's easy. Why the fuck wouldn't we do this?" So that's. But then the science man, who, and I keep having to remind us of this because like he has been personally extracting brain goo for years at this point. He keeps saying no because the whales are intelligent, soulful beings, which is exactly what he says in the previous movie as well.
So what I find interesting about Mr. Marine Biologist Nice Man, he's been begrudgingly a part of this, I guess you could say, in the second one, but for a very long time. He has comfortably benefited from this. for fucking ages. And it's just like, now he's like, oh, you're all fucking monsters for doing this one. It's just, I'm curious how your lines work there, sir. Very, very floppy. You might even think, I wouldn't blame you for this, that maybe he takes great issue in this scene because it's going to justify something else later. That's certainly what I thought. I was like, there he goes, running off in the background, grumbling. And if it were me, because they all say, noted, your concerns are noted. Did it remind anybody of Alien Earth? Where it's like, ooh, man takes great moral issue with the current operation. Anyway, walks away. And it's like, I think you might want to keep an eye on that one. I think you might do something if you're not careful. Might just sabotage the entire operation if you're not careful. But don't worry about it. It's fine.
Especially if he has the plot magically working with him to just enable him to do that.
He reprises his speech from the previous, and he says the creatures, they have culture, music, names for each other. This thing they're doing, it's
somehow,
organized.
don't think about it.
Yeah. It's deliberate. It's a spiritual gathering. The ship captain says, "Shut the fuck up," and Science Man says, "Like, I didn't sign up for this," except that he literally did, because it's why he's on the planet.
What did they say on the forums? Like, we're gonna need a marine biologist so we can get some helpful trips and ticks on how to extract the brain juice from whales.
Yeah, he's a part of this opera. He's done it several times now. Like, what are you saying? But like you said, the other dude is just being completely clear about this. It's like, we do it for money. We have a chance to do loads of it quickly. Yes, we're gonna do that. And the other guy's like, oh, that seems evil. The other ones were fine. It's like, what?
And the commander lady says, "Thank you, your objections have been noted." And that's all we get for that for now, because we now go outside where we find Jake Sully is being kept in this big glass prison in the middle of the crowds with adverts around him saying, "Jake Sully, traitor to the human race," which is true, he is. And finally, he's getting some comeuppance for that. And then Quaritch, he goes into this glass prison for a quick chat with him. He informs him that tomorrow at 06, he is going to be executed publicly by firing squad, because this has been deemed better optics. Which is, I think we may have mentioned, curious for the military leader to suggest, given that she has been against missions to find the guy, but I guess it's very, very popular, so now they've got him, they might as well execute him publicly. And this is where they have another sort of Ship of Theseus thing going on, because Quaritch says, "This isn't about them, this is about me and you, about the Marine who betrayed my trust, about the men and women I lost." And Sully says, yeah, exactly, he actually has values and cares for people. Sully says, "These are dead man's memories. Miles Quaritch is gone." He says, "You're free, and there's a world out there, things these suits will never understand." The Navi call it whatever the fuck Navi word is, which means to see. And then Quaritch...
By the way, I forgot his first name was Miles, because Cameron's really clever. He's a really clever writer by calling him Miles. There's Latin for soldier.
Oh, did not know that. It's military.
Military.
Yes.
Also refers to the amount of length he's walked. Miles.
Yeah. He used to, when he was born, he was called Inches.
Inches Quaritch.
Very soon after, they called him Feet, and then there was a period of time after that. But
Meters Quaritch, and I don't know. Yeah, it just sometimes difficult. But yeah, how long? You think it's like, wouldn't you be like kilometers Quaritch? Then
no, because he's not fucking metric Quaritch.
True, but
light years,
maybe culture has
Quaritch.
melded together. We have no idea what they necessarily use now, because Earth is a big old blob of death. So maybe there's a whole other. Maybe miles means something else now in terms of length. Maybe it means like a whole planet. I don't know.
Maybe we just don't measure things anymore.
Also, something I didn't appreciate about that back and forth as well is like, I wish Quaritch had said something back along the lines of like, "Oh, I don't believe what I believe because the guy I'm cloned from believed it. I believe it because I believe it." You know,
yeah.
Him being
then
like,
I
"Oh,
agree with him," he could say, like, all
I guess
thoughts,
so.
I agree with him.
But like, why did Quaritch believe what he believed? Because he's Quaritch? It's like, well, no, because of his experiences, which I also have. Like, I'm not just doing it because it's what it reads on the tin or some shit. Like, Sully's like, you're free, and I think the reason why I like the dialogue on Sully's end is because I appreciate it's accurate to how like bad of a person he is, right? Where he knows all of the elements of humanity, of the Marines, of his what his like sworn word is, what humanity's going through, and he didn't give a shit. He was like, I can just leave it all behind and enjoy my LARPing scenario with the Na'vi, and you can do that too, Quaritch. And Quaritch is like, I didn't like believe in this stuff arbitrarily. It's like important to me, and I kind of wish he had that response, basically talking about like why humanity is important. Why I really like the men and women I lost part, because it's just like, yeah, that actually matters, even though obviously they hate the Sky people and all that bullshit. But you know, and so Jake just not understanding what it's like to have principles, what it's like to believe in something, because of course, again,
just being like, yeah, but you can get your bag. So
yeah,
like,
so
why don't
there's
you
like a
just do
rare
that?
instance of, I think this is accurate to Jake, but I also just, I don't agree with the movie that Jake is the hero, you know?
Mhm.
Because he has as much as anything just less to say in favor of his own position as well. Because his response to this is learn to see, connect with something bigger than you, bigger than anything you know. See this world, see yourself.
Yeah, man.
And it's like, Quaritch has already been in and around this world. He's fucked birds, he's flown around, he's walked around, he's seen loads of it. He's been on Pandora, if anything, slightly longer than
Also, no
Sally has.
offense, but I'm sorry, Jake, Quaritch has lived through way more than you have. Like,
Yep.
just in general. I mean, like you could be like, nah, I've been a part of Pandora culture for longer than you. Quaritch is like, Quaritch has been a part of, you know, crazy scenarios.
Longer than you.
Yeah, just fought through more, and you know, had to hold his word to more, and provided for more people.
He's been
for
to
more.
Venezuela.
I just don't. It's so like annoying to hear this fucking it. It's just like, shut up, Jake, you fucking loser. You like gave up. Quaritch hasn't.
I think this was one of the things that came out after Way of Water as well. People were sort of, there was that famous, I can't remember where it was from. There's that long speech, which I think was lifted from a game, but they put it in Quaritch's mouth about all the things humanity has accomplished versus what the Na'vi have accomplished. And like, there's this
the meme, yes, that meme.
Which there's a lot to it. I mean, it gives him an even more settled and expansive worldview, but also the critiques there are not entirely without basis. And in this situation as well, the point is you could raise back to Sully's like, you died. When people die, I can, my people, the human people, your people, were able to bring me back so I could carry on fighting the good fight for the human race, so I could carry on protecting my son. Whereas for you, Navi, it's just you die, and then it's the whim of your god as to whether or not they deem you worthy of a second life. And they did with you, Jake, because you're lucky. But all those others, the nameless ones that we've never ever encountered, all the ones who just disappear off forever, not deemed worthy, how is that a better way to live than the human race, which has this ability to save itself and save everybody else from death itself? It's like there's so much more you can say and have this real conflict of visions come out if you bother to give either of these people a settled point of view.
Also, just to clarify as well, you wouldn't have been given that opportunity, Jake, without human technology and human spirit to give him that chance, to deem him worthy enough of that sort of situation. Not enough thought goes into this at all.
It doesn't, and so you just get like semi-interesting stuff from Quaritch, and then nothing interesting back from Sadi.
Yeah.
But that conversation just sort of runs its course. Quaritch just says, "I'll see you tomorrow morning," and that's it. So I guess that's about as substantive a conversation as any in an Avatar movie, but it's still not much. We jump back to Waterworld, where we find that Natiri, she has her bow back. She retrieves
thank goodness.
I know, yeah. Where has she been without this bow? She's just been using other kinds of bow. She gets that explosive arrow that Jake made for her earlier, because he keeps a private stash of explosives in his bedroom. So she's preparing to come back, as we know, but that only takes 10 seconds.
Well, that's all of their bedrooms.
What, just explosives?
No, I mean, that's just the area that they all sleep. They sleep in one single.
Oh, he keeps it in the explosives
place.
in the
It's
family
just-
bedroom.
it's
So
just-
if anything
yeah.
goes wrong, they all get taken out. It's very efficient. That's another just like of those 5 to 10 seconds scenes just to remind us that the character exists. Because then we go back, and Spider, again, have to remind the movie at this point. Spider is the most important thing, according to this movie, that humanity has. So you would expect them to be keeping a very, very
Yeah.
close eye on what he's doing, but no, because he's just unscrewing a vent in the bottom of his wall,
We got some
and he crawls out and he escapes.
This is insane.
got some
This is
Outlaws level design
absolutely-
here.
Yeah.
It's
It's
great.
really easy to
Oh,
do.
no.
Like, the only way they find out about this later is because he just accidentally drops the dog tags, which were an important thing to him in the previous scene. But he drops them and doesn't realize it, and that's what I guess clues the humans in. But way later, after it's too late. But for now,
It's
yeah, he
not
can
like they
just
have
unscrew a vent
somebody
and
paying
leave.
attention the whole time. There would be somebody
No,
whose
no
one
one would be
job is
watching
to just
him.
look
It was also
and see what he's
Nah.
doing.
really oddly, I know this is stupid, but to me it was like it was the tragic sort of shot of he's chosen the wrong father. I was like, never mind. You know, it's like is the path not taken was the correct one, but that's that. Obviously, Spider will learn this soon enough. The movie doesn't seem to be aware of what story it's telling.
Nope. Outside,
It's these little his escape sequence. How I say it's a sequence. He opens up a vent. It's not even a vent because it just leads into the room
it's like a
next to it.
grill,
What's-
isn't it? That leads
yeah,
into
it's like
an
a
air vent,
grill.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a grate. It's like a heavy duty grilling grate. It's like a man grate, and he just sort of like just unscrews it and he moves it and he just leaves and that's it. He has escaped.
Yep.
There are no security clearances. No one's watching him. There's no cameras. There's no alarms that go off. There's no
And the
security.
tricky
Anything.
question
He
is
is just
like,
gone.
how does he run all the way through all of these corridors and like not manage to get run into by guards and stuff like that? The movie's answer to that is that we just don't show it, so he can turn up later, and we just
Yeah.
assume that he managed it. He
He's
picked up a
just
disguise from
gone.
somewhere, but nobody noticed while he was doing any of this
Again,
stuff.
Again,
these sorts of
$400 million
moments.
and all the time he needs. And that's what James Cameron wrote for how he gets out. Well, he just unscrews the grate and he leaves. He just goes. He's gone.
What I really kind of hate about a lot of modern stories, right? Because you sit him down, somehow you get James Cameron, you get 5 minutes out of him, and you're like, look, you know that you had trouble thinking about how Spider was going to get out of this room, and I assume you worked for all of a few seconds to say he unscrews a vent. Like, isn't that a bit silly, strange, convenient, terrible in every way possible? And I could see him being like, oh, whatever, man, he gets out. Is it so much of an issue? I think the more important stuff is obviously going to be, you know, what this means to Jake, that Spider's going to do this, the decisions he's going to make, and how he gets out, and what it's going to mean with Quaritch. Like, there's a vent, yeah. I use the vent to facilitate the more meaningful character stuff. And it's like, why don't you have meaningful character stuff facilitate the meaningful character stuff? You could be like, whoa, what do you mean, crazy genie? What possible nonsense he'd be talking about? Like, well, if we're going to work with Spider's choosing Jake over Quaritch, but he's smart enough to realize Quaritch is actually very invested in him, why doesn't he say, like, hey, can you show me something from Earth? Right? We were referencing earlier, show him some films or games or whatever have you. He's like, you know, show me why should I care? What is good about humanity? All I know is that humanity is a horrifying blah 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 blah. But it's all a lie from Spider's perspective. He just wants to be taken out of the room and shown something. And let's say it's a movie or a game, and he's enjoying his time with Quaritch, kind of, but simultaneously is like, you know, Quaritch gets called away for whatever thing he's doing. He's like, do you mind? Can I keep playing this? And he's like, well, sure, but you know, you can't, like. And then he puts him in a room that's a bit less secure. Maybe there's a soldier there also, and Spider, you know, he's got to use some material. But we get that he used Quaritch's interest in him against him to have minimal security, and then manipulates that situation to get out. Not much more time to be taken, instead of just spawning a vent because you're bored and you just got to get him out and you can't be asked to think of anything. It's just weird to me. I think Free mentioned it earlier. It's like you have all these opportunities for character every time. You don't have to go like, nah, there's a vent. Like, no, make something.
Is that not, you know, an unsatisfying answer to put in your movie? Particularly when in the movies you used to make before you worked a little bit harder to get from point A to point B to point C. Because unfortunately, once this whole sequence began, it's like, so there's going to be some crazy bullshit that essentially gets Jake and Spider out of this situation that should be pretty much impossible to escape from. You're in the middle of the human, you know, base. It's over. But, like, we still got, unfortunately, a good amount of movie left. And it's really lame that it's like, damn, I know it's gonna be bullshit because this is a James Cameron movie now, not from 30 years ago.
Also, you know, the concern about it elongating the movie, don't worry, there's some stuff we can cut. I'll save you on that front. I was just thinking about all of the, like, the crazy scenes that because we've been over a few that have already repeated beats from the prior movie. It's like we've got plenty of fat here to cut. We'll be fine.
Oh, we got so much to cut.
Well, yeah, that like the worry of extending anything. It's like, yeah, but there's all of these scenes that are either too long or actually just superfluous. We can get rid of those ones. Don't you worry,
So
James.
much.
We can make this a better film by adding new things, and it will only be 2 hours long. I believe it's possible.
We can do
be
it.
done. We have the technology.
We have the experience. You should have the experience.
So now we move into one of the more insane moments of the movie, which is that Natiri, she is sort of coming around. She's approaching the city. She's currently hunting fire smurfs. She's not that far away. You can see it over her shoulder in the background. She's definitely getting close to the city. She kills a random fire smurf and she steals one of its IFF transponders, which she's going to use for reasons shortly. So, in fact, now, because there's only like 1-2 second clip where Sully gets given his dinner, you see that the science man is in the crowd because things are moving up to his escape. But Natiri, she has painted herself like one of the fire smurfs, and she flies into the city. And because she has this correct transponder, nobody thinks to check. They just sort of wave her in.
Is that a guess from her, by the way? 'Cause she kills an outpost with like 3 guys or whatever, and she picks it up. Does she just assume that that's what she would need to get past?
I think that's
There's
because
no
I
way
tried to
that
find how
she could've
well she
known.
could know. She can't know.
There's no
I
way
don't
she
think
know.
so.
I mean, and why would Jacob ever introduced her to this concept?
He
Yeah,
doesn't
and
have
then-
one.
And then, of course, this goes back to remember when they all arrive with Quaritch, and basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but the security tower is like, oh, open fire, and then they're like, oh, but they have like a clearance card thing that Quaritch's people, and she goes, oh, okay, let them in. I remember thinking like, Jesus, you were seconds away from gunning all of Quaritch's guys down, like, but luckily you scanned that they had the right key card, and then I switched it to, wait, just because they have the right key card, surely you need to just fucking connect with them, call them, have passwords, anything like, secure.
Yeah.
What are we
We need
doing?
your,
Like,
security
this-
clearance codes.
If you send men out into the Pandoran jungle, as they do, I assume, semi-frequently, some of those men will die. If all their guns have IFF cards on them, then you have IFF cards littered around Pandora, which any of the Navi can pick up. They can obviously use this to get back in and attack you. It's like you would think the basic thing to do would be to like deactivate them if they go missing, or not hand them out willy-nilly, or like, there must be some additional.
Yeah.
I've got 2-factor authentication on my email account. and they don't have it on their base.
Well, and that's the thing. I was. Why did it stand out to me so much? And then I was like, oh fuck, because it's gonna be a thing they use later to get deteriorate. Great, good stuff. Nice, awesome.
So in she flies. We briefly cut away again. This time we see Quaritch and the Fire Queen woman lying in sort of post-coital bliss, because we need to know that they're there, because for some
Hell yeah.
reason, this is where Natiri's going. So she flies over the city. I don't know how she knows where she's going. She just does. She
This
lands.
should be a completely, fully alien like world to her. Like she's like, this
Well-
should be a bit like, holy shit, this is what they when they
Yeah.
get their roots in. This is the kind of stuff they create. There's big metal towers and spires, and I mean, in a moment she'll use the little bow, the explodey bow that with the rockets on it to like know exactly what to shoot, so they make big explosions. And I'm like, you just
Don't
shouldn't
you
have
know
any
how to-
level of
yeah.
familiarity with any of this stuff.
Oh
How
god.
do you know what like massive gas containers look like? You've never lived here. You
I mean,
don't know
like,
what
gas is
human
a thing,
architecture
yeah.
is meaningfully. How do you know what's explosive? But even before we get
but-
there, you're already in the position of how does because what she's doing is she's going to try and find Quaritch and the Fire Queen and get them to tell her where Jake is, even though Jake is on public display in the middle of a huge square surrounded by spotlights, and they are in a random tent that she has no reason to know where it is, and yet she does.
Remember, she's mated for life, so brain shared with Jake. So she got all his knowledge, and that's how she knows. Also, as someone's just pointed out, she very well may have just raped one of the corpses in the outpost, so that would got the information as well, right? You'd be fine.
Well, but then if she's already got all of Jake's information, she doesn't need to go and find Quaritch. But if she has got the
Yeah,
information
yeah.
from
Well,
Quaritch, then she doesn't need to go and find Jake.
I don't even understand why she did go to Quaritch. It's like they made a huge spectacle out of Jake. All she needed to do was fly around a little longer and just have a look, just see what's going on.
Which is what she does do later. When she's on the run, she
Yeah.
immediately finds him because
And then,
he's
of course,
really obviously in a glass box.
why even try it that way as opposed to like I'm going to go and reveal my position to at least one person to get information, when you could just be like, those guys she walks past, why wouldn't you just be like, hey, where did they put that that fucking traitorous Navi guy? I want to see him die. I don't want to miss it. And then be like, oh, he's just in the main square, like everyone's there, just that simple.
Yeah, you just ask them. You're wearing their outfit like
Yeah.
Hitman. You can just like talk to them.
So while she goes sneaking to the camp, we have the nice science man. He breaks into a big machine of some sort. We see.
Well, did you say
Quaritch.
that when Neytiri was walking around, like a lot of the humans made a pass at her? They were like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
she wants me. She's hot.
They just flirt with her
like-
and she hisses at them.
Yeah,
She's
I'm
like, "Rawr."
okay, all right.
That was a necessary scene.
Hell
Glad we
Yeah,
have that
it
in
was
the
like
film.
weird. Like, we really needed to have that. It's like the humans are like they are like real humans.
They
are
have the big
sexually
horn.
Attracted to yeah, they got the big horn.
Then we see Quaritch stepping out of his tent. He goes to sit down with some fire smurfs and have a drink with them, and they really like him. So we have established that he is out of the tent. Neytiri doesn't know this, obviously, but luckily for her, this is what has happened. And so she goes through and she somehow finds the way to the correct tent, asking nobody. I don't know. She breaks in and she puts a knife under the Fire Queen's throat while she's sleeping, and then she asks her where Jake is, as though she doesn't already know. And there's a bit of a to and fro because the Fire Queen, she almost breaks free, but then Neytiri manages to grab her tentacle and she threatens to cut it off, and everybody knows how bad that is.
I was a little disappointed with this. She has a Smiling Friends moment. The Grim and Gnarly in the episode, they're the nihilists, and when a gun is put on them, they're like, "Oh no, 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 no!" It starts peeing himself. Very funny and very good. I was disappointed that on threat of death, Fire Queen is like, "Oh no, 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 wait!" I was like, "Oh," I was kind of hoping she'd be like, "Yeah, fucking do it, go ahead," that sort of thing. But
I think they might be trying to tell, because she doesn't do that when the knife's under her throat, but she does do that when the knife is on her penis tentacle. So maybe there's a different value that the Navi place on methods of death.
Well, they say early in the movie that it's like worse than death for them.
I guess because it prohibits them. Well, I suppose it would prohibit them from having their afterlife, wouldn't it? Because they can't connect to the
I
tree.
thought you were going to say it prohibited them from raping animals, but yeah, it would.
At least it would be that no one could rape
for
you.
castrating
You'd be safe.
Yeah, they just have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
well,
not great.
But yeah, I was kind of hoping with how she was characterized that she'd be stonewalling Neytiri just out of pure nah, you can't get me, fuck you, do whatever you want.
Yeah, look at where we are. We're gonna win. We have all these weapons.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you do to me here.
So yeah, she threatens to kill her, and then the Fire Queen panics and says, "Oh, there's a cage for an animal just round the corner over there." And rather than either getting more information, which would be one approach, or just killing her with the current information, which is the other approach, we just sort of hang around long enough for a noise outside because Quaritch is coming back to his tent, and the distraction the noise makes,
Time for round 2.
it distracts Neytiri, and so Fire Queen escapes again. And she attacks Neytiri, and then Quaritch bursts in, and Neytiri breaks out of the tent, and then they shoot at her, but she has plot armor engaged all the way through this part of the movie.
Armor. Oh boy.
Yep.
And we see that when Sully is on the back of a little bird dragon, and he is shooting at other people on their bird dragons, he is like insanely good. He just in they're dead, in the dead. But she is just she can't be touched.
Yeah, and they send the whole Fire Smurf camp after her as well, and they all have guns, and they are all shooting at her, and they are all missing.
I guess they'd have bad aim because they're new to guns, I guess.
But
I
like,
suppose
Still, you need
so.
the sheer amount of
They-
lead flying her way.
yeah, there's so much spraying everywhere, and you see it all just pinging and plonking off everything around her, and it's like, okay, of course. I'm fine with missing shots, but missing every single one is like, Well, and that's the thing. I would, it could have been nice to just injure her somewhat, right? Natiri she's just so awful.
Yeah, shoot her again.
All right, fair enough.
And even
yeah.
Quaritch misses her as well, and he has no excuse for being inaccurate. But she makes it all the way back to her bird, and she takes off on her bird, and she flies. This is the bit where she somehow identifies the containers for explosive substances and uses grenade arrows on them, which cause massive explosions, and they're visible
Big
from
booms.
Sully's
Yeah.
prison. Like, they are huge. Who knows how many... Well, I mean, who cares, because they're human, right? But who knows how many people died in those explosions. She flies over the prison. There's a huge panic. Like, everyone's running around. They're fucking panicking and terrified, and it's all very hectic. At this point, we know as well that Spider, in a disguise, has entered the crowd, and he's been moving toward the prison, and the science man is moving toward the prison in a vehicle from the other direction. It's all manic and brilliant. And the corporate douche guy who's wearing his underwear finally notices that Spider is missing. And he complains about this to the military lady, but she says she has bigger priorities at the moment, which is, I think, true in this one instance. They send helicopters after Natiri. They send heavy artillery, ordnance, but everything is massively inaccurate. They keep missing her as well.
They just can't get her.
No,
Even though-
they cannot.
Even
Sorry,
though
what were you
it should work. Well, it's just even
Oh,
though we see
easily.
in like in the first movie, it's pretty effective.
Yeah.
One of the
when
things
they
that
want
bugged
to
me a
be.
lot was they sent people with like RPGs to try and shoot her. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Why are you like, no, you wouldn't be trying to hit her with an RPG that you fire once and then you just have guns. You'd be
Mhm.
shooting machine guns.
You especially
Yeah,
Why are
shouldn't
you
be
because
shooting
giving
these
people
Roberts had
random-
RPGs.
the big problem of potentially blowing up other stuff that you don't want to destroy.
I mean,
It
they
is, it's like
basically
worth stressing
do.
how like these are untrained people. They're not on the ground. They are flying highly mobile birds at high speed through a densely populated city, chasing a highly mobile target and firing RPGs.
Ideal
It's-
RPG engagement scenario.
Not even guided RPGs. No heat sensors. Nothing. Just fucking
No.
blunt. Like,
And you think
yeah,
that's something they would have really nailed humans to kill all the flying Navi? They're like, yeah,
You
we have
would.
all these heat-seeking missiles that just you
Also-
hit the bird and blow up.
What is a hot take? James Cameron was never good at action. Dude, T2 and
No.
Aliens are godlike for action. They're fucking awesome.
They are like highest
Mhm.
of high tier.
I mean, he's lost at whatever
Yeah,
it
he's
was
lost
that he
it.
used to do.
He's like
because there's a
Ridley
clear
Scott or
difference.
whatever. Yeah.
I mean, one thing that he was really good at was, I guess, what you could call like legibility in the action scene, of a clear understanding of who is where and what are they doing right now. Like, think about Terminator 2, right? The big chase and
The
the
ammo, yeah.
the sort of what would you call it? Like the sort of canals that they've got, like in when John is getting away from the T-1000 and then Arnie gets on the motorcycle and chases after. That's like a really clean action sequence. You have a really good understanding of what the stakes are and where exactly they're placed and like what tasks they need to accomplish to succeed, like for all three of them. It's good shit.
There's
Yeah, the
so
storm
many in that movie.
drains. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, and Aliens, of course, as well. That's another one where the stakes are really clear. You know, like with all of the, the turrets, and then having to, be tracking them on the motion tracker, and then they're above them in the roof, and they got to get into the next room. It's like, yeah, exactly. Compared to here, where it's like, yeah, Natiri's sort of just generally flying around this massive labyrinth. And there are, various enemies that are kind of trying to get her, but it's not really working. Oh, explosion there, explosion here. Does that really have any bearing on the situation? No, it's more just to look at. It's kind of irrelevant, and it will never come up again in any capacity for either, the humans or the Na'vi. And of course, it's all just bullshit. I mean, entirely. Like, this whole fucking sequence is insane.
Yes.
I mean, she's flying around through tiny little, very, very tight corners. It's like it's almost in the undergirdings of the city without knowing where she's going. And this is not the natural habitat for a bird, so it's quite lucky anyway that she doesn't just smash into the walls at every conceivable opportunity. But it's almost like a mini Inside the Death Star run, and she escapes when because the Fire Queen is after her. She does manage to squeeze through a really tiny gap that, for reasons of just delaying things, Fire Queen can't get through. So
You think she just
she gets
go
out and
around?
hides.
But I
You
guess
would,
she didn't.
yeah.
Chase is over. It's like in a video game. If the distance limit is hit when you're trying to follow somebody, it's like, oh, that's it. They got away. Oh, all right.
Up on the surface, though, because she's technically under the ground at this point, there's a big poster. It's trying to get people to
Yeah,
look
like
for
the water.
Spider.
It's like the city is sitting on top of these big pylons that are above water. So it's almost like a basement of the city under which is, I guess, a lake or an ocean that they've built all this on top of.
Which you
Very,
think
very
that on a
strange.
hostile planet they'd have like water treatment plants for all their water, but I suppose not. But yeah, so now we see this big poster for Spider, which is like, hey, missing kid, go find him. But it gets smashed over because it turns out the vehicle that Nice Science Man was trying to pilot is kind of just the Killdozer.
Yeah.
And he drives it towards
Well, the
the prison.
humans are comically stupid, and they just like shoot all of their little small bullets at the massive metal scoop on the front of it instead of just going around and jumping on it and pulling them out.
Well, and if
or
you were
shooting at the
wondering
glass.
why he's in a strange prison cell in the center of this area for public appreciation, is
You
like,
know why?
yeah, because I thought it was really strange. And I was like, oh, okay, I got you. When I saw that happening, I was like, obviously, if he was in a building, this would have been way more difficult to just crash into it and hope for the best.
Yeah, wouldn't it be awkward if when Jake Sully has to poop and like what do we like? I don't know. Like, isn't that kind of like surely these
to
are-
watch him take a shit.
he just looks
Okay,
at him
go-
straight in the eye and like I gotta go. I mean, I didn't want to be here. This is a weird thing. I don't know. This is the stuff I think about. It's the same way in Superman when they're in the boxes.
Yeah.
The multi-dimension boxes. I'm like, well, where do they poo? There's got to be a place for him to poo. Even the guard who's holding the baby at gunpoint, channeling his inner Neytiri, even he's got to poo sometime, right?
I don't actually know how often Navi do shit. Maybe they're too perfect to defecate.
Well,
Who knows?
if they do eat only like plants and stuff, they're not tidy poos.
That's a lot of fiber.
Oh.
He rams the glass prison. The glass prison breaks, so now Jake has escaped and he runs under the Killdozer while the Killdozer reverses. And you've still got Neytiri flying around on top. Then it reverses, like Spider's also running alongside the Killdozer. So you've got three of them going in one direction. You've got
Imagine
Neytiri
if
flying
some of
around
the
on
stray
top.
fire hit him though.
I
Can
know.
you imagine that if it was
That'd be
running?
crazy.
It just falls over. Couldn't be doing that though.
It reverses into a kind of big garage thing, and then it knocks a beam over to prevent people from following, which wasn't planned and is
And
very
it can't move.
convenient.
So it actually is a bit like the Killdozer. Actually, it's kind of weirdly like the Killdozer.
That
But
was
it's the
probably a design
freedom.
Because
inspiration.
wasn't that what happened? Like he got stuck like when he was going through a building, and then it got like lodged and it couldn't move.
I think that is the case, yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they actually had to use that as just the inspiration for the sequence, which is great because the Killdozer is fun. So now we like Science Man gets out of the Killdozer and he meets Sully, and then you're thinking, wait, have these two characters ever interacted ever before in either of the movies? No, they
No.
haven't. So they have to introduce each other for the first time. Like, who are you? Oh, my name is Ian or whatever it is. I rescued you because science. Whales, save the whales. That's the reason.
Well, did you mention that he drops their one F-bomb they get for a PG-13 movie?
Oh, I didn't spot the F-bomb. Which one is it?
When he's in the Killdozer and he destroys a bunch of stuff, he basically repeats a line that was told to him when the lady commander says that his complaint has been noted. In the Killdozer, he says, "Have you noticed my complaint fucking now?" or something like that. Have you fucking noticed my complaint now?
Oh.
And that's the one they get
What
one
a-
F-bomb because it's PG-13 and they spend it on.
Yeah. Like,
I feel like I
note that
4-inch.
complaint, fuckers, or something like that.
There are
Yeah,
so
yeah.
few times when a film uses its one fuck that I've ever been like satisfied with it. There's so few.
I mean, I will say-
instances.
I will say with
Guardians 3.
Guardians 3.
Guardians
that was
3,
a
yeah.
really
Hey,
good
look,
use of it,
James,
yeah.
that was that one thing that you did in that movie that I liked, where he says, "Open the fucking door," because you
Open
don't
the
see it
fucking
coming. And it's
door.
so
Yeah. 'Cause it's like you're reminded. Oh yeah, they get one. Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yep.
that one. I'm
That's
trying
what
to
they
think of
spend it on
literally
Avatar.
Any other one.
Oh, I know.
that comes to mind.
Battle LA. I thought they did
Oh
a
my
pretty good job with
God.
it. I
I
know.
don't remember anything about that movie.
I remember it because when I was seeing it in theaters many years ago, he says the F-bomb, and I was like, oh, can they do that? But it was a PG-13 movie, and they were allowed to use it. You know, they got their one. So at the end, when they're making like their big push against the aliens, the commander's like, yeah, let's fucking get them, or something like that.
Oh, actually,
Um,
the X-Men First Class, that's a really good one. The one with Wolverine. I like that
Oh
one a lot.
yeah, that is
You
a
say
good
fuck
one.
off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he said go fuck yourself,
Oh,
but
go
then
fuck
they got it
yourself.
wrong in Days of Future Past. He said fuck off, which I think was originally the line, but Hugh Jackman said go fuck yourself, which I think is better.
I think so too. It's more, yeah.
Good shit. That's a good one. Dude, Battle Los Angeles. That is like Avatar to me. It's like this movie that I saw. I did see it.
It was. I remember it being like, "Oh, this is a dumb, fun movie where people fight aliens." It is what it is. It was a fun little movie.
That had Two-Face, wasn't it? Wasn't Two-Face the main character in that?
Which one?
Um,
Aaron
Aaron
Dark
Eckhart?
Knight Two-Face, wasn't it? Yeah. I think he's the main character in that.
Aaron Eckhart.
Yeah. Yep.
Huh.
That's what he did after he was reincarnated as whatever that guy. What was that character's name? I bet it's a really interesting name. I need to know.
Other notable
Hold on.
Harvey Dents being Tommy Lee Jones and Billy D.
Yes.
Williams.
Oh, but Billy, because he played the lawyer part, but he never got to actually be.
It would have been
Two-Face
really
part
fucking
yet,
cool
right?
to see his Two-Face, but we never got there, unfortunately.
That would have, yeah, that would have been neat.
Mm.
Billy D. Williams as Two-Face. He would have said that the terms of the deal have not changed. I'm
Pray
just gonna flip a
I
coin.
flip the coin successfully in your favor. That would have been the line, because it's so good.
Here is a unicycle.
So, you have Jake and the science man. They go running through the interior of a building. And he says, "I saved you to save the whales." Blah 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 blah.
I saved you to save the whales is basically yes. That's what he
It's
said.
kind of
I
is the
saved you
reason.
so you can save the whales.
And he says, "Jake, you're the only one who can stop them." Then they get spotted by a helicopter, and the helicopter shoots at them but misses because plot armor.
Plot armor's
and
pretty crazy, yeah.
Jake tells the science man to run away and save himself, which he does.
He does,
And
and he
that's
disappears
kind of
from the
just
film.
it. Yeah, I was expecting him to come back at some point and do something.
Or he'd be captured later, and he'd get like a big
Yeah, I
fuck
was looking out
you
for
to a
him.
general or something.
'Cause I
But
thought,
he's just gone. He's not in the film.
yeah, oh well. Goodbye,
Maybe he
Ian.
got away like Spider gets away, just easily on a scene that we don't film. He's just escaped.
Which
Well-
does mean that his entire across 2 very long movies, he has harvested brain goo from whales and said, I don't really like doing this.
But I'll
And
do
he's
it.
done it again, and he said, I don't
I've
really
hit
like
the age
doing
of
this.
30, and I've discovered empathy
Oh,
for the
no.
whales.
And then he's told, like, we're going to do it again, and he says, no, I don't really like doing this. Then he gets a killdozer, and then he saves Jake Sully and says, go save them. And that's it. Across... And how long is Way of Water? That's got to be 3-something hours, isn't it?
3
Is that like a
hours,
3-hour
I
movie?
think, yeah. I
So
think
across
it's 3 hours.
6.5 hours of movie, that is the character who's just rescued our protagonist and set him on his path to salvation.
It wasn't even Neytiri.
Exactly
She
Han
showed
Solo.
up in everything, but she
Yeah,
she was not
they-
relevant.
She didn't
to-
really do shit.
She
Yeah,
didn't
you're
do
right.
Well, she
anything.
facilitates the
It
end
was
part,
just
right?
so
But
that she could facilitate their escape.
Oh yeah, I
That's
guess.
it.
Yeah.
Like,
the
in terms
thing
of
is,
actually
it's all
moving
super
out of it.
cynical, because you'd be like, well, wait, so Spider didn't do it? And it's like, listen, Neytiri provides the vehicle, so to speak. Spider provides the plot armor, like in universe, if you so to speak, like the
Mhm.
actual armor, and then Jake is Jake. It's like that's what all those purposes are. It's like, well, James, can't you consolidate a little bit? Have maybe Spider
Well,
broken out by Neytiri, and she's reluctant to
Well,
do it character-wise, but still
um,
does it because it's the right thing to do. And then they have a conversation while they're trying to figure out where Jake is. They find him, and then they get a plan to get him out, and then they get out together. Like, what was...
Well, thematically, you would think that since Neytiri is a horrific racist, she would learn to overcome her racism because she realizes, oh, those humans that patched me up and saved my life that I never thanked. I need to go to them and say, hey, they've captured Jake Sully, my husband and the protagonist, the Avatar films. I need to go and rescue him, but I don't know anything about human stuff, and I got to go
Yeah.
to the human world place. Can you help me? And by them helping her, and she like teams up with them and they help her, so that helps her to overcome her racism. Wouldn't that be the more obvious
Well, and-
thematical
And
arc
her
for her to go
freeing
under.
Spider, wouldn't that be a really good
Yeah,
payoff?
yeah. And they all work together. It's a coalition of sorts, a SEAL team of a Navi, or maybe one comes along or whatever. It's her and the humans who are all working together. It's like, see, if we cooperate, we can work. Things can go great. We're not all so bad. Some of us are good sometimes.
Oh well.
Sometimes, but not very often. So Sully, yeah, Jake is still pinned down by this helicopter, but then Spider runs out into the middle and he throws his arms out and he says, "Haha, you can't shoot him now because I'm here and I have the ultimate plot
I have
armor.
the mycelium.
You need me." Now there is a slight
my
inconvenience
fungus.
here, which is that Jake is probably at least twice as tall as Spider is, and so when the military keeps saying, "No, we don't have a shot," and the screen is quite clearly showing you, "No, they definitely do have a shot," it's a
For
little
sure.
bit silly.
The only argument they could
would've-
have is they don't want to risk the possibility of missing, but like you figure that at this point, like again, this is meant to be a couple hundred years in the future. You're telling me they don't have like the technology to actually do this, like to just get a precision shot, perfect?
I saw the guy who was doing the sniping earlier. They're like really, really good. But you counteract it by saying like Spider's like, just carry me. You need to carry me in your arms so that we're like always
Well, yes,
together and they can't shoot.
that would be better. That
But
would
instead, you
and
have like Jake Sully is running forwards, clearly getting in front of and away from Spider, who's trying to follow him. Is like, no. He's your safe shield. You have to like keep him right next to you at all times, as close as possible. You should be carrying him. But instead, Sully's like trying to get away and run away. I'm like, dude, what do you do? Are you stupid?
Yes, is
Yes,
the answer to
he
that. But then the
is. He is
humans are
very
even
stupid.
worse than him, so he survives.
Just want to say it does totally back
Or
his character that he would be like, "Oi, kid, be my shield. Come on, go." He's not like, "Ooh, look out!" and "Oh, thank you so much for doing this. This is an incredible sacrifice." And "Oh wow, you broke yourself out of prison. That's amazing." And all this. He's like, "No, shield. Let's go. Come on."
In 10 minutes, he's gonna contemplate killing him.
It's insane.
That's why. Isn't that insane? He pulled off this crazy scheme that was enabled by the plot, of course, but he did this to try and help you, and he's using himself as a human shield to save you, and 10 minutes later, you're like, thanks, now not even thanks, I'm gonna cut you, like Roberto. He is just gonna stab him.
It's crazy. It's, and
That is.
you wouldn't even entertain that you could, if James Cameron was like, "Oh, so we will have the arc where he realizes, you know what, Spider, you did save me, I don't want to kill you." You're like, no. You don't even get to that point. He's a kid, man. Your hero is not supposed to be at a point where it's like, "Yeah, it would be easier for me if you were dead, child."
Yeah.
It's like, no.
That is coming pretty much now, by the way. So we've got the Neytiri shoots the helicopter and it blows up, and then she lands and she picks them up and they fly off, and then we cut straight off to them a long way away and some time away. It's like the next day. Spider is sleeping while they fly. They land. They pick a wide open stream. It looked to me like the same set they were using from earlier, from the bit when they were running away from the fire mess, but that may just be me failing to recognize rivers. But this is the bit where Spider goes for a drink, and Sully turns to Neytiri and says, "I was wrong. Like, we can't protect Spider because the Fire Queen and Forage, they can find him wherever they go. I still don't exactly know how that works, but he can. And so she can track them. He says, they will get him, they will study him, and when humans can breathe our air, they will spread across forests, the oceans, just like on Earth. Then the Navi people will be gone, the whales will be gone. I can't let that happen. You were right." And right about what? Well, as we've said, right in that killing Spider is the only thing that can be done. Poor little Spider who just saved his life, as has been mentioned. Just
Done nothing.
now,
like I said, it's a laundry list of his positives. Spider, as a human being, like obviously he's kind of annoying. His dialogue's not fantastic, and the actor's not amazing or anything. But what he represents to them in this world, it is insane. They could ever entertain killing him, but they're just so racist. On the Neytiri side of things, she just hates the existence of humans in any way, shape, and form. Wants him dead. And then on the Sully side of things, he would hate the idea of humans being able to live here. That would be gross and disgusting. So it's like, yeah, we gotta kill him. We hate humans that much.
The funny thing is they've actually flipped in this, because she resists the idea. So he says it has to be done, and she says, "Jake, he saved your life."
Are you saying the child killing racist is like, hey, maybe we're going too far with this one? I thought about it. Like, you know, you kind of convinced me. And he's like, no, you were right.
Yeah, it's like she like he has to talk her into the idea in this scene,
Well, she
and then he
she
has to take
does
Spider.
allow it to happen at first.
She consents briefly, and then she has a panic attack by the river, and then she changes
Yeah.
her mind and tries to run back to stop it. By which point, just by luck, it hasn't gone through with it. But Sully, like really sinisterly, yeah, he leads Spider alone out into
Yeah.
the jungle, not telling him. She's like,
I don't.
come with me.
How does this
So
Let's
work?
go
Though,
into
honestly,
the
like,
forest.
if the idea is, you know, Jake, he couldn't do it because he loves Spider or something. How did you even get to this point then? How did that happen? Unbelievable.
It's
I don't
funny.
know.
Hey, let's go for a walk into the forest for seemingly no reason. And
They
of course,
walk
he naturally
It is very
realizes,
sinister, but
oh,
also very funny.
oh,
He's also a
oh,
dick the whole
shit.
time.
Yeah, he is.
He is, because
It's
like
like
Spider's
telling
like,
him
where
to
are we
shut
going?
up.
Is this like a talk? He's like, keep moving. What's happening? He's like, no, keep moving. Are we gonna have a talk about something? No, stand in front of me. Keep moving. It's just like, and Spider eventually clocks it before he's willing to admit to it as well, which is how unsubtle it is. Because Spider's a brick in terms of intelligence,
Yeah.
but he spots what's coming. He's being led to his murder scene, basically. Yes, and then because Spider is a brick intellectually, but he is still fundamentally a nice kid, he forgives him before it even happens.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
I couldn't believe that shit.
This one's
Doesn't
weird.
Jake say, "Don't look at me"? Like, don't look at me
Yeah.
when I kill you.
I would be like, man, if I was Spider, I'd be like, no, you're
The
gonna fucking
opposite
look
of,
me
it's
straight in
it's
the
like
eye.
yeah, like in Saw 6, you know. Look
And then,
at me!
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, then Spider say,
No, yeah, like really.
all Spider wants to know is if his dad loves him. That's his last thing. I was just like,
what he
Jesus
says.
Christ! Like,
Fuck me. And
because,
also,
like,
there's no like discussion. We don't get Spider doesn't say anything other than no. I understand. It's cool.
yeah, he says
Instead of
he's
like, well,
it's
like,
okay.
instead of I don't know. It's almost like he's like almost comically pure in a way that makes him like it's
he knows
possible to
what's
kill.
coming, and Jake over him is just saying the longest prayer ever created. It just goes on while he's holding
Yeah,
the
geez,
knife
just
to his
say a
son's neck.
rosary. It'd be shorter.
It's just it's just like, God, give me the strength to do this terrible thing. Forgive me for killing children. Make sure his spirit finds its way to the ancestors, and on and on and on it
Don't let
goes.
Neytiri be jealous of me.
Kill stealing is what
Rough,
he's done.
man. Yeah.
And yeah, and then Spider turns and says that it's okay. I understand. Do you still love me? And Jake says, with all my heart. And then he pulls his dagger back and he strikes, but he strikes just off screen, so you know he hasn't done it. Then the camera pulls back and he's struck wide because he couldn't go through
By the
with
way,
it.
you're gonna cut his throat. That's how you're gonna kill him.
Well, he was gonna thrust it into his throat or something. It was kind of a
Yeah, it was like,
interesting.
yeah,
you know.
he like had it at his throat and everything. I
Because
told him, like, you're not gonna cut his throat, right?
Like an element, because what happened with what's his name in the first movie? He gets a big old stab in the gut for the mercy
Yeah.
kill. It's like, you got a gun, like, you know, it's gonna probably be less painful. You know,
You're gonna stab him
but
in the
I guess
heart, you know, or
it's not as thematically or spiritually, you know, compared to just giving him a big stab. This is unhinged, by the way.
Well,
like,
you know the
like I don't
this
know if
is
we've
a
already
bit
said it. This
wild.
is insane.
This is crazy.
The whole, when they
How
begin
fast
this,
they decide to do it by the stream is like that's the part
No,
that
yeah, it's
really threw
insane.
me for a loop.
Which
Like,
this,
yeah, we
such
gotta
a
kill
long
him.
fucking movie, and yet there are moments where you're like, "Whoa! Like, how did we get here?"
We
Just like,
actually
well,
need to slow down in this part.
Yeah.
How are you rushing through this bit?
So in chat just
Imagine a
said
spider.
he covers him with lighter fluid, pulls out a Zippo, and says, "I'll make it quick." And you know, as Spider's burning and melting, he would be saying, "I love you, Dad." That's what would be happening.
Oh my god, that's sad.
It is very. The whole thing is really sad. I don't even like Spider really, but I'm just like,
No.
oh my god, he's so much better than all of you. Oh my
Spider's
God.
biggest
Yeah.
crime is just being like really poorly
Well,
written
I
and
mean,
boring.
his big mistake is failing to realize that he should go back with the humans who reliably save him. I mean, obviously, you know, Quaritch is not a human anymore, technically, but in spirit, and he's the one who keeps coming through and saving him, as, you know, will be sort of shown in the third act. He needs to
Yeah.
realize, like, these people are not They don't have his best interests at heart.
No.
You know, as much as you can be like, oh no, he can't go through it. It's like, yeah, but who knows? Maybe in a fucking week he'll change his mind. Like the fact that he even entertained it should terrify the shit out of him.
And then just the fact as well that it's Jake Sully of all people who went through the whole like I wasn't accepted by my new people thing. And the whole point of the first fucking movie is that he's not fully accepted and he has to overcome the prejudice of his tribe to earn his place there. Like, this is a guy who's been through this and yet views Spider in the way that his own tribe viewed him in the first movie. And then they turned him into fucking Stannis Baratheon somehow. It's just like, no, I've just decided to kill you for no particular reason. I'm sure this will help us in the long scheme of things.
Do you think Jake ever thinks about what his brother would think about
Nope.
This movie doesn't remember
I'm
his
sorry.
brother. What is
Did
Did he
that?
have a brother? Is that even relevant to this entire trilogy, really? Like,
what would he think about all of this, you know?
when he
One of the
said,
things I
Oh,
think
God.
of too is how like Jake Sully I like how we always just say his first and last name, but when Jake Sully is taking Spider out into the woods, he's doing it like aggressively. He's not trying to do it in a way where he's like reassuring him or pretending to do anything. He's just saying, "Go, walk, come on, stop talking."
Or give him like a false sense of security, right? You know, like in The Godfather, where
Yeah, or a
it's, you know, it's
speech.
like, oh, yeah,
He gives him like a
it's,
speech
you know,
about
it's all good, and then
fatherhood
they're
and
ambushed.
their
dude, I
relationship.
was just thinking, on this front of the taking over for the brother, imagine as part of the sort of package of being an Avatar person, they say like, if anything should happen to you, then you'll have a replacement person, and in this case it would likely be your twin brother or whatever. So you need to record, you know, in the vein that they do it with Quaritch for his future self, but like in a way that's actually fucking meaningful and relevant. Could you record some videos to introduce your brother to the whole concept, so that, you know, it's better coming from you? We can do it as well, but, you know, blah blah blah. So then when it actually happens, you get like tapes throughout the movie of him watching his brother.
If you're seeing this, I'm dead kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it starts out more like, you know, just about the personal relationship, and then pragmatically like, oh, this is what you got to do, this is how it works. But then it could get into like his brother's feelings about why he's chosen to do this, why he's in this position, what he thinks about humanity, what he thinks about the Na'vi, and how that could like contrast and be meaningful. And, you know, by the end of the movie, some of the last messages for the brother could play borderline antagonistic with who Jake has become. And so somebody has to like rationalize or think about whatever. But it's so funny because it's just realizing that, yeah, the brother's not relevant. The brother doesn't
the
exist.
only thing that he's relevant
A lot of
for
people
is
might
basically
forget.
how do we get an aloof guy who doesn't really know anything about what's going on to Pandora so that he can serve as your character insert. That's about as far as it went.
Instead, they have Jake do fucking vlogs throughout the whole movie, and all they are used for in the first Avatar is exposition.
And
Really
it's all
fucking
pretty
lame
boring.
exposition.
Right at the beginning,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I'm like a soldier. Yeah, look at me. I don't care about nothing. and then eventually it's like, oh man, these people are so great. I love them.
Did you
And
give
the
me some of that
humans, they
poontang?
suck.
On the front of the whole sinister aspect, I couldn't help but feel when he said, "Spider, come here." I was just picturing this emote with the.
Hey, Spider, come here. Like he was glad to kill him. He just needed a reason. I know that's what Neytiri was thinking inside. That was her expression when he went off to the woods. Really,
You just need to have to be blue. Like,
Yeah, you just need him blue. Yeah.
with the ears. That's it. Perfect.
My beloved son, come here.
I'm dying.
Because it's the most really funny with not what it's intended for.
so how quickly they decide to kill him, you do wonder.
Well, then this would be Spider throughout the whole scene, then, isn't it?
Exactly.
Dad, do you love me? Avatar.
Oh, dear. Yep, wonderful trilogy. So yeah, they decide belatedly not to kill their adopted son. There must be a better way, and that better way must be the thing that they were planning to do at the beginning of the movie until they decided not to do that, which is to stay and fight. Because this is how it's called. It's a cycle, right? It's a narrative cycle. It's a ring cycle. It's not about progression. It's about reverting to the beginning. So Jake suddenly goes off and he goes climbing a big floaty island thing, looking for something. And Loak narrates, because remember he's in the film. He says, "My dad knew in his heart that there was only ever one path. No matter how you imagined yourself as a father, as a husband, sooner or later you're back on it. Big Bird loved my father. He knew they were created together. That when they flew, there would be blood." And this is because he's going to find Big Bird, who he knows somehow is nesting in this one very specific floating island. And this signifies that he's now ready to go to war, which he was at the beginning as well, but never mind.
Yeah. And also, it's interesting that because something I was wondering is like, are we trying to play with the idea that, in much the same way that they must be exerting some amount of influence on, whatever the critter is, that the critter would be doing the same the other way around? That like when he's connected to the Big Bird, that it kind of fucks with him and makes him a little bit more like bloodthirsty. But they don't really
That would
do
be an
anything with
interesting
that.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's what he
Like,
said
this is why we
earlier,
don't
like-
hook up to predators and like that sort of thing,
He said when you ride the beast, you become the beast, which does entail that
But,
it
like-
has some psychological reverse impact.
But like they don't really do anything with that. It doesn't appear to change him really at all. He's still like the same asshole as he always
Mhm.
is.
No, he doesn't have a personality before he rides it, and he doesn't have one when he rides it, so there's no
Mhm.
difference.
Well,
Well,
earlier when Spider hooks up to the first time with his Q or whatever, he plugs into the swimmy boy. He just says, "Wow, I can feel it." And I'm like, I don't know, man. Wouldn't you be like wide-eyed and having you're feeling an entirely new body essentially connected to your own, and it's such a foreign concept that you have to like prepare yourself for it, and it takes you like quite a while to get used to the sensations of having
figure it would.
fins and breathing
Just
underwater
imagine-
and stuff
yeah.
like that. Like,
Imagine you just became a bird all of a sudden, and it's like, oh, I don't have like hands now, like I've got wings, and like
Yeah.
the shape is totally different, and how I,
I can't
move through the
speak
world
because I
and
have
how
a
I see
beak.
the world is different. Yeah, exactly. Like, or it's even just like the placement of the eyes, as certain animals have them front
yeah,
facing,
you see the
other ones have
world in
them
a
on the
totally
side.
different way.
They
yeah.
have different types of eyes. I mean, obviously, like cat eyes, right, with sort of the narrow and how much they can expand compared to like a sheep that's got the horizontal ones, so that they've got a much wider field of view. But we don't really deal with any of it. It's just sort of like, oh yeah, that's kind of crazy. Anyway, here we go. It's like, oh man, all right.
By the way, just before that, did he not say "I see you" to Spider? Or did
Yeah,
one of them
which
did?
I guess he never saw him before.
Yeah, I was like, I think the scene is actually just better if you didn't have him say that, because it makes it seem like it's like what was the change, bro? Like he's done nothing but
Or
be
was it
good.
Nateri?
And-
I think Nateri said that.
Well, yeah,
But
either
still,
one of
same
them.
point applies.
Just
Yeah.
crazy to me that you would have raised them from like a super young kid, and now you're like, all right, I think you've earned your place now. It's just like, fuck off, you suck.
You've shown you're willing
Mhm.
to die. Good job.
You know what? The kid reminds me of Bob Newby. Only true fans will know who that is, because you won't have remembered what it's from. Don't say if you know
God,
Platoon
I'm
or
trying
Fringy.
to- I don't.
Okay,
Wait,
Platoon
hold on.
might.
My brain is-
I think I know, yeah.
All right, then we leave it to chat. I just want to see who.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, Defrosted Robots got it first. So, character in season 2 who is just absurdly good. He's just nice and good in every way, shape, and form. It's just one of those sorts of it, which is funny because it's like I never hate characters like that. Really, like they're not. It's a different kind of thing to, like an easy comparison might be to like a Ray. Like, isn't Ray absurdly good? And it's like not quite the same. Like a warm, caring, charming, and also will put themselves in danger to help people. And well, you know what a
They
key
get
thing is?
punished hard.
Not
They get
protected
punished
by the
hard.
plot. Yeah.
That's the main difference. It's like Gordon.
Yeah, their
it-
goodness
you know,
brings
24
consequences.
Yeah.
Always comes through, constantly puts his life on
Eddie.
the line. It's basically, here's another one.
I guess
and
there's
then
two
they
Eddies
die
for
like
that now.
a horrible death that goes unrecognized. Yes, we got a different Eddie. That's true, but that one has a little bit more recognition.
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah,
I think it's
100%.
still insufficient though, for sure.
I guess in a way, season 5 is making up for that a little bit with Dustin, but
Burrito.
But the thing is that Dustin was
Puss in
always
Boots.
he was really.
no, yeah, that's true. But like it hasn't been dropped. I guess is
Oh,
still
well,
a plus.
Well, Burrito, the difference with him is that he gets the recognition eventually. Like he gets the, he
That's true.
finds a family that appreciates him.
Like
up
I'd
until
say
the
he's a good
beginning of the
example
movie,
because he
he's
does suffer
basically like that.
consequences.
Yeah.
Like he gets tricked, and his good nature is taken advantage of, but things do work out.
But
for
it
him,
goes
so he gets to do
recognized by
both.
the story. That's like a relevant part. The story recognizes that
Mhm.
he's been mistreated. That's like a big
Mhm.
element, is that almost the meta doesn't realize who they've created and how much people will like them.
So now, it's time we're moving toward the final battle of the movie.
Ooh,
So,
boy. Oh,
I know we're
yeah.
nearly there.
It's amazing how much you could skip this by just saying, "And a battle happens." Anyway,
Yeah, I
Mhm.
actually try really hard not to do that because it's just a chaotic mess of bullshit. But we'll come to
it's
it.
the battle. The battle is a
It's the
chaotic
battle,
mess of
yeah.
bullshit.
Jake Sully flies down, and for some reason the Sea Smurfs are all here, and so is the Jungle Smurfs. They've all gathered together of their own volition, reasons, I guess. They kneel before Jake Sully, and he tells them to stand up because it's time for them to all work together. He's going to go and unite all the clans. They have to ride off any clan within a day's ride, tell them the day has come. So they all fly off in various different
The
directions,
day
the
has come
Jungle
to
Smurfs and
sacrifice yourselves for my crusade that is mainly about protecting myself.
It's
Like-
mainly about saving the whales. Is it's
But
Oh, sure it
it's
is.
saving
Yeah, it's about
myself,
saving
it's
the
saving the
whales.
whales,
Sure.
and it's
Yeah,
saving.
yeah.
saving the
I
whales.
tell you that it's saving the planet from the humans because we need to save this kid because if they get the kid, then they can all breed there and then we're all fucked. But like any one of these explanations, I don't think you
have to
need more than
save-
one, but they're
We
all
have
a
to
bit.
save all of those who refuse to even attempt to save themselves.
And you can't help but wonder, say, well, if this is what an option, why didn't you just all do this right from the beginning? And you could have stopped the humans ever getting a foothold on this planet because you take on their full fighting force in this coming battle and you win. But I guess it didn't occur to them. The small skirmish in the first one was enough. So the little Loak, he narrates for us. He says, "And so it came to pass that Big Bird returned. My father united the clans once again. He made the great speeches, but he knew it wasn't enough." And by not enough, it means that he thinks we also need the whales involved in the plot. Without the whales, we don't stand a chance of beating these people. So we have to go and convince them somehow. We call a big Congress of the Whales. The big old matriarch and everyone, they rear out of the water. It looks very impressive.
A lot of matriarchs in this movie. It's interesting.
There
A lot of
are.
matriarchs.
And I think there's only
Mm.
one mention of whale bulls anywhere. Otherwise, they only really give a shit about the matriarchs and the female whales. Sexism is alive and well amongst the whale population. And the matriarch, though, she's not very keen on this idea of fighting to save themselves. She says that, with respect, our ways are ancient. We believe that killing will only bring more killing in an endless, expanding spiral. And Jake Sully correctly says that, well, the humans will never stop until you're all dead. So you should probably do something. But at this moment, Loak arrives. He's back in the movie now. He's on the back of another whale. He's got Outcast Bro with him. He's got his teenagers. He's got some younger whales. And he demands that he be allowed to speak. Even though the whale matriarch says, no, you can't do it. But and he insists. He says, nope, I'm here. I'm going to speak because it's a coming of age story. Sometimes when it isn't all the other stuff that it is as well, most of the time. All the teenagers demand the right to speak, and so they all sort of relent, and they're allowed to speak. And the King of the Sea Smurfs translates for the whale matriarch, who says that the outcast whale is outcast, and so, no, actually, Loak, you can't be here because he's your brother. And they say, well, if he's outcast, then we're outcast too. You'll never see me again, mum. And so they say, fine, yap away. And his big compelling case is basically, well, Outcast Whale, he returned to his birth clan to try and defend them, but they got killed by the humans. And only he survived. And he only survived because he fought back. He got wounded, but he survived for this reason. And because they're going to come and do it to all of you too, we need to fight back as well. And all this time I was thinking, you already fucking know all of this. This is the second movie again. They already know this. The whales already know the backstory for this fucking outcast whale. They weren't compelled and convinced in the last movie. Why is this any different?
Yeah,
Because
like
they
the
tried the same
idea that
argument.
because surely it's not. Yeah, like this doesn't really make any sense. You'd be like, look, here's a whale and he's been injured, so now we have. It's like they already know that they're getting killed, but they have like a fundamental foundational value of non-violence. So the idea of, look, one of them got hurt. It's like, yeah, no, they know that. They are aware, they are very aware of this reality. So this is not new information.
And they've hitherto dismissed it as, well, they only killed us because you tried to stop them killing us, and that makes this all your fault because they're retarded. But nothing that's been told to them in this scene is A, something they don't already know, and B, something that actually changes their calculation. But inevitably it's going to, because we need the heroic big final battle where they ride in. So they say, look, they disappear down into the waves and they say, we will decide. It's like the end mood,
Yeah.
but really shit.
It's the whale mood.
The whale mood.
Nice.
It would be. I thought they were gonna go like under the water, and you'd hear the vibrations of them talking, but it was muffled, and you couldn't hear it, and it'd be like, "Oh yeah, because they're talking, they're discussing." But then I guess they didn't do that. So, right.
No, it might be rude to overhear or like to listen into them.
Then they should have gone away
invasion of
further.
privacy.
That's on them.
Yeah, like one person swims sort of close to hear it, and the whales move slightly further away. Then they move closer,
Yeah.
and they move further away. They're like, do you mind? And they're like, no, yeah, okay, no problem.
Then we cut back now to the evil boss man on the whaling ship, and he's saying how great it is there's so many whales all in one place, especially the old ones. Old ones are really good because they never stop growing, which means more and more brain goo. And as we've discussed, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense that this is the case, but it is the case.
So, like, obviously, if these things are super insanely valuable, we would be the most, like, humans would be more than anyone else invested in ensuring that they don't go extinct. They would make sure that there are whale farms. Essentially, we'd get them.
We would
and
be
we would
genetically
never-
engineering them.
Yeah, or just to take the juice and repurposing it, or making
Yep.
our own kind of it. But we wouldn't like hunt them all down because then there wouldn't be any left.
Yeah, but we're
If
evil,
anything, there'd
evil, silly evil, stupidly
I
evil.
think there'd be
Even
more whales after humans got there than before there.
we do have that effect on the stuff we like.
I mean, think about chickens and cows and stuff like that.
Oh, imagine these whales taste good. They'll be safe forever for generations.
Oh my god, if they taste good, that'll be the icing on the immortality cake there.
What's it? Quaritch, that's where we are. Quaritch, he's now gone sort of fully native himself. He's painted himself. He's in red face, and he walks in. And Commander Douche has already begun a briefing, and he walks in late and says, "Well, why did you start it without us?" And she says, "After your fiasco with Sully, for which he was not at all responsible, but never mind, you're done, Quaritch. You're confined to quarters." They will not actually confine him to quarters.
No.
But they say that they will.
Well, and
for reasons.
I mean, if we just track everything, it's like, so marine biologist man ruining everything was not Quaritch's fault. Neytiri getting in and sabotaging everything, not his fault either. He tried to kill her as well when he found out. And then Spider escaping, not his fault.
The one thing he did do was actually bring them Sully and Spider in the first place.
I was like lost on
Which
this
is-
scene. I was like, what is he being punished for? What did he do?
I almost wonder if there's like a missing scene because he comes in wearing this war paint, which has not been established as something he does. And maybe they cut out a scene where he does something wrong, but it still wouldn't make sense to the reference to Sully. So maybe it just makes no sense. That's always
It's the opposite to me of like what should be happening. It's the holy fuck, we screwed everything up. You're the only person that actually made progress on this thing. What do you need? What do you need?
Yeah.
And you can have it. Get him back. And he'd be like, oh god, you guys suck. And I'd be like, yep.
Then if she goes further, she calls him a disgrace to the uniform, assuming you remember what that is. And she says you're grounded permanently. Has given no account to the private army he now owns, because why would we? And Corporate Douche Guy, I think this is his last appearance in the movie, unless I'm wrong. He appears to say virtually nothing. He tries to stop her because he's like, the whale goo is not as important as us getting Spider, so what are you doing? And she says, basically, shut the fuck up. Who are you going to call? Daddy? And he says, well, if by daddy you mean the chairman of the company, I could do that. But she doesn't care. We're not really doing corporate political power struggles in this movie, so she's unable to just
Which would have been
sideline
interesting,
everyone.
the military side versus the corporation side, and
Yeah.
if they're they're not in cahoots, or if they're struggling for power or influence and whatnot. I mean, that could be interesting.
Then we go back to the Sea Smurfs and we find that I've forgotten it. Kiri, that's the one. Kiri, she's going to sort of get high off of steam with the Queen of the Sea Smurfs, and they're the two sort of most spiritual of the Sea Smurfs in this area.
Of
And
course.
Sea Smurf Queen says, why did you come here to us? Maybe it was for this moment. Only a chosen one may call upon the warrior, mother. Which is obviously set up for something that's going to happen shortly. But then she goes into contractions. And you might think, oh, well, she's that heavily pregnant, so she's definitely not going to be on the front lines of a war. And you would be wrong, because even though she's having contractions, even later when she's sitting on the back of her war mount, she is still going to go and fight. It's just weird.
Very weird, but not unique, which is also weird.
No, indeed. But they all start tooling up, and Jake Sully gives Loak a rifle, but he tells him, like, I trust you with this, but you still have to stay and protect the kids. You got to promise this time you're definitely going to do it. You're definitely going to stay and protect the kids, aren't you? He's not, but
No.
he's not going to get told off for it this time. And Neytiri tells him, yeah, if she and Jake don't return from this battle, you have to take Spire to take the girls, run away as far as you can. And then we cut to the very large fleet that is approaching. The battle is upon us.
The pieces are set upon the board.
They
How
are.
exciting.
And for the board this time, we have chosen a very cinematic location, which has an inexplicable vortex of bullshit, which is propelling floating platforms
It's like
into the sky like a
magnetic
boss
flux
level.
vortex.
They call it the
It's-
flux, as though we should know what that is. Yeah.
Oh no. That's
And it means
And it
lots of
just sucks
floating
all
platforms.
metal
Gravity
into
shit.
it.
That's the gravity thing that fucks up the communications and all that crap for some reason.
Ugh.
It just reminded me of the last level of Gollum. Just floating platforms for no reason. Why not? We'll have those. They'll be
Okay.
useful.
I said, wait, you undersold this when you talked about pregnant women going into war. This is a woman in active labor going into war? Bro,
Yes.
she gives birth during the war.
Mhm.
Oh, it's such a magical scene.
It's not
And
quite
she just-
Conan, but you know.
Yeah, look at
So,
chat now. They didn't know. They didn't know.
Yeah, if you could believe it.
Yeah, I guess this is probably the worst instance across all the ones we'd referenced.
Yes,
especially
it has
when
to be
it's
because
so
of that.
dangerous.
Yeah.
And she's like in the front with like a spear, and she's very, very like she is going to give birth this movie, and she's just out there. I'm gonna fight. I don't know, man. Maybe sit this.
I'm
one out.
surprised they didn't have the child jump out with a sword and attack the humans and be like, yeah.
What? This is impossible. Another two of them.
So, military woman, she says the ships, they all have to avoid the massive flux portal because, and I quote, that thing will rip your face off, which means obviously it's going to be the setting for the actual final battle that comes at the end. The whaling team heads out. I'm sure these are reused visuals as well. It looks so similar to the last movie. The crab ships are there.
Yeah.
The submarine ships are there. It all looks very, very familiar. But notably, they haven't yet seen any hostiles. The whales seemingly are just sitting there doing their thing and they don't mind them. And it turns out that we are also repeating fight mechanics from the first Avatar movie, because you might remember when the big ships are attacking the tree, they ambush them from on high. They cling onto the floating rocks, wait till they're underneath them, and then they drop on them. Well, we're doing the same thing, and the humans have not learned from their mistakes. So they don't expect this. They don't see it coming. Only this time, there's the additional aspects of the water smurfs who are doing it from beneath. So they're going to be double teamed from above and below. And yes, the pregnant woman is on the front lines waiting for the signal to be given. And then the boat captain, he notes that none of the bulls or the big female whales seem to be around. This seems very strange. So they
Curious.
stop. Very, very mysterious. And then the main ship picks up the big whales and they are swimming right for them. We get some humor, which is very funny humor. The captain says to the Australian whaler, he says, "I thought you told me they're not impressive." And he says, "Well, they're not, generally." Funny. And then yes, it's time for the whales to attack. So they go down very deep, so the humans lose them, and then they burst out of the waters and they smash into the big ships, which is kind of what the Outcast whale did in the previous movie, but this time there's lots of them doing it. And they take out lots of the smaller boats, and they damage the bigger boat. And the fight is now well and truly joined, because the signal goes out for the air attack and the surface attack, and so all the Smurfs come and join the fight as well, and it's very triumphant. And as we were talking about earlier, like these fights, most fights in movies have an act structure, but the Avatar ones are really, really apparent. So they usually begin. I think this is true of the first movie, and it might be true of the second movie as well. But it's kind of massively heroic, and the heroes are on the upper hand. All of them join forces together. Nature is wonderful. It's brilliant. They take the enemy unawares. The sun is up. It's light. It's heroic. The music is quite cheerful and upbeat. Then you know in an Avatar movie when the second act of the battle is about to happen because the eclipse starts, and so it all gets darker.
It's
I
very
think
sad.
this is called filmmaking.
Wow, very, very interesting. I will say it is awkward playing the heroic music as the humans are like drowning in their submarines and screaming as they're getting crushed and everything. It's very awkward.
Yeah, there was one. I remember there was one quite violent one in Way of Water where like, a guy was basically unarmed and captured underwater, and they like deliberately drown him because they don't have the Geneva Convention on Pandora, so you're allowed to do that.
You talking about
and we're all
when
supposed to
pregnant
celebrate
lady
it.
drowns someone? I noticed that she stabs before he can
She
like.
stabs.
It,
before he can, like,
it
get
looked
out
as
of
though
it
he
and
might have been
escape with his mask
preparing
on.
to do an exit, like a
I think that's the one I'm
escape
thinking of.
hatch, sort of whatever.
Yeah.
But she prevents that and stabs through to start drowning him, and then I think she just stabs him outright. It seemed a bit like okay, just like alrighty.
So then when the eclipse does happen, obviously we skipped a lot of just it's not particularly
It's
well.
bullshit.
Right?
It's just bullshit.
It's kind of hard to keep track of. You don't really have a sense of who's doing what, where, when, like what the balance of power is, how the balance of power is shifting. So it's like I guess you could look very closely and say, oh, that thing flying over there did that thing, but it's kind of irrelevant. It's just there. You're only supposed to ever get the broad brush impression from these fights, and so the broad brush impression is heroes begin by winning. Then there is an eclipse. And the eclipse is the signal for the fire smurfs to make their entrance, because it turns out that consigning Quaritch to the brig did not mean consigning him to the brig, so we gathered his army, and now he's entering as well, and they all have human weapons, and so they fly in and they fucking blitz all of the smurfs, and everything goes very badly wrong for the heroes as it gets dark and fiery.
I was really annoyed while I was watching this. I don't see how the humans could possibly get ambushed with all their technology. We can see the whales with sonar and stuff very clearly. They have this stuff all charted out. I don't know how they get surprised when the
I think
whales
that
come
what
from the
they
water
rely on,
upwards.
they rely on the idea that the flux, whatever it is, just messes with their equipment and that they can't solve that problem. That seems to be that is the film's argument. Flux makes it so that it's a little bit more equal as a battle and that they can get ambushed.
Also retardation. They don't
of
learn
course.
from any battle ever. They don't take the equipment they would need to dominate. They always lose because they make mistakes constantly. It's the way it is in every film.
Well, it's just,
And
it's
surely
kind
I
of...
was thinking... Go
They
ahead.
show in the first movie, like, gas, like tear gas. That's effective. That is a very effective weapon. So you figure that they should just use that constantly and then just use, like, heat vision or something and just win instantly.
What I noticed as well was that none of the humans, when they're in the submersibles or crabs, and the glass gets broken, which seems to be quite a rather common way of defeating them, is to essentially break the glass so water comes in. There's no device in there for them to breathe. They don't say. You never see. I don't think you see
they just
one. They don't
drown.
put one on. I guess, but that's absurd. Obviously, each one of them would have a breathing mask in case there was a glass break or something. So the fact that they don't show that, and we're just, I guess, left to assume that they drown or are torn apart by critters is just like, oh, that's wrong. That's not how that would go. You'd obviously have masks in there for them to breathe if it gets punctured.
There's also a separate consideration, which is like, what exactly do the fire smurfs get out of doing this? Because as far as I can see, the balance is they were in a big human city, like unimaginable wealth, and loads of people they could kill. And the entire defending military from that big city has all left to go and fight somewhere else, leaving the fire smurfs in the city, seemingly undefended. And so rather than rape and pillage their way through something which is beyond their wildest dreams, they decided they would all follow Quaritch, whose pitch is, come with us, kill a few like less Smurfs, gain less resources in order that I can save a small child who can help humans breathe and wipe out life on this planet. I would have been probably, if I was a Fire Smurf, more keen on staying where I was. But I guess they're really loyal to Quaritch at this point, so they want to
I
go and
guess
They just want to kill.
we
they
have
just
to
wanna burn.
believe that they truly believe that the only way they can get the kind of power they want is through Quaritch. Or you could maybe argue that she actually kind of does like him, like just outright at this point.
he
and
does
wants to
seem to.
fight with him.
They've
He does like
they've
killing
grown
as
at this
well.
point, yeah.
But
Yeah,
no,
they
yeah,
got
I
the
get what you're
excitement.
saying. It's like this is a dangerous mission, but if you want to go for it, I guess. Compared to what your options are, especially with all of the military strength having left that compound, or at least a lot of it.
Yeah. If not the majority, yeah, I would say
Hmm.
it looked like the majority, but no, they're here so they can kill people, and they do a very good job of killing. Everybody seems to be dying. All the whales, the battle turns, and the whales get shot, and the Smurfs get shot, and the animals get shot, and then the Fire Smurfs set fire to loads of stuff because it's what they do. And Kiri walks out of the cave she's hiding in and says they're dying, which they are. Well spotted.
Yes.
And this is the time. This is when she's going to go and do her seemingly self-sacrificial Jesus moment of putting her own life on the line to redeem the Smurfs, I guess. And she's reminded by Loak she can't do it. She can't do it underwater because she'll die. But she jumps in anyway. Into the water she goes, and then Spider goes in after her, and then
Just
Loak
to
goes
be
in
clear,
after her.
Spider is the first of the family to immediately want to save her. Just saying. Just put it out there.
Yep.
It's on the list. Just just note it. The other ones are like, ooh, I don't know about that.
And he's the one
Ooh.
who goes all the way down with her. The others go
Well, and
away and attach themselves to whales and start shooting shit, whereas he goes down to help her connect.
And he has to command one of them to jump in after, right? I think it's the brother. He's like, come on. It's just like, ooh. Spider always coming through. That human spirit, just saying.
The one person who doesn't jump in is the tiny Smurf, the smallest child Smurf, because she will be relevant shortly. So then, the battle sort of splits again. It's not a very clean split, though. So, like, sometimes you jump in away to, like, some of the teenagers who are fighting. One of the fucking Gen Zoomer people gets shot. It's fun. I liked it. That's my favorite death in the movie. At one point, the pregnant Sea Queen, she gets shot in the shoulder, which is bad and
Yeah.
tragic. Probably why she shouldn't be on the
It
front
really
lines.
is just like in the shoulder. Yeah, it's like up
But it's-
up here.
It's where Nightiri
looks
got
like a
shot
little,
at the beginning of the movie, and
and
she
she gets shot by
survived.
like a syringe, where like the little pod, the little missile, like it goes and it sticks into her. But I don't know.
When I saw it, I was like,
what's going on?
how lethal is that, if at all? Like, it
It
seems.
didn't look very lethal,
But about it.
but we're told that it is.
Yep.
I mean, at least the Zoomer got shot by a few of them, so you can understand why he's dead.
Yeah.
But she only gets hit by one, and it's a wound that was survived earlier. And and unintentionally, if it wasn't, if it's only human science and medicine that saved Neytiri, and she was going to die without that, then that's another plus for the humans that the movie's accidentally inserted
Man.
itself into.
Humans just stacking the W's. What could you say?
So Kiri connects to the tree, and she does indeed. She goes into hippie vision, and she walks towards the All Mother. She's asking for help again, and the dialogue is repetitive because it's basically, "No, don't push me away. Help! I need you. No."
Well, and you also
stop,
get
no."
the sort of like, "Mother, hear my
Mother.
words," for like it's Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
like,
that was really distracting. It was
Your
an
only
80-year-old
hope.
woman coming.
And what I
it's
guess is
really
funny
weird.
too is like, so what am I to think of Ava right now? Just like sitting on his sofa or whatever, just be like, no, like, I'm
She's
not
still
interested.
pushing her away all through
Yeah.
this sequence. God is pushing her away. Leave me alone. I'm not getting involved.
You guys, this is the third fucking time, guys. This is getting absurd. I don't want any part of it.
Sort out your own problems. I'm not your mother,
Mm.
or maybe I am. I'm
Damn.
not sure.
Well, you call me the All Mother, but that means I'm mother to everyone else as well. I can't just be favoriting
I didn't ask
you.
to be called that. They just started doing it one day.
So Kiri is struggling because the force against her is just too great. But then Spider connects his tentacle to the tree, and so he enters the grid as well. And
This human hybrid is able to just kind of
his
do
first
that
time
too.
there.
He does he
Looks
not?
right
Correct
up.
me if I'm wrong. Does he not put his hand on her shoulder?
I think he does, but wait, once they're in the hippie vision grid sequence, yeah, he does
Yeah.
that. He appears there behind her, puts his hand on her shoulder, and they start pushing together.
Because my head just flashed to Drax putting his hand on Star-Lord's shoulder, and then I was like, we just need another one. And then fucking Fleep Girl comes in and I think grabs her hand or whatever. And I was just like, oh, Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're doing that. And the thing about it is, for me, is like, because Guardians is a really fucking good movie. It makes a lot of sense in that one, and it's kind of like well set up why a single entity can't take the power of a stone, especially human, but multiple entities together of lesser power can. It's like, oh, that's a cool idea, actually. That works. In this, I was just like, so God said no to one of you, but three of you burst the door down?
We
What?
can beat God.
It was
The three of us
confusing.
children.
What does
can
that even
defeat
mean?
God.
Because
What is
earlier,
that?
like, the implication was that Kiri could do this when she was ready. That was the implication. She was told that, you know, like, when it's time for you to do it, maybe you were put in on this earth in this body for this time. When you know you have strong enough, you can do all this stuff. It's very clearly sort of setting up that she has a power level that she needs to unlock, or like a level of virtue that she needs to attain before she's granted an audience with God. I did not get the impression from any of the preceding dialogue that you can just force your way in to see God. It's just a bit weird. I don't get it.
Or was it like Awa was like, no, you're cringe, Sigourney Weaver, you're not even a kid, you're an old lady. And then the guy just was like, oh, I kind of like Spider, hey dude, but yeah, I'm not really interested. Then the little kid just was like, okay, if you're this desperate, fine.
The little kid's like, what about me? And she's just like, she just shakes her hand. You know, still, no, I'm undecided.
Yeah, I'll think about it. You guys
Can't
can
really
suffer
do
a little
anything in this
longer.
movie but whine.
If I'm going to help you guys, it'll be at the very last second. Then I'll do it.
And even then,
I'm
not gonna
Only after
necessarily
most
like
of you were
it.
dead. Yeah. But maybe that's part of the racket. That's how she gets more people into her spirit world. Is that she lets them die because she benefits from this. She needs company.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
eats the spirits, like I said.
More fertilizer for the tree. Yeah.
That makes much more sense than anything we do actually get. But yeah, so the small child, she jumps in as well. She connects, and then the three of them force their way in. And we
Yay.
discover, this is the part where we discover that the god is just a giant head.
It's such a strange choice. I was like, oh, wait.
It's a bad
For a second there, I was
choice.
like, that's not a human face, right? I was like, that would be really bad. You wouldn't want that.
Oh my god, it's like humans are forerunners in Covenant. Actually, A was the
Ah.
person.
Imagine it was just fucking Newt Gunray's face.
No, there are three of them.
Yes, it is true. I am Iwa.
I'm Ewa.
And they approach and she asks for help, and they seem to be making progress, but then the god sort of just does a Psybeam attack and knocks them out, and then that's it. They're repelled from the tree. They're out of hippie vision, and they just float around
Yeah, they killed the
in the water.
jellyfish down there. Yeah.
They did. And like this coincides with the Fire Queen. She attacks Neytiri, and she shoots her bird. Well, she sets her bird's wing on fire, and then she falls into the ocean. And then Sully gets chased by Quaritch and his bunch of people, and like he gets knocked out. Well, he flies into a wall, which is not quite the same, but they get knocked out. They fall into the water, and the Sea Queen has been shot. And so while Loak saves Jake, and Neytiri wakes up and she saves the Sea Queen, and they all separately, but as we'll find out later, very close together, sort of crawl out onto the nearest patch of land for the next part of their individual stories. And they radio, Jake and Neytiri radio each other, and he basically tells her, "We're done. Leave. Get to safety," which she can't do because she's got to play midwife now.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Strange fucking decision. James, what are you doing? This whole scene. This is like, so what's the goal? If you know what I mean. Like, what's the meaning here? Like, it's so strange.
Why did you want to do this?
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you're making a story, it's all made up. Like, it's all fiction, but you decide what scenes you want and what story you want to tell. Why did you do this?
She lugs her out of the water and sort of lays her on a rock, and then the Sea Queen says, "I'm dying," and it's like, I don't think you are really, but the movie seems to think you are.
Positive.
Yeah,
You gotta be
I mean,
positive, damn it.
They just needed a
Yeah,
robot there to be
you know,
like, she's
you know.
losing the will to live. Like, oh no.
And she says, "But first I'll push out this baby." And she'll do this while Neytiri provides effectively air defense because she shoots a couple of people, and then she encourages her to keep pushing, and then the kid comes out, and this little girl, and she gives it to the Sea Queen, and the Sea Queen names it something. I couldn't quite make out the name. I don't think it's important because I don't know if we'll see them again. But she's given birth to a little girl. She christens it, she gives it a name, and then she does indeed die. She makes Neytiri promise to protect the kid. So that's another kid. You make Neytiri promise to protect the child.
Well,
That
she
is a
knows,
bold
yeah.
move.
That's a difficult thing, you know. That's the big arc for Natiri, being asked by someone to care for a child. She's like, "Oh my god, can I do that? Is that possible?" And it's a big moment.
And this is
Children
the
are only
end.
made
The
for killing.
character that Kate Winslet broke a world record to play. Isn't
I
that
mean,
unbelievable?
It just
Like, she broke a world record to play this character, and what is to be said about her? She sort of exists and is kind of standoffish, and then she dies.
just so that people know the context, the world record is holding your breath underwater. She's got
Yeah, she beat Tom Cruise on how long it was something ridiculous, like 8 minutes.
yeah.
Or something
It was the kind that when I
crazy.
first heard it, I was like, "Is that even fucking possible?" And it's like, yes, apparently.
I guess so, yeah. Because all of that was for learning how to do like the sort of free diving or whatever it's called when, you know, you're doing it without equipment. And she did that to play this character. And I mean, what can you say about this character and the role that she serves in this story? It's barely anything.
She was
Kate Winslet.
fridged for another human that's not her. They killed her.
We
to
also
give-
don't get her her character's husband's reaction to her death or anything
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
No, you don't. No,
That's a
which is
big
crazy.
fuck up. That
Yeah.
kind of tells you how much
He's
James
just-
Cameron's thinking about the character at all.
He's just been around for the last 2 movies, being like quite helpful to Sully and just being like a people, like a chief
Well,
leader
putting
of
his
everybody.
tribe in danger to do that as well.
Yep.
And he doesn't really, because we don't really care about any of that. It's like, well, you served your purpose. Now, bye, see ya, bye bye.
He's like the Wind Trader guy. He's like, all right, toodaloo, you don't matter anymore. Maybe I'll pop you in the next movie if I.
And the daughter doesn't get a
remember.
reaction either. It's that's worth considering too. That's her daughter, the one that Jake's son is with.
Yeah, the girl. It's funny how we have to sort of work our way toward whichever character we're talking about. Remember that one? it's the daughter of
Yeah.
the one that the son is girlfriended with. But yeah, no, she gets no. They're kind of out of the movie at this point. We don't get character resolution.
Pretty
from most of
much.
them.
Pretty much. Which
Yeah.
is crazy because there's still a lot of there's more movie than you think left.
You could apply
There's
that to this
depressing
entire
amount of
fucking
movie left.
stream. It's just the whole thing. It's like it's
Yeah.
still more. It's like yes. By the way, you're on the note of caring when your precious steed dies. The guy with the watches a whale. The whale like that does happen right just before this, and I was like happy to see the emotional aspect, but it's really funny to see someone yell underwater because they're like, just like, oh yeah, I guess that's how it would sound. But yeah,
I also probably just wouldn't do it underwater when I know I've got limited breath. Seems like a bit of a waste. but,
well,
there you go.
emotional.
Emotional reaction.
Emotions.
You know.
Hmm. So while Loak and Jake they get to a cave, and Jake pulls an arrow out of his leg, which you would expect means he's injured. He isn't. It's just it was there, and then he takes it out, and he's fine because it's not going to impact his fighting ability at any point. Natiri helps woman give birth. She takes the kid, but then she gets, oh dear, trapped and captured by the Fire Queen and by Quaritch. Spider, meanwhile, has swum up to the surface with the smallest Smurf, left the smallest Smurf up there because he realizes he just forgot to take Kiri with him. So he goes back down to
Yeah.
find Kiri,
Yeah.
and then while the smallest Smurf is up on the surface, she gets attacked and kidnapped by a big fire Smurf on a bird. So she's been kidnapped too. He has to go down and find Kiri and bring her back to the surface.
So when these pieces were being placed, I was like, no way, we're not actually recreating the end of the second movie, are we?
Oh.
Like,
We are, because even
'Cause it's
Forrest
so-
gets on the radio like, Sully!
yeah,
Yeah,
just
come on,
again
let's
for the
do
fucking
this.
17th time. It's like, oh my god.
The scene is set, right? The big ship is still there. It's been heavily damaged, so it has no control. Its engines are out, much like the second movie. Quaritch is there, and he's like, all the people are converging on this ship. He's radioing Sully, trying to bait him to come for them. The ship is, in this case, though, the ship is drifting towards certain doom because it's going toward the flux. But that's basically the only difference in the setup. Everything else is mechanically the same. The different groups are converging. Jake and Loak sort of make a plan to, because they see the others get kidnapped, so they have a plan to go to the ship, to get onto the ship. Loak will provide cover, Sully will go in, and he will take them all out, etc. And I think, did they swap the kid who's got them? Because Quaritch has one of the kids with a knife on their throat in the second movie. This time it's the smallest one.
Yeah,
Does he have her in the second? It might even be the same.
she's
Yeah.
tied
one.
up in the second
Yeah.
one for sure.
Yeah.
That one keeps getting captured.
Yeah, and there's a joke about that in the second film, right?
It's what
Like
she's there
Yeah.
for.
like they
I
tie
think
her up
so,
and she
yeah.
says, "Ugh, again," or something like that.
Like, yeah, that is your role.
Well, yeah,
That
she's
is
not
the
really a
role you
character,
serve, to
so
just be in peril.
So while they're all converging on this
Info.
ship, the whalers are converging on the whale pod, and the whale pod is just panicking at this point because they think they've been defeated.
They can't just swim down.
No, or
Leave.
fight back,
They
or
can't do
anything.
that.
And the torpedo boats sort of arrange themselves in a line, and then they wait for an ominously long time just because the scene or the shot looks cool, I guess. They don't just immediately start firing because they have to give it time for everything else to fall into place so their evil plan can be forbidden. Because it turns out under the water, Ripley has been, Kiri has been saved.
that's
Oh,
fair.
no.
You could just call it that.
No, yeah,
I just
it's
didn't-
it's the weird voice. It's the voice
It
coming out
is.
of the character that is. It is for the entirety of the movie.
I've
It really needs
watched
to be said. It is bizarre.
yeah, when you hear it and you like, because I think it might get away with it if you don't know and listen, if you know what I mean, like for the parts of it for that. But once you know, it's like impossible to get it out of your head. It's
Well,
just
even
so
if you
awkward.
don't know who it is, it's just you could tell it's an old person's voice
Yeah,
coming out of this clearly very young character. So when you see it, like, or when you hear it, there's just that disconnect. You really can't shake that disconnect.
You can't. And yeah, she is just Ripley all the way through in my notes. Every one of these names I'm changing on the fly, and it's getting really hard to keep up with who's who. It's Kiri is under the water, but she, like the second movie, she's attached herself to a weird sort of glowy jellyfish thing, which helps them breathe because it sort of forms a cape. And it's time for God to arrive and save the day. God has
Yeah.
finally woken up. So one of those evil squid creatures from earlier arrives, but this time we know that they're good, and they communicate with her using the sparkly lights on their skin, and she immediately knows how to communicate back with them, because, why not? They say, we will fight the Sky People, and this is the bit where she says, kill them all.
kill them
So
all.
off they go.
Like, oh,
Yeah.
jeez, all right.
So they go and they take out all the boats, and then the whales get saved by the squids and all the rest of it, and there's damage and destruction. I think this time the whaling captain does finally actually definitively die, because he's knocked into the water, and then the outcast whale grabs him, and then it takes him all the way down into the deep. And I think this is the last time we see the outcast whale, unless I'm much mistaken. There might be one closing shot at the end, actually. But
What if AWA didn't discriminate in a particular sense and they killed Spider? Like, die, Sky People. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, we're just doing what you said.
I guess she knows because he's connected with her using his tentacles, so she knows how to discriminate.
No, you gotta go. Sky People are out. That's what she said. All gotta
All
go.
Sky People. She did say it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. But a bunch more birds attack as well, and they take on the fire smurfs, and as the land shit happens, all the animals of Pandora are fighting against seemingly the
Yay.
Sky People. But what isn't mentioned by the guard, although it is entailed, I suppose, logically, is also killing the fire smurfs and their animals, which they don't get to have their redemption. They're doomed by association with the fire people.
That's actually really funny to think about, because it's bad enough with everything we talked about with the animals getting fucked over, figuratively and literally by the Na'vi. But now there's ones that are like deemed evil, when it's just like, I couldn't do anything. They just put their thing in me. What am I supposed to do?
We didn't want this to happen. We were raped, but no, they get killed for it. It's,
Yeah.
victim blaming is what's happened.
Damn.
I know. How very unjust. You think God would be able to be kinder, but apparently not. But that just leaves us with the big, leaves us with a big climactic battle on the broken big ship again. So Loak goes in, takes a position, gets covering fire, and Jake says, "Don't shoot anyone we love," which is, I think, supposed to be funny. He's not Materi, though, so he wouldn't do that.
I was about to say that the reason it's so funny to me, I'm like, Jake, I can't tell who you love. Like, you're very strange with that sort of thing.
And then Spider, he grabs a comms necklace from somewhere, and he radios Quaritch and says, "I'm coming, so don't kill anyone." The Fire Queen at this point has been reduced to just dancing around on the deck, chanting at nobody. Jake has forgotten he's wounded, so he gets ready to fight. Yes?
There's some logistics shit here that I was trying to track, and I thought maybe I'd missed something, so maybe we can help out. Where Jake and his son are talking, are they? Is it within their viewpoint, the birth happening?
The birth itself isn't, I think, because it's beneath a rocky outcrop, but the flying monsters going in and out and like the ships and the lights and stuff, they see them leaving, I think. I don't think they actually see the birth.
Because I was like, because I couldn't tell from the way they'd shot it. I was like, wait, did you see that happening? And then of course, is it close enough that they would have at least heard some of the yelling? And then they would have seen that there's some fighting was there, right? Because I know that Tiri killed something.
He takes one of them out, yeah.
Yeah.
It's either, I think she takes it out. She may take it out before they have fully swum into the cave, and they're distracted anyway by him pulling an arrow out of his leg. So I don't think they can see the birth, but it is close enough that they know something has gone on.
Well, and is it also not just super convenient that they're that close to each other on this battlefield?
Very, and that's the whole convenience is the rule that governs this, because they all find each other in different groupings.
Yeah.
This whole massive, huge battlefield they've got, and it's just like, oh no, you happen to fall next to that one, and that one happened to fall next to that one, and that one happened to fall next to that one. So it all works out in the end, you see. It's nice and all concise and condensed.
Yay.
Which is the only time you can say that about an Avatar movie. Yes, then Loak, he takes out some guards. He shoots all of the guards. He doesn't shoot anybody important. Doesn't shoot at Quaritch. Doesn't shoot at the Fire Queen. Just shoots the other guards protecting them. And then when he goes to shoot the Fire Queen, she spots him.
Yeah, it's such a... I don't even know how to compare it. It's just... I guess it's standard plot armor, right? But like... We get like the POV shot, and it's like aims at Randy with no name, boom. Randy with no name, boom. Randy with no name, boom. The Red Queen person who's the worst thing ever and needs to be stopped at all costs. I couldn't get her. It's like, yeah, fuck it, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably should have
Jake
opened with shooting
down.
her, honestly, but that's fine.
Well, yeah, one of the two people are in charge, given he's met them both, and he's met Quaritch many times, so that would make way more sense. But no. But he has caused a kind of distraction, so this prompts Jake to jump down and start attacking a bunch of fire smurfs. He steals a rifle from them, then who's next? Natiri also is there. She tries to use the distraction to get the smallest smurf off of Quaritch, but then the Fire Queen spots her and chases her. And then everything sort of devolves into a mess again, because you've got that happening, you've got the shooting, you've got Jake fighting everybody else, but not Quaritch yet, because it isn't time for that yet. The Fire Queen, she smacks Natiri on the back with just a random blunt weapon, and then she pulls the huge knife she has. I would have led with that personally, but again, plot armor rules apply.
And give up the chance to use your stick? I don't know, man. You'd feel bad about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I would also have won, and I think I'd feel better about that. But she's about to win because she's got Natiri on the floor, and she pulls a dagger, and she's about to stab her with it. But then,
No.
Kiri jumps over a railing, and she rapes her.
Oh.
She does. They touch tips.
She jabs a tentacle into the Fire Queen's tentacle, and because she's way more powerful, she takes she can just control her mind. She has dominance here.
We are...
and she says...
Yeah, I was I just want to prepare the chat for this one. This is important. We're about to hear what could be the worst line in the whole movie, and you'll understand why if you give it full context, all right? This one's... Just prepare yourselves, guys. Just so you know what's... This is a James Cameron film, so it's much worse that that's a true fact than maybe this happening in something else like, I don't know, Alien Romulus.
He says, "Leave my mother alone." Long pause. "Bitch." And then she uses force push, and then she disappears. It's
you know, it's supposed to evoke something like "Get away from here, you bitch." Classic. This one,
classic.
"Leave my mother alone, bitch." And it's said by Sigourney Weaver, so it's obviously done on purpose. And I did feel quite
the only
a
line
deep...
she's ever said in a movie.
The heart sort of sank right through the body. It's gone straight through the floor.
Cool.
Heading to
gone
hell.
To join Awa and the jellyfish in the depths.
So disappointing that James Cameron had that in there. I was like, oh,
He's
man.
truly become the slop director that he has been for some time now.
Yeah. I don't think I need to say anything else. It was just sad to hear, you know.
It's man-made aliens. What the fuck?
But this terrible, terrible reference is enough to scare the Fire Queen away. And she runs off. She's gonna
I
jump
think she
onto a
would
bird
have just
later.
stabbed him. I just don't
Well,
see why Varang didn't
She'll
just
be
take out a knife
back.
and stab her.
That's it. She'll be back in Avatar 4.
Yeah.
yeah, because that's the thing that's
Can't
worth
go
saying.
reverse.
She runs away here. She grabs like the bird. She flies off, and that's all. She just flies off. She doesn't get involved in anything else. There's a point where you think, oh, is she turning around to go back to the battle? Nope, she's not. She's gone. That's the end of one major character. It's very satisfying. So Avatar 4, hooray, here we come. So once she's flown off, then Quaritch grabs Spider, and he gets onto a bird, and they fly off. And then, even though this bird hasn't already been, like I say, what happens with birds that aren't already under the mind control of a Smurf? Does God not control those? Does it know which ones are going to be evil as opposed to which ones already are, or was it one he'd already connected with? Or I don't know. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense. But they fly away, and then Jake Sully grabs a flying fish, which really maxes out its flying potential because
Yeah.
that thing can get fucking high in this movie, and it flies after them. And we are going up around the vortex to the giant floating islands because this is where cool boss battles happen. Spider tries to get off of Quaritch's bird, and he jumps onto Jake's bird, but then they all fall off onto the big floating platforms, and then the boat beneath them gets dragged into the vortex, and it explodes, and there's fire and explosions, and it's epic and amazing. And the military woman just dies because she hasn't bothered evacuating her own ship.
Which, yeah,
and
it's
then
crazy.
there's a fight.
I thought they'd at least give her a, like, you know, they're like general or admiral, whatever rank is, the ship's ready, and then she says, like, you know, you have a moment where she makes sure everyone gets out safely and she goes down with the ship or something.
Yeah.
Just something like that. But no, you're right. They have this quick cut where the front of the ship is getting eaten up by the vortex, and you see her, like, going, whoop.
I guess she's done. She didn't get off the
Whoa.
ship like everyone else did because they clearly called for an evacuation earlier. I guess she just didn't.
And that's the thing. You could be like,
Go?
no, she went down with the ship or something. I was like, wouldn't there be a line for that,
Why?
though? Well,
Yeah,
and that's,
but-
yeah,
Or lingering- like,
I get
lingering
you
look
on
her
the
face as she goes.
on the why, but I don't mind it if the context was she ensured everyone got off or something. That would be cool, but, you know,
Yeah.
oh well.
So, we're on the vortex, we're on the floating islands, and the ship debris is rising. It hits one of the platforms that Jake is on. He gets knocked off. He falls on the floor. He's briefly unconscious. And once again, without any thought for his own safety, Spider jumps down to protect him from Quaritch because he's just nice. He has a crossbow. He got a crossbow from somewhere. Never did entirely figure out where he picked that up from, but he's got it. It's momentarily important. But he's protecting Jake, who recently threatened to kill him against the man who never did. And Quaritch says, "Are you going to kill your own father?" And he walks forward, and then Spider shoots him in the arm with the crossbow. And then Jake gets up and says to Spider, "Hey, get to safety," so he can have a one-on-one fist fight with Quaritch. And so Spider sort of does. Like he retreats to a different platform and starts reloading the crossbow.
Well, just to be clear, well, I detected the context because I'm very media literate. What was happening there was Jake was initially going to be like, I don't want to have this fight. But when he realized that Quaritch was angrily walking towards Spider, he was like, no, nobody kills my son except me. And, you know, stood in the way. So I understood that. It was a good moment.
And then we sort of just recreate, I think, the problem with the previous big battle. And I think both are, I would argue, worse than the Way of Water's climactic battles. Like, these are way more weightless and chaotic. So we've already had the one where there's so much happening and you don't have any sense of scale or balance of power or anything like that, or the lay of the land or movements. In this one, it's just jumping around on floating platforms, weightlessly swinging punches at each other and not having any kind of real conversation for most of it. Whereas at least in Way of Water, from what I remember of the final fist fight, there's at least a bit of conversation that can happen occasionally. Or there's more visual storytelling you can do with the fighting styles and where they are. I mean, it's more claustrophobic and it's more grounded and gritty and realistic, etc.
Yeah. It's also worse again. That one was worse than Avatar 1's one. Like, the showdown at the end of that film is easily the best one. But oh well. Which, by the way, Quaritch won, but Natiri bailed him out. Just saying.
He did. And then everything went wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's all her fault. I mean, I just don't have much to say about the fight itself, because the end is when it's
They do the thing where they start just doing fight, like they are bee fighting, and then it cuts to Spider getting the crossbow ready, and I was like, oh, so that's going to be what matters. It won't be their fight, it's going to be his decision on shooting whenever that comes about, which technically is true. It just changes the nature of the fight, I guess.
It wasn't true in the way I was expecting it to
No,
be.
yeah, no.
When it comes to it, he takes the long route back. He's got the crossbow loaded. He goes hopping around some more floating platforms to get up to the platform where Quaritch and Jack? Who the fuck is Jack Sully? Jake Sully, where they're fighting. He jumps down onto their platform. Then he runs really close to them for no particular reason with his ranged weapon. Then he tries to shoot them, but then he gets knocked by a flailing, I think it's a tail or an arm. Then he goes sliding off the platform to his imminent death. And then Quaritch sees this happen and he says no. And he jumps after him to save his life.
It sounds like you're making a joke. It like, oh no, Spider, who just shot Quaritch and has chosen Jake as his father, nearly gets killed by falling into the evil chasm of doom surrounded by the vortex of terror. And who should save him but Quaritch, who would never want his son to face any peril? You're like, what about Jake? You're like, well, he's there.
Well, he belatedly realizes what's happening and he doesn't want Quaritch to take the credit. So then he jumps after Quaritch and he grabs Quaritch, and then you have the brief dangling section where Spider is grabbing the arm that he shot, and he has to climb up Quaritch, and then Quaritch is grabbing onto Jake, and Jake has to pull them both up, and then they all end up on the platform together.
If I
so it's like a quite nice moment. Like I enjoyed seeing Quaritch instantly go like,
it's all in character.
Go to save him and like just grab him and go off the ledge basically and almost die to try and save Spider. He does it faster than Jake does.
Yeah, and then Jake's like, hey, pull him up and pass him to me. And he's like, well, gee, I would if he didn't shoot me in my arm. I can't actually fucking lift it anymore. He's holding on to Spider with his shot arm. And it's like, I don't have the strength to be able to lift you up because of that, asshole. And I was just like, this is unreal, man. Quaritch is just like so desperate to come through for the people he loves. It's just, you don't see that in the heroes of Avatar as much. You see it in the villains,
really,
though.
really
kill their
don't.
children.
And you gotta be just... The reason why I said that earlier line, this is going to shock chat, was potentially the worst line in the whole film, because you're not going to believe this one. I don't think they will, like outright. Because, when we talk about the worst dialogue, there's certain things that they're categorized under, and I'm being vague very much on purpose right now. But when you categorize them that way, like this is that kind of line, sometimes it's actually hard to find that line that represents the whole thing. I kind of couldn't believe it when I heard it. Like, I was like, oh wow, we've got a film that just outright used it. The line, the iconic, the famous one that people use to represent where dialogue has gone to shit.
Yep. So they all arrive back on the platform, and they're all together. You might think this is their moment. They can bond. Maybe Quaritch is about to become a hero, and he can join the Smurfs and live happily ever after. And he says, well, this is awkward. What now? We're going to hold hands and sing? Do I learn to see? And then Jake says, you have a choice. Which is already not great, I think. This is awkward.
I think to really appreciate it, though, there was like the isolated, well, this is awkward.
Yep.
I was just like, wow, you did it. Obviously, That Just Happened is the other iconic one.
Mm-hmm.
But This Is Awkward is definitely one of those ones where you're just like,
right?
oh, I didn't realize they'd actually do it.
It's easily near the top.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jake says you have a choice, and then the rest of the Sully fam, they all fly up on their birds, and they're ready to shoot Quaritch, but Jake tells them not to. Then a very strange thing happens.
Very strange thing
not
happens.
expecting, and I did laugh quite a bit. Because, they're all together at this point. There's nothing else fighting for, and they have so much in common as they've discovered. Their love for Spider is the thing that unites them, and maybe they can find a way forward on this peace, love, and understanding principle. But not quite. So Quaritch says, ain't this a bitch? And then he throws himself off the island into the big fiery vortex, and on his way down he goes, ah! And he's gone.
I don't know, I thought it was
He'll
awesome.
come back with a scar. That's what'll happen.
Yeah,
I think it's nice as well, just like, see ya.
Yeah, well, so the way I took it was
that he did it.
he looked at all of them and he was like, oh, these fucking assholes, and Natiri's gonna want to kill me, and they all hate me. Ah, fuck you. Like, I'm not-
Yeah.
I just jumped off. I don't know. I thought it was
Yeet
funny and based as fuck. I was just like, yeah, screw him. You'll be fine. The plot will take care of him. He'll be fine.
He'll be back next time just with a
Well,
cool
'cause-
scar, like from getting burnt up.
You don't see his
Yeah,
body
he'll have a cool
notably,
scar.
so he's definitely got his little his options for return are very much present. But then everyone just sort of no one seems to think that was an odd thing to do, so they all just hug.
Yeah, they were just like, well, that takes care of that. Moving on.
And because it's all happy again and they've all won somehow, the sun comes out to tell us that it's time for the nice wrap up for the movie. Which returns us to Loak's narration again. He says, "The light always returns. We all connect with the Great Mother who holds all her children in her heart. New life keeps the energy flowing like the breath of the world. My brother's voice was heard. He was accepted by the clan," the whale he's referring to here. "In the spirit world, we call upon the strength of the ancestors, all those who have walked the path before us." And while he's narrating this, you get nice pretty visuals under the water. The god tree is all shiny. The whales are together. The Smurfs are happy.
Ugh.
They introduce a baby Smurf to the tree. And then Spider and Kiri, they connect to the tree. And they portal back into the hippie jungle where they meet the ancestors. Because she promised she would take him to meet the ancestors so they weren't afraid of him. Well, that's what's happening. There's loads of them. All these really memorable characters from films past. People like the older brother, I guess. He's there. He's one of them.
The Natiri's
And lots
like
of others are also
possible
there.
boyfriend from the first movie is there, right? That guy.
Oh, I thought
The one who
Didn't know.
frowns a lot.
the frowny one.
I know
I
him.
knew he was someone because they put the camera on him, but that was
He
that
was
kind of
someone.
it.
Listen, you probably only
and there's
watched
loads of
Avatar a
others.
few days ago, so there's no way you're gonna remember.
Yeah.
No,
I should have saved the rewatches for. I should have timed it. Let's see, 1 p.m. Central Saturday. So that means
I
let's
think
see, 7.3 hours before then. You need to set an alarm to begin Avatar 1 and then go into Way of Water so that once those movies are done, we can start the EFAP and I'll have a slightly better recollection
Slightly.
of those events before they leak out.
the way to do it is
It's
to
like a
watch all
colander.
three at the same time, so that you can really absorb it all. Right, a big shotgun blast of just yes, I have it now.
But then I'll notice in real time all of the overlapping scenes that happen if I'm watching them
As
all at
James
once.
Cameron intended. Obviously, watch the three of them at the same time on a Nintendo DS. Only just the one screen, though, the top one. That's what he was intending. All three.
What did they call the for the Game Boy Advances that you could watch like shows and stuff? It was in a cartridge. What do they call those?
I don't even know
You
about
think of
that.
a PlayStation
True.
Portable.
No, I mean on
On your-
Game Boy.
I doubt you would make that mistake because yeah, I know about the UMDs and stuff, but you're talking about Game Boy Advance being the
It was they were like actual video like cartridges, and they had and you would put it in and it would play like a Fairly Odd Parents or
I
something
never
episode.
ever had that. I don't even.
nope.
I never actually seen it. I just remember the commercial. I think it's literally called Game Boy Advance Video. It was a
Huh.
format for putting full color full motion videos onto Game Boy Advance
And so-
cartridges.
Did you say that, like episodes of Fairly Odd Parents and stuff?
I think so. Let's see, they
Really?
had I think so. And they probably did movies. Majesco began to sell full-length animated films like Shrek 2 and
Huh.
Shark Tale. But yeah, that was a thing. I don't think that based off of the apparently they only had a couple movies. I guess it didn't.
Well, I
wait,
mean, I
no,
wouldn't
they
have
had
thought it
Lilo
kicked
and
off
Stitch
because
and-
I feel like I've never heard of this before.
No, never heard of it.
Yeah, I don't think it kicked off either. I saw some
But
commercials.
no, I'm
for
seeing
them,
it.
and I
Yeah,
saw their.
I can see the Shrek one.
But the commercial showed like the quality of the video and everything, and even on through the commercial, I was like, oh, that doesn't look very good. But it was one of those, the video cartridges are colored white for each identity sold, but offer the same 240 by 160 resolution as standard Game Boy Advance games, except for the Shrek and Shark Tale pack, which is at 112p.
112.
112p because they had to make it shittier so that you could fit both Shrek and Shark Tale into one cartridge. But apparently it was released in 2004, a year before Coke with Lime came out, and it was discontinued in 2007.
Well, they gave
That
it
did
their
not
best
last long.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a thing.
You learn something new every day.
Much like James Cameron did. So like the final bit is yeah, we see all the old spirits. Real Ripley is there, Grace, and she meets her own self, who is also a clone of her, who is also a clone of the avatar that she was. Fuck it, I don't care. And then Kiri tells Spider, "You are alive for the first time. Your
Yes.
spirit will live in Iwa forever. You are one of us now. You are one of the people, because humans are not people." Okay, no.
I just like it kind of makes it to where you sort of obviously there's a lot of theological weirdness that comes along with essentially saying like confirming, yep, you're here in the spirit world and there's all these people and we're having a chat and all that sort of stuff. But like it seems to imply that if you are a human being, if you want to get to Navi heaven, Navi afterlife, you by necessity you have to undergo some kind of a physical transformation or connection with the tree that you can't really do without some bullshit happening. Like if you were one of the anthropologists basically who spent a bunch of time with the Navi and they liked you and you liked them and you were really keen on their culture and all that sort of thing, then I just don't think you could get in because you hadn't undergone a transformation that would allow you to connect physically with the tree through your Q head connector thing. Which is like, oh, that stinks, I guess. That's kind of like, oh, like,
Yeah,
no,
if
sorry.
so like because we now know there are multiple ways to do it. It's you can go into the avatar created body and then connect both your human body and the avatar body to connect them both, and then you've got your way in. But then you also have the spider way, which is you have to get someone to put mycelium into your system to create
by
one of those
someone,
things.
A magic spell that
Yeah.
AY, I guess, consents to.
So, but let's just say hypothetically, if this is like recreatable, which it seems to be, maybe not 100% success rate, but still significant enough, that we could get, if non-war times, more I don't know, cooperative nature, humanity, would this not just kill dead most religions, if not all of them? It's like,
yeah,
oh, that's
because it's
just
like,
like
oh,
afterlife. That's right there.
souls are confirmed.
You can
with
go
this. Like,
to
does the
them and
Navi have
speak to them
souls?
in the afterlife. Like, that's a place. That's an actual... or would they be like, well, nah, once you die in the tree, then you go to the actual afterlife? Like the one in my religion. You'd be like, okay, I guess, yeah.
That probably would be the response. Well, if we blow up the tree, then we kill that afterlife.
We
And
free
so,
them into
you know,
the actual afterlife.
we have to liberate them from the slave camp of destiny that they've landed themselves in. And I mean, it's weirdly there is no sort of wrap up. I don't think for Jake Sully himself, despite him sort of being the nominal protagonist. It's like Spider's ending is the one they choose to go with, despite him being kind of a bit part character for the last 2 of 3 movies. But it's important we get his payoff, so he's with the ancestors now. And then we just all the Smurfs are connected to the tree, tripping balls, and we zoom
Yay.
out of the planet and we see a shot of Pandora from space, and there are no human spaceships anywhere to be seen for some reason.
Yay.
And it's
I
over.
will say it is very strange that when Spider, or like the bro who died during the battle, no one is like, oh, you're here. That means you died. Oh shit. Yeah, if you're here, that means that you died. I guess there's no like moment where
No one
they kind of
noticed. He's just there.
yeah, like no one noticed. He's just here in the spirit world, and no one really said anything. He just sort of died during the battle, and that was that. And now he's here with his
Imagine
fucking
they thought
Zoomer hair.
they thought he'd uploaded separately, and they see him in there because that's all he did. He's like, no, I actually died, and they're like, oh shit, really? And he's like, yeah. Like, did nobody know? And they're all like, what? Just there's some people on the other side of the room just like, what's that? He died. It's like, oh man. Oh jeez.
Oh my goodness, that means he has to stay here and can't come. Oh no,
you sort of
oh
like,
my
we'll visit. You know, man. Do you need anything? Like, I can get you a, like, do you? That's so anyway.
yeah,
Man, I
six,
think I've
seven, or
left
whatever they
I've left
say
my
these
my
days.
tree on. I gotta go.
Yeah, I think I have to
jeez.
go. I think. I
But
left
again,
my,
anything you need, man, anything at all.
restaurant
He's like
on.
anything, and you're like most things. Like, just, what a shame.
That is the movie. We made it to the end of the Avatar
Oh
trilogy.
boy.
Yeah, I feel like
What
we've
a
covered all
ride it
3
was.
movies very effectively, actually. And in record time, 3 movies in a 7.5 hours, not bad.
It's because there's so much to say about the story in all of them, you know?
Yeah.
It's, each one is so wonderfully distinctive and efficient. And here we are. I can't believe there's 9.5 hours of Avatar movie. And I've seen it
It
all
is
this
kinda
week. And
wild.
what the fuck have we got from it, apart from a bunch of weirdos who want to fuck Smurfs and some people who get depressed when they have to leave Pandora? Like, I know it's a cliche at this point, but cultural impact, really any, apart from the money that they make and they fund more terrible
It'll
movies?
be
What
Didn't
do
James
people
Cameron
take
have a
away from
comment
this
about
stuff?
that recently, about the cultural footprint thing? He finally like
Yeah,
responded to
he's
it.
like, oh, you know, I think it was some. Oh God, I need to find it because it was really silly.
Well,
people talk about the memes
I
for a
will
couple
find it.
weeks, and then it goes dead silent for several years or whatever, and then the next movie comes out. And the cycle begins
Oh
anew.
man, come on. What did he say? It was he made like a car analogy. I know that much.
oh man, yeah, that's what I'm reading.
I'll find it.
Well, because I've
'Cause
got
he-
a lot. It's like when James Cameron was making the first Avatar, he met with a marketing executive who had ideas about how to turn the movie into a merchandising gold mine. Here's what you need, the director recalls him saying. You've got to have a young, male, aspirational character with a signature weapon. But the presentation ended, Cameron weighed in bluntly. We don't have any of that, he said. Sorry. Cameron wasn't gunning for the kind of ubiquity that action figures can bring. Quote, look, Star Wars has got the ultimate cultural footprint because you can role play, he says. You can wear a Darth Vader mask. You can play with Star Wars Lego. There's so many. I'm already like, well, your Avatar can have these things, obviously. You can have merchandise.
Yeah, I could take my clothes off like a Navi.
There's so many toys. You can have lightsabers, but he knew that Avatar wasn't Star Wars. Dude, there's loads of merchandise for movies that are way less, you know, like the Darth Vader. Think of all the merchandise that comes out of the Aliens film, right? Like all the marine gear and the rifles. Like you could have done that with Avatar. It's just, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it's just I don't think people care that much. They have games, they have toys. It's just again, doesn't, you know. He said he also had a hunch that even if kids never dreamed of becoming a 9-foot tall blue alien like Jake Sully, they'd at least want to get lost in his world for a while. Adults too. You come and sit your ass in a movie theater seat and nothing can touch it, Cameron says. There's nothing out there that impacts you like that in the moment. It's not pervasive, coming at you at all media from all directions. It's a singular experience, and that's by design. That's what we do. We're not building Priuses, we're building Ferraris.
Ah, there it is.
Okay.
And it's just like, I don't even, like, I don't even know what I meant to do with that.
Yeah,
Like-
that almost
Well,
seems
my-
like it's completely not relevant.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, like, because some people are like, well, who would care to have these things from the Avatar films? It's like, so he's right technically. I was like, no, what I mean is he's wrong in the sense that there's the potential to do it. He's right in the sense that no one wants to do it with Avatar. It's fucking lame.
If people really, really, really loved it, then they would do their own stuff.
we
They
have
wouldn't
this-
wait for merch.
We have this proven because you have the OT, which was crazy for merchandise. Prequels, very strong for merchandise. The sequels, stronger for merchandise before they came out. After they came out, though. How many
No one's
people
gonna
are
care.
buying the
It's
fucking
pretty
figures?
dying,
You'd be like,
yeah.
well, but it's Star Wars. There's plenty to get. And it's like, exactly. It's not just about like the potential things you can buy. It's about the story that's told. Fucking crazy to hear him say this. Like, yeah, sure. Avatar doesn't fucking have a cultural footprint. What of it? Like, what?
Priuses, not Ferraris or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know why, but I remember like I remember when I first heard that quote. God, I feel like I had a point about that, and now it's like gone about him saying that. Like, oh, we're not making a Prius, we're making a Ferrari. It's like, but it's gone. I know that there was some point there, and it's gone, and it's driving me crazy about just how absurd of a thing to say that is.
But it's
It's
more
like-
like the Ford Fiesta of movies in the sense that everybody's probably had one at some point and nobody really remembers it. It's just that it's the most unremarkable, but it fulfills a function, I guess. It gets you from place to place. You go, you want to sit down and waste 6 hours in the movie cinema.
Maybe that is what it's like. It's like you're not making a Ferrari, you are making the Prius. You are making the thing that is just there that everybody consumes but nobody fucking remembers. Like that, how is that not like actually perfect? That is what you make. You make the boring card that nobody ever thinks about. Everybody's seen it. It's all over the place. It's very
Yeah.
successful, but it has no impact. You
Um,
don't make Ferraris.
This continues. I hadn't seen this before. With the third installment in the series, Fire and Ass, coming out for Friday, Cameron is well aware that there are still questions about Avatar's cultural influence. He could cite the fact that there are indeed Avatar Legos, that people wait in long lines to ride Avatar Flight of Passage at Disney World, and that Saturday Night Live has made fun of Avatar's signature font twice. Quote, "There is the whole papyrus controversy," Cameron says with a smile. "There's also the $5 billion in box office receipts."
That's not what cultural footprint is.
Like,
That's just
it's so
financial.
funny.
That's,
Yeah, like I don't know
That's how
why
much
he
you
would
sold.
say that.
Basically,
Yeah.
the point is, wow, look at the box office and then look at the cultural footprint. And the response is, yeah, but look at the box office. You're like,
That
no,
is
I know.
everybody's point. These
Yeah.
things make way more money than you would think, given that nobody references them. How often do people reference lines in like Avatar compared to like references in films that weren't nearly as successful, you know?
That's what is there
More
even
people
to
reference
reference? That's the
Morbius.
thing. I mean,
Yeah.
more people, and Madam Web
Yeah.
as well. Her
Yeah.
web connects us all is a way more memorable
Lord of
line than
Gollum.
anything specific.
Our
Sorry.
web connects us all.
Lord of Ring
But what
Gollum
is
had
that the
more of an
reference?
impact.
What journey did anyone really go on? What is Jake Sully's journey? Notarius is just occasionally learning not to murder children.
Mm-hmm.
Quaritch is interesting in more for what the movie fails to recognize in
It's
than for what it
relative.
does.
He wouldn't be interesting in a good film. He'd be like the broken character that's kind of they're trying to make work, and we'd be saying like, you need to do this, you need to do this. But in this film, he's the most interesting because he's basically got the only one that's got layers.
Yeah. I mean, and the one it chooses to highlight in its final sequence, Spider is the one who gets the payoff. Spider's journey in this movie is being an idiot who forgets to recharge his oxygen mask, then falling over and having someone accidentally connect him to a tree, which just happens to make him able to breathe on Pandora, and now he's good now. Oh, that's fantastic! What a truly Luke Skywalker style arc he's been on. It's just an empty mess, and I get that it's nice to look at, and maybe one every 10 years remains nice to look at. But I will be kind of interested to see how this one. I mean, this is going to make a load of money, obviously, but like how it does compare to The Way of Water, given it's only been what 2 years, 3 at most, as opposed to 10 or 15.
3 years. And I mean the trajectory is worse. It will do worse by the looks of things, but it's probably still gonna It's probably going to be the most successful Western movie of the year. Probably.
When you say worse,
it needs to make a bit.
You mean?
I think it's like it's the projections for its opening weekend. They're like 80 million lower than the first than number 2, but they're still higher than the first one. But even then, like the opening weekend for Avatar 2 is like kind of comparable to something like Multiverse of Madness, and Avatar went on to make more than double that. Like Avatar has legs for some reason. It just does. So it's probably going to do worse, but it will probably still be like the most successful Western film of the year because it's not beating that animated film from China.
No
way. No, yeah, probably it probably won't. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to make a lot of money.
Well, it definitely won't beat it on would be profit as well.
Oh yeah, because I mean, this film costs like $400 million. It will be profitable for sure. Probably quite profitable.
Didn't he say it needs to make like he was like it needs to make like $2 billion for it to be solid? Like, I'm not saying to make profit, but
I don't know about that,
I think the quote was to do with like the nature of what kind of project this is. Like it's so enormous that it's like it would be.
Actually, sorry, I forgot. Zootopia will probably do better than this movie. Yeah, Zootopia 2 has already made like $1 billion, so that will probably be the most successful Western film of the year. Probably. As for
what a year it's been, eh?
Yeah, like Superman will be coming in at number 10, so you won't need to do your your 11 top highest grossing films of the year. Wicked for Good failed to dethrone the king, Superman, with its amazing return on its investment.
Wasn't it 500 something million that it made, Superman?
It was
600.
just over 600 million,
Yeah.
which means it's going to be number 10, below How to Train Your Dragon, the F1 movie, below Jurassic World, below Zootopia, below this. So, it just made it in there. It made a top 10 list for something. Not the most successful DC movies, though. Oh, yeah, and Lilo and Stitch is made $1 billion as well. That's great. Oh, that's great. Remember when you guys well, hey, look, I'm sure most of you didn't make this mistake, but foolishly thought that because Snow White didn't do well, they were going to stop? They're never going to stop. That Moana remake, that's probably going to make $1 billion. Everybody's complaining about it, but it's going to make a lot of money. Just like Mufasa made way more money than any of you guys think it did. It kicked Sonic's ass in totality. It made a lot more money.
Another movie that had no cultural footprint whatsoever is that Mufasa movie.
No, that's
I've
a good
heard
example.
anybody talking about
Nobody talks about it, but it made like $700 million. It was really successful. They will probably make more. Yeah, it made $723 million. But I see all the tweets talking about how that was a massive success. Meanwhile, Superman made less than that. And and Predator Badlands. It's over, guys. It's done. Finished.
Oh yeah, that one. Whoa.
That
Predator
died
Badlands was a
hard.
big loss. Yeah.
By the way, still
hard.
to this day, getting comments on either Twitter or the YouTube channel saying, we're liars and we peddle lies that Badlands is losing money. It gained money. Still people who are saying that.
People have no idea what they're talking about. They're actually just super ignorant of this entire
If
topic.
the box
Like,
office
no
number
clue.
higher than the budget number, that means good. That's about as far as the thought process goes.
Yeah, because when I bought my $16 ticket to see Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar, you think I had the middleman of the theater to just hand James Cameron $16 in my stead? Do you think that's what happened? Do you think that's how it works?
$0 from selling you a ticket to a movie.
Why do you think they want you to buy a
$0.
popcorn? Because that's the only way they make money, right? Fuck no. They make like 30% of all the 40% of all the ticket sales.
It's still just borderline unbelievable to me. Like, we're in this world in many ways, but how someone can just exist in an entirely different reality very comfortably. They're just like, yep, that is the truth, and you lied. It's like, wow. And what's the motive?
That must be nice, to sort of exist in that world.
And that's the thing. I'm not even counter claiming that they are lying. I think they're just delusional. They've lost it.
Yeah, well, I think it's literally just as simple as the budget. They see the tweets that show box office and then say budget was this, and it's that simple. It's above it, so it succeeded. Never mind that you don't get 100% of the money from the box office. Never mind that simply breaking even is no company's goal. They want to make money.
Yeah.
They want to turn a profit, a big one.
You did all that work.
That's
for
the whole
nothing?
point. Yeah, well, yeah, you invest all this money and all this time to just get your money back, maybe, instead of being able to make a whole bunch of money on other smaller, as if these companies have infinite money and access to infinite people to make these movies. They have to pick and choose what they do. It's probably the reason why James Cameron is talking about the idea that this film needs to make like $2 billion, because the investment that would be required to make 2 more of these. You've seen it. This film started production in 2017. Yeah. 2017 to then release in 2025. Collectively, what's the budget? Like $800 million?
Well, yeah, and let's not forget, whatever the budget's claimed, it ain't gonna be that. We've seen this revealed too many fucking times at this point.
Yep, the number they give is the bare minimum that they are allowed to give, like legally, that they could say, "Oh yeah, there's this much money." But that like I said, bare minimum money, lowest. That number is always going to be higher than what they actually give.
I think it came up as well in his pre-round of interviews where it made it sound like he was kind of angling for a move away from the franchise, because he was doing all those ones saying, yeah, the movie will make a lot of money, but it needs to make loads and loads of money. And, will there be the appetite for a 4th one? We can't continue doing these unless we can find some way of getting the production costs down, is one of the things he said as well.
Yeah.
And he's since said he wants to do other things as well. He might not take such a hands-on role with Avatar 4 and 5. He'll hand it over to more people. He's got other stories he wants to tell. He's not ready to die just yet. Not that you tell that from this movie, but he isn't. So it's like, it's the production costs are obviously factoring in his mind as well. I wonder whether an Avatar 4 will have the same kind of production value. But if it doesn't, I wonder whether it will be anywhere near as successful, because this is almost uniquely a movie trilogy, which it's more than subsisted, but it exists because of its production cost. Like, it's all about how good it looks, how much money has clearly been spent. Can you do it if you don't spend that much money without telling a story or having characters or doing things that movies used to do well? Can you make it look as what is Pandora without great visual effects? Kind of nothing, right? So doesn't bode well for the future if he does want to trim the budget down.
The comments remind me of when you combine the comments from Brie Larson about Captain Marvel. The first one being when you're going to return, she said, "Does anyone want me to?" And of course, people interpret whether or not that meant the audience or the studio or both. And then the other comment, where she said, with Miss Marvel in the Marvels and everything, that we're at the point now where the baton can be passed. The upper generation can, or the lower generation can now take over.
Yes, the baton passed from Captain Marvel. Thanks, man.
But like, you could tell the way she says it is kind of like, yeah, I could not play this character ever again, and that would be fine. Like, jeez.
Yeah.
James just saying some of these things like, I'd like to work on other things, and who knows if we get the what we need to make another one. You're like, interesting comments there. So,
well, it just makes you think, right? Particularly, it's just, I suppose, by comparison to attempts to downplay how much money you need to make because you really want to make sure that the thing that you're doing continues. That, like, almost the opposite of trying to bail out. Yeah. Like, no, I actually don't need to do that well in order to justify keeping this job. It's okay. It doesn't need to do that well. God. Strange and interesting times.
Terminator was his first movie.
Yeah, it was. That's crazy, isn't it? And then 2 years later, he made Aliens.
They were amazing films.
That's the unfortunate thing about him as well, is that actually his best stuff, because Titanic, it's like, well, that's nearly 30 years ago. It's like, yeah, but that's like, it's not his best work, is it? Like, is actually, you got to go further back to get to, the best stuff that he did. It's been so long since he's made, like, movies that I like.
Yeah.
Titanic is fine. Like, I like the third act, obviously, but it's just like, man, it's been so long since you made something that was interesting, and you used to be so good at this. This is like Ridley Scott, except it's a little bit different because James Cameron was, like, more reliable for longer than Ridley Scott was.
Yeah, because Terminator, Aliens, Terminator 2 feel to me of like a trilogy of his quality that's one thing, and then Abyss, True Lies, and Titanic, they're like a stage down. I still really like lots of things about lots of them and everything, but and then it's like, from there, where do you go? You're basically like, well, the next trilogy, if you will, I guess, in a sense, is Avatar, Avatar 2, Avatar 3, and it's like, oh god.
And it's going to occupy 30 years of his career compared to that first three, set of 3 or 4 films that was less than a decade. Terminator to Terminator 2 includes Aliens and The Abyss. It's like, man, that's only like 7 years. In 7 years. Man. And, it's the same with Ridley Scott, right? Like 2-3 years apart. Alien and Blade Runner. I suppose the only difference is that Ridley Scott keeps himself really busy making terrible movies.
And then calling other people's movies shit, which is very funny. It's like, 70-80% of the movies that come out are crap, so I just rewatch my own movies as though they're not crap. Come on, Ridley, come on.
And the fucking thing of, like, Napoleon didn't do that. And he was like, oh yeah, were you there?
Oh, by the way, yeah, that's a recurring theme with these two, is like this strange arrogance as of late with the, I suppose at least with James Cameron, you could justify it a bit more because he is reliably making money. But like Ridley Scott's arrogance is a little bit silly at this point. It's like, what's the last really good movie he made? Like Black Hawk Down. That's like 20 years ago.
People always reference The Martian, but I assume you're saying like a movie that,
that's actually really, really cool rather than fine.
People would pick Kingdom of Heaven as well before Black Hawk Down.
Yeah, that's still 20 years ago, though.
No,
that's
of course.
20 years.
Well,
that's still a long time ago.
It's still nuts to me that, like, someone I'm getting reminded of, and it just feels weird because James Cameron and Ridley Scott are so much older, but Edgar Wright is like in their team now.
Yes, now with The Running Man. that is like, oh man, whatever you're doing next, the fact that you're doing it is no longer like an exciting thing for me.
No.
And that one totally failed as well. The Running Man. Nobody
how
watched
many
that.
people
I
in
feel like I'm
chat
the only person who watched it.
saw Running Man? Because fucking hell, yeah, that was
I
rough.
did. I saw it. That was miserable.
So sad.
Ooh, that was really sad. It's just like, oh man, damn, you're gone. You know. Ooh.
Yeah, you know.
And so that might be it for him as well, you know. Like Last Night in Soho didn't do very well either, and this was a lot more expensive movie to make. I think it had like $100 million budget, and it's made like $60 million.
Oof, that's not
Yeah,
good.
how'd it do? How did it do? I mean,
That
again,
means it
that's
lost
another case
40
of
million, right?
yeah, $110 million, and it has box office of $69 million.
Ouch.
Nice.
That's so yeah, damn. Uh-oh. Careful. You know, like that's you got to be a little bit concerned about the future prospects after that. Or maybe not. Maybe not even. Maybe he just needs to go back to well, then again, Last Night in Soho wasn't very expensive either, and I don't think it did super well even by that metric. Really unfortunate. So now we're just sort of reminiscing on directors who used to make good films
Ghost
and
of
then decided
directors
they didn't want to do
past.
that anymore. Washed.
I guess the one
As
thing
it
you can
were.
still say for in James Cameron's defense, which is uncharacteristically nice of me because I think his movies are shit. Unlike say a Ridley Scott, what he is still doing is still making a contribution to the sort of the technical side behind movie
True.
making, right?
True.
Like,
Yeah,
no one else can quite boast the amount of money he's put into it, time, expertise, the techniques
Making
he's
jobs, I
developed, the
guess,
kinds of
yeah.
cameras, all the tricks that he can now deploy. These things which will, I mean, they'll certainly benefit the visual side of future movies. I hope people don't learn the wrong lessons, though, which is that if we just use these things, then anything is fine. Because ideally, you marry what he's really genuinely achieved with Avatar in terms of technology, and you marry that to something which is a movie that isn't Avatar and that actually has a story. That would be nice to see. But, you know, people in 10, 15, 20, 50 years will be using the stuff he pioneered for these movies, which is, you know, important to recognize, even if the movies are extremely annoying.
He certainly cares about it. Like he used I think it was like AI upscaling or something on Aliens, the 4K, and I think possibly T2. And there's a good video out there I saw that goes over all of the faces in the background have been fucking disfigured because the AI doesn't know how exactly to change them. And I think a lot of people complain because it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how could you do this to your like masterful works? You just used AI. And I'm pretty sure you said get a life in response to this. Like, move out of your basement and meet someone. Really uncharacteristic of the man who's like the visionary, you know, changer of technology. I couldn't understand it, and to me, it just builds this thing along with other comments about T2, Aliens, etc. That it's like, do you not like those films anymore? Are they like beneath you now or something? Seems
They didn't make
That's
as
the
much,
case.
so maybe who knows?
Well, I mean, it was particularly appealing to that metric to say, like, well, I did a good job. It's like, I don't even, come on, James, you know better than that. You know that that's not the metric that determines whether or not you've done a good job.
He's like defending the team that did the work, that they did the work on Avatar too. So, you know, I'm just sitting like, okay, it's like, I don't know, that doesn't mean anything to me. And he also said like all of this detail-oriented sort of review is unnecessary, and that the films now look as he intended them to.
Worse, in other words. But that's quite often the way with you know, creators of this sort. They made their great work with significant limitations. They remember these things as being limitations, and so for their true vision, they want to take off those limitations, redo it, give it, you know, the George Lucas thing of making changes so that the audience sees the version of the movie he always wanted to show them, except that he couldn't for technological reasons. And then it comes out and it turns out that the restraints were the thing that made that movie so good, as opposed to something which can be improved when you remove them.
Just to make sure there's no misunderstanding, he did say he thinks AI replacing actors and shit is horrifying, but simultaneously thinks AI being used as a tool for visual cleanup is good. The problem, obviously, like I just said, is that some of them replace people's faces with like weird disfigured creatures in the background. So
Which is the sort of thing that you would expect to be ironed out as those technologies
Yeah.
improve. For him to come out and say that it was an improvement when it self-evidently
Well-
wasn't doesn't help his cause if he wants to encourage uptake of AI in that particular field. It's like everyone can see this is not better, James. So understand what your motive was in doing it, but don't try and claim that you've reached the end goal.
he said he looked at every shot and every frame of these remasters, and I'm like, why would you, like, I'm totally fine with the mistake being made, and you'll go, oh shit, that shouldn't have happened, can we get that fixed, let's redo it, let's find a way to get that face fixed. And it's like, the idea that you'd look at it and go, it's like, oh shit, okay, damn, I guess it was alright, it was close enough. I'm trying to see if I can find that video, because it has some good examples in it, but like horrendous AI upscaling. So unfortunate, man. Two of my favorite movies of all time. I was like, why would you do that?
This channel isn't really known.
It's the kind of thing where if you don't look for it, I guess it's okay. But the second you start looking at the background,
but like, shouldn't have to, you know, you shouldn't have to do that. Like, hey, don't pay too close attention, all right? And you'll benefit from that. Like, ooh.
yeah, here's
Ooh, I don't
one
like
of the
that.
examples. Again, this is called AI Can Ruin Movies Now 2, Aliens and True Lies on 4K. So, this image...
Dude, isn't it crazy now that, like, memory is gonna actually be, like, a serious... Because of all this shit? Like,
I just don't...
It's become
tell
way
me
more
go,
expensive and way...
Tell me go frame by frame. How would you be like, oh yeah, this is fine? You'd be like, well, no, we can fix this, right? We can fix that.
Why would you do this to the actors and actresses in the back, man? Why would you do that to them?
Come on,
It's just
man.
wild. And yeah, it's like
Come
the idea that
on.
memory costs are going to be fucking high, and it looks like they might not come down anytime soon.
So did
because
Chat just
people wanna
refer
have
to
their
her
fucking
as
clout.
Ramirez, as Vasquez.
Ramirez.
You're mixing up with
Ramirez.
Ramirez.
In the Burger Town.
Oh. Good old Ramirez. And then you never see him again after Modern Warfare 2. He gets replaced with Frost, right? That's the American guy that you play as, and I don't think he's in the final mission where Sandman and all them die. He gets to skip that one, sit that one out. So like they just managed to escape, which is very lucky in the Modern Warfare series. The vast majority of protagonists do not escape from that series. Most of them die. That's kind of like a cool aspect of those games, is the fact that like the player character, the person you're playing as, could actually die in those stories. Makes it like nice and unpredictable. Oh man, apparently Battlefield 6 actually beat Call of Duty this year in terms of sales.
Wow.
I never would have expected that. That's actually like crazy and a good thing for the industry.
Yeah, good to have competition.
Whatever problems Battlefield 6 has, because I'm not very familiar with it.
Yeah,
like
I don't play
on its
anymore.
face, that's got to be good for the game industry.
Yeah, we definitely want competition for that sort of thing. It's good that Call of Duty isn't just like guaranteed to have it every year. Though I think it did take this particular Battlefield and that particular Call of Duty, but I guess it shows it is indeed possible.
It's possible, but it only took like probably 12 years longer than it should have. Anyway.
Yeah, sort of just wallowing a sec, you know.
We like to wallow a bit. We like to do a little wallowing.
I mean, I'm just going to eject this film from my mind, basically.
It's not really about,
Avatar.
It's also about the whole director's thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, suppose we'll end it there. It's probably solid. It's probably long enough. But before we do, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, what are you guys up to? What do you want to tell the world about? What's happening?
No, stuff will be out when it's out. You know, it's just busy with all sorts of stuff.
Same, yeah. This it's either going to be Avatar or Stranger Things will be the next video out, but they're both being worked on. So one of those will be out hopefully soon, and then the other one will follow.
I'm working now. By the way, when I say working, I'm working on something. There's will be a little Christmas gift, which is me not actually telling you what it is, but I am working on a big video and have been for a while. It's a big one, and it's but you know, in between helping out usually with all of his stuff. But that's yeah, I am working. It's not a meme. There is
It's
a video
not a
and it will come
meme.
out. I'm not sure when, but it will come out and it's going to be enormous, and hopefully you'll all think it's super interesting. So yeah, just
Beautiful.
working.
As for me, for those who don't know, because I kind of stealth dropped it, some people didn't even make it to the end of the Knives Out, the recent Knives Out EFAP, so they didn't even hear the quote-unquote announcement, but EFA Part 5 not only exists, you can watch it right now. It's out.
Isn't that crazy?
You can go
On
see
the
it.
anniversary, the 10-year anniversary of TFA.
Isn't that just wonderful?
Poetic.
It actually
It's like a
reaches...
stanza.
The video reaches the credits of the film, so you can now watch the whole package in a sense, though there is one more part to come. And I will not tell you when it's coming because I cannot be certain. However, I'll probably give you a closer, bigger announcement on that one instead of just dropping it randomly ahead of or in front of another video. Which, by the way, you know, the TFA, sorry, the Outlaws video does exist as well. I'm sure some of you have completed it, perhaps.
Star Wars Outlaws.
What a
What does
crazy
that
game!
mean in terms of just the span of a month in terms of total Mauler content, like 18 hours or something, 19 hours?
Yeah, 1740 plus 140, so 1920.
You are spoiled, okay, with the amount of content there. Okay, that is enormous.
But hey, you know what?
Favorite.
You're not going to be getting another one for a while. I'm going to go back to working now. But there are big plans, lots of big things to become things. It's going to be fun on the bun. But before you know, this month closes out, you got yourself an EFAP movies for sure coming. I think Christmas Eve. That would be the plan, and then possibly another one. It just depends on some circumstances. That's all. But then. The 27th, right, EFAP, that'll be the fabled Gollum episode 2. We'll probably get all the Gollumites back to... that one's going to be the equivalent of our Christmas stream, where we're just going to have fun and check out Joe Danger's supercut, of which he worked very hard on. Lots of fun surprises to come.
Of mine,
yeah, looking forward to that.
Rags and Platoons and...
Wolf.
Is it...
Random.
Well, I was, and yeah, so that's right. You got my 5. That's 5. You got 5. That's
it's
crazy.
Red. It's 5.
That's right, dude. Pride Rock.
Oh my god, just too many references. Brain's gonna explode.
Rock.
But as was said, that is our Avatar coverage for probably some time. Who knows if we'll do number 4?
For a decade.
Yeah, it's we're not fond of Avatar. There, we said it.
I was Googling something during the EFAP to look up something about the movies, and one of the links, it was like, do Avatar, blah, 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 Navi, whatever, and one of the links was 11 years old. And I'm like, fuck.
Well. Again, a beautiful saga. Many things were learned, and everyone will remember it fondly.
Yep. Very much so.
But yeah, anything else anyone wants to mention?
Nope. That's it.
Alrighty then. Thanks for watching, folks, and we shall see you next week. For now, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye. Merry Christmas.
Well, yeah.